Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for joining us on Mtembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We look forward to having an engaging night as we look at different views and different perspectives on the election, even as the countdown brings us to 21 days to election day. Are you set? Is your voters card ready? Are you close at your polling stations, or you're still planning to travel? It is about time you began the journey so that you don't miss out on these historic elections that is geared towards giving this country credible leadership that will propel us to the next phase as a people and as a country. Thank you so much for making it to the show tonight. I will encourage you to invite as many as you can to join into the discourse. Azimio la Umoja under Raila Odinga sustains multiple campaigns around the country as DP Ruto changes tone, now criticizes Uhuru Kenyatta for lowering food prices. DP Ruto has been on the forefront castigating the government for high cost of living. And now when the government does something about fixing the prices and ensuring that Kenyans are not suffering, he turns around and begins to criticize the same move. So what does this man actually want? What is it that is after in this great country? And of course, I would not also let go when he began at the campaign trail dressing down Igade, the Azimio governor candidate for Nairobi. Does William Ruto gain votes by dressing down other leaders, or is that his style of politics? And if it is his style of politics, is that how a country is run? Even if there is desperation of winning this election, does it now result into dressing down every leader? Well, let's get down to business. Let's get talking. Thank you very much, all of you that are joining us. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do, click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. I appreciate all of you that are coming in fast and furious. We are glad that you're out there. Thank you so much. And I am also aware that we have another feed that is running right now, looking for venue for the swearing in of Baba. So you're free to join any of the feeds and make your contribution. Thank you so much. Namshukuru Patel, Saboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Achinya Migori, karibu kwa show. Kuna Vincent Aduda, alafu kuna Rolly Samba. Aha, kuna Carlos H. Ominde. You're welcome. Akinyo Amolo, karibu kwa show. Kuna Johnny Gadae. You're welcome. Erico Chieng, you are welcome. Kuna Walter Sikulu Jr., karibu kwa show. Kuna Bonis Zeroni, you are most welcome. Kuna Santos Thomas, you're welcome. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Princess M Hamisi, alafu kuna Alois Nyadundo, you're welcome. Sorry. Kribin Mulongo, karibu kwa show. Beatrice Odhiambo, kuna David Mwaniki, alafu kuna Geoffrey Nyirato. Nakwambia hii ni kali, anasema inawezekana. Okay, Shadrack Mrithi, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? Anderson Neta wetu, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Kengo Mwangu wetu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Benz Oseno, you're welcome. Let's keep talking, let's keep doing what is required. Now please, when you click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Don't guide it. Festas, your gadget is not well configured. Please rekebisha hiyo kabla urudi tena. Naomba kila mmoja tumakinike kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya yale yanayopaswa. kuna Wilfred Kosigei, karibu kwa show. Hilary Sigei, you're welcome. Fatuma Nasimiyu, you are most welcome to the show. Mary Matere, Official Slim, he say why Mtembei today has 2 live stream. We have unlimited live stream. It's not just 2. Go keep counting. That's a special program which I trust is serving its purpose. Looking for the venue that is good enough for the swearing in of Baba. Here we are talking about the latest development on our politics and how we need to respond to the same, even as we continue counting down. It's 21 days to go. William Ruto criticizing the government for lowering the cost of living. When he's been campaigning and castigating the government for high cost of living, I think this man needs something. May God help him. Kelvin Otieno, asante sana. Ana Kanini, kuna Chachili Musa, kuna Frank Juma, alafu kuna nani huyu Sandip Rathor. I hope that is right. Kuna David Wekesa, kuna Governor Felix, James Murithi Maina, Princess John Emodo, nani huyu Francis Kerache, kuna Ben Oderi, kuna Sila Kimei, kuna Jackie Wambua, alafu nani Francis Emojong, Johnson huyo tumekuwa na Okay, thank you everybody. Let's get down to talking. We appreciate everybody. Please, if you are able to get us, ensure that you are inviting the world to tune in and be part of the discourse tonight, even as we look at the countrywide campaigns by
Wow. Hey, Penat.
And the cost of living. What would that be why would that be the case? Let's have Mama Selina.
Yes, Penat. Habari ya leo. Naona mambo inachacha.
Niko salama,
Penat?
nashukuru. Vipi huko?
Tuko salama, ni kungojea 21 days.
Yes.
Sasa naona kampeni ya Azimio inaendelea kila mahali. Na hivyo ndio tunataka Penat, tunataka at least Pantuoria ameonekana leo. Karibu Pantuoria. Yes.
Asante
So
sana
tunashukuru Penat, Omar sawa. Ya kwamba Azimio inafanya campaign 13 time. Unajua sasa hii ni ile ya mwisho. So wanasikika kila mahali. Na hiyo ndiye tunafurahia. Lakini sasa tunaona tulikuwa tumepata unga na wakasema ile watu wanakula ugali kama Mama Selina tunapata kwa $100, 100 shilling, tulikuwa tumefurahi. Lakini sasa deputy president akilalamika ati Uhuru sasa walikuwa nataka aje? Walikuwa nasema cost ya maisha imekwenda juu, na kama Uhuru wameng'ang'ana ama serikali imeng'ang'ana mpaka wameona at least. Unajua hii wakati ya campaign na especially siku ya kupika kura watu hawataenda kibarua. So kutokea wiki moja to election na wiki moja after election, like 2 weeks Penat, watu watakuwa hawajapata laini kujua kitu ya kufanya. So ile kitu wangefanya, wangeshukuru serikali kwa kureduce mambo ya mahindi, na tungetaka vitu vingine hata si unga peke yake. Kiwezekana wapatie watu mafuta. Otherwise nashukuru serikali ya Uhuru, na nimeona leo amekuwa Shashel akitengeneza mambo ya biashara kati ya Shashel na Kenya. So rais anaendelea kufanya kazi yake. Naona watu wengine walikuwa Kikomba wanapatiwa majacket Kikomba Penat. Sasa sahi wanasahau si rais anasimama, ni Raila Odinga. So wacha wapike kelele, hawakuonyeshana manifesto yao. Kasi yao ni kukriticize ama kuita msee wa kitendawili mpaka siku zimeisha. So Penat, kwa sababu umenipatia nafasi nitangulia, nataka nisichukue wakati ili niweze kusikia wenzangu, na saa tukaribishe Pantu Warrior atuambie Somali iko aje na kama amerudi kupiga kura. Asante Penat. Niko nafikiria leo network ninaona inasema si mbaya, so wacha nione vile tunaenda. Penat. Ume-mute Penat. Umechi-mute. Penat. Atukusikii Penat, ume-mute. Penat, umechi-mute. Pantu Warrior, unanisikia?
Nakusikia wewe, nakusikia.
Yeah, najua Penat. Okay, naona Penat kuna hiyo shida. Wacha tuende kwa Omar, alafu tukuja kwa Pantu Warriors, alafu John Njenga kama Penat acharuti. Omar, unaweza endelea kidogo tukingoja Penat.
Okay, habari zenyu, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Bwana asifiwe.
En.
Sasa Isai ni lala salama na tunataka kujua Ruto atatafuta slogan gani sasa, aingie kwa bedroom huko watengeze slogan mpya. Ilikuwa ni slogan unga, maisha ni mangumu, unga iko juu. Sasa I think wataenda ile bedroom yao, meeting yao, watafute urongo ingine. Unajua ni master wa urongo. Alafu akuje hadharani apatia watu urongo mpya. Na tunashukuru serikali imemwangalia, ilimwangalia long time. Hiyo propaganda yake ikamchapa chini. Hii ni ya kwanza. Na unajua hauwezi ukafight na serikali. Serikali iko na ujuzi mwingi sana. Ingine pia ukiteta, serikali itakuja itakuchapa pia. Na leo imekuwa Kenya mzima ni aibu. Ilikuwa si manifesto ile walizundua, ni mambo ya unga. Sasa hiyo unga imekuwa 100 sasa. Watu watakula ugali mpaka asubuhi. Sasa nafikiri kesho mama yangu atatafuta mbinu ingine kwa bedroom, alafu akuja aitoe. Vile inaonekana waziwazi weather. Hata leo nimeona wamekuwa Nairobi, walikuwa wanalia sana. Kwanza huyu anaitwa Duala. Mimi nashangaa watu kuanzia Duale na huyu ma-DVD. Naona ma-DVD leo amejitokezea, alikuwa amejificha kidogo. Sijui kwa nini hawamwambii ukweli. Kwa sababu muda inaisha. Na muda ikiisha inaitwa lala salama. Na Mama Selina, kusema ukweli sijui ni kiwanja gani tutachagua, kwa sababu unaona hata Kasarani haitatosha. Sijui mtatupatia kiwanja gani, hata mimi sijui. Kwa sababu pali imefikia ile kibunga inakuja inaitwa kibunga, Hii itakuwa ni worse kuliko ile ya Moi. Hii itakuwa ni worse kabisa, kwa sababu Wakenya si wajinga. Ukiona Wakenya wamenyamaza, Mama Selina, wale wanakura, Wakenya si wajinga. Wakenya ni sharp sana. Wale Wakenya wamekaa kwa mabuilding, wamekaa kwa magorofa, si wale wana organize wanaitwa wanaitwa vijana wadogo wadogo, wale hawana makazi. Wale wamekaa kwa magorofa, wale wanaishi kwa magorofa, Mama Selina, wale wanafanya biashara zao kwa maofisi, au ndio wanakura. Si wale wanaorganiziwa ground ndio wanakuja, wengine hata hawana vitambulisho. Lakini mimi nasema Ruto atakuja kushangaa. Hii election itakuwa ni history, itakuwa ni lesson kwake na lesson kwa wengine. Hiyo tu Mama Selina na Bernard alikuwa amehang. Tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu atupeleke vizuri, lakini hii itakuwa ni crisis. Election inaitwa crisis, kibunga. Ile kibunga uwezi ukaizuilia Mama Bernard na Mama Selina. Kibunga hii unajaribu kuizuilia, lakini haiwezekani. Hiyo chochote anazungumza, ile matusi alikuwa anasema, ile alikuwa na abuse watu, itakuja kumwambia August 9. Hiyo tu.
Asante Penat, unaweza chukua sasa, alafu utakaribisha Pantu Orias.
Utaendelea hapo. Asante. Yes, confirm kama unaweza nipata.
Nakupata Penat. Ukilemewa tutasaidiana mpaka tupate wataalamu.
Okay, Bantu Warriors, take it, let's move on.
Oh, asante sana Bwana Bernard, na kusalimia sana, nashukuru sana kwa kunipatia hii nafasi.
Sawa, wewe endelea, wewe ndio deputy president.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard bwana, sana nashukuru. Asante sana Mama Selina, siku nyingi kweli, lakini mimi huwa niko nyuma ya curtains na wafuatilia. Saa ingine mambo amechacha sana, najua politics zimejaa na wenzangu wako na zaidi information kuliko mimi, niko barabarani kama Alex vile vile. Nashukuru sana. Hii leo tunaona Kenya kwisha wako na shida nyingi sana, na tayari wameanza mazoezi ya kuwa kwenye opposition. I think they make a good team. They're very, very good. They look very, very nice, to be in the opposition, bringing everything from anywhere, everywhere. Lete hapo tu kwenye on the ground hapo kwenye bunge hapo. Tayari they are already opposition. Na baba anafanya kazi yake, na Martha Karua nashukuru, na timu yote ya Azimio inafanya vizuri sana, wasaidizi na viongozi wanaendelea. Mimi nafuatilia vile vile, nasubiri, manake sasa naona tension kwangu mimi pia imeanza kuwa very high. Nashindwa hata saa ingine what to say, lakini naona Kenya kwisha ni malalamiko na complaining nyingi sana unnecessary, ambapo saa hii sio wakati wa kucomplain every time. Unataka sympathy za kutoka kwa sisi wananchi, ambapo na sasa Wakenya wengi wamerevuka, si wajinga tena. Tunajua mtu gani anaweza kufanya, na there is more coming. Hii ya unga is just a trial. Kuna mambo mengi yatakuja, dalili inawezekana, na baba kila siku na Martha wanasema inawezekana. Kwa hivyo mambo mengi yanawezekana, na nimefurahi kunipatia hii nafasi Bernard na Mama Selina, kuwa mimi niko nyuma na wafuatilia. Asante sana Bernard.
Asante. Pena tuko unatusikia, kama hauko tayari wacha tupatie Njenga. Njenga, unatusikia? Imute Njenga, imute.
Yes, I'm trying to mute. Yeah, mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia Njenga.
Asanti sana Mama Serina na hao wengine kwa kunikaribisha leo, hata angalau nipata wakati wa kuongea kidogo. Ningesema ya kwamba pengine siasa zangu zinaweza kuwa pengine si kama za wengine, although leo nimeona the wasee wa Wakikuyu wakiongozwa na yule ambaye ni I can say is a spokesman of the Kenyatta family, Kongo Muigai. Now, it is not good to undermine us and to have of a hope for everything. I want to tell you the trade that huyo msee ana trade kwa Wakikuyu na lugha ya Kikikuyu haifai. Na nikisema haifai, kama kweli rais wetu anasikia vile huyo msee anaongea na vile anaongelesha Wakikuyu, na pengine hawa watu ambao huwa wanachunguza mambo ya ukabila na nini, ningesema tukiondoka kwa siasa, hiyo sio njia nzuri ambayo ni ya kuaddress watu. Na pengine najua wengine hawasikia Kikuyu, kuna mambo inaongelewa hapo ndani inaweza badilisha mlima kwa madakika. Pengine utaweza fikiria siongei vile inakuwa, lakini inaweza badilisha mlima kwa madakika. So ni vizuri timu ya Azimio wawe gagare na wasaidiwe sana. Tusikae tu tukifikiria mambo ni vile inaendaga. Hizi wiki tatu, okay, wale wa Kenya kwisha wanaesaisha, lakini hata nasi wakiisha tunaweza kuwa pengine hatutakuwa na nguvu vile tungekuwa na nguvu. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri tusiadamine people, let us not undermine anything. Wale kama hawageisha tunaweza kuwa na nguvu. Unajua wakati your opponent ako na nguvu, hata wewe unakuwaga na nguvu juu ulishinda watu ambao ni shujaa. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri tuangalie mzuri. Na jambo lingine, juzi niliona rais amejitokesha na akasema kabisa ni Raila Amolo Odinga, na hiyo mambo ikawa mzuri, lakini bado hivyo sio kutokea. Jamani, kama ni kutokea atokee kabisa hadharani. Na sasa hata kama amefanyia mtu kampeni ama amefanyia ni sijui anangojea nini wiki tatu. Kwa hivyo hata kama ni pande ile wawe steady by, wajue vile iko, then it is vizuri. Hata isipokuwa sijui iliendaje, ni vizuri hata baba akumbushe Wakenya ya kwamba shida ya Wakenya sio Raila, na shida ya Wakenya sio Uhuru, na shida ya Wakenya sio Ruto. Shida ya Wakenya ni vizuri wakumbushe ya kwamba ni kabila mbili zimeongoza miaka 58, 58 years. Hata wengine wetu wamesaliwa katikati ya miaka 58, wakakua, wakaoa, wakakufa wakiwa katika uongozi wa kabila mbili. Na hiyo ndio tu kitu shida ya Wakenya, na tuache kuona kana mambo mingi. Shida ya Wakenya ni kabila mbili kuongoza miaka 58, na sasa sinataka kuongeza miaka ingine 10 siongoze miaka 68. Hebu imagine miaka 68 mtu ameajiriwa na serikali, ameajiriwa na serikali na amepewa retire katika uongozi wa kabila mbili. Kwa hivyo hata kama tunaomba kura ama tunapitia njia gani, njia ni hiyo, na hiyo ndio nilikuwa nina expect baba angetumia. Kama kabila mbili zinaweza ongoza 68 years, hizi kabila 39 sitaongoza lini? So I think mimi ni kuona naona ya kwamba mambo hata kama vile tunakaribia mambo sio hivyo. Mama Serina, unaweza jipa nguvu sana, kinaweza piduka. Na tukiwa katika siasa tujue ya kwamba mambo inaweza piduka. Kwa hivyo tusiwe, hata kama tuna offer hope, my friend pale Oma, hata kama tuna hope, tuambie watu wetu still wawe gagari. Then mkumbuke ya kwamba kuiba mwizi kuna kuwa kugumu sana. Mwizi kumuibia ni gumu, na tena mwizi ni mtu anakuwaga si mtu mzuri. By the way, mwizi si mtu mzuri. Na ukumbuke mwizi huyu aligrabu ufalme wa mbinguni within no time, na sisi tunashindaga tukisema Bwana asifiwe na tujui kama tutaridhi. Huyu mwizi ameishi akiibia watu akagrab huu ufalme wa mbinguni within no time, akaambiwa na Yesu, amini utakuwa pamoja na mimi. Kwa hivyo mwizi si mtu mzuri, heri hata kudilu na hawa wengine wote wanaitaka waganga na nini. Mwizi sio mtu mzuri hivyo. Hata saa hizi mnaona Gikomba, hata kama masera zake zimeisha saunga za nini, mwizi si heri hata kidogo hawa wengine. Hivyo ningeomba tu kabisa isionekane kana kwamba tumechukua uongozi, ishikiliwe zaidi na ushahidi ya vile inashikiliwa. Juzi nimeona Waiguru na yeye kwa kina Karoa amenunua wale MCA wote, amewalete tena pande yake akijionyeshana. Kwa hivyo hata huko ni mambo Karoa na yeye mwenyewe kwanza, hata yeye baba amwambie aonyeshane ni nini yako naye nyumbani. Isipokuwa ni maneno ilimaliziwa, yule mtu angefiti hata saizi ni Karoso juu amekuja na watu, hata yeye aonyeshane nini yako naye, anastahili hata kugeuza gavana wake na MC kadhaa. Kwa hivyo ni kwa hayo tu. Siasa yangu si kama haya mengine, inakuwa kama makelele, but it's okay. Mama Selina, asante.
Asante sana. Maoni yako ni mazuri na tunachukua maoni ya kila mtu, na kwa siasa ukweli ni kwamba wiki mbili ni kama mwaka moja, and especially watu yenyu wa Central. Mi huwa namwambia watu the last minute ndio watu ya Central wanaamua wanapiga kura wapi. Hii siku mingi hii kwa Central haisapiki, but the last 3 days 4 days to election, hawa ndio wanaamuanga mahali kura yao inaenda. Na vile umesema ni ukweli, na tunataka kuhimiza watu yetu ya kwamba haichafika mwisho na tusirelax. Tunataka kuwa, nilikuwa nimesema tunataka kuwa tayari baada hata wiki moja to election na wiki moja after election, kwa sababu nchi yetu ya Kenya kwanza ya muhimu ni amani. Yes, umetuambia watu ya Kenya kwanza ama Kenya kuisha. Yes, wanajitahidi na kila upande wanajitahidi kwa sababu wanajisikia. Unajua hakuna mtu anajua ameshindwa mpaka siku ya kuhesabiwa kura aone ana watu, kwa sababu wingi wa watu si kupiga kura. Na unaona hii watu yote wanatokea, ukienda hapa wamechaa, ukienda huko wamechaa. Ya pili, kama watu wanakuja mkutano yako bila kununua, hapo ni tofauti tu, utajua huko na watu. Lakini hii ya kumobilize, Omar nitakupatia, hii ya kumobilize ndio inakuwa shida, kwa sababu usipomobilize hiyo watu hatatoka. So kwa sababu naona Omar ako na swali na sitaki kunena sana, nataka nimpatie Omar ujibu swali Omar, alafu uendelee kutuongelesha, alafu tutarudi kwa Pantu Orias, turudi tena kwa Njenga, alafu niko mpaka wakati Penat anarudi ama tunapata watu wengine kwa studio, kwa sababu hii studio haitaki inyamaze. So itapiti tumeongea na tuendelee tu kwa mambo yenye tumeona kwa msaada, mambo yametuwekea leo. Yani tusikue out of what is today's mission. Omar, tunaweza sikia kutoka kwako.
Okay, nilikuwa nauliza Mama Selina, I think unakuwa na macontact yao wakubwa Azimio. Naweza kuomba Mama Selina kama una contact kama ya Martha Karua ama Raila Odinga, hivyo vile mwenzangu amesema, kafaa uwafikishie message vile wazee. I think nimeona wamefanya kikao leo na huyo mzee wa family ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Vile mwenzangu amesema, tuko 21 days leo twende election, mambo inaweza kubadilika, hiyo na muunga mkono. Sasa nilikuwa nauliza Mama Selina,
acha tuulize kwanza, huyu ndugu ya familia ya Kenyatta alikuwa na mkutano na nani? Na Kenya Kwanza
na speaker Muturi.
Alikuwa mkutano na Muturi.
Speaker, yes.
Okay. Yeah, kwa sababu nakumbuka kuna siku Muturi alikuwa ameenda akatiapisha kama Council of Elders, alafu ikakuwa rejected. But nafikiri ni mzuri kila message. Mimi nitasema kupitisha kwa mother, alafu atatuambia ni kumwandikia message. Na mimi najua wako alert, lakini hatutaki kulala na kila tukipata kitu yote ya kuweza kusaidia. This is the right time ya kupeana information. Wanasema information is power.
Naam, sasa nilikuwa nauliza Mama Selina kama unaweza kuwafikishia message kuhusu upande ya Raila na Martha Karua. Saa hii Mama Selina hakuna kulala. Hii kampeni wasisimamisha kabisa. Hao wakifanya taktiki yao lazima pia Azimio tukue na taktiki yetu vile unasema. Hata nimekuunga mkono Mama Selina. Saa hii kampeni la salama lazima watu wafanye usiku na mchana. I think maybe hiyo message, na kuanzia kitambo nilikuwa nasema hiyo kitu. I think so mulifikisha salamu kwa hao wakubwa na nashukuru sana. Na saa hii Mama Selina na kuunga mkono 100%. Waeleze saa hii ni kukampeni usiku na mchana. Hao wakijaribu kufanya tactic, pia Azimio lazima tukue na tactic zaidi yao Kenya mzima. Katika hiyo coalition yote, machama zote ziko ndani, tumeungana machama karibu kadhaa. Lazima hizo machama, kila chama wakazane ground sana, kwa sababu kuna hiyo opinion poll imetolewa upande ya Kakamega. Kakamega lazima huyu Franded Baraza wa ODM wajaribu sana, kwa sababu naona Malala ako na 45%, huyu Baraza iko na 43%, kama amemshinda na 2%. Lazima sehemu ya stronghold ya baba wafanye bidii sana. Hiyo tu Mama Selina, na I think utafikisha message kwa wasai. Hakuna kulala na hakuna kuachia nafasi. Hiyo tu Mama Selina.
Asante. Ukweli ni kwamba tangu umeona, hakika hata nyinyi mnaona, wanakuwa Mombasa, wanakuwa Kisii, wanakuwa Nairobi, wanakuwa Kiambu, wanakuwa Western. Sasa kama hivi leo na tunaona kama kesho ndio wangekuwa na mkutano ile ya deputy presidents, na ninasikia ya UDA akuji. So hakika ni kwamba wanajitahidi sana, na kitu mzuri ni kwamba Azimio wako na grassroots. Nilikuwa naona saa hii wanalalamika, hata ukiona huyu deputy president ya UDA analalamika kwa sababu inasemekana 46,000 polling station. Baba ameweka agents na kuna watu watakuwa na makamera na wametengeneza, kuna watu ya information watakuwa pale. So unaona wameanza kulia kwa sababu already Azimio wamekaba 46,000. So every polling station, siasa ya baba safari hata ngawa tuko huko juu, lakini watu wameenda huko chini kwa grassroots, kwa polling station, kujua ni watu ngapi, wanajua nani watalete, nani yako hospitali, kina mama wenye wako na mimba, kutafuta makari ya kupeleka watu waende wapige kura, vijana pia wako tayari kulinda kura. So kuna mambo mingi sana Azimio imeishikilia pale chini. Unajua hakika ni kwamba hawa watu ya Kenya Kwanza wakikuwa vile leo wamekuwa Nairobi, lakini Azimio siko kila mahali. Wako Mombasa, wako Nyanza, wako Western, wako Northeastern. Unasikia kama huko Isiolo watu yote walikuwa UDA wameama, na jana unasikia watu 180 officials ya UDA wametifect wakaenda kwa ODM. So kumaanisha, alafu kuna kitu niliona, sijui kama ni ukweli, ati UDA returning officers ama agents, imagine wametoa agents again from one community, watu karibu 3. Ninauliza hiyo mwenye unatumika unapelekwa kwenda kusimamia kura mahali itakuwa, utafanya nini? Kwa sababu agents unataka uchakue watu ya hapo. Lakini ukiona sasa kazi yenye wamefanya si mzuri, naona Penat amerudi, tunashukuru. So Penat pia atakwambia kulingana na vile anajua zaidi ya kwamba Azimio watalala, wamefanya kazi usiku na mchana. But tunakubaliana ya kwamba 2 weeks ni kama 1 year. Anything can happen. So nafikiri ni hayo. Penat uingie tuone, alafu naona huyu Chuli kosi we Penat ingia kwanza, alafu Pantuori ameongea, Omar ameongea.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think there is issues with our net. I can't seem to see anyone. Confirm if you can get me, please.
Yes, we get you, Penat.
Yes, we get you, Bernard.
For us, we see you, tunakuona.
Okay.
Naona Omar, naona Panduoria, tunaona Chulio.
Bwana Jilo, unaweza nipata?
Chilo.
Ben, nakusikia lakini unakuja ukikatika kidogo, lakini hebu endelea. Ukiendelea nafikiri nitajua.
Okay, asante sana kwa confirm hiyo. Tuko na shida fulani ya net huku, lakini I think inarekebika. Inaonekana Mama Selina na Bantu wamekatikiwa pia.
Oh, nimekatika.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you're watching. Please keep it at Mtembei TV and keep inviting guys to tune in and be part and parcel of our discourse tonight, even as we look at Azimio multiple campaigns around the country and DP Ruto's response to the lowering of the cost of living by the government. He says he doesn't like it. Why doesn't he like it? He's been campaigning on the high cost of living. Is that the only reason? 21 days to go. Tungependa kujua maoni yenu na vile unavyofikiria kwa masuala haya. So Bwana Jilo, naomba uingie ndani basi ukachangie moja mbili tukisonga mbele.
Asante Ben, habari ya jioni. Na Ben, leo unapotea sana.
Niko salama.
Leo unapotea sana, sijui network labda mbaya hii.
Endelea tu, kuna shida ya mitambo.
Okay, asante sana. Na wasalimia wenzangu wenye wako studio hapo, na naona wameongezeka, watu wamekuwa wengi, nafurahia hiyo. Okay, leo hapa pande ya kwetu, mimi niko hapa Kenya, na hapa kwetu leo sisi hatuko na mkutano yote ile. Kuna mpango tuko naye, tunajipanga. Huwa Mondays ndio siku zetu za kujipanga, na nimeona hii upande ingine walikuwa na mkutano, walikuwa mbeleni wanalalamika kwamba bei ya unga imeenda juu sana. Kenya iko na shida, yani watu hawana chakula, lakini bei imepanda, hawezi nunua hata gorogoro ya chakula. Gorogoro sijui imefika kiwango gani. Na leo serikali kwa njia moja ama nyingine labda imeingilia na ikafanya ile kitu inaitwa subsidy, ile wanasema ni subsidy, na ikateremsha kidogo na ikakuwa normal price ile tulikuwa tunatumianga zamani. Na hiyo pia wanaanza wanalia sijui kwa nini serikali imeteremsha bei ya chakula, haifai kuteremsha. Wanateremsha kwa sababu ya election imefika. Hii ni mambo ambaye labda kwa upande wangu mimi naweza sema ni kitu ya kushangaza, kwa sababu ikipanda juu mtu analalamika, ikishukishwa analalamika. Sijui hii ni binadamu ama ni shetani tuko naye, kwa sababu labda unajua mimi naangalianga vitu zingine, nasema kama for example tukiwa tunaongelea mambo ya maisha ya kupanda katika Kenya, mtu aking'ang'ana kutetea, alafu wakati tena inashukishwa pia anang'ang'ana kutetea kwamba ingefaa kushukishwa. Sijui ni shetani ama ni binadamu. Hii ukitumia Biblia shetani anaweza enda mbali, lakini ukitumia Biblia ambaye mtu ni binadamu na mko naye ataenda mbali gani? Kwa sababu ni binadamu kama wewe. Hii hata mimi by the way mimi sielewi, sijui ni nini haswa. Another thing maybe hii elections tuko naye kwa sababu tunakuja kupiga, imebaki imeisha, hata siku zimeisha. Hii elections tuko naye from where I stand as a Kenyan citizen, mimi najua mahali kura inaenda, mahali election inaenda, and it is ni wazi ya kwamba Azimio itashinda hii kura. Na mimi sio kwa sababu nasema hivyo kwa sababu mimi ni mtu labda ya Azimio ama nini. Hata 2017 tuliona vile ilikuwa inaenda, ingawa sisi tulikuwa upande ingine, lakini tulikuwa tunaona tukishindwa kabisa, tukarudi nyuma tukasema imeenda vile imeenda, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaona vile government ilikuwa inafanya, tukaangalia. Lakini this time round it's not even the issue of the government. Azimio is going to win this election and we are very sure, because hata ukiangalia grounds vile inakaa na tumezunguka, tumeonaona tu vile inakaa. So ukiona mtu kama Mudavadi leo ndio anajitokeza anasema ati nimerudi, kwani alikuwa ameenda wapi? Sasa alikuwa amehama akaenda wapi? Ndio leo ati anasema nimerudi. Uwezi kuwa unarudi na ulikuwa hapa tu na ulikuwa umetoroka, unaficha ndege yako hapa Wilson, wakati unaona watu wa UDA wamesimama huko Western, watu wengi kila mahali, na agreement ile ilikuanga Mudavadi na Ruto, tunajua ya kwamba Ruto asisimamishe mtu yoyote Western kwa area ya Mudavadi. Hiyo ndio agreement walikuwa naye. Hiyo agreement ikavunjwa.
Penat, wanasema kila mtu leo ama aje?
Bwana Jilo, ni kama network yako imekataa kazi. Samahani, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep in strong. We are having some technical hiccups, but I trust everything will be sorted out. I can't even see the people joining in. Others are buffering. Okay, but we will pull through. We'll pull through. Let's
Okay,
come
Penat,
around.
I see,
What we? Waga the Great, how are you? Are you there?
No.
Waga is still buffering. Bantu Warrior, upo?
Niko sawa, Waga niko sawa.
Niko Bernard, niko.
Okay, I need to restart this
kuna Dati
browser.
na Njenga.
Okay, thank God, they are back. Njenga, vipi?
Pena, tunaweza patia.
John Njenga, how are you?
Wow, unaweza patia.
Basi turudi kwa dadi namna gani huko?
Mzuri sana pastor. Pole. Nakusikia?
Are you able to get me?
Yes. Unasikia pastor?
Endelea
sawa.
Dadi.
Okay, amjambo tena na whatever is happening.
Endelea, go ahead.
Yeah, whatever is happening, God is in control na in shetani tu leo. So tutazidi kuomba and everything is gonna be okay. Now, niko na issues mbili. Unajua Ruto is playing defensive politics and divisive politics. Ruto anajua divisive politics.
Ni vile hajaniweka, unajua? Sasa this one si unaona hii? This is the camera.
Robin.
Utaona.
Robin,
Sinaona
mute
iko sawa
Robin.
Robin, unaweza
Robin,
mute?
you can mute. Okay.
Okay, asante. Thank you. We are so organized. I like that. So divisive politics. Bernard ameenda. Divisive politics. Mama utashikilia akirudi tena. Thank God for what you're doing. Shukuru Mungu sana.
Yes.
Divisive politics, unaona sasa alikuwa amesema hata weka candidates huko kwa ANC. The reason why anaweka candidates for UDA is to scuttle votes za Azimio. That is the reason why anafanya hivyo. Because anajua vizuri sana Western, asipofanya hivyo, the masses will vote for Azimio. And then defensive politics, unajua Ruto mmoja tu huyu. Ndio amekuwa kiagiza, record has it. Amekuwa kiagiza mahindi kutoka Kongo wapi na wapi. So unajua vitu kama unga ikishukishwa bei inamuaffect. Ina affect mambo yake kuleta mahindi kutoka huko nje. That's why he's making all those noises. And then another thing you should know, Ruto will say anything. Because whatever the government is doing, na anasema at the same time ako kwa hiyo serikali, person we cannot trust even with the leadership. And then Mama Selina, Njenga had a good point. All we have to do is like who anasema spirit, because this is crank time. Huu ni wakati wa mwisho. But he has a valid point. Na napenda vile umemwambia, unajua wewe ni mama mkongwe, tunakuheshimu, ulikuwa kwa ile system zote, ulikuwa ndani. He should know that Raila is an egma. He knows whatever that Kungu mzee is doing. He's aware of it. Na watacounter. Si hata wanalala. One thing I like about Azimio, they don't sleep. They are very active and they know whatever is happening in all the corners of Kenya. So tuendelee kukua na moyo huo and let's continue. It's only, I call it like 20 days to go. Let's continue the same spirit and educate masses. Send all the links to people you know. Kwanza kuna kwa village huko. Though the people who need to be enlightened. Since at least tuko hapa, we're getting a lot of information every time we want it. But the masses, ambao Ruto anapatia chapati. Mama Selena, can you imagine Kenyans have reached a level ya kupewa chapati? That thing made me so mad. Yani, that's how cheap we are. Chapati kwa ndoo na mkono hadi jasafishwa. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's taking Kenyans for being cheap. Ni kuchezewa Kenya akili. So that connects to whatever Gachagua was saying the other day, ukikuwa president ufungue hizi state lodges, watu watakuwa nakuja kukula mchele. Kenyans don't need cheap, they don't need fish. They need a fishing rod. Tell them what to do. Give them something to do. Don't give them piecemeals. Ilo wale wa Kenya walikuwa napewa chakula walishaisha. Zile siku za 8 nikiwa mdogo, ile mahindi ya yellow hiyo siku zilishaisha. Wakenya wanataka uambie tufungue hii, tufanye biashara, tulete vitu, tuuze, tujenge makampuni. Like, can you imagine hiyo ndio manifesto wako nayo wanatumia? Going to rallies and giving people chapatis and mahindi, seriously speaking? And then another thing, Mama Selina, I don't know, you know, you're our mother. We need to talk to Bahati. What Bahati did yesterday, ni kama kujizika. Alijichimbia kaburi, akakufa, akajizika. So that's the end of him. He's a young man, akona moto mingi, but he stepped on the wrong foot yesterday. What he did, that was the worst thing. You don't walk, it is like, mzee anakuambia haya, shamba ndio hii hapa, nataka ujenge nyumba yako hapa, alafu naambia mzee, mimi sitaki, alafu naenda. Unajua mzee has already blessed you. Na umeamua kwenda. So you're on your own. Bahati is going to be on his own, and he's not going to be the MP of Mathare. He's not going to be. Because kama tumesema ni pale. Baba knows what he's doing. Bahati is going to disappear in the limbos. Ataenda kulilia mama yake huyo anaitwa Diana Manani. So very sick boy. And then Bantu, ulikuwa mpotelea wapi mzee? Ulikuwa mpotea sana. Nashukuru Mungu umerudi. Asante. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Dati Batu, uko na chambo ama tuende kwa the great?
Mi yangu kuongeza
The great
kidogo. Okay, karibuni. Habari ya mama.
Salama
Kama
sana.
nanipata leo.
Ninakupata,
Nimeshukuru sana
tunakupata,
kama
ndio.
naona akina Robins wako hapo na Jenga na Dadi pia. Sasa mi leo nimefurahi mama, si unaona tu nimelala. Yaani nimefurahi ugali sasa inaenda tu kupatikana asubuhi jioni lunchtime, asubuhi jioni lunchtime. Alafu mtu anakataa. Yaani anataka tukufe njaa huyu jamaa jameni, ama nataka tu tubaki maskini. Hii sasa si ndiye alikuwa anasema kuinuana. Sasa tena tukipewa ugali jamaa nataka alie. Mpaka leo nimesikia akisema ati yo jamaa anasema atashika waizi. Hawezi shika waizi. Kwani anataka waizi wasishikwe jameni? Anasema tuibe tu. Unajua Ruto sijui ana ugonjwa gani, anafaa aende Mathare na sio ati ni matusi. Kuna wale wanahitaji mental check-up. Na usione tu mtu anatembea ati amesoma ati labda akili ina kitu, na kesho utasikia baada ya wiki moja naambia atasema yeye ndiye ameshusha hii bei ya mahindi, bei ya unga. Atasahau aseme hii serikali yangu imeshusha bei ya mahindi na bei ya unga. Sasa hii anasema sie. Kwa hivyo tujihadhari, watu kama hawa si watu wa kuwa trust na power. Na Wakenya wale wako hapa kwa platform yenyewe, tujaribu juu chini, tuelimishe watu wetu wakule pesa. Na mama tena nashukuru, kwani njia ya kwenda Karen siku hizi imefungwa. Sioni watu vile walikuwa naenda Karen sijui nini, tuko busy, tulikuwa na sijui nini huko Karen. Nini ilifanyika Karen, ama pesa iliisha? Right, this time round hatutaki mchezo. Na ukiona hata jirani yako anacheza mchezo, umwambie aangalie mchezo yenye anachezea watoto wake, na watoto wetu ndio wataumia ikiwa unga imeteremshwa. Na mimi najua next week baba lazima wateremshe tena mafuta. Sasa si atalia sana, mafuta lazima ishushwe. Kuanzia next kesho mimi nakula ugali lunch, asubuhi, usiku, juu nitakuwa na lipisha zile nimekuwa nikimiss. Kwa hivyo hatutaki mchezo. Na mtu kama Bahati au bado ni watoto wa kulialia, aende akalilie huko ama arudi kwa action huko, anapewa kazi anakataa. Hao ni watoto, waende wapumzike. Na hii mambo na Sonko, sijui ni lawyer gani huyo anamdanganya. Hii ndiye the highest court in Kenya. Unabishana na the highest court in Kenya. Lawyer wengine walisomea wapi? Mimi hata sijaenda shule, lakini saa zingine naangalia tu mtu vile anagi, nasema huyu hata anafaa tena rudi class 1 mahali nilianzia, tuanze na yeye hapo. Asanteni na Mungu awabariki. Baba swari ngini niliwaambia ni tarehe 10, sio tarehe 10 na tarehe 10 juu tunamaliza game mapema. Asanteni.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako, na usikule ukali sana ukanona. Unajua tunataka kukula baada ya election. Unaweza shiba sana ushinde kuamuka, so tafadhali unga itarudi, we kula tu saa 6 na usiku, mchana wachana naye. Alafu nilikuwa naona Pantu Oria yako na chambo, alafu turudi kwa hii majina ni ngumu, Chilio ama Alio, alafu Njenga, alafu twende kwa the last person kitambo. Pena atarudi. So Pantu Oria naona ulikuwa na maneno, alafu Kwangale atakuwa ya mwisho. Mtanisamea kwa majina.
Asante sana Mama Selina. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongea tu kwa wananchi kulingamana na bei na ya maisha. Hiyo ikiwa Kenya Kwanza wanatumia kama ndio politics hiyo, wanawadanganya watu na labda watu wenyewe wanataka kujua ule ukweli. Kwa sababu Mama Selina, pia wewe unajua kitu gani mimi naongea. Ni shida iko everywhere in the planet. Every country iko na shida. Na Kenya government wamekuwa very very brave. I'm very very proud of my country at this moment. Wakawa so brave, wakaweza kupambana at least kile kilio cha wananchi ambacho ndio kilio kikubwa. Wameweza kujaribu kufanya vile wanavyoweza kufanya, lakini shida ni everywhere in the world, sio Kenya peke yake. Watu wasidanganye watu kabisa na siasa kama hiyo. Ni hiyo tulikuwa nataka kuongea Mama Selina. Asante.
Asante sana. Hata hapa kwetu mafuta tulikuwa tunanunua na $2, saa hii ni $5, inaenda karibu mpaka $6 kwa lita moja. So si upande moja, ukienda kwa duka kila kitu imepanda na wote wanalaumu Ukraine na hiyo pita iko huko. So wacha tuende kwa Chilio Kosha.
Mama Zelina, habari?
Turi, usijali jina yako nikisema vibaya unisamee.
Lakini hiyo jina sio ngumu, ni Jilo Koshe tu, sio jina ngumu. Anyway, for the first time leo nimeongea na wewe na ukawa mimi nimefurahi sana kwa sababu huwa nakuonanga tu, lakini wakati mmoja nimekupoteza, sikuoni kwa show, nikauliza sana Mama Zelina ameenda wapi, lakini kama bora nimekuona leo, nimefurahi sana. I'm very happy. Bora kama uko sawa, na mimi naona uko sawa, kwa sababu sitaki nikuulize maswali mengine. Sasa unajua mimi niko hapa
kwa show, lakini saa ingine ina network ilikuwa inasumbua, so inabidi unafuata kwa nyuma, but otherwise nimekuwa. Alafu wakati tulifahamiwa sana, tulipatilisha majina, so wakati ulilalamika nilisema wacha nikuje niweke Mama Selina in case hata watake kufanya nini ni sawa juu nilikuwa nimebadilisha jina.
Yes. Kumbe mimi ndio sijaelewa, lakini pole anyway, lakini nimefurahi vile nimekuona. Huwa nikiona sura nitajua tu hata kama jina imebadilishwa, lakini mimi nafurahia bora kama ninakuona hapa, because wewe ni ile watu wanaitangwa inaitangwa endangered species kwa hii forum. So Mama Zelina, mimi niko hapa Kenya. Nilikuwa naongea nikapotea kwa network kidogo saa ile, lakini mimi niko hapa Kenya. Sisi hatuna shida na hii kura ya saa hii, hatuna shida. Mimi niko hapa na mimi najua ile kitu naongea, so sisi hatuna problem na hii kura. Hii kura I think ni kama almost tumemaliza, although we are not going to rest. We'll do everything within our reach. Possibilities zote tutamaliza, tushinde kura. Lakini kura najua tutashinda. Hata hiyo Rift Valley huko nyumbani kwenu tutashinda hii kura. Tutashinda, mimi najua tutapata kura mzuri zaidi, ambaye hata penye watu wako, penye tuna watu wanaongelea sahi, watakuja kufurahia na nafikiri hii ni repeat ya kama 2002 wakati ile Kibaki alishinda, na ama ile ya wakati ile yetu tulikuwa tunapata uhuru. Hii kura itakuwa namna hiyo. Hatuna shida sana na kura. What we are fearing a bit ni kama maybe IEBC labda ituletee ka complication kidogo, lakini even with the complication that IEBC will bring, I think it will not tilt the turnout and it will not tilt the elections ile Wakenya watatoka kupiga. Huyu mzee watu wamemkubali, tumezunguka na yeye, watu wamemkubali, and we are not in any doubt at this moment from where I'm speaking from. We are not in any doubt that we are going to win the elections. Na kwa sababu saa ile nimekatika, sitaki niendelee sana, nikuje nikatike tena. Nataka nipatie wenzangu pia nafasi waendelee kuongea, lakini from where they are, they should have to be rest assured that about 99% from where I see it, we are going to win the elections. And in winning the elections, even by winning, we are going to prosper as a nation, because baba yetu najua atatupeleka mali ile tumepania tunataka kwenda. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa nataka kupatia wenzangu pia nafasi. Nimeshukuru sana, asante kwa nafasi. Na mama, nimefurahia sana leo wewe kwa nini ya hii forum, na nimefurahia, asante sana.
Asante. Naona kuna Njenga anataka kukuuliza swali. So Njenga, unaweza ingia na umuulize Kosha swali. Njenga, nafasi ni yako, mute ili uweze kuuliza hiyo swali yako, ama ungetaka kuongea sijui.
Unanisikia?
Yes, tunakusikia.
sikuwa na
mara moja tu. No, Njenga. Una nini mara moja, una click mara moja, hapana click na yes, hivyo tu.
Mnanisikia sasa?
Yes, tunakusikia.
Nilikuwa nikiongea, si swali nilikuwa nauliza, na nilikuwa nikiongea kuhusu yale maneno ilikuwa ikiongewa leo na wasee kule Nyeri, na nikasikia ukiambiwa na ndugu yetu pale dad, unafahamishaga hao watu, na nilikuwa tu ninapenda kusema ya kwamba kuna maneno imekuwa ikirudiwa sana na ikarudiwa na hao wasee, na kusema ukweli hiyo maneno ikiendelea hivyo inaweza geuza mlima kidogo. Maana huyu mzee amesema yale kidogo mimi nilisikia kuna 19 back I think it's back 207 207 nilisikia kuna ndugu zetu hawa wa Nyanza walikatalia nyumba za Wakikuyu kule Kibera, na mmoja inasemekana ni shule ilikuwa ikihold watu 1000 na wakakatalia hiyo shule ya Karanja. Akataja kuna nyumba 3 ziko Mathare, Samse anaitwa Kamau, wamekataa kulipa for now almost 15 years. Na huyu anasema amejua baba for the last 60 years, huyu Kongo, na anasema wamerudi kuwa wakiongea na yeye vile hao watu wake watarejesha nyumba zetu. Wacha niseme tu vile ilikuwa direct, hata kama sitaki kusema hivyo. Na hiyo kitu wakati nilikuwa naona ikiwa na comment, alirudi akasema Mount Kenya must believe that if baba swear in, hakuna Mjaruo, wacha niongea ile direct aliongea na Kikuyu, hakuna Mjaruo atalipa nyumba na hakuna mtu ata demand anything alikuwa nayo Nairobi. So kukiwa na sheria nafikiri hiyo ni hatred, na kukiwa na sheria nafikiri hiyo maneno haifanyikagi juu kama already still people are living in Kisumu. Sioni na Kisumu kuko najua kuna nyumba kadhaa za watu wa Mount Kenya, na kama hawajawahi nyaganywa mpaka wa leo, sioni wakiwa kwao karibu na Kiambu kama ndio pengine wanaweza nyaganywa. So ndio nilikuwa naona hiyo ni kitu kanaweza trade, na vile niliona kakitrade. Okay, kutoka hapo akasema the agreement between 10 ya Uhuru na 10 ya Ruto haikuwa agreement between ya Uhuru na Ruto, ilikuwa agreement between the Kalenjins elders ambao walikuwa ni 1000 na Kikuyu elders walikuwa ni 1100, na that agreement ita show off, akasema ita show off wasee wa Wakikuyu hawaaminikaji kama hawawezi fulfill the agreement. So wasee wakaonekana ndio waitagwa wasee, they must follow that one. So Mama Serina, hata kama nasikia ndugu yangu pale sijui Koshe akisema all is well, things is well, things can change the way umesema Mount Kenya they change things for only 3 days, things can change. Na sisemi let us not have offer hope. My friend, there are a lot of things hidden there. Umesema hata nyinyi sisi hatulali. Yesterday but one niliona nikiigishwa kwa chain of prayer ya Ruto ambao imehold more than 4 million people ambao wanamuombea kila saa 3 ya usiku na saa 3 ya asubuhi. That one we don't have. Na mimi najua, unajua kuna mtu mwingine hata unaweza shawishi Mungu auwe mtu na pengine umuamukiage asubuhi niulie nani aseme wacha nikutimbilizie.
Nikwambie kidogo. Unaona Uganda, mimi nimehusika na mambo mingi sana ya Uganda.
Yeah.
Ugandans wamelia na wameomba Museveni kukufa mpaka wakati hata ule president ya Tanzania walikufa, Waganda walisema ni Mungu alifanya makosa. Ya pili, kusema kuna 4 million watu wanafunga chain ya prayers. 4 million kutoka sehemu moja. Unajua kuweka hiyo chain na kusema prayers unajua acute prayer ni ile unaomba Mungu utusaidie kama Wakenya na mapenzi yako yatendeke. Mapenzi yako yatendeke ni aita Ruto achukue ama Raila achukue. Lakini ukifunza Mungu, ya pili, ile maneno unasema Mungu amekusaidia na wewe unaendelea kutusiana. Unajua unajitakasa. Nafikiri mimi ingawa si pastor ama si mtu ya mbele ya kanisa ama mzee ya kanisa ama mama ya kanisa, kabla hujaomba tunataka kujitakasa. Ninaweza kukuuliza swali moja. Watu wanaweza ombea Ruto genuinely, lakini yeye mwenyewe amejitakasa? La hasha, kwa sababu anaongea mambo mbaya, anaongea uongo yenye Mungu hataki, anatusiana, na hiyo ni mambo Mungu amekunyima. So hata watu wafunge milioni 10 na walilie Mungu, na wewe mimi Mama Selina mwenye mnaniombea, hata sina hiyo maombi hakuna mahali inaenda. Unaomba kwa ile mtu amenyenyekea. Wewe mwenye unataka kuombewa, you cannot be Raila Odinga umuite Raila, usimuite baba. Wale wanapenda kumuita baba, wachia hao waite hiyo jina, but he has a name. Alipatiwa na msasi wake, akaitwa Raila Odinga. Na wewe unarudi unamuita mzee akitendawili, unamuita sijui mtu ya kufanya nini. Hata pinguni maombi hata waombe mara ngapi? Hiyo ni moja. Hii ya kusema Wakikuyu manyumba yao ilikaliwa. Tumekuwa na deputy president na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwa serikali for 10 years. Kama Wajaluo wajai lipa nyumba ya Wakikuyu na serikali ilikuwa ya Mkikuyu na deputy president alikuwa hapo, alifanya nini kusaidia hiyo familia walikuwa wamenyimwa? So propaganda ni makosa. Then mtakuwa na Martha Karua, mko na Kashakwa. Wacha niseme wote ni watoto ya Central. Martha Karua amesema tutatenda haki. Kwa hivyo wakikuja na propaganda ya kusema, let me say like this, kabla ya handshake, hata Rais Uhuru ilikuwa ni ngumu kutembea sehemu za Kenya. And I'm very sorry to say that. Let me say this again. In case watu wafanye makosa, nani atakuwa hiyo handshake? Ruto amesema hawezi fanya. We cannot have 2 handshakes. Handshake moja tulikuwa na Uhuru Kenyatta na baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Jamii ya Central yenye wako na furaha na wanafanya biashara everywhere in Kenya. Your enemy is not Raila. Your enemy is the person ule anataka kuwatenga na Wakenya. Na wakati mutakuwa munatengwa, atarudi kwa Rift Valley na anyamase. You need to know your friend. Who is your real friend? Rafiki yako ni ile anakutoa ukiwa kwa moto. Rafiki yako ni ile akipata umeanguka, anainua hiyo kari ama anapiga nduru. Lakini huyu rafiki yenyu, mko na maneno mingi sana inahusika na yeye kushinda kila mtu. Naona Pena atamekuja, nitamwachia, lakini Njenga, nataka kukwambia hivi. Hiyo maneno yote wamesema, ni nyinyi wenyewe mnastahili kukataa hiyo propaganda. Kwa sababu Uhuru angeendesha 10 years bila kujua manyumba yenu inakaliwa bure. Deputy president kama aliwapenda, alifanya jukumu gani kujaribu kurudisha hizo manyumba alafu iwe imekataliwa? So hata nyinyi mkikubali kuseliwa that propaganda, Kenyans are watching. So mimi nataka kusema hivi, hiyo ni propaganda. Hata ni vile leo na kama amekataa maneno ya mahindi, unga, serikali imereduce unga chini. Na jana alikuwa anapika campaign akisema Uhuru na Raila waliungana ndio bei imeenda juu. Leo mmepata chakula kwa bei ya 100. Amekasirika na amesema hapana. So hata kama huyo, na kwanza ni familia ya Kenyatta huyo mwenye ameongea, na kama amekosana na familia yake na nyinyi wa Kikuyu mnataka kuchukua hiyo nafasi, pia mtakuwa mmefanya makosa, kwa sababu najua wasee ya kiama, wasee ya Kema walikaa chini wakakutana, wakabalisha baba nguo na wakamaliza na Martha Karua. Na sidhani hata kwetu Wakalenjin hakuna sherehe inafanywa mara mbili. Hata ukirudi kwa Paipo, kulikuwa na vijana wawili na Penata atatuambia, Esau na brother yake, na wakati baba alitaka kuplace, na kwa sababu hakukuwa na macho, mama alichukua mtoto yake ule alipenda, akampalisha nguo ya ngozi, na baba aliplace kiwa kuona, but the real person aliingia, baba akamwambia bahati mbaya, si wewe nimekuplace. Akasema si mimi baba. Akamwambia nimeplace ule alikuja ya kwanza. So hii si ingine yote ya nyuma haiwezekani, na kwa sababu wewe ni mwanaume, hakuna kijana ama hakuna mtu anatairi mara mbili. Ukitairishwa mara ya kwanza na usiseme mimi ni mama, ukikatwa vibaya, wasee wawezi rutisha kutengeneza, utapona hivyo tu vile umefanyiwa. Ukifanyiwa ya Kikuyu na kumbe wewe ulikuwa Mkalenjin, itapiti ukuwe mwanaume, lakini ukikutana na wenzako wewe ni tofauti na wenzake. Juu hakuna mtu anarutia hiyo mambo. Pole na asante. Penat, endelea.
Asante Mama Selina. Samahani kwa kila mmoja, nimekuwa na itilafu ya net na amini kwamba sasa iko sorted na tunasonga mbele. Sikupata kile Njenga amesema, lakini nataka Dadi aingilie hapo, labda nitapata.
Alafu utapatia baada ya Dadi utapatia Laban ndiye ya mwisho.
Okay. Sawa mami, thank you.
Okay, asante. Shetani ameshindwa pastor. Okay, niko na mambo mawili. Kitu ya kwanza, kuna Mama Selina, I'm sorry to be tribe a little bit. Kuna Mama Selina, kuna Kipril, kuna Nyumba na kuna Njenga. All these are Kikuyus and Kalenjins. Mr. Njenga, I want to tell you, ile siasa ilikuwa tribalism tulimalizana nayo kitambo sana. We are very educated, enlightened people. Na mambo ya huyo rebel, Wanjuri Njeke huyo rebel wa kiama, anaitwa Kungu. We should not buy that. Don't even buy that. Another thing, Luos are very respectable people. They are going to pay rent, they have been paying rent and will always pay rent. Hiyo si historia kununua. Unajua hizo, mtu alisema hapa juzi, ni mzee Bantu wa Manane alisema nyani kukienda kubaya hata mti inatelezaga. Sasa that is what is happening in Ruto's camp. The muti meteleza, they are hanging on anything, they are bringing back vitu ambazo zilishapita. Kenyans are enlightened sahi. Hakuna mtu atasikisiza hiyo mambo ya kitambo hiyo kutolipa rent nini na nini. We pay rent na tutalipa. Kwa hiyo siasa ndogo hizo vitu peti hizo, look at how petty Ruto is. Sasa yeye anapiga kelele atunga imesukishwa bei. Na juzi Penat utarani hiyo video. Ila akisema ati mtu kitandawili vile walishikana na Uhuru ndio bei ya vitu zimeenda juu. So that the same government imesubsidize prices ndio wananchi waweze kuishi vizuri. He's complaining. Ruto has nothing to offer us. Let us remain with that. Ruto has nothing to offer us. Let us keep on moving. Siku zinaendelea kuyoyoma. Tafadhali asanteni.
Okay, asante Dadi, tunashukuru kwa hayo na naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. Let's be focused. Bwana Njenga, uko na nyumba ngapi hapa Nairobi? Bwana Njenga, nataka nikuwe tenant wako. Uko na nyumba ngapi hapa Nairobi ambazo Wajaluo watalipa?
I think Dionas.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Unmute. Bwana Njenga, unmute. Yes. We can't hear you. You are unmuting and muting at the same time. Unmute and then speak before you mute again.
Nanisikia? Hello.
Nakusikia sasa, endelea.
Haikuwa mabishano uniulize maswali kama hayo juu sikuwa mimi nikitetea hivyo, ilikuwa nikiongea na nikuulizwa, nilikuwa naulizwa vile ilikuwa imeongewa. Kwa hivyo haikuwa uniulize nina nyumba ngapi my friend, kosa sikuwa nikiteta, nilikuwa nikisema venye imeongewa. Mimi hata ikiongewa I can't buy that propaganda. But you know, Wakenya unaweza sema Wakenya ati wamerefuka. Mimi uerefuka kwa Wakenya najua huwa wanabadilishwa na mambo. Nilikuwa nasema hiyo propaganda pengine inaweza enda hivi ka propaganda kadogo, hata hivyo tu unasema hata hii kidogo, hii na si dogo, hii Ruto aliambia Wamaru hii si kitu kidogo, hiyo ni kitu aliongea tu hivyo na inaenea. Kwa hivyo wakati inaambiwa hivyo na watu wanaambiwa hivyo, unakuta kweli hata kama mimi sita buy that thing because watu werefu ni wengi kuliko wajinga, lakini hao wajinga wadogo wanaweza buy that thing. Kwa hivyo sikuwa uniulize ati nina nyumba ngapi ati Wajaluo wanalipa. Hiyo mimi sisemi hawalipi juu hata mimi ndio mwenyewe nimemalizia nikasema kama ni kunyaganywa nyumba hata si Nairobi wagenyaganywa. I know others wako na manyumba Kisumu pahali wanaweza nyaganywa haraka sana. Kwa hivyo na ninajua I have my friends, I have wanaruona ako hapo na nyumba hapo Kamasi Kisumu na wengine hapo. Kwa hivyo kama ni kunyaganywa hata si hapa Nairobi, hizo ndizo wanaweza nyaganywa haraka. Kwa hivyo sikuwa nikisema ati niko katika hiyo hali my friend Bernard. Nilikuwa nikisema vile na kabla huko mbele nilikuwa nikisema vile exactly the word from another mouth, not the word from my mouth. Kwa hivyo wakati ninasema hivyo si kusema hivyo, lakini ninataka kusema na kumalizia ya kwamba it is not good to undermine anybody. Tuko katika kinyang'anyiro na kila mtu wako na watu wake. Tusiandamine anybody, usimame usemage ati ni lazima. Hiyo si lazima. Kila mtu anaweza amuka tukute Raila akiwa president na hata tunaweza amuka tukute Ruto akiwa president. We are here to live.
Naomba tuelewane, okay? Naomba tuelewane. Hapa tunafanya mjadala na umeleta mdahalo ambao unahusu kutolipa rent na alafu ikawa imelenga kabila fulani, na hiyo propaganda sio mpya, imekuwa hapo kwa muda mrefu. Na kama Wakenya ambao tungependa kuelewa mambo na kufuata yaliyo ya haki, ningependa tu tueleweshwe na kila mmoja, anyone on the panel, okay, kwamba ni wakati tu Raila anakuwa rais ndio renti italipwa, na asipokuwa rais renti inaendelea kulipwa. So hiyo inamaanisha kwamba haieleweki kwa sababu what is the relationship between the presidency of one Raila Odinga and the tenant and landlord in their various plots, private owned properties? What is the relationship?
This was not a mjadala. Hii ilikuwa iachwe na hii Mama Selina, pengine ungeingilia hapo kati. Hii haikuwa mjadala my friend. Pengine Mama Selina ungejaribu kutofautisha. Isiwe ilikuwa mjadala, na ikiwa mjadala italeta shida.
Okay,
kwa hivyo
Mama Selina, I think I get your point.
Okay,
let it rest there. Thank you. Thank you.
Bernard alituambia kulikuwa na mkutano Central na huyu Kungu ndiye alikuwa naambia ile mkutano tulikuwa tunaona wasee wamevaa nguo ya kiama ya Kikuyu. Sasa kwa hiyo mkutano huyo Kungu akaambia watu vile Wajaluo watailipa manyumba Nairobi, na akawaambia vile amejua Raila for 60 years, na ndiye sasa mimi nikachibu nikamwambia, na kama huyo Kungu anasema Wajaluo watailipa nyumba na Uhuru alikuwa president na Ruto ni deputy president, aliwasaidia hiyo watu waje. Kwa hivyo Njenga anajaribu kupeana message yenye ilikuwa inapeanwa Central leo na huyu Kungu, na hiyo Kungu sijui anasema ni relative ya Uhuru ama sijui nini ya nini. Anyway, ni hivyo, ilikuwa hivyo penalty.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana. I just wanted to put it in proper perspective that there is no relationship between president and landlord and tenant. The disputes between the landlord and the tenant has a proper mechanism of addressing that. And even the president cannot intervene or intercept in such a matter. So mtu yeyote anayeendeleza propaganda kama hiyo ni yule mtu ambaye bado ako nyuma sana, na naomba kila mmoja amakinike, alafu tujikinge na kutarget group moja ama community fulani kwa mambo fulani. Although tunaona kwamba kampeni za DP zinalenga hivyo, ambayo ni makosa kulingana na mimi, na ni muhimu kila mmoja ajue kwamba nchi inaongozwa kwa katiba na mujibu wa sheria, sio kwa matakwa ya mtu fulani ama mapenzi ya mtu fulani. Kwa hivyo wakati tunaanza kusema kana kwamba fulani akiwa rais mambo itakuwa hivi, asipokuwa rais itakuwa hivi, tunaacha wapi katiba? Tunaacha wapi mujibu wa sheria ambao unatumika kulinda nchi? Na wakati tuna debate, it's important that we ensure that that is in proper perspective. Na nani huyu Wekesa anauliza Bernard, kwani Wajaluo wanakaa float gani? Okay, let's leave that. Ilikuwa time ya Laban, but Julia, you can come in shortly.
Yeah, I just want to help my brother Jenga. Good to see everybody. It's good he's talking soberly, and I'm very pleased with that. Na Selina, asante kwa, you're a very wise person. There you are directing that discussion. Na Bernard pia. Jenga, mtu kukalia nyumba za watu, it's criminal. It has nothing to do with tribe ama ni nani yako president. Kwa hivyo kama kuna watu wanakaa nyumba za watu Nairobi na walipi, then I think those landlords should sue them in a court of law. Na mimi nafikiria serikali itachukua mkono. Hakuna vile baba ataenda police station aseme hao watu waachiliwe. I don't think so. I don't think tumefika hapo Jenga. So if there is anybody living in anybody's house without paying, it is criminal. Pia wewe ndio umetuambia kweli kwamba kuna Wakikuyu wako na nyumba Kisumu na kuna mtu amechukua nyumba zao. So that tells us it is not even tribal. Okay? Na Jenga, those people who going on with that discussion when walikuwa naongea hao wazee, mimi naona wako hypocritical, kwa sababu tunaweza wauliza na wale watu walinyang'anywa mashamba Rift Valley, Molo na wapi, na mpaka kuna yenye hajarudishwa hata mashamba. Juzi huyu Kimani Gujiri MP wa Nakuru aliongea ujinga sana, akaambiwa kuna watu walifukuzwa Rift Valley na mpaka sasa hivi wako kwa macamps. Akaulizwa kwa nini wajarudi kwa mashamba yao. What he said, at those people don't have their title deeds. Watu vile walifukuzwa walichomewa nyumba na kila kitu, kumaanisha hata title deeds hawana. So Jenga, if you bring that notion, and if Deep Ruto is trying to use those people to bring that notion of rents, atakumbusha watu what they went through in Rift Valley. He will remind us what things that happened kwa Wakikuyu kwa Rift Valley. Sasa hata usilete hiyo debate hapa John Jenga, naona ametoroka. So no, he's still here. John Jenga, don't bring that debate, because you remind us of the people who suffered in Rift Valley, Moro na kwingine, na mpaka saa hii wengine wako kwa makamp, hawajarudi kwa mashamba yao. Hatutaki kuenda kwa hiyo direction. We don't want to go that discussion, because those are bitter discussions. And John Jenga, unajua kwamba those people who are evicted in Rift Valley, they blame squarely the DP for that. But you can't say ati mtu alipi rent Nairobi ati Raila amezuia asilipe. How? Si mimi mtu akikaa nyumba yangu Bernard Nairobi na asilipe, nitamchukua juju, nitampeleka kotini. I will take them to the court. Who will prevent me from doing that? But it is true, there are people who have not settled back in Rift Valley because of fear. Jenga, wewe unajua hivyo, you are informed. So nakuomba, as you speak that here in this meeting, in this session, be aware that those are the things that bring bitterness yenye tunataka kusahau, experience that we won't forgive, and really 2 wrongs cannot make a right. If something happened in Rift Valley, nobody just fights in happening in Nairobi. I mean, let anything criminal be treated as criminal. Na hata huko Rift Valley, kana kuna mtu anakalia shamba ya mtu, huyo apelekwe kotini. It is criminal. It is not justified by any government. No government should support that. Kutoka, I think from now going on, John Jenga and everybody else, we should be responsible of our own actions. We should not say ati hii serikali ni yetu ama ni Uhuru ako kwa serikali. Mtu kama ni criminal. Apelekwe kotini. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal. It doesn't matter what tribe you are or what community you come from. So that's my take, Bernard, that anything that is criminal. It's not tribe. It is not who is in power. Asante, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Thank you so much. And let's keep it in that perspective. Hakuna koti ambayo inachukua kesi ya Wajaluo. Ukienda kwa kotini alafu nasema Wajaluo wamefanya hii ama Wakalenjin wamefanya hii ama Waluya wamefanya hii, hata hakuna ID inaitwa Waluya ama there is no individual. It's not even a legal property. So let's keep away from that. Let's remain focused and do what is required in order to help Kenya become a better place. I appreciate all of you that are inviting guys to join into the discourse tonight. Thank you so much wherever you are around the world. This is Mtembei TV. It's open forum political discussion show that we urge everybody to tune in and be on the cutting edge as far as understanding our politics is concerned and making an informed decision come August 9th, 2022. So this is the place to be, whether you're in the diaspora, you are back at home. This is one great show that the entire family can watch and be able to get the information they require. Please do so. And if you're following us on Facebook and you have not yet subscribed to Mtembei TV YouTube, please do so, because YouTube gives us unlimited time to broadcast. And as we will be getting set to stream live the election results, we will be completely on YouTube. So if you have not yet subscribed, you're going to miss a lot that will be happening. So make sure you have subscribed. Even if you enjoy following us on Facebook, be a subscriber on YouTube, just in case we run into issues with Facebook or our Facebook time is up, because Facebook only gives us 8 hours. After that, we need to start a new feed. But YouTube, we can go on for 5 days non-stop, and that's why we want everybody to be a subscriber on YouTube. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Laban tafadhali. Laban, vipi?
Salama sana Bernard, lakini kabla sijasema jambo lolote, ningependa kudonate my time yangu kwa ndugu yangu Alex, kwa sababu najua there is this issue ya John Jenga na anataka kuichangia. So immediately I donate my time to Alex, please. Thank you.
Okay. Alex,
nashukuru sana kwa kudonate your time. Na Bernard, nimeanza kuwa mzee Mtembei, na nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu siku hizi watu wana donate time yao kwangu, na Tom bado kwa Mtembei, sio kwa miaka. Mimi ni mzee. Asante sana Tom. You know, Bernard, nataka niseme on a light note, but from the bottom of my heart. Wakati nasikia wazee wetu ambao walipigania uhuru, na wacha nizime gari kwanza because this is serious, waliposema adui wa Kenya walikuwa watatu, lakini walipoweka upumbavu ndani sikuwa naelewa. I want to be very honest, and I want us to interrogate that thing. On a serious note, anybody on the comment section and here, wakati Kenyatta, Jaramogi na wengine, wale wazee walikuwa wengi kutoka katika makabila yote, walisema ujinga, upumbavu ni uadui katika nchi yetu. It is very true. It cannot be in this DNA, mahali tunaishi sasa hivi. Somebody can sporadically, in a very nomadic way, come out with no conscience, without blinking their eyes, and start saying Luos are not going to pay rent. We still have a long way to fight for this melody or trauma called upumbavu. Na hiyo sio matusi. Na sijatukana yoyote. It is sad that you can link rent not being paid to a tribe. I will give you an example of my own. I am a landlord. Take it to the bank. I have had tenants from many, many tribes. I swear to you, my tenant who has never missed to pay rent for more than 10 years is called Mr. Chiang. He even pays before time. Okay? When Corona hit, when everybody was not able, even my own mother told me that, oh, let's do this. Ochieng said, no, I am earning. I am not going to take anything free. He's a Luo. Hardworking guy. He has his own houses, but has decided to live even in our own houses. We must delink this foolishness once and for all. It is not something we are supposed to debunk. But let me tell you the truth. Some of the best tenants you can ever have, I swear to God, are Luos. I swear to God. And I'm not projecting it, and I'm not blowing things out of proportion. I am only saying my experience as a landlord. So for somebody to come here and start making it a subject so that we can start having it as a narrative because it worked sometimes and now it can work. It's like the ICC issue. It's not going to work, my friend. One of the biggest and the best mortgage company in Kenya is owned by Ojijo in Westlands. Ojijo Farm. So let us stop that, Mr. Alikuwa anaitwa nani? That is degeneration of information, and we cannot allow it. Tunapokuja hapa, let us be topical. Hata kama unarusha propaganda ambayo inasaidia hii nchi kuendelea. Kama sasa hivi naweza rusha propaganda niseme, Ruto anakata miti leo, unga imeenda chini. That's acceptable. Because he was riding on the popularity of unga imeenda juu. But that sort of tribalism and kufikiria watu wengine hawana rental houses. Today, if you go to Kisumu, my friend, the only city with the best region and urban organization. Ukipanda ndege juu, Bernard, I think you have been privileged. Unapofika Kisumu, kutoka Ahero paka Maseno iko street, unaona Nywe. Kutoka kule Sirindia all the way to Dunga Refreshment, you look from the airplane, you see how the region and urban organization of Kisumu, the only town that you can say you want to put 300 industries today and still have land is Kisumu. And our watu, after 2007, when discrimination started, I want to tell you, if there are people who have built houses today in Kenya, is Kisumu, because they started having their own homes. Kukienda kule kwa CDC, kule kama umeshatoka Otongula kuenda huko mbele, they have better houses than Mlimani. Ukienda kule Mamboleo, mahali wanaita Hollywood, they have houses that you can't even find anybody having even in Rift Valley. Mamboleo, a place called Hollywood, kule juu got nini uko mahali kuna got inaitwa nani, mahali unaangalia Nandi Hills kutoka huko chini. Those people have the most beautiful homes that you can ever need. Don't be lied to. These are one of the most progressive people we have today in Kenya. You go to an apartment in Kisumu today, and I was laughing the other day. Some of the apartments are most advanced than here where I stay. And they are being built by the same people you think they are not paying. You can't even afford to pay for an apartment in Kisumu today. I don't know if you are a landlord when you talk like that. No landlord can come here and start saying, Mujaluo halipi rent, because they know their value. That is wrong. Only people with no homes and with no rent homes start talking like that. Because hata Joho mwenyewe alikuwa anauliza, mnasema alikuwa na mtu rafiki yake Mkikuyu anamwambia, oh, Raila akikuwa rais atachukua ng'ombe zetu. Joho akamuuliza, una mbuzi? La. Una kondoo? La. Sasa unaogopa nini basi? Wale ambao wanapiga kelele hapa ndio hawana hizo. Yule ambaye ako nayo aongee hivyo. When you have tenants that have duly paid you, you really appreciate them. And I want to appreciate my Luo tenants here because they have been very good to me. And I want to congratulate them. And I want to take that notion that they don't pay rent. No, that is wrong. That has never happened. And if it is happening, it's because of issues. We saw Corona come here, and most tenants allowed people to stay for free because it was a global issue. If 2007 happened, people did not have jobs, people did not go to jobs, people were sleeping hungry. You have to feed your children first before you pay rent. If it happens, so it's because of what happened in 2007. And we must come here and agree. There comes a time when we are as a nation suffering from the same malady. 2007 we suffered, 2017 we suffered, Corona came, we suffered. You don't have to project on those issues and then you say here that it happened in 2007. Asante sana Bernard. Kama nimeongea vibaya munisamee, but it hurts me sana when I hear, a community that has really fed us being castigated. Pole sana.
So, Alex, thank you for that information. And there are those who are also misinterpreting things. That conversation is not targeted at Mr. Njenga. Mr. Njenga was reporting something that was discussed in a meeting in Central. And that's why we are saying wherever the notion is coming from is backward, is unacceptable, and should not be admitted anywhere. So this is not targeted at Mr. Njenga. We're just saying that the information Mr. Njenga was sharing is not new information. It has been propaganda for campaign as back as 2007 till now. And so we are just addressing the matter based on that information. And it is wrong all the way to vilify any community on that basis. That blanket or whatever condemnation of a community is unacceptable. Secondly, the presidency is not meant to protect a community from paying rent. Everybody is in a landlord for business. That's business. That's private property. It cannot be, even, okay, let me just put this across. Free education. Free education does not mean that the education is not paid for. It simply means the government pays the bill. So if any government wants tenants to live for free, they will need to pay the landlords. Then the tenants will live for free. That is it. So it is not a matter of saying that because so-and-so is president, all the people from his village are not paying rent. It doesn't work that way. How many mayors have we had here in Nairobi who are lawyers? Aladwa, we had Kisia, we had all of them. We've been paying rent, including Yakanjo. What are you people talking about? So let's take it easy and let's remain focused. And kuna mtu hapa anaitwa Matthew amesema mimi ni mbaya. Sitaki kujitetea kwamba mimi ni mzuri. Sheria ya hapa ni kwamba kama unataka kuwa kwa show lazima uweke kamera yako on. Ukifika tunakuweka kwa screen alafu unaenda behind the curtain, it's my duty to take you off the screen because I want to have quality video for the viewers who come to view this show after it is over. If that annoys you, too bad. It's just you don't understand why we put you off the screen. And I did that like 3 times. I put you off the screen, you put on the camera. I put you back, you put off the camera. We don't work that way. If you want to be part of the conversation, you must be willing to stay on camera and let the people know what you're saying, for who you are saying, and why you are saying so. So if that is a problem to you, it's because you did not understand why. I am not here to stop anybody from being on the screen. Just be on the screen according to the standing orders and do what is good for you. So Laban, you donated your time. I go to the next person, or you have one word to say before?
Asante Alex, na nafikiria swala hilo la rent ni swala ambalo ni emotive kwa sababu limehusishwa na mambo ya post election violence. But having that said, mimi swala langu ni moja. Shamba ya Mteshi ilikuwa ni shamba ya Mteshi. Kesi ilienda kotini. Nani alikuwa anakalia hiyo shamba, ama nani alikuwa anataka kunyang'anya Mteshi shamba yake? Ilikuwa inahusu communities mbili? Hapana. Kwa sababu gani? Sheria ilifuatwa. Mtu yeyote mwenye anataka kuleta propaganda kama hiyo akihusisha jamii, wacha kesi, angekuwa anatuambia kesi fulani, case file number fulani iko koti fulani, haijaamuliwa kwa sababu Raila Odinga amehusika kwa hiyo kesi, ingekuwa ni sawa. So kitu ningependa kutoa kama ushauri, ndio nifungie kwa sababu already nimedonate my time. Bana, kindly, ingawa hii ni show na tunaitumia kwa sababu ya kuelimishana, maswala ambayo ni emotive hata tusiyapatie time. Hata kama ni swala lenye liongelewa mahala fulani na unaweza lilete liwe mjadala hapa, kutupotezea tu wakati bure. So mimi my request is, haya maswala ambayo ni emotive and especially in our country na hayana uhusiano haswa na kitu yenye inafanyika kwa saizi, sioni sababu ya kutumia muda wetu. Huyo ni kama mtu anataka kudistract our intention ya kuenlighten followers wetu. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Laban. That settles that. I'm happy that everybody is in the picture. Please, let's keep inviting those that you can in order for them to join the discourse. Let's go to Tom quickly as we move forward. Tom, inaonekana leo umelemewa. Unmute.
Niko sawa Bwana Ben. Niko sawa kabisa.
Mimi hiyo story.
Mimi niko sawa kabisa. Hata hizo maneno ya hizo ni allegations. Hakuna mwenye kwa upande ya manyumba. Nyumba is a private, is an asset, somebody's asset, you know. So mtu ameenda amechukua loan, amejenga nyumba yake. There's no way you can just go stay without even paying rent, unless hiyo inaweza fanyika kwa yule pengine ako na mambo yake. But kama laws, huwezi weka laws. Unajua hiyo ni mbaya sana. Kila mtu iko na problem yake. Pengine Jaluo mmoja alikuwa na shida ndiye akakosa kulipa rent. Hakuna venye unaweza kaa kwa nyumba ya mtu na ukose kulipa. Hiyo hata kwa serikali hatua inaweza chukuliwa. So hizo ni maneno tu ya, unajua mwenye alikuwa na discuss hiyo maneno. Mimi nimesikia kama reported speech, ni kitu ilifanyika somewhere in Central. So ni vizuri imekuwa kwa to our attention, tumesikiza. No, now we have to discuss it because it's something crucial. Unajua hii ni wakati hatuwezi kubali maneno kama hayo, sababu mtu akidiscuss kitu kama hiyo ameeleza ame target a particular community, na hiyo ni mbaya sana kwa wakati sasa hivi tunataka kura kwa kila mtu. Raila atakuwa president. It does not mean that akiwa president Wajaluo sasa ndio watanunua unga kama shilingi 50 instead of 100. Hiyo haiwezekani. So sisi ni Kenyans na lazima tufuate sheria ya nchi yetu. So hakuna mwenye atatumia nguvu ingine which is not within the law. Hiyo hatuwezi kubali. Tukiwachana hiyo maneno, tukiendelea na mambo yetu, hiyo ilikuwa ya mtu tu, alikuwa amesanya watu wachache pengine walikuwa kwa club fulani wanaongea na wengine wanadanganya. So hiyo tumewachana naye bwana Bernard. Tukiangalia campaigns across the country, tumeona vile bwana Raila na umati yake, campaigns tunaona inaendelea vizuri. Sioni ubaya, watu wanajaribu kuingia, watu wameingia kabisa. Target yetu pande ya Rift Valley tumeona iko sawa. Central imekuja vizuri, hapo tumefurahi sababu watu wanaona mwangaza sasa. Tunaona hakuna shida bwana Bernard. Sisi tukae tu kama Kenyans, tuone njia gani tutafuata na tutaendelea tu vizuri. Amani ndio kitu ya maana. Mwenye anachochea, mwenye ana mambo mabaya kwa roho yake, hiyo ni yake. Lakini sisi Kenyans tunapendana, kwa sababu hata huyo Raila akiwa president, kesho kuna mtu mwingine, hakuna mwenye atakaa kabisa hapo akose kuwa. Tumekuwa na bwana Moi, tumekuwa na bwana Kibaki, tumekuwa na bwana Kenyatta. Watu so walikuwa wa Kenyans, na wakiretire wanapumzika tu, siku yao ya kuacha dunia pia ikifika wanawacha dunia. So sisi hata Raila akiwa president hapo, tunajua kesho tutakuwa na mtu mwingine. The only thing yenye hatutaki ni mwenye anatumia nguvu zake zenye inatustua. Unajua, ukiwa na nguvu zingine extraordinary, hata sisi tunaogopa, sababu tunasema ni president gani huyu? Sababu ukiwa president lazima uwe nyenyekevu, because unajua una handle many people, you handle millions of Kenyans. So ukiwa na maasira zako, hakuna venye utasaidia Kenyans, because kila ethnic community iko na shida yake. Unaona, shida yenye iko Jaluoni sio kama shida iko pande ya Garissa huko Northeastern. Kila tribe iko na shida zake, na hizi zote zitakuja tu kwa mbele yako, na kama if you're a good leader utaona ni vipi utazihandle. Unaona, so hiyo ndio peke yake naweza sema pande ya leadership. So tumeona kuna mambo ya bwana Ruto ana criticize hii mambo ya unga. You are in the government, na hiyo government ndio hapo ndio unapata mshahara yako, uko kwa nyumba ya serikali, uko na mambo mengi, unaenjoy mambo mengi ya serikali, magari nini, vitu mingi, kuna privileges. So wewe kama unga imekuwa president amejaribu kama baba yetu. Unajua president ni baba ya Kenyans, so amekumbuka, ameona ni vipi tutafanya hii maneno ya unga yenye ina affect hata mtu wa kawaida, mtu ambayo ako below the dollar. Unaona, so huyu mtu akiwa amewekewa unga mzuri, akishiba, hata kama anatafuta kibarua, atatembea tu na ameshiba, hata kumbuka nyuma familia wako namna gani. Unaona, so hii maneno of president amefanya ni makosa. Is it political? Sababu unga, wakati unga ilishoot sababu ya mafuta, na kama president ameona njia ingine ya kusaidia watu wake, hapo sasa shida iko wapi? Unaona, wewe unasema bottom up. Wewe unaangalia mtu wa unawaita mama mboga. Mama mboga huyu saa hii leo amepata unga ya chini, shida iko wapi? Unatakanga mama mboga apate tu unga na shilingi 200? Kwa nini unasema utasaidia hii mama mboga, na kama mwenzako bwana president ametengeneza mambo ya mama mboga, at least pia awe na nafuu, wewe unakasirika, unaanza kusema ati handshake ndiye imefanya unga imeshoot, handshake ndiye imefanya nini. Unaona, si mzuri. Unajua kuna vile unaweza kuwa na propaganda, na hiyo propaganda saa zingine fikiria as a human being, fikiria kama mtu ako na sound mind that hii kitu nasema ni kitu iko sawa kweli. sababu kama ni unga tumejua chanzo yake. Hata mafuta saa hii tunasikia nchi jirani kama Uganda, mafuta a liter is not the same way tunauziwa a liter hapa. Kuna kiasi the government is paying what the government is paying, you know. Kuna area the government is imejicommit, at least imeamua kutusaidia nayo. Ukiona hata Tanzania, unaona, ukiona hata Tanzania bei ya mafuta petroli hauwezi compare na Kenya. So sisi the government inajaribu, hata kama mambo ni magumu kiasi gani, lakini the government is trying to at least ile shida tuko nayo. So mimi kwa upande yangu Bwana Bernard, mimi nina furaha sana, lakini propaganda ndio tuwachana nayo. What I know, the next president of this country is Raila Amolo Odinga. He will be the 5th president of this country. Kura yenye tutapiga, tupige kura na tuelimisha kila mtu. Kila mtu atoke nyumbani hiyo siku ya kura, to vote na turudi kwa manyumba. Tukisa vote, tuachie watu wa IEBC wafanye mahesabu zao, watuambie ni vipi, and then from there tutaendelea na hiyo next government. Hakuna mambo mengine, ni hayo tu Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Tom, tunashukuru kwa mjadala na maoni yako, mchango wako. Tunasonga mbele. Naomba sasa tusikilize video tukijiandaa. Nitakuja kupata hesabu nikirudi. Acha tusikilize hizi video kadhaa alafu tusonge mbele. Tuanzie hapa kwa wazee.
Na wazee wa kundi la Kiama kutoka jamii ya Gikuyu leo walifanya mkutano katika uwanja wa Kabiruini, kaunti ya Nyeri, ambapo kwa kauli moja walikubaliana kumuunga mkono naibu wa rais William Ruto kwenye azma yake ya kutafuta uongozi wa taifa. Wazee hao waliongozwa na Kung'u Muiga na spika wa bunge la taifa Justin Muturi, ambao walisema lengo lao kuu kwa sasa ni kuhakikisha Ruto amejinyakulia kura zote za eneo la Mlima Kenya.
Anybody. We just talk to our people, show them what we think is good for them. And I must state here that His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta is not running for office. He's just chosen to support somebody. And so we all have a right, like he has, to choose who to follow. When he runs for office, me as his brother, I stand with him all the time. But this time he's not running for office. So he has chosen who he wants to support.
And we came to put our heads together to try and consolidate our thoughts with regard to the political direction that we as a region and as a community should take, given the current political situation in the country.
Na mtazamaji, unaendelea kutazama taarifa za Kivumbi 2022.
Problems of the maize sector. Maize sector is ailing. Maize farmers need to run away from maize farming. Ladies and gentlemen, wake up. We cannot continue dying in maize.
Let's take a look at your tweet when this was happening. At the height of this, Honorable Murkomen said 6 months ago, I delivered my maize to NCPB. Until now, I have not been paid. Yeah. From next year, I won't plant maize again. Yeah. I have no contract with anyone to feed him or her with ugali. Yes. I'm moving to avocados.
I've seen the debate out there, people saying, oh, we must eat ugali, we must do this. Eating ugali and farming ugali are two different things.
The language of diversification is a language where they want farmers to produce less, so then they can get the window of importing more maize.
Lazima tubadilishe mwenendo wetu. Hatutakuwa tunapigana vita kila mwaka, mwaka naenda mwaka rudi. mambo ya bei ya mahindi. Lazima tufikirie vile ya kufanya diversification ndio tuweze kupeleka hiyo mambo yetu mbele.
If farmers were to stop producing maize, where are we going to get the maize? It is because they have an intention to import. Some of them we've already said that they are doing 500,000 acres in Congo Brazzaville. Instead of helping farmers and promoting production, local production, they are sabotaging local production so that they win in their success stories of ensuring that there is no enough maize produced in Kenya, and then they start importing with any price.
Yes, Alex.
I've warned you from putting two clips that are very vital at the same time because sasa unashindwa uanze na gani. Acha nianze ya pili. Somebody is counting losses. I've done business and I know, especially when you're hoarding maize, wanting to release them later on. They are in your silos and everywhere. Your projection is that you're going to sell 1 kg to almost to the wholesale like 175 or more than maybe 180. And all of a sudden, what you hoarded becomes valueless. That's the bitterness you saw today. It was not the bitterness to Mama Mboga. It was not the bitterness to this person that's eating ugali today. It's the bitterness of counting losses. You know, that word that Kotun used, I don't want to use it. Yeah, diversification anyway, let me use it. Somebody saying, no, people should not live for me so that I can plant maize for them to eat ugali. I mean, that's a bad language from a leader. In fact, that's a reservoir for resignation in some countries. The leader cannot carelessly say that nobody has hired me to plant maize for them to eat ugali. That's a very bad language. But Bernard, the reason I carried my hand, Kenya.
That was Murkomen. That was Murkomen, not.
Yes. No, I know it's Murkomen. It's Murkomen, I know. So let me go to what I wanted to say first. Bernard, the last time I checked, if I'm not wrong, and I want you to guide me on this, somebody did not take a shower for 1 month that he was going to the mountain to become a Mount Kenya leader. Somebody, a whole speaker, did not take a shower for 1 week or 1 month that he has been anointed. And today he's complaining that somebody has anointed somebody to become a leader in this country. So if we were to go with honesty that whatever process that he went through was right, if taking a shower makes you to be a leader, I don't know anywhere in the world where that happens. I don't know, Bernard, especially for somebody who has been a magistrate for so many years. I don't know if I can go in front of that kind. Bernard, somebody did not take a shower for a whole month because he became an elder. And today he's complaining that he has a right also to choose. Now, what kind of circus is that, Bernard, we are, passing to a future generation? And that is why, even the Kirinyaga ceremony, I said, our people from Central, they need to be very, very careful with some of their ceremonies, because they have had so many ceremonies to a point that when they are having real ceremonies, we start, being suspicious if they are right or not right, if they are true or not. I mean, they need to shape up and understand that these ceremonies, nobody just comes. Somebody like Kungu does not deserve to be an elder from what I have seen over the years. But anyway, that's not for me to say. But I want to remind Kenyans that our speaker, Muturi, did not shower for many, many days because he became an elder. Thank you very much.
I think when he resumed showering, he washed away the eldership. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Joshua. Joshua, had you made submission?
Yeah, yes, Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I don't have much to say, lakini ndaongea kidogo sababu niko kazini. I'm just going to say kidogo tu because I'm at work, so I just want to be brief. I can finish and resume back to work. I just have an issue hii mambo ya Ruto analilia the bei ya unga imepunguzwa. And to me, I think either Ruto is an hypocrite or he double speak, because I remember 2017 before election, the same Jubilee government walipunguza bei ya unga. It was around 150, wakaleta up to 90. Not even a single day Raila came out akaclaim kuwa why are they lowering the price of unga to 90 bob because of election. Because at the end of it, these things benefit Kenya, whether it's purpose for election or it's not for election, but bottom line ni kuwa hii bei ya unga imepunguza, and now people are getting it cheaper. So, you know, I was really worried with him because all along huwa anasema kuwa wapunguze bei ya unga because they knew that maybe the government will not manage to lower the price of unga. But they were surprised. They were surprised because that was the agenda of discussion. They want to use 3 weeks back so that before election watumie. But their campaign agenda was cut short. So now the only thing that they're now coming in now kuwa imepunguzwa because they want to campaign Raila. But I remember 2017 unga ilikuwa around 150, and then immediately wakapunguza unga up to 90 bob. I remember very well, and I didn't even hear Raila complaining that bei ya unga imepunguzwa because they want vote for Jubilee. So sometimes I wonder the way Ruto huwa anaongea, and I wish at this time you need to be countered, because there's some rumors ambayo analeta that they need to be countered. Like the other day, Joe countered him na clip of how he was speaking. So there are things that you need to be countered. You need to be countered. Like the issue of ICC. I remember Ruto was claiming kuwa Martha Karua na Raila are the one who took him to Hague. But I remember that time Raila was trying its level best that they need to set up a tribunal, that the case to be heard here. But Ruto said very well that they need the case to be taken to Hague. So those clips, we need to bring them. We need to bring those clips so that we can see how Ruto is a double speaking. We are really worried about this Ruto, and I wish that our leader, Azimio guys, can hear this. Anytime they're in a campaign, they should put a big screen. Waweke clip ya Ruto ambaye anaongea leo, kesho anaongea, because now he's bringing a lot of rumors, propaganda that sometimes is misleading Kenyans. Like him Ambayonga, I was shocked. Kuwa now they're complaining kuwa imepunguzwa kwa sababu we are approaching election. So what? Because at the end of it, inasaidia wananchi, whether imepunguzwa kwa sababu ya election ama ijapunguzwa kwa sababu ya election, at the bottom line kuwa now as from tomorrow we'll get unga at a cheaper price and everybody's going to celebrate. So Ruto, I think I don't know how neither can describe. Today I'm a bit annoyed with him because it's really confusing Kenyans. Thank you very much, Ben. I don't know what to say. I'm at work.
Asante sana kwa mchango wako. Tunashukuru kwa kila mmoja. Unajua kuna watu mwimbaji akasema kuna watu na viatu duniani. Kwa hivyo lazima tujifunze tuna deal na nani, kuhusu nini, alafu ndio tujue mbivu na mbichi. Cha muhimu ni kwamba uongozi wa nchi unahitaji mtu aliye na nchi mabegani. yule mtu ako na matakwa yake mabegani na anataka kutumia inji kuyatimiza, basi huyu hafai kuwa kiongozi. Na katika haya mambo yote inadhihirika nani ni nani, sehemu gani, kuhusu nini. Ni lazima tumakinike kwa kuelewa. From the overflow of the heart the mouth speaks. Na kama vile Alex anasema, hiyo sio kilio ya mama mboga, hiyo sio kilio ya watu mkokoteni, hiyo ni kilio ya wale watu wameficha mahindi waliotaka bei isonge juu ndio wauze. Sasa saa hii soko imeharibika. Wapende wasipende watauza 100. Wao waliweka ama hakuweka, watauza 100. Na hiyo ni discipline ambayo kila mmoja mpaka ajali maslahi ya wananchi. Wewe unaficha mahindi at bei ifike 300 ndio uanze kuuza. Utauza 50 bob. Kwanza ile iko mashambani, iko karibu kusini. August ndio hii. September tunaanza kuvuna. So tutakuta ile umeficha, tunaongeza. Gorogoro itarudi 25. So kama uko na mahindi, toa tuuze kesho 100 kabla iteremke kwenda 25. Sawa, nashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali tusonge mbele. Na nilikuwa na mahesabu hapa lakini inanishinda. Pastor, huyu pastor wangu alikuwa anakuja na akaa gizani. Pastor, you are being accused for sitting in the darkness. What is happening? Pastor Shadrach, is he Shadrach? Mchungaji. Okay, inaonekana mchungaji akakabwa. Pole lakini. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Robin said you met your submission because I left you here when I was thrown out. Oh, he has also jumped out. Sawa, basi turudi huko juu, twende kwa Aid Force. Tufuate tu hiyo mkurudo sasa vile inaenda, ndio tuende kwa Eliza. Eddie, are you unmute?
Hey, yo, I'm here. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
So I've been a listener of this conversation over time now, but I just decided to be part of you today. I'm a very strong member of Azimio. Let's keep it at that. Hizo stories zingine propaganda za Ruto, me sizitambui, by the way. Me, what I know, we are 10 million strong, and that is enough for me. Thank you. Good night.
It is 15 million, sir.
Oh, yeah, 15 million. It was 10 million some time back. We 15 million strong.
We have added 5 million. So anybody
we
wants to
70%
compete with
now.
us, you should get 20. Sawa
Right.
sawa, nashukuru sana. Tumsikilize Eliza alafu turudi kwa Nelvin na.
Haro Bernard. Bernard.
Sorry. Yes. Huyo ni nani?
I was
Pastor?
muted bwana. Yeah, ni pastor. I was muted.
Sawa pastor, mbona uko gizani?
Niko na kushinda kesho, na fix ya stima yangu kesho.
Okay, basi changia mbio kwa sababu hiyo giza inaleta kizaazaa kwa screen.
Nilisikia ukisema hiyo kwanza watu wa against, lakini kesho nitafix. Sasa nimefurahi sana. Yes. Mwisho nimekuwa mashua sana. Mimi niko hapa kuwakilisha foundations za msingi wetu, misingi yetu ya kimaadili, na kitu ya kwanza ni kusema kwamba asanti kwa nafasi kulingana na ile iko kitu ambaye inataka kuondoa umaarufu wa rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta. Ni kuondoa umaarufu tu, na kama vile tulisema siku nyingine ni kwamba huwezi tambua mtu tambia yake kwa huwezi jua roho ya mtu, lakini matendo yake na maneno yake ndio itafanya ujue huyu mtu ako na nia mbaya. Kwa hivyo watu wale wanaongea juu ya mahindi saa hii hawafai kuongea, kwa sababu ni kuonyesha hawajali umati, the entire nation, wakati chakula imepatikana. Hii ni wakati wa kukula sasa, kuondoa njaa, si wakati wa kusema chakula ilikuwa wapi ama imefichwa ama ilikuwa namna gani. Hii ni wakati wale hawakuweza kufikia chakula wakule chakula, maisha iendelee, hata kama ni siku moja. We live one day at a time. Si mambo mingi ya kupopularize our government. Hiyo tuondoe kwanza. Watu waende kwa dukani, wajunue chakula, wakule, washukuru Mungu, waseme ni asante. Kuna mtu amesema after maybe 3-4 weeks more maize will be grown from our chambers, then we continue his life like that. Lakini kusema watu wakikosa manda alafu wanaleta maneno ambaye hana msingi, hiyo hatutakaa kwae. Tuondoke na tushukuru Mungu. Hiyo na hapa ni kwetu, na hao wamekaa na kikao hapo, ni kusema kwamba that man is very jealous. Ni mtu wa familia yao, lakini ni wivu anaona, na hawa ni kumaanisha hawajakuwa wamekubaliana kwa muda mrefu sana. Kwa hivyo wagea maneno ya kumtoa nguo, hiyo ni mbaya sana, hasa mtu wa familia. So mimi sioni kitu muhimu misingi ya msimamo ya Ukristo wao, na wameanza kuchukua mambo ingine ambaye ni ya kuficha na kufanya kama wanajua, ni kujipendekeza, na hiyo ni mbaya, because after all 3 weeks kama mtu hana sela ni afadhali ya kimya. Kuna mtu amesema tu we are 10 million, then umemwambia ni 15 million, and then he said period. That's enough, because he doesn't want to add some sort of things zile zinaleta tatuichi kwa watu. Hata wakati umefika sasa, ni kuongea, si mambo. Historia tumesikia, uongo tumesikia, mtu ambaye ana exposure, internet iko na kila kitu. Mtu akiingia hapa utapata ukweli wote, from outside Kenya, in diaspora, entire world. Ukienda utakuta how the status of life is, you know, if ya kujitosheleza. Tusiongee sana juu ya hiyo, kwa sababu haitafaidi watu. So I don't think I have more to say today. Thank you so very much. In case I get another chance before we head up, maybe I can support someone or something like that. God bless you all. Thank you for being mature in this forum.
Okay, thank you, Pastor. We appreciate it, and let's keep the conversation going. Ukweli utasimama, uongo utajitenga. Ni lazima tuhakikishe kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika. Asanteni sana. Nashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha wawili watatu kujiunga nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Tusonge mbele. Naomba sasa tuende tulikuwa tunaenda kwa Eliza. Mbio ndio turudi kwa Nelvin.
Habari watu wangu.
Tuko salama, vipi huko?
Niko salama. Mama Selina, unasikia? Mnanipata? Nikaa nitoke. Niko sawa?
Tunakupata
Niko sawa.
Endelea, uko sawa.
Nichangie ingawa ninanisumbua. Haitaki tuchangie maneno ya Ruto. Maneno ya Ruto imekuwa ni magumu kusikiza kabisa, kwa sababu kila wakati ni maneno yake ni kulalamika tu na kupiga mdomo. Leo anasema hii, kesho atasema hii. Kesho government ikifanya kitu, unaona wamefanya hii. Sasa tunashindwa yeye mwelekeo yake ni gani? Hawezi kusimama tu kwa kitu kimoja yenye alisema jana arudi kusema. So maneno ya Ruto imekuwa ni magumu. Sisi ni kumwombea tu Mungu asidi kubadilisha mdomo wake, kwa sababu most of the people wenye wanakuwa na maneno mengi wanajaribu kujificha kwenye kanisa. So why tunasemanga afadhali hata ule mwenye aendi kanisani kushinda ule mwenye kila siku maneno imekuwa ni magumu. Yeye analalamika ya chakula. Kuna mwaka walileta chakula, ilikuwa ni mwaka 2018 or 2017, wakati walileta hiyo unga walikuwa nauza 90 bob, na that time I was in South Sudan. Nakumbuka hiyo unga ilikuja mpaka South Sudan, na huko tulikuwa tunauziwa na sijui na pesa ngapi, pesa ya huko. So nikashangaa, ilikuwa ni ya government lakini bado ilifika Sudan. So mara mingi vitu mingi zinafanyika Kenya, lakini hakuna mtu anaona hizo vitu zenye zinafanyika. Kama government inatoa kitu iuzie wananchi na wamepunguza bei, na unakuta imeingia mpaka nchi za jirani kule. Sasa unashindwa ni nani mwenye ana transport hizo vitu mpaka kule. Na that time ilikuwa ni wakati tu Ruto alikuwa kule, so kila wakati analia maneno ya vitu imepanda bei, imepanda bei. Yeye alikuwa bado kwa government, hata ile that time ilikuwa wako huko wakati wa Jubilee. Vitu zilipanda bei mpaka wakaleta mahindi kutoka Mexico. Mbona yeye hawezi kuongea ile wakati mahindi ya Mexico iliingia Kenya? Hawezi sema. So maneno ya Ruto ni magumu. Kozi yeye ni mmoja wao ambaye enda alifanya hii vitu ikapanda bei. Watu wanaumia ni sababu yake. First of all, yeye alileta mahindi, watu wengi walienda hasara sana huko nyumbani Eldoret. Mahindi yao ilioza kwa masto na zingine zilikuwa kwa shamba na mahindi zikatoka Mexico. So yeye aziseme handshake ndio imeleta maneno ya gharama kuwa juu. Sio handshake, kwa sababu hata sisi mali tuko saa hizi vitu ziko bei ya juu sana. Kila mtu analia. Huku ni Kenya. So una gani ilikuja huku? So Ruto aje kuongea maneno ya kusema ati maisha imekuwa ngumu kwa sababu ya handshake? Hapana. Handshake ilileta amani na watu walipumzika. Huyu mzee Raila ni mtu wa kushake Kenya. Because I remember that time wakati Raila alisimama na wakasema kwa mafuta, resist kwa nini Safaricom, resist kwa nini, watu waliresist, na siku hiyo walijua kumbe this guy ako na nguvu. Raila ako na nguvu, akiambia watu resist Safaricom waka resist. Mafuta ya Bidco sijui ilikuwa ni mafuta gani ya kupiga, msinunue, na ilikuwa ni hivi. So Ruto hawaje kucheza na maneno ya handshake. Handshake ilirudisha Kenya mahali mzuri sana. Kila mahali yeye akisimama kwa jukwaa ni maneno ya handshake, handshake, handshake. Mara akisimama kwa jukwaa anasema yeye akishinda hataki handshake. Nani amemwambia yeye atashinda ndio Raila aende handshake? Nani alimwambia ati kila siku Raila ndiye atakuwa anashindwa? Hakuna siku, inafika kila wakati Mungu anaona kweli mali wache iende kwenye imeenda. So maneno ya Ruto ni magumu. Mimi nimeshindwa na maneno yake. Yeye mara mingi hata ukiangalia clip za Ruto yenye anaongea, mimi naangalianga mpaka nashanga. Hii maneno alikuwa anasema ati Matakarua na nani na Raila egg. I remember that time wakati nilianga bunge, wakati Raila alikuwa kwa bunge, wakiongea hiyo story nini, sema there is some accused but it's not ajako kuwa ni amefanya hiyo kitu, umeaccused but you are not bado hujapelekwa kotini wafahamu ni wewe ndio umefanya. Wakataka hiyo nini irudi, lakini Ruto alipinga. Sasa saa hizi yeye ndio mtu wa kwanza kusema maneno ya heki. Maneno ya Ruto ni magumu. Huko Kitale pia kuna clip pia tena aliongea. Alisema kuna watu wenye wako Kitale atawafukuria wenye wako Kitale, si wa Kalenjin wenye wako Kitale, si watu gani kikwe ya wasabot na Pokot gani. So ataenda Kitale aende kusema watu wanataka kufukuzwa. So maneno kama hiyo ya Ruto anaongeanga hiyo maneno haifurahishi sometimes. Ruto inafanya mtu kichwa inauma kila siku. Hakuna kitu mzuri yeye anaongea, yeye hausi agenda, haufanyi manifesto yake. Nashukuru Bernard.
Okay, asante Liza, let's keep moving. Tupate hii video alafu Nelvin chukulia hapo tafadhali.
Odinga.
At the same time, a former Water Cabinet Secretary Cicely Kariuki campaigned for Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua in Nyandarua County. Kariuki told rallies that Raila and Karua are committed to serving Kenyans and steering the country to another level. She said the presidential and deputy presidential debates will give Odinga and Karua a chance to expound further on their manifesto.
I am not shy to recognize and take note that with Honorable Martha Karua as the running mate to Honorable Raila Odinga, the interest of the community where I belong will be taken care of. It is fair and reasonable the people who have not decided yet who they will be voting for to make up their mind by looking at facts, looking at the persons or the personalities, but to also make good judgment in ensuring that they are going to vote in people who will take care of their interest in matters development, in matters agriculture, in matters in infrastructure.
Yes, Nelvin, karibu.
Asante, habari yenu Bernard?
Tuko poa, vipi huko?
Huku tuko salama, baridi tu.
Iko kila mahali.
Baridi iko kila mahali. Ningependa kuchangia mjadala ya leo kuhusu hii Kenya yetu. Kuna kitu kimoja Bernard, ningependa hata kuwauliza. Mimi utembea sana. Huko mahali Kipchumba Murkomen anasema amepanda mahindi. Akatoa mahindi akapeleka kwa NSPB. Wapi Elgeyo Marakwet unapanda wapi mahindi ya kupeleka kwa cereal board? Nafikiri umetembea. Elgeyo Marakwet ni wapi hapo penye unaweza panda mahindi ya kupeleka kwa board? Wapi? Na huko watu wanauana kila siku. Kwa Rift Valley mzima, hata kama angesema Uasin Gishu ningekubali. Angesema Nakuru huko mbele ningekubali. Kericho. Elgeyo Marakwet ni wapi unaweza panda mahindi upeleke kwa National Cereal Board? Hakuna. Kwa hiyo waache kutumia hiyo njia ya kutapeli watu. Na kitu kingine Bernard, ningependa kuwauliza pia, nyinyi mko na familia. Kuna wale cousins, brothers, hawapendagi kuona hata ukijenga kitu inaitwa mnanda ya ng'ombe. Ile mnanda ya ng'ombe wapendi kuona. So hii ndugu yenye unasikia Uhuru sijui Kongo ni kudanganya, wamedanganywa, sijui ameambiwa kuna shamba atagawiwa ya Kenyatta ama sijui namna gani. Ndio unaona amekimbia. Lakini tumchukulie makosa. Unajua pesa ya William ukikula, mimi huwa siwatch mkutano ya William. Hata nikikuta TV kitangaza William nazima. Huwa siwatch mkutano ya William. Si kumchukia. Ni wa kwetu lakini ni mkora. Sasa mimi huwa siwatch mkutano yake yoyote. hata kufuatilia peke yake. Juu nikiangalia hivi nasikia kulia. Nashangaa huyu William ni Mkalenjin wa wapi? Juu Wakalenjin wakuagi hivyo. Wakalenjin ukiangalia kama kina Arap Moi ni watu wa kusimama na msimamo mmoja. Akisema hataki ukabila ni hataki ukabila akisimamisha. Lakini huwezi kuja kutugawanisha hapa ukituambia tuingie kwa chama hii inaitwa sijui gani ya ujinga hii. Alafu ile chama zingine ndogo ndogo hazina mamlaka. Kina Kuria wamekula pesa ya wenyewe wanashindwa kutoroka. Ndio anaambiwa ukitoka rudisha. Kuria ni kushindwa kutoka, ameshindwa kutoka. Alafu kitu kingine hiyo watu wenye wanasema, unajua kuna wale watu wanakuwa na ile kasumba zimewekwa kwa akili. Ati mtu Mjaluo halipi nyumba. Ulisikia wapi hiyo? Kama wewe umeiba shamba na mimi ni Mkenya, mimi si Mjaluo na najua hii shamba umeiba na umejenga, ndakulipa aje rent na umeiba? Sasa wewe na hiyo akili yako mbaya ya kusema Wajaluo, Mkenya anafaa kukaa, mimi mali ni ya umma nakaa hapo bure. Lakini si mambo ya kusema ati hii shamba ati imenyang'anywa, Mkikuyu amenyang'anywa, nyumba yake italipwa. Nani amesema? Tena ni Wakikuyu wangapi hao wamenyang'anywa? Wakuje kwa media waseme sisi tumenyang'anywa, tumekosa kulipiwa nyumba zetu. Hauwezi uza sera na hiyo. Uza sera, sema mimi nitafanya hii na hii na hii. Si kutuuzia sera ya kutuambia ukichagua Mjaluo atakaa kwa nyumba bure. Mjaluo wa wapi huyo? Kwanza Wajaluo ndio wanalipa nyumba expensive hii Kenya. Wakalenjin wangapi wanaishi kwa nyumba ya kurent hapa Nairobi? Wakalenjin wenyewe wako Nairobi hata wajafika 10,000. Wajafika 10,000. Wajaluo ni milioni karibu 3. Yeah? Wakalenjin wagani hao wenye wako Nairobi wenye wamefika hata 10,000 wenye wanaweza lipa nyumba? Nyumba zote zenye ziko hapa hata Nairobi zinalipwa na Wajaluo, Waluya, Wakamba. Wakalenjin wangapi wako Nairobi ambao wanalipa nyumba? Ndio mtu akuja atuambia hapa ati sasa unaweka chuki kwa Mjaluo na Mkikuyu. Na Mkikuyu anaitisha rent kwa Mjaluo na analipwa. Mjaluo anaishi nyumba hata 1,300. Mkalenjin anaweza ishi hata 10,000. Wa wapi huko? Isipokuwa William. Na amekatalilia Karen. Wa wapi? Mkalenjin wa wapi anaweza ishi nyumba 10,000? Isipokuwa mpate madhara hapa kwa nyumba ya mabati ya 1,500. Ati anaona akilipa hiyo nyumba amenyang'anywa. Anafikiria kupanda gari kila siku kwenda Rift Valley na kurudi. Alafu unakuja kutuambia hapa ati Mjaluo atanyang'anya watu nyumba. Ya nani? Na serikali iko wapi? Wanajua serikali nani anaongoza saa hii? President ni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Hakuna mtu mwingine mwenye anaongoza saa hii. Na hiyo ujinga iwezi tokea. Na ndio tunataka kumaliza hiyo ukabila ya kusema ati kabila fulani wakikalia watakuwa hivi. Kwanza tujaionja president wa kabila nyingine. Sisi tunataka kabila nyingine ya kutoka nje. Ikuje tuonje uongozi wake. Si ati mambo ati ukichagua Mjaluo hatalipa nyumba, ati atakwambia asimame. Kwani wewe ni wa wapi unaambiwa ati simama serikali inakojoa? Wa wapi? Wapi huko? Kenya gani? Hiyo ni Kenya gani hiyo? Kwani sisi tunaishi Kenya nyingine? Ati mtu anakuja kwa media anakuja kudanganya vizuri ati mkichagua huyu. Nani huyo alisema hiyo? Huyo mwenye alisema hivyo anafaa akuje kwanza tumuulize vizuri maswali. Tumweke hapo Jakaranda atujibu vizuri. Walikuwa Wajaluo wangapi? Majina yao ni kina nani ambao wamekataa kulipa nyumba? Walipe nyumba. Lakini kama wewe unajua umechukua rasilimali ya umma, umeweka rentals, unatarajia ulipwe na nani? Na hii shamba ni ya umma. Hii ni mali yetu. Tukikaa tunakaa bure. Hata mimi mwenyewe mimi nakaa bure kwa sababu ni ya bure. Lakini huwezi kuja kudanganya watu. Mtu ameweka kachama kake, Wakikuyu wanaweka pesa kwa chama. Anatoa pesa kwa chama, ananunua ploti, anakopa loan, anaanza kujenga. Wewe unakuja kusema ati Jaluo atakuja kukaa bure. Nani alisema hiyo? Nani huyo mwenye ameshinda watu milioni zaidi ya 45 wenye wako Kenya ati wakatai kulipa nyumba? Ya nani? Hii si ile maisha yenye watu wanaishi Rift Valley. Kama Ruto ni mwanaume akuje saa hii aongee, hata kwa media waambie. Ukienda Molo, Wakikuyu wafugi ng'ombe, juu itaenda usiku. Wafugi ng'ombe kabisa. Na kama anaongea uongo, Mwenyezi Mungu anilaani. Wakikuyu wanafuga ng'ombe 2-3. Haizi fuga ng'ombe 20. Wamewekwa hiyo uoga, sasa wanaambiwa wachague president ati ndio wakae maisha ya amani. Unakaa maisha ya amani gani? Na umewekwa uoga mpaka ndani ya nyumba. Unawekwa uoga. Ukiona ng'ombe ya Mkikuyu vile inafungwa na mawe. Nyumba inawekwa mawe, inawekwa ile mawe kubwa kabisa. Ati ndio isiende. Ya Mkalenjin inalala hapo nje ng'ombe 50. Ng'ombe 50 inalala nje. Ya Mkikuyu inalala ndani ya nyumba. Na analala naye hapo kwa mattress hapo ndio asikie ikienda. Alafu mtu anakuja hapa anakuambia Jaluo atakosa kulipa nyumba. Nyumba gani hiyo? Ya wapi? Inchi gani hiyo? Wakalenjin ni wangapi wenye wako Nairobi? Kama wamefika 20,000 ni Mungu. Nairobi. Ni hayo tu kwa Bernard. Muwe na usiku mwema.
Wacha itoshe, umetumaliza.
Asante Delvin. Hiyo nitaachia Mama Selina na kikao cha wazee kuamua. Mimi hapa sipo. Naomba tusonge mbele. Nani huyu? Yes, Mama Selina.
Bernard, unajua makosa ukweli ni uchungu. Yani karibu anasema uende uhesabu manyumba ya nyasi ile. Tuko na shamba kubwa na nyumba yetu ya round ya nyasi, lakini usuri kari yetu na trakta tunachengea vizuri. So leo mengi kutumaliza. Leo sina ya kusema.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Bernard, unajua ukweli lazima isemwe ndio mjue ile Kenya yenye tunaishi. Kenya yenye tunaishi inakaa aje. Ukienda Rift Valley usiende kuomboa nyumba town. Ingia mashinani, tafuta kanyumba center. Ndio ujue maana ya kukaa Rift Valley na maana ya kukaa Kenya mzima.
Leo mengi tusema hata hiyo masenta. Bernard, 1 minute, sorry. Enda hesabu hiyo masenta, utapata nyumba hata moja. Hata Eldoret, Kapsabet nimetoka huko. Ni senda ya samani sana. Lakini hakuna maduka, hakuna watu. Kucha hii masenda yote. So ukweli ni kwamba tunadharau watu, lakini nilisema siku moja samani tulikuwa tunaendanga kulete watu kukuja kulima mahindi, lakini sasa imechange. Bernard, sisi sasa ndio tutaanza kuwa wafanyikazi ya watu, and that is something Mkalenjin hakuweza kujua, na ndio sababu wanadanganywa. I like Kutuny, nimekubali kuona Keter. The few men Kalenjin we still have wanasema ukweli. Otherwise, Melvin umesema ukweli na ukweli isemwe. Watu yetu wasikie. Wakati wanapoenda danganya watu na umesema ukweli. Wakalenjin wangapi wako Nairobi? Waesi lipa nyumba ya 20,000. Unasema wanakimbia huko Kitengela huko manyumba ya raisi. So, tuache kupika kifua. Na mtu mmoja akiwa tajiri si sisi. So mimi nakubaliana na hiyo, but nataka vijana wajidaiti, tukue kama Wakenya wengine na tukue na mapenzi na wandugu zetu wa Kenya. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you. I want that settled as we move forward. Okay, let me get rid of this. Robbins, did you make submission?
Bado Bernard, nimesalimu.
Asante. Hebu tangulia tumalize hii maneno, nikianza mkururo mpya niwe na amani.
Sasa yangu hata ni salamu mingi. Nimesikia Lemengit bwana ameongea, amemaliza kila kitu kabisa. Bwana, mimi nimefanya kazi na hiyo watu. I worked in Eldoret for over 10 years. Na huyu jamaa bwana, sijui ni I think William Nsimkale. Mimi nimefanya kazi referral na 98% ni Wakale bwana. and most of these guys are very good people naturally. So hii tabia huyu jamaa bwana, sijui ametoa wapi. So Mama Selina na
Sorry,
wengine,
yeye ni Mkisii. Yeye damu yake anajuana na Alex.
Mama Selina.
Na Roba.
Go slow.
So unajua hata Lemengit bwana ameongea mpaka amenimaliza, hata whatever I was supposed to present today bwana imekuja kabisa. Hopefully nitakuja second round wakati nimesettle down, watu wote wame contribute. But thank you so much, Bernard.
So thank you Robbins. Thank you,
yes,
Robbins. Duncan, sema.
Actually, this is the first time for myself commenting on this, and for most people like Nelvin, what you have suggested here, I think this all are facts. You know, myself, I was born in Turbo, raised in Turbo. But if you pass in Turbo, you know, Turbo, Eldoret, Webuye is a trans-African highway that connects between Uganda and Kenya, okay? But now, this man from my childhood, okay? Turbo, there's no any development. It's just a dull town. And if you stop at Turbo, you'll find there's a road that goes all the way from Turbo Marketplace to Ruto's place. Okay? Then when you come at Kusachei, up there between Manzini, when you're coming all the way from Turbo, you'll find another road there, okay? Going to Ruto's place. So what I can say, infrastructure, equal now, I'll do this for Kenyans. This is what I'll do for development. This is what I'll support for people who are not able to raise what they're supposed to have in their lifetime, okay? But for myself, I always say, you know, this guy is all about powers. He just want to grab lands for people, of which myself, I can testify on this. My grandfather was the founder of Paul Boit Secondary School. On the way along Juakali, we had a land there. So during the clashes of 1992, we lost everything. All our houses were burned down. All our cows were taken, okay? We even lost our land. So I always see this guy, he was in the government by that time, people were fighting in 1992, yeah? But by that time, he never even supported anyone who lost their property there. So if he was a good leader, even during 2007 election in Turbo, it was a no-go zone. By that time, everything was burned down. No one had peace in Turbo. He never came up as a leader to say, guys, enough is enough. Let's stop violence. So now he's cheating Kenyans that this is what he's going to do for Kenyans. In the name of I'll put 50 billion for Mama Mboga. I'll put 50 billion for Boda Boda. Where is this money coming from? And yet Turbo is a dull town. It's a dead town. There's no even supermarket in Turbo. There's no even Shell in Turbo. Where does he get all this money to do developments to other counties? And yet his hometown, Turbo, yeah, there's nothing in Turbo. No supermarket in Turbo, no bank in Turbo, no even petrol station like Shell in Turbo. The only petrol station that we have in Turbo, we only have Kenol Kobil and we only have National Oil. They have been there for years and years and years. So now, if he's promising this Mama Mboga that he's going to provide 50 million, he's going to provide all sort of this kind of money, where is he going to give? And everyone knows him by right now. He's a prophet of promises, of which he doesn't even accomplish the promises that he's giving to Kenyans. So I can testify this. This guy has really failed Kenyans, and he has really failed people from his place where he's coming from. He has even grabbed many lands there in Turbo, of which people in Turbo, they can testify and talk about the ill game that this guy does. So for me, in fact, for voting, I'll be traveling home to vote, and I'll make sure where my vote goes, it counts, okay? Because what Kenyans want right now, we want development, and we want growth for young people who are jobless, and for those people who cannot even manage to maybe raise some money to find business to do, because hakuna kazi kabisa completely. And it's really cheating people that I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. You see, Bernard? So from myself, if there's anyone who has ever passed in Turbo, I think Robinson, you have said you've worked in Eldoret. You know Turbo very well. Eh? Turbo is a dead town. It's a dead town. You cannot even go there and say, let me do investment here. Because in any election, everyone fears if you put business there, the next step of the election, your business will be burnt down. So any investor who wants to invest in Turbo, it's a no-go zone. So myself, I always see like Ruto is a joker and he's playing with people's mind. At the end of the day, you guys will vote for him, and then he'll continue grabbing more lands. He'll continue stealing money from people. He'll continue stealing our money, of which we pay from our salaries, the taxpayers' money. So he doesn't even fit to be called honorable, because even the language that he uses, they're all vulgar languages, which leaders cannot use the language that he uses. So myself, we have even lost hope in this guy. So no vote for him. Myself, I'll be voting him out so that to see development in Turbo. I think that's for now.
Thank you, Duncan. We appreciate your perspective. Somebody ably said that whatever the deputy president accuses people for is exactly what he is. And I'm coming to that reality. Because if you hear the rhetoric of wale watu hawajui maendeleo, wale watu ambao hawajatengeneza barabara, wale watu hawajaleta reli, so kumbe hiyo yote ni kudivert, tusiende Rift Valley tukague nyumba tutafute rental house tuangalie huku kwingine. Siku ya mwerevu akieremuka, mjinga akieremuka, mwerevu
Bernard, uambie Kip akupatie picha ya brother yake mkubwa, amutaamini. Nimeona imecirculate kwa media houses. Ndugu yake mkubwa, you cannot imagine. Unajua saa ingine ukweli ni uchungu, but nataka Kip akikuja hapa, kwa sababu hiyo picha imekuwa kwa media, tafadhali mtuwekee, alafu hamtaongea tena. Ile watu wanadanganywa hawataongea tena.
So, asante Mama Selina. Naomba tumsikilize Papa Azimio, alafu turudi kwa Kevin hapa. Papa Azimio, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. Na mjambo nyote, Mama Selina, Nevin, there is Robbins, Tom, Kelvin, Roba, Alex, and Duncan. Nawashukuru nyote, and I'm glad to be with you guys. Now, I don't want to scatter myself, but let me try and stick to the topics of the day. I'll begin with food first. You know, sometimes the stomach is the most important. So I want to contribute on that. DP criticizes Uhuru for lowering food prices. You know, the DP is a very interesting character. And, you know, I've always seen him as a deputy president of Kenya, but of late, I've been inclined to study him because he's somebody very, very interesting. And in my opinion, the DP suffers from several disorders. He has multiple personalities. He has I mean, for me, he's not mentally stable. And this is a serious matter because the way he behaves and the way he talks, I don't think there is anyone Kenyan in this country who has seen somebody close to him behave the way the DP behaves. The DP is somebody who derives pleasure from the suffering of people. And I say this because there is ideology of this bottom-up issue that is trying to sell. He condemns, he derives pleasure from condemning people to poverty. You know, he feels, he gets some kind of gratification when he tells you that wewe ni mtu wa chini. That gives him a lot of pleasure, because he wants to ensure that you stay down there so that you can live out of, at his mercy. And this is clearly demonstrated today when when the government decided that they are going to subsidize on maize, and hence unga has come down to about 100 bob. And you know, I have not seen anybody who would feel so happy that the price of the staple food, which is maize meal, when it is expensive, he was rejoicing and he was castigating and throwing all manner of insults at the head of state and Raila Odinga. And when it is lowered, he's now saying that this is because of the election. So what does he want? Does he want the people of Kenya to continue suffering? That tells you that the fellow derives a lot of pleasure when he sees the people of Kenya suffering. And that is a very bad disorder. And that is not somebody who is fit to become president of Kenya, because such presidents, we have seen a few presidents who behave like that, especially in South America, where the people are at their mercy, and it's like social amenities, talk of anything that the government should provide. It comes as in a way like it's a token. So this fellow, what he wants is that he wants to own the people of Kenya, to make them he wants to make the people of Kenya his subjects. He does not like what he's actually trying to, when he tries to tell you that he wants to empower the youth. I really doubt him, because he actually wants the youth to adore him. It's like he wants to be worshipped. That is the only person who can get them out of misery. So this idea of trying to castigate the government when the government is trying, some people would want to argue that why has it taken so long? The issue of this subsidy, it takes a lot of, it involves a lot of players. There are millers there. There are contracts to be signed. They don't just wake up in the morning. It's not your kitchen where you just decide, today I'm going to cook rice, or I'm going to cook chapati, or I'm going to cook some hogo. It takes time for a government to coordinate some of the participants in that industry for it to come to that. Yes, the DP is out of order, and we should call him out. And more so when it comes to his language, because I came across one of the Israelis today on television, and the kind of language that fellow continues to talk is quite condescending, because when he talks about tarehe tisa, there will be no kungoa really, there will be no ABCD. One thing that he needs to be told in no uncertain terms is that when the people were demonstrating and uprooting that railway, he was part of that movement. And he should not forget that he was with Raila Amolo Odinga at that time. So he should before he opens his mouth, he should first interrogate himself and try to make sense of any words that come out of his mouth. And in any case, I would want to kind of say that it was better for that railway to be uprooted in terms of protest than people's heads and chambers being grabbed and the people's heads being slashed, like what happened in that bad period of 2007. So let him not try to belittle some of the rights. The right to demonstration is there. What is not there is the right to destroy property, of which the security forces should be able to handle that in a decent manner. Lastly, let me just digress on campaigns, Azimio campaigns. Yeah, Azimio campaigns are well coordinated, and we are on course. As an Azimio supporter, I want to believe that we are on course. Lastly, I want to talk about the IEBC. The IEBC appears to still be a thorn in our flesh, and every other day we must have Chebukati coming in to try and explain one or two things, because until I think was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, he still was unclear about some 6,000 polling stations, their locations and what have you. And you can remember that in 2017, the Supreme Court, we had in the Supreme Court that there were ungazetted polling stations which were sending in results. So it is high time the IEBC, with 21 days to go, get their act together. We don't want to have doubts, because the minute we have doubts, everything we have been doing for the last 3 months will come to naught. So it is high time they get their act together. Let Chebukati not try monkey games, and let him deliver, because he has been given that mandate. He has been financed. We need a peaceful election, and so that we can move on with other things after the 9th of August. Thank you very much. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana, Bob. We appreciate that, and let's keep the conversation going. There are these videos I need to play before I think Kelvin comes in. One moment. Here we go.
Na sukari is a temporary problem. Within weeks, this will be sorted out. Let us focus on the transformation of our country.
DP says the government's importation of the maize was a necessary, albeit temporary, solution to the food situation, and faulted the opposition for playing politics with a matter that was close to the livelihood of millions of Kenyans.
Wameanza kusema mbona chakula hii imefika haraka haraka. Hii chakula ilikuwa mbona imeagizwa siku chache imefika. Sasa unashangaa, kwani walikuwa wanataka chakula ichelewe, Wakenya ndio waumie, ndio wapate ya kusema katika mikutano yao ya siasa.
Okay, I was warned not to play double videos, huh? So let me leave that. So what goes around comes around. Is they were now complaining why the government has reduced the cost of maize when it was that time. He wasn't for it. Kevin Murunga. Is it Murunga? Yes.
Hello.
Hello to you. How are you?
Poleni, niko kazi kidogo. Na ningependa pia kuchangia mada. Unajua saa hii naweza sema siko Kenya. Na sisi tunafuatilia hizi vitu tunafuatilia kwa net. Na kuna vitu nyingi sana zinaendelea Kenya ambapo unapokaa chini alafu unajifikiria wewe kama binadamu mwenye ako na akili, unaona hii ni upuzi. Because one thing, the deputy president atasema leo ABCD, next time atasema ABCD. Mimi nikisimama hapa kama I want to stand with one point yenye ningependa kuchangia yenye imekuwa ikicirculate around the media. First thing, watu wanasema Raila alikuwa MP Kibera, hakuna maendeleo yenye alianzisha na kacha. Mimi nikisimama hapa ama product kutoka Kibera. Cha kwanza, time nilikuwa naishi Kibera, kuna ile mradi ilikuwa imeanzishwa ya housing. Before ilikuwa between 2005 to 2007 hapo. Yes, kama ile time walikuwa na kwa government ya Kibaki. Hiyo mradi ilienda, watu wakaenda wakastop kotini, ikawa stopped. Sasa watu wakaanza ku make nayo siasa ati amekaa Kibera hiyo muda wote hakuna kitu ya maana amefanya. First thing, wameenda wamesahau hiyo kitu ilikuwa stopped kutoka kwa koti. Sasa kama kitu imekuwa stopped when something was good, alafu mnakuja mna make politics about it. Na mzee mwenyewe analaumiwa, yeye unajua jiteteangi, yeye ananyamaza tu, anachana tu na nyinyi mnalaumu. One thing I love about Raila. Secondly, Ruto anatuambia yeye ni mtu wa church. Unajua pia, to be honest, vitendo zako zinafaa zilingane na hiyo church yenye unasema unaenda. Sikatai ni mtu wa church. My question is, mbona leo umeenda pale church, umwambia Mungu, nisamee dhambi zangu, nimekukosea ABCD, nimekuwa mtakatifu. The moment na step my foot outside that church, naanza kusema maneno mengine, unasikia ati mtu wa kitandawili, mtu wa kujiapisha, sijui anaita wengine mara wa mama, sijui nini. Unapata ana ile respect. Kitu ya kwanza, I believe Deputy William Ruto is younger than Raila by far much. One thing enye anafaa kurealize, Raila ni kama baba yake. Hata kama baba yako kuna vitu anafanya si mzuri, unafaa kwanza umsikize na umuongeleshe kwa unyenyekevu. Si kupayukwa tu kwa media, huyu mtu sijui nini ABCD. Mimi according to me naonanga hiyo ni ana disrespect Raila Amolo Odinga. Na huyo mwanaume anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, yeye naye ashughulikangi vitu zingine. Unaona sense of maturity, yeye ananyamaza tu. I think ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana Murunga. We appreciate that. I had the same question today, and I would love the rest of the panelists to help me, because I had the attitude and the words he used against the Igathe today. Akasema akitoa miwani na kizungu siatabaki mkebe tu. Now on the campaign trail, he's drumming up support for Sakaja, but his attitude towards other leaders is sickening. Is that the only way to do politics? Must you run down everybody else in order to remain at the top? I would love us to look at that. I even thought of making that the topic today, but it's disturbing on how William Ruto looks down on everybody, and he thinks he's the only one to be looked up to. Roba, as you come in, pick from there.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, everybody. Ya, nimesikia leo mtaka tupatia Ruto kucha Kisii bwana. Sisi hatumtaki. Nimesikia Mama Selina was saying Ruto ni Mkisii. No way. Mtu wenu chukua. So,
watu wanadai watoto wao, Roba. Watu wanadai watoto wao.
I know you are neighbors, but no. Sasa huyu hatumtaki kabisa. So then
Ruto ni Mganda. Ruto ni Mganda. Si Mkenya. Ni Mganda, ni Mseveni.
Yes. Bernard, unajua sijaona hiyo clip umesema, but I believe, let me take your words, if that's what he did. You know, when you want to be a president of a country, sometimes there are some things you want to avoid. More especially kutukana watu wengine, that's not right. You know, there's that kind of, see all the people who have been presidents. Unajua Kibaki kuja kufungua mdomo, he says something, ndio unasikia, then from there unacheka once. No. Even Uhuru, you have been see the way he has been handling himself. Anakuja tu namsikia. Even Papa. Lakini William Ruto is becoming Trump of Kenya. Yeah? So unajua, he's behaving like Trump. So remember what he told Kalonzo. His air has come back, you know, the way he put it. It was really bad. Now, you know what he told somebody in Western Kenya also, Uchini. There is a woman. Na sasa kama alisema hiyo jamaa akitoa nini anakuwa mkebe tu. Sasa yeye akitoa hiyo nguo yake na hiyo pants zake, si yeye ataonekana ni mchinga tu, kwani yeye ni nani? You know, he keeps on just opening his mouth all this time. This man, he has not run. Lakini unajua nini? When it's 21 days left. So when he loses this election, that's when he will realize, he will go there and say, where did I go wrong? The place where he has gone wrong is this idea of him. Other people, as long as where you are just against him, or you don't like him, or you are on foot against him, you are an enemy. And he thinks he can talk with that kind of authority. That is a dictator. That's a dictator. And at the end of the day, it's not helping him. And that one is going to make him lose really bad. I mean, if I was him, I would try to salvage whatever his votes I get, so that from there I'll study next time. Because there's no doubt, I have no doubt, Ruto is going to lose this election. Let me go to the topics today. Azimio's state campaign across the country. Yes, we have been doing very good, even though some of the people I know, I don't see them. Some have gone to campaign back, like Orenkina and other people. So Azimio looks organized. And that one, you can say, with the way they are doing things, and this is what we were saying before. Remember when they were trying to assemble, where they were trying to come together, they were all over the map. But now there's one campaign which is speaking on one voice, and that's a winning campaign now. And you can see they are almost on the finish line. Even though they have been having the last couple of days some ups and downs, that's fine. That's part of life. But the way they are doing things, you can see they are ready to run a government. That's very different from Ruto. Can you imagine if Ruto wins this presidency? There's even no, I mean, even the people who are, they cannot even run a government because it's a one-man crew. He's the one who's deciding everything on his campaign. His running mate is nowhere to be found. So Azimio, they are doing a nice job, and I hope what they did in Nairobi, I don't know what their schedule ahead, but they are doing very, very well. And what I'm seeing is, let's see what Uhuru, when he comes back, what is, when he engages Central Province, what will be the outcome out of it. But at this point, they are very, very organized. So this is a member here, Ruto, and that's where I wanted. He's criticizing the president for food prices. I mean, is this man sick? That's the question somebody might ask. Is he sick? If the other week he was trying to tell us how the prices have gone up because of the handshake, now why can't this tell us then, okay, the price has gone down because of the handshake? Instead, he's criticizing the same government is serving on. And you know what? I'm sick and tired of him keeping us, reminding us he's the deputy president of Kenya. He's not, I mean, I wish he quit. If he quit, he could have this kind of platform right now. But he doesn't have this kind of platform when you are still the vice president of a country. And that's why Uhuru atamulima, when it comes this one here, atamulima sana kirudi. I know he was somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, he was somewhere in another country. When he comes back, this one here, he has given another campaign power for Uhuru to come in and hit him so hard, and that might be the crossing points. Now we go with it. If you criticize because people are getting food in a cheaper price than usual, then you should not even be a president. You should not even be a member of parliament. You should not even be an MCA. Matter of fact, you should not even be nothing. Yeah, Ruto has just lost it. And at this point, I don't know. Maybe it's a mental breakdown. Maybe it needs a mental checkup. I don't know. I think some people need to come up and just say that DP is not right. And this idea of going all over the, I mean, we are tired of him. I can't wait for the 21 days, and from there we shut him down. I don't want to hear the name Ruto again. I mean, from other people, yes. But if he goes down and he just runs away and he gets out of our lives, I'll be a happy man. I don't want to hear him the next 21 days left. Maybe. After that, hell with him. This man does not even deserve to be a leader in our country. If you are criticizing people getting food, because he wants to be the one giving that food. And the other day, you know, the way he was giving food, mikono michafu, uchafu amekabedi all day with the microphone, and you saw his campaign, they were giving some chapat out. That's sick. It makes me sick sometimes. He's a sick man. I'm tired of him. Thank you, Bernard. Let's see if anybody has a question here.
So thank you, Roba. It's the old canon where baba na mama, kama tutakula itakuwa baba na mama, kama tutalala itakuwa baba na mama, kama tutasoma ni baba na mama. They don't believe in system working. They want people to be given handouts. And so whenever people are needy, they feel good that people are needing them, people are begging from them. The wrong way to go about leadership. Before Bob una lipi nataka kucheza video. Bob,
kidogo tu nilikuwa nasema, nilikuwa nimesikia mama akituambia kwamba DP ni kutoka kule kwetu. Mimi nataka kumwambia Mama Selina, sisi tuko na sifa zingine, lakini si kama hizo. Hizo zake ni za kipekee. Kwa hivyo achukue mtoto wao amlee, kisha amulete sokoni, amuoshe vizuri.
hiyo historia mtapewa, subirini hapo, mtapewa hiyo historia, lakini
papa tumtaki huyu bwana, tumtaki huko kwetu.
Let's play this video, please. Let's consecutive videos as we move forward. Where are we? Let's start here.
Can understand where this whole thing is coming from. So Deputy President William Ruto is being linked to quote-unquote controversial 28 billion shilling scandal that is linked to the upgrade of the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. How did this all start? A businessman, Herbert Ojuang, went before the National Assembly's Public Investment Committee, and in that committee he made serious allegations against Deputy President William Ruto. According to him, he said this was a scandal to mint money for an individual, and he asked that committee to look into that particular upgrade. And he said he was the brains behind the upgrading of this particular hospital, and he said that plan was later taken away from him by Deputy President William Ruto. While meeting the Public Investments Committee as well, he produced an audio recording between him and Deputy President William Ruto, and he says it is a recording that outlined that he had been asked to pull out of the entire deal, basically being coerced to pull out of that particular deal. According to Ojwang, the original cost of this particular project was 17 billion, but somehow it is now at 28 billion shillings. So he says this is a money-minting project for someone he does not understand who, and to quote him, he says, the balance from the 28 billion will go to someone, but I do not know who it is. Ojwang also told the Public Investments Committee
Now this makes me very sad. It makes me very sad that we are so daring that we want to eat from everything. You know, I don't mind when people eat on the road, even read on the house, eat on housing. But health and education, why should it be an avenue for eating, for heaven's sake? You go and register a school to use it to collect free education money that is meant to educate Kenyan children. Now you blow up the cost of upgrading a referral hospital just to eat from the sick people. Then you can still open your mouth and talk about cancer. May God help this country. Nana nachukua Kelvin Nelvin. Hi.
Yes, Bernard, nimerudi tena. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja. William
Yes.
si kiongozi wa kitaifa. Huyo ni broker. Ni broker ambaye anataka kukula mpaka anakujikula yeye mwenyewe. Sijui ni broker wa aina gani. Kuna kitu kimoja, mimi bado nataka kuingilia hiki uongozi yetu ya Rift Valley. Uongozi ya Rift Valley. Sijui kama umaienda Eldama Ravine Junction ya kuingia Eldama Ravine. Hiyo town ingekuwa town kubwa sana. Lakini juu ya ukabila, Eldama Ravine saa hizi inakaa kichaka ingine. Hebu niambie, Tala hawavuni chakula yoyote. Kangundo huwavuni chakula yoyote isipokuwa maembe, wanavuna mahindi kidogo, mbaazi nini. Lakini Rift Valley tunapanda kila kitu. Lakini enda Kangundo town, imeshinda hata town zingine za Rift Valley. Enda Eldoret. Eldoret inakaa kichaka. Na iko na deputy president. Deputy president wa saa hii ako na mamlaka kushinda vice president ambaye alikuwa hapo miaka ya nyuma. So saa hii mtu akikuja hapa atuambie, Tebue niambie 28 billion to 17 billion. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi inaingia kwa mfuko ya mtu mmoja? Halafu umempatia aran budget ya Kenya. Wacha Sri Lanka. Wacha Uganda. Hapa tutakuwa tukibeba pesa na pickup. Unakomboa pickup uende ununue mkate. Uende kwa duka ukomboe, ununue mkate na pickup. Unaweka noti kwa pickup inajaa ndio uende ununue mkate. Alafu hiyo ndio kiongozi mnasema kiongozi wetu. William ni nani amewahi toa chini? Anasema bottom up, chini juu. Kiongozi mgani wa Rift Valley? Wacha hata wakina Isaac Mwaura wamesaidiwa, wamekuja kwa siasa. Kiongozi mgani wa Rift Valley mmoja anaweza amuka leo aseme mimi nimetolewa na William chini nikapelekwa juu? Yeye kitu yenye yako naye ni kuwapiga. Na naongea hii kitu kama siogopi. Mtu yoyote ambaye yako Mount Kenya ambaye atapatia William Samoei Ruto kura ni mtu afikiri, ni mtu afikiri kabisa, kwa sababu saa hii tunataka kumaliza kitu yenye inaitwa ukabila. Alafu wewe ati juu umeona William amekuja na Ruto tu pesa amewamwagia, umeona sasa uongozi hii tutapata mali. Hapa ndio mali iko. Hiyo ni uongo. Hii ni kurushia kuku mahindi, aingie ndani ya nyumba, ushike uchinje. Na utoe kila kitu uweke kando. Unagawanisha mara kando, figirisi kando, kuku kando, kichwa kando. Alafu unakuja kutuambia sisi ati wewe, ati mimi. Kwanza saa hii hata wajui kusema hiyo jina Ruto vizuri. Anasema Ruto. Mimi ni wa Ruto. Wewe unasema wewe ni wa Ruto, unajua Ruto ni kusema nini? William ni kusema nini? William anafaa aamie hapo mahali atachaguliwa. Juu bado hiyo sigoi tunatoa mbio. Mimi ninakuambia uongozi mbaya ambayo sisi hatutaki Rift Valley. Ati saizi unasikia kiongozi kama huyo koti moja ako UDA na huyu mwingine Buzeki ako kwa chama independent. Unakuta mtu na akili zake mbaya anaona huyu mtu juu yako anajiita koti moja na yeye anasikia agenda kabisa ile anauza. Anaona huyu mtapeli. Lakini atijua yuko kwa chama na mtu wao anamweka kwa kiti. Hiyo ni ufukara ingine tutaishi naye. Hii si ile miaka ya Moi ya kupatiwa shamba, kupatiwa kazi. Hebu niambie kama William ni kiongozi mzuri, kijana anaamka, anaambia baba wakiwa Rift Valley, anamwambia Mrasta, baba, na ukipata uongozi utuandike kazi ya jeshi. William ni jeshi wangapi ameandika? Ni jeshi wangapi ameleta? Alafu sasa sisi tukiwa hapa na hii akili potofu tunasema tunataka William atupatie kazi na 50 billion. 50 billion itaaloketiwa kwa mama mdogo, mama mboga mdogo, mtu wa pikipiki. Huyo mdogo. Na 28 billion imekatwa karibu nusu yake. Imechukuliwa imewekwa kwa mfuko. Alafu sasa hiyo nyingine ifanye kazi. Hii 50 billion itakufikia aje? Wewe una akili mzuri. Mtu ambaye ana utu. Unaenda kama ni kutaka kusaidia mama huyo wa kibanda. Chapati ushike na mkono. Ambia kila mtu jichukulie moja moja. Lakini unashika chapati hivi. Niliona Central watu wanabeba ufala. Mtu ameenda ni birthday party. Anachukua keki, anatupa ni kama anatupia kuku. Na huyo mama ati anataka uongozi, anataka women rep. What is that? Wawache kubebwa na ujinga. Ujinga si lazima hata uende shule. Kuna ujinga ingine unafaa kuwa na uwerevu ya kuzaliwa. Waacha kukuwa na ujinga ile ya kuzaliwa. Ujinga umewekwa, yani umesindiliwa ujinga, unachukia baka mtu wa kwenu. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja mtu anafikiria. Mimi sisemi nachukia William. Lakini sipendi uongo ile ambaye ako naye na wizi ya hali ya juu. Lakini ni kiongozi, atakuja kuwa kiongozi siku moja, lakini mtu mzuri, change kwanza. Na mkiona William kila siku ni kupiga magoti, anaomba Mwenyezi Mungu amsamehe. Ukisikia anamwagiwa mafuta ni kutoa dhambi ambazo amezibeba. Ni mnyama. Huyu ni mnyama. Na anaweza fanya kitu yoyote. Kutumia kwa pesa, kupitia kwa kitu yoyote. Kila siku ukimwona akikwambia Bwana asifiwe na verse ambazo hazijulikani kwa Biblia, mumuwie radhi. Huyu ni mtu ambaye anatubu dhambi zake. Na muache atubu tu. Ni hayo tu kwa leo, Bernard.
Yes, Robert. Robbins?
Yes. Can I proceed, Bernard?
It's okay, shortly, because we need to bring in Roberts.
Okay. Yeah, what I was saying is, Nevin, thank you. I really appreciate it, and I think you're right. So, I mean, what if you see what William Ruto did? I don't know what many people. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's very smart. He never wanted this election to be what the member Uhuru Kenyatta said, maybe during Mudavadi's aunt or mom funeral. He said it's time for another community to do what? To lead this country. But Ruto made sure that the conversation would know were there, because he knew if he was there, he would not win. And that's what we are forgetting. What we should be talking about right now is we have 22 days for the first time ever. We have somebody who's a president from outside the two communities. Maybe that's where Kenya is going to start on the right trajectory. Maybe. And that's something we should celebrate come 21 days. The first woman vice president, and for the first time, we have somebody who's not Kikuyu, from Kikuyu area, tribe, or from Kalenjin. But Ruto never wanted. Ruto wants to tell you, oh, Kalenjins have never read Kenya. Let's be the truth. The coming election is going to be history in our country. We should be celebrating that. Raila wins. Yeah, first president ever from the two that community now is being a president. Mother Karua, the first woman first president. It's history. But at this point, William is talking something else. I mean, this man, he lacks respect. He doesn't respect people. And we should not even respect him either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Robin, go ahead.
So mine, Ben, I was, before I lose track, was your clip umecheza. I remember earlier I told you I had worked in Moi Referral Hospital. Hata nimeshangaa sana yani, but I was almost going to sleep. Nikashangaa sana vile umeniwahi na hiyo clip. Then I bear witness. I bear witness, brother. I will bear witness. But then Professor Mengich was the director. Na unajua Professor Mengich alikuwa daktari wa Mama Lucy, the late bibi ya Kibaki, if you remember, na hiyo condition yake. So Professor Mengich ndio alikuwa daktari wa huyo mama, na hata ndio alifanya. In fact, time yake iliisha, they kept on renewing his contract. So time ilifika when Kibaki was leaving, so the guy had to go. There's a new guy called Dr. Kibosia ndio alikuja, and Kibosia is a Marakwet, na kwa kuwa kuna friction mbaya sana. You see, Mengich is ni mtu wa Kapsengere na huko, so kulikuwa na hiyo vita kati ya Wanandi na wa Marakwet over leadership. So when Mengich left, he left, Kibosia came, na Kibosia is a Marakwet. Sasa haya akaanza kuleta watu yake, na that was the time kulikuwa na hiyo upgrading ya referral hospital. If you've been to Eldoret, kama you've been to Moi Referral Hospital, upande wa chini huko, upande wa Sinireta, kuna ukielekea na Kipkaren kwa mto, kuna nafasi. There's a very big land mahali wamejenga Riley mother and baby ya watoto. There is a some college, some MTC that offers certificates ya nursing. Ukivuka mto kuna hizo hostels za students wa medicine, but there's a big land. But these guys, badala you hear it was upgrading, badala whatever was supposed to be upgraded, kama ni kujenga wards, whatever, these guys went to Chepkoilel. Bernard, I know you know Eldoret. Walienda upande wa Chepkoilel campus na huko. That's where they bought land. Sasa you wonder, sasa what kind of upgrading is this? In hospital iko hapa, iko na nafasi. Because before I even left there was some other like Shoe for Africa, Ampath. There were so many institutions in conjunction with Indiana University. Ilikuja na ikajenga their buildings. There's enough land, but these guys, so wakati unasikia hiyo ku deflate hiyo figure, see from 17 to 28 billion, That is very right. But the thing is, I think Kibaki ali discover hiyo maneno and aka overhaul board ilikuwa inaongozwa na Professor Onyango. If you remember that lady, hawa ndio walikuwa wamestopisha hiyo maneno, but as a staff tulikuwa tunajua kulikuwa na hand ya huyo jamaa Ruto kabisa, his hand was there. So like mi sijui ama bado aliendelea kununua hiyo shamba Chepkoilel, whatever they did. I left there around 2014 and flew to States, but the thing is his hand, mkono yake ilikuwa mkubwa sana kwa hiyo story ya hiyo whatever. Niyo tu Bernard, I just wanted to make an input on that.
Thank you very much, Robbins. That gives us the perspective, and it's like, in my opinion, these guys have a way of knowing how to milk the country, because historically, just when you look at the recent history, the bid for the SGR had already been finished by Kibaki government, the Grand Coalition government. The investors were already sourced, and everything was just waiting the button to press for the SGR to take off. The SGR was to run all the way from Mombasa to Malaba, to wherever, to Malaba, yes. But now they get into power 2013. And what happens? They put off that contract, they pay the expenses for that contract, and then whatever that was to cost 55 billion is now costing 530. And the rail still does not arrive in Malaba, it stops in Naivasha. These milkers of this country must be gotten, and they must pay for this, because we are not a poor country. We have enough resources to make every Kenyan comfortable, if only we have right governance and right stewardship of those resources. But these people will want to start a new program so that they see how to milk the remaining part of this country. Needs to be kept away from power by all means. So Kenyans, open your eyes, begin to see who has your interest at heart. Handouts, yes, but those handouts, you cannot live on them. There must be some system that secures your future, the future of your children and the future of your children's children. It cannot be handouts. It cannot be being given chapatis. It cannot be being distributed with cakes. Let's wake up and understand that without proper management of our resources, we are doomed as a nation. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. Let's correct them with this election. And that is why the framers of the Constitution saw it fit that after every 5 years, we take people for evaluation. If they have performed well, we award them. If they have not performed well, we send them away. So the purpose of this election is not re-electing everybody. It's assessing everybody, especially those that have had opportunity to be in power. They must be assessed. How did they perform? How did they use our resources? How well did they protect our resources? How well were they good stewards of our resources? If not, kick them out. Keep them away from that office. Public office is a reserve of the faithful, the committed, those that are consumed with the future generations of this nation. Let's listen out to this video as I think we bring back Mama Selina. And those of you who want to join, there is still room in the studio. Usingoje kujae ndio uanze kuteta unsema oh nilikuja oh nikapata kumejaa. Let's be on the lookout. It is sad that people are fighting to be in power to eat the remaining part of this country. God help us.
Fakia hiyo nyumba kutoka juu mpaka chini. turusha watu waende nje, kwa sababu hatuwezi endelea tukiwa na watu kama hiyo. Basi ya mwisho, mheshimiwa, nimeongea sana na ndio nikasema jameni, andika ile maneno raia wanasema. Wala wanapiga simu kwa His Excellency the Deputy President, ambia Chepsarur ameongea sawa sawa. Basi kongoi sana.
Wanalaumiwa, wanasema waliiba na wizi wako hapa. Pole baba, pole kwa wewe kabisa. Baba yako alikuwa mzalendo na wewe pia umekuwa wa maana kwa kila nyumba, kwa every household in Kenya. Raila kweli ni baba wa maana, wa maana. Hata ndege angani baba wanakusifu. Ni kweli, ni kweli, kwa sababu baba yake wakati wa ukoloni sisi Wanandi tuliteswa ya kutosha, tuliteswa ya kutosha, ile hakuna binadamu mwingine imeteswa hivyo. Kuna bahali naitwa Mlangu Bale, sijui kwa historia ya hii inji, kuna inji bahali ingine naitwa Mlangu na wazungu. Mnandi alikuwa akipewa kipande nyekundu ili aingie White Island shamba lao. Sikisa tabu tulipata mpaka wakaua Laibongo Italil Samoei. Na sisi tunataka wewe Raila uliokoa Moi 1992 wakati nataka pendolewa na wabwenyenye wale walitaka kutoa. Wewe ulisimama na yeye na chama lako la NDP, ukalete wachumbe wakasuilia. Juzi umesaidia Bwana Kenyatta, kijana ajui mbele na nyuma, roho yake kama yako. Tunajua sawa sawa. Waja hawa wanakimbia umuumu, hawa ni mafishi. Amujui ngawa na bebereza vijana na kina mama, tabu iko. Tutaingia tabu ile hatujawahi kuona siku ngine dunia hii. Chungeni kabisa. Sisi Wasingishu tuko na wewe bega kwa bega mpaka tuone ya kwamba umeingia Ikulu. Na wewe utaingia. Hata Mungu mbinguni najua wewe ni mtu wa haki. Juzi wewe ukachibu hakuna pesa yako ngam offshore. Sasa nataka uuliza wajumbe, pole na wapi kinena keka? Kanini keka ni kani? Toa mdomo. Poleni kabisa. Kumbe kaa chini sasa. Mheshimiwa kaa chini. Kumbe Kenya, haki ya Mungu tulichagua watoto haki. Tuanguke tu kwa ajili vijana wako viongozini. Mbona nyinyi bunge pesa inatoka kwa Kibaki na Raila 1.8 trillion inaruka mpaka 9 trillion? Nini? What are you doing in that legislation house? Mnafanya nini? Wabunge muko hapa, ona yetu wametoroka. Ona ya hapa hawezi kuja, wametusaliti. Kazi shambani tuna tabu ila hapana wezekana. Upeleke salamu zetu kwa His Excellency. Asante kwa kazi yake. Yeye ni mtu mtulivu, anasikia, anaweka, anafanya. Asante wewe kuunga yeye mkono mpaka mnasimamisha inji ilikuwa imeenda kwa maumbu. Asante baba, asante baba. Wewe kweli ni baba. Baba yako alisema Kenyatta tosha. Visasi ya sasa mnajua. Baba, mbona nyinyi hawezi heshimu huyu? Mnafikiri kuongoza inji ni kwenda Singira? Inji tatereza na kukwisha. Na sisi yote tutakwisha. Mjue kabisa. Inji hapana kunywa kama maziwa ile fresh unafanya lok lok lok. Hiyo inakunywa kama ile maziwa imekamatana pole pole. Huyu ndio natosha na ni baba wa inji na nitosha. Na asante tena baba. umekuja hapa umetangulia, na sisi tulikuwa tunajua. Hata Wanandi the most silent hapo wa Uasin Gishu wanajua baba iko, wanajua baba iko hapa. Ile devolution kukuja inji hii bila wewe ulilala ndani mwaka 9. Nani tena amelala hapa? Wakati Kenyatta anachukua nani Kibaki anachukua ushukani ndani ya wilbaro, huyu alisema tosha. Si hawa wabwenyenye wote walikuwa na Moi. Ingawa Moi alifanya yake mzuri, ile tunashukuru kwa kazi ile amefanya, lakini hajasinda kazi ya Papa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mtu amejitolea roho yake pamba. Asante watu wa Mount Kenya, mumesikilia. Waja ile wagora tu wakame hiyo ng'ombe, kwa maana hiyo ng'ombe iko na maziwa sawa sawa, anaweza pasuka na itakuwa sambi kama hapana kama ng'ombe. Wakame sawa sawa, lakini kura ni kwa hapa. Sasa waja ni waje siasa, waja ni kuje uchumi. Asante Torgos, Your Excellency. Uchumi hapa imesoroteka. Tulipochagua serikali ya nusu mikate, baba akapea kijana wetu ministry wa kirakacha kutoka chini, from the sweeper to the MD to the minister. Iligulwa waligula hey. Waligula mazito. Haki ya Mungu. Haya, akabea yeye minister. Baba akaona anamaliza huku, akasweep, sijui zeli gosi aliingizwa, akaenda higher education. Baada ya kuunga baba 2013, aliona ya kwamba hawezi kamuleka, katoroka Baala. Ndio Baala Kenya sasa inakalia chameni. Where are we? Where are we? Where are our professionals? Wapi wale watu wamesoma? Mumesoma na musemi kila sisi tuko television na menja tukilia. Sisi tunalianga kila siku kwa mahindi, kwa sukari, kwa maziwa. Sito yetu imechukuliwa. Ukienda menja tukituma, anaambiwa na wale wenyenye pale, iko kesi. Iko kesi. Menja, iko kesi. Haya, kebe imechukuliwa. KCC ndio serial amejaza ile vitu ya yao. Sasa mnataka tuishi aje? Baba, utoke na uokoe inji na usafishe. Usafishe. Hata kansela hapa hakuna. Wamekula. Ile pesa inatoka huku. Oh, hakuna pesa akao napo. Juzi ati mwingine nataka waja legacy, anaenda jenga rego. Ati mnashaka posho kama unga. Hey! Rego. 20 years legacy issue. Sisi tu tunakaa na Mungu na ile mali ya wazee wetu. Hivi ndio tunakaa Uasin Gishu, hatujui serikali wala wapi. Mtoto kuandikwa kazi ni ngumu. Heri kweli amesema Wilbur anajua kila mtu yuko Poma. Hata yule wa university anajua. Sasa mabaya ni mabaya kabisa. Na Mungu awatalaani, uchukue vitu ya umma, uchukue kitu ya mtu, hiyo vizazi yako kwa boma yako milele walai haitakuwa watu. Haitakuwa watu, msitue kabisa. Samani sisi wanandi wa mtu mzee akichukua kitu. Watoto nasaliwa naenda namna hii. Ingine natembea kama mbuzi. Ingine naenda kama mama anapiga nduru, amekula ng'ombe ya fulani. Mzee anabamiwa, mali inatolewa, nyumba inapona. Kwa hivyo you are right reverend, sitaki kutokeza wewe. Usiendange sana. Hapa sisi tunakupenda na utapata hiyo kura kwa hali na mali. Ukitaka mali hata Turkana hiyo ulienda, tungetaka ujenge huku sito. Na sisi wakulima tutatoa mahindi yetu through Mr. Menjo. Mnasikia wakulima wenzangu? Kwinia mbili. Mnaona watu wa Turkana wanakufa kabisa na njaa. Hata ujenge tena sito ya nguo, tununulia hawa mitumba wafae. Naona gavana yao anahangaika Nairobi hotelini, pole Mungu.
Asante sana Patrice.
Mama Selina, go ahead.
Bernard, msiulize laana inaenda wapi ama inatoka wapi. Mkiona watu wamekosa kuongea ama mwelekeo, msee kama hiyo kuongea, amesema roho yake, na hiyo ni roho ya Wakalenjin. Nimekuwa nikiwaambia hapa kila siku, kama hujabarikiwa na watu yako Bernard, hata uruke ama uende wapi. Na unaona hiyo msee amelaani mpaka watoto. Moi alifanya the same na akaingia kaburi. Baba yake msasi alifanya the same. Wacha niwaambie penalty. Unajua ndio sababu mtu anaongea juu amesema nini. You cannot, uwezi kuwa kiongozi kama umelaniwa. Najua watu wengi hapa na vijana wajui laana ni nini. Najua watu wengi wataona kama hiyo wasee ni wachinga. Lakini jamii ya Kalenjin, nimewaambia watu yetu ni watu ya heshima sana. Lakini akiropoka mambo kama hiyo ni ngumu sana. Na Raila amebarikiwa. Mama ya huyo kijana kama angekuwa mama mwanamke, angetafuta wasee na kuomba msamaha. Hiyo mambo Penat, na shukuru umewekea, na aliongea Kiswahili, si ati ameongea Kikale yenye watu wasikii. Kama umelaniwa na jamii yako, hakuna mahali unaenda. Especially watu yenye patu wanafuata utamaduni. Sisi Wakalenjin hatujawacha tabia yetu. And that is why unaona anatembea peke yake. Hakuna msee atamfuata mtu ya maana, kwa sababu hiyo laana itakukula. Ukitembea na kifofu, hata wewe utakuwa kifofu moja. Hiyo mambo ya Eldoret si mchezo. Na tutakuja kuongea after tarehe 10, mtajua. Watu wanafikiria ni mchezo. Na huyo msee si msee ya shamba eka moja. Huyo ni tajiri, huyo ni mtu anachezea eka karibu 1,000. Si ile watu wanarokotwa kwa barabara. He was a member of parliament. Hiyo watu wameongea hapo, hiyo ni wale viongozi wakiongea Wanandi wananyamaza. Na mliona nyumba yote ilinyamaza. Asante kwa hiyo message, na inastahili watu warudie na waonyeshwe. Hiyo tu. Kelvin, naona kuna mtu
carry on Kelvin.
Okay. Mimi kuna kitu nimependa sana huyo mzee, although some other things alikuwa anaongea ni Kale, but kuna kitu moja imeni capture mind yenye alikuwa anazungumzia, na which is something very very nice. Unaona, for example Turkana kuna watu wanashikwa na bala njaa. My friend who is deputy William Ruto, yeye anaenda kudish out pesa church. Tuseme hizo pesa mtu umeenda umepeleka huko kusaidia watu wa Turkana, watu wa Turkana time wako na njaa. Si hapo hata Mungu ataona unafanya kitu ya maana. Ni mtu Mungu. Alafu another thing, anatoa pesa kwenda kuconstruct church. Sikatai. Anatoa sadaka. Wacha kusema uongo bwana. Anatoa sadaka. Alafu anatoa sadaka bwana. Basi usitumie Ruto uongo. Mimi ni hasa. Mimi hasa. Alafu sasa unapata ametoa zile pesa, ameenda, zinasemekana zinaenda kujenga church. Sikatai zinaenda kujenga church, lakini come to think of it, akitoa zile pesa anasema tunapeleka hizi pesa Mandera, tuchimbie watu borehole Mandera na tufanye ABCD like irrigation. Ndiposa watu wa Mandera hawatakuwa na hii seasonal balanja na seasonal ukiwa na ukame. You find that because me I take it, unaona church kuna washirika wake, washirika wa church hao hawaendangi mahali, na still hao washirika wanatoanga sadaka ya kusaidia church, na hiyo sadaka inaweza tumika kusaidia hiyo same church. Hizi pesa zenye anatoa church akienda kupeleka kama huko, mimi personally naona angekuwa anasaidia sana in that level if anakuwa genuinely kusaidia Wakenya. Ni hayo tu.
Hiyo pesa inapelekwa ni Kenya mzima wanapeleka ama ni sehemu moja? Unajua kwa 100 days anaenda Central karibu 99 days, na hiyo harambee inafanywa sehemu moja, na hiyo makanisa ni upande moja. So hiyo ni kujaribu kununua watu apate followers. Kama leo unachenga Nandi, kesho unachenga Kisii, kesho kutwa unachenga Kisumu, unachenga Mombasa, unachenga msikiti, lakini kutuambia Central peke yake ndio wanaenda pinguni. I'm sorry, ama Central peke yake ndio kunakuwa na makanisa. Hata Penat wasee wa Kalenjin waliuliza Rift Valley, kwani sisi tutafikiwa lini? Kwani si hatuna makanisa? So nasikia kuna watu wanaongea on your background. Umwambie hawa tunauliza hivi, hiyo pesa inaenda mahali moja, kanisa ni sehemu moja. Tunataka kanisa, kama unachenga kanisa, chenga misikiti, chenga kanisa na every part of Kenya. Hii ni kura mtu anajaribu kulock, anajaribu kuchipendekeza. Na kama angekuwa anachenga kanisa ya ukweli, angeanzia Kiambaa, huko kwao Eldoret, mahali watu walichomwa. That is the place ingetakikana kuwa na kanisa na kukutanisha watu, alafu sasa tujue ni ukweli. Watu wanakaa nyuma yako. Ambia kama huyo angekuwa genuine, angechenga kanisa kuanzia Kiambaa. Mpaka today, that church is not there. Ni msitu. Kwa nini kwani Central ndio kuna kanisa na watu? Hiyo ni nashukuru Mungu for the last 4 years. Ameenda kanisa. Na ndiye niliuliza Penat. Na mimi ni mama mshiriki, saa ingine naenda kanisa, saa ingine sijaenda, lakini nauliza, nilikuwa nafikiria tunaambiwa unajitakasa wewe mwenyewe kwanza, alafu wakati wengine wanakuombea wapate ukiwa clean. Lakini Penat, hata mkae 5,000,000 na kuniombea, na mimi roho yangu ni chafu, mimi mwenyewe sijajitakasa, hiyo maombi inaendanga wapi Penat? Unaniombea asubuhi, jioni ninakutusi. Kama mtu kama anaitwa Raila Odinga alipatiwa hiyo China na mama yake, hata pinguni kama kuna hiyo kitabu tunaambiwa machina imeandikwa, hiyo ni China yake, itajulikana pinguni. Kama wewe ni Mkristo na umeombewa na watu 4,000,000 na wanachukua time kufaa rosari, hiyo yako uko naye na kuomba. Na batu unatoka nje unaita mwingine msee ya kitendawili, huyo msee, Mungu alisema hivi, mtu amepita miaka 70, Penat, if I'm not wrong. Niliambiwa mahali ninafanya kazi, huku mahali tuko, mtu wenye Mungu amempatia hiyo miaka, huyo ni mtu ya Mungu, ustahili kumkosoa, ustahili kufanyia chochote, kwa sababu Mungu huyo anasema ni wake. Sasa kama wewe unataka kuwa rais na unataka kuombewa, kwanza umejitakasa. Na kama umejitakasa, sisi wafuasi tukitusiana mbele yako, unastahili kutuambia hapana. Sisi tuache kutusi watu na tuita watu kwa majina yao, na kwa sababu kuna 40 days ya kufunga na kuomba. Tunaambiwa usitukanane. Hata kama wewe ni mama uko kwa nyumba na baba ako kwa nyumba, mnajitakasa kwa hiyo siku mnafunga. Tunaambiwa tusikunywe maji na usimese hata mate na usifanye makosa, ndio maombi yako yafike pinguni. Pole Penat, nataka uniambie kwa sababu wewe ni reverend. Hii tunatusiana na tunaenda danganyana, hata upate 10,000, hata watu 1,000,000 wafunge bila kukunywa maji, na wewe mwenyewe Selina roho yako ni chafu. Sidhani kama hiyo maombi kuna mahali inaenda. Nataka niambiwe tu kama mshiriki ule, I'm not active member ile ya kukaa mbele ya church, lakini ile Sunday school nilienda nikiwa mdogo Penat, inanisaidia ya kuambiwa tunasameana mara 770, ndio at least we cannot even make it one day, na mtu anaendelea. Asante.
Wow, asante sana Mama Selina, swali hatari sana I must say. But ukweli ni kwamba Ukristo bila mabadiliko haufai na ukubaliani na Biblia. Huwa tuna statement, huwa tunasema prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. Hakuna vile utadharau wazee, okay, na Mungu akusupport. The Bible is against that. If there is a conflict between a child and the father, a son and the father, God will always stand by the father, even if the father is wrong. Even if the father is wrong. So the moment you lose regard for the elderly, you have blown it. God can never support you. And so William Ruto is not just, I think he stopped, if he used to be a Christian, he stopped being one. He's just remaining a shell of Christianity. And he's looking at the church as a constituency. He's looking at it as a constituency and how he can buy it for political expedience. He's not in charge to build the church. He's not in charge to support the church. He's actually in charge to destroy the church by buying the church leaders for political expedience and diverting people's understanding of what church is and the values that the church teach, because he goes contrary to all the values the church teaches, but he wants to appear to be more closer to church because he's closer to to so-called church leaders. But the truth is, you can be closest to the bishop and still very far from God. You can be closest to the pastor and still very far from God. The person you need to pursue and go closer to while you go to church is God himself. And the only way for you to prove that you're closer to God is when godliness begins to control you, that even if you are angry and your mouth wants to say something bad, the godliness nature in you does not allow you to say that. So he speaks ill of everybody without blinking. He lies blatantly without thinking. I mean, That is not a picture of a Christian from the biblical point of view. And this is not judging somebody. I'm sure the people in the comments will come and say, judge not so that you will not be judged. The Bible says very clear that we will judge angels. So we are free to assess people's lives. And right now, William Ruto has just submitted his submission, his application to be the president of this country. It's our duty to judge him. It's our duty to assess him. It's our duty to scrutinize him, even to do background check on him, because we will not entrust him with the leadership of this country if we are not sure of how he will perform. The swearing in ceremony does not change people. Just like we say in church that the exchanging vows does not turn a woman into a wife and a man into a husband. If a lazy one was the one marching the aisle after you arrive before the pastor, and the pastor asks you, do you love this woman? Do you take it? You say, I do. Saying I do will not change you from a lazy man to a hardworking husband. There is no miracle that takes place at the altar. And so, if you think that giving William Ruto an opportunity, the presidency, and swearing him in will change him into a good man who is going to be responsible for this country, forget it. Siku njema uonekana asubuhi. If you are faithful in the little, you will be faithful in much. If you are unfaithful in the little, you will be unfaithful in much. So the bigger the office, the bigger the scandal, the bigger the office, the bigger the mess. Kenyans, make sure, don't entrust your lives to people that cannot be trusted. That is the simplest, basic way of judging this matter and looking at it. Tusidanganyike na hao maskofu. Maskofu wamelipwa na wako job, hawataki nini. I mean, I've been in the church all my life, and I know Nairobi church politics, especially Nairobi church politics. When the Nairobi church politics begin, anything and everything is possible. Now, that's confession, but I'm telling you, anything and everything is possible. Haswa, mahali hela zimemwagwa. Including killing somebody, including hiring gangsters to go and finish one pastor so that they get the money. It is possible. And so don't trust those bishops who are wearing gowns and claiming to be ordaining somebody because God has spoken to them that he is the future leader. No. Everybody must be put on the scale. And if they don't measure up, warudi class. Warudi wakajifunze tena. So William Ruto has failed, in my opinion, and in my limited understanding. He has failed as a leader. He has failed as an example for Christian. He has failed as a supporter of the church. You can't be supporting the church by enhancing its corruption. You support the church by upholding the values of the church, supporting pastors to protect them from lying, supporting pastors to protect them from living a lifestyle that is not right. But you go to pour money to corrupt them from preaching the truth. Now they are preaching William Ruto. They are displaying William Ruto's picture on the screen. And you think it's okay? No, that is inviting God to fight you. And you don't want God to fight you because when God begins, you go ask Pharaoh what it means to fight God. And when God begins to fight back, William Ruto is going to have a bad ending. Not just losing this election, he's going to have a bad ending. If not for anything, trying to corrupt the church and messing up the work of God in this country. In my opinion, we don't need a born-again president in this country. We don't need a Christian president in this country. We need a just, faithful, committed, mature leader, not children. Children are never given leadership. Not in the church, not in the society, not in the African setting. Uongozi au kupewa watoto. Sio kwa Biblia, sio kwa historia, na sio hata nyumbani. So kama tunataka kiongozi wa nchi hii na mtu bado ana utoto ndani yake, asipewe uongozi. William Ruto ameonyesha utoto. Utoto ni kitu gani? Utoto ni ile hali ya kulaumu wengine wakati mambo yanaenda mrama. Okay? That's childishness. When I was a child, I thought as a child, I spoke like a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. William Ruto has not put away childish things. He insults people like a child. He competes with people like a child. He makes himself equal to everybody and demeaning everybody. If you want to look, or if you want to see all the characteristics of children, just look at William Ruto. Look at his reasoning. Look at his behavior. You will see children. Na wale ambao mmekuwa wazazi mnajua vile watoto wana behave kwa nyumba. Just assess William Ruto bila kumchukia. Assess his behavior and assess the behavior of your adolescent son, your pre-adolescent son. He behaves exactly the same. Fight the siblings, demand nyama yeye akule kwanza, mandazi yeye achukue kwanza kabla wengine wachukue, mkate yeye akule kwanza kabla wengine wakule. That is all he's doing. So keep children out of leadership. We want the country to move forward.
Bernard.
Kiprop, ngoja kwanza. Mute your mic.
Yes, let me echo what you are saying. Let me support you.
Just hold on.
I'm a Kalenjin. Let me support you.
Subiri kidogo tafadhali. Umefika saa hii.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
subiri kidogo. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll give you an opportunity to make your submission, but let's go by the queue.
Right,
Next. Let's hear Anderson first, then we come to you, then we go to Jakindube. Asante. Anderson.
Okay.
Bernard, mambo?
Poa, hali vipi?
Niko sawa.
Ushafika Bungoma?
Niko Bungoma. Niko Bungoma na niko Tongareni saa hii. Na nilienda na watu wangu watatu. Unajua tunakuanga na kikundi ya watu, tunafanyanga kazi watu 50. So tulienda watatu, tuko Tongareni. Tumezunguka, tumeongea na watu 200. Tumemanage kuongea na watu 200. Na naweza kuambia venye tumepata kwa watu 200, 90 wanasema watapigia Ruto kura.
Okay,
Alafu,
just a moment, Anderson. Chinedu,
yeah.
Please keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. It makes a feedback that irritates and creates confusion, please.
I've muted.
Yeah. Anderson, go ahead.
Sasa nilikuwa nasema tumemanage kuongea na watu 200 hapa Tongareni. Na 90 wanasema watapigia Ruto, 86 watapigia Baba, alafu Wajakoya 27. So hiyo ndio kazi tunafanya huku. Kesho tunaenda Kimilili, alafu tuingie Kibabii. Tuko huku siku 3. So nikiingia kwa mjadala Azimio kampeni wanafanya kila mahali. Hiyo ni sawa. Hizi siku zimebakia 21, inafaa tufanye kazi zaidi. Venye Mama Selina alisema mara ya kwanza, nilikuwa namfuatilia. Tufanye kazi usiku na mchana. Tusipoteze hata dakika moja, hata sekunde. Maana hizi ndio saa unapatanga tumepoteza votes. Hii ndio masaa unapatanga votes zinaenda tu hivi na si wenyewe tunalalisha. Kwa hivyo tufanye kazi usiku na mchana ndio hizi votes ziingie. Siku zimebaki 21 tu. Tujue mbivu na mbichi. Alafu nirudi mahali umeongea mambo ya Mheshimiwa Ruto. By the way, Ruto ana behave kama mtoto. Na ukiingia kwa kampu ya Ruto unarudi mtoto. Angalia Mheshimiwa Wetangula. Huyu jamaa alikuwa grown up. Lakini sasa hii angalia matusi amekuwa kama mtoto. Hiyo ni ukweli bwana umesema. Ukiingia tu hiyo kampu ya Ruto, hata angalia mtoto wa Ana Mudavadi siasa yake kwa wanasiasa wote Mudavadi hakuwa anaongea matusi. Lakini sasa hii Mudavadi ni mtu wa matusi. Yaani amerudi utoto tu. Kwa hivyo hiyo kampu ukiingia tu, wakina Murkomen, wakina Duale, hiyo kampu ya Ruto ni ya watoto tu. Hatuwezi trust mtoto atuongoze. Hiyo nayo bwana umesema, na hiyo tumekataa. Wacha mtu mwenye amekomaa aongoze Kenya. Walikuwa wanalalamika tu, wamepandisha vitu, sijui pesa ziko wameweka kwa kampeni ya Azimio, sijui nini. Saa hii wameshukisha, saa hii hao ndio wana complain. Sasa utatrust mtu kama huyo? Huku aralia wananchi wako na njaa, serikali ikipunguza ana complain. Huyu mtu ni wa aina gani huyu? Huyu mtu si wa kutrust, huyu mtu aende Sugoi. Kwa hivyo alikuwa anafurahia wananchi tukiumia. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa raha yake. Wakati wamepunguza saa analalamika. Huyu mtu aende Sugoi tu. Huyu hata hatuwezi tukamtrust, aende Sugoi. Sasa ndio tumejua alikuwa na benefit. Sasa ndio tumeanza kujua. Kumbe alikuwa na benefit wakati vitu zimepanda. Ni kama ako na biashara kwa hizo vitu. Mbona analalamika? Badala aseme wangepunguza ifike 50. Unajua? Bena angesema isikuwe 100 ingefika 50. Jamaa analalamika, anasema mbona serikali inapunguza. Huyu jamaa hata siwezi mtrust Bena. Hata Wakenya wamekosa sasa imani na huyu jamaa. Yeye auza hizo wheelbarrow zake huko mahali anauza. Na mimi namuomba tu arudi tu nini Mount Kenya. Huko ndio nataka arudi tu. Arudi tu Mount Kenya huko, arudi mpaka siku ya kuvote aende hata avotie huko. Tuone kama hizo kura zake, kama atapata hizo kura walipata na Uhuru. Mimi namuomba tu arudi huko na vote mpaka huko. Kama atapata zile kura walipata na Uhuru huko, akuja yeye ni mwanaume. Lakini huko watagawana 50-50. Napenda asipenda. Na mimi nashinda nikikwambia Bena, Western Ruto kama atafikisha 25%, wewe jamaa atakuwa mwanaume. 25% akifikisha Western, unajua anachazanga na Waluya. Sisi ni Waluya hiyo 50 analeteanga Waluya. Wanakula lakini kura hataona. Maybe hapa Bungoma mahali niko tu hapa anaweza pata kidogo, lakini huku ngine kaunti zingine hizi 4 wewe jamaa atalia. Na tumemngoja tu 21 days, hizo ndio tumemngoja tu. Hata ni 20 days. Jusaini ni saa 7. Alafu Mama Selina uliniuliza jana ama juzi mtoto wa Ana ako wapi? Si umemuona? Mtoto wa Ana ground ni mbaya. Ground ni tofauti. Alikuwa amejificha tu hapa Vika kutembea kidogo. Sasa ndiye amejitokeza kidogo umuone tu. Umeona venye amekonda? Of late saa hii umeona venye amekonda. Sio ati njaa. Ni hiyo 70% aliyekewa kwa mabeka. Hiyo 70% kuwekewa kwa mabeka ndio imemkondesha. Na hata angalia tu Wetangula. Watu wakiwa nini tukiwa na baba, wakati tulikuwa na baba wote. Si walikuwa wamenona. Watu wamekonda kuwekewa hiyo muziki. Hiyo ni msalaba wa Yesu kubeba. Hawataweza. Kwa hivyo hiyo kitu itafanya wakonde na watakonda. Na mwishowe na mimi wenye naona Mudavadi anakuja Azimio. Huyu jamaa anakuja Azimio. Na kama hakuja Azimio, atakuja wakati Raila atakuwa akiapishwa. Ruto atabaki peke yake huko. Asianze na Mudavadi. Kwa hivyo ni hayo tu Bena, tuko pamoja. Leo niko tu na wewe hapa kitu kama wanawa. Asante.
Asante sana Anderson. Yes, we appreciate that, na chapa hiyo kazi vizuri, utupatie figures vile zinakaa ili kila mtu amakinike na kujua tunaelekea vipi aswa the entirety of Western region. We want to be sure of those figures kwa sababu propaganda ni mingi na inaanza kutia watu wasiwasi. But thank you very much for the good work. We will talk later. Chinedu, vipi?
Yes. Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is my first time kuongea kwa Mtembei TV.
Karibu sana.
And thank you so much, my brother. And I like the conversation. First and foremost ni kwamba mambo ya Ruto sisi kama watu wa Rift Valley tulimaliza kitambo. Unajua nyinyi pia naona okay, kabila zingine I don't know your terms and conditions ya TV, but Kabla zingine wote wamesema wanaona kama wako na wasiwasi na watu wa Kalenjin, but kuna Wakalenjin wamerefuka, wako na akili, si kama vile wengine wanaona kama sisi tumekaa mfuko ya Ruto. You see, to be honest, a leader anaonekana. Kwa nini Ruto, Bernard,
Yes, I get you.
Bernard, okay.
Yes, I can get you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, kwa nini Ruto akiona barabara yenye serikali ya Jubilee imeunda vizuri, imekuwa successful, imekamilika, kwa nini anasema hii ndio tuliunda na serikali ya Jubilee nikiwa ndani? Kwa nini mambo ya njaa ikifika anasema sio mimi, ni Uhuru? Leo lucky enough kuna government wamereduce bei ya unga from 230 to 100 shillings. Na I know by next week atakuwa amerukia, aseme ati hiyo ilikuwa ni mimi, kama si mimi nipige nduru, aenge reduce. So hiyo unaona amekuwa gilia, anasema serikali amefinya wananchi. Serikali sasa hiyo umereduce bei ya unga, pia anasema ati mlikuwa wapi kila siku ndio mkareduce saa hizi. So for real, sisi kama watu wa Rift Valley, especially Baringo, we Tugans, hatuwezi imbishwa nyimbo yenye tumekuwa tukiimba kila siku yenye haina maana, haina mwelekeo. Unakuta tunaimba mtu kweli ni wetu, lakini uongo ni mingi. Since 2013 up to now, sisi kama watu wa Baringo hatujaona chochote. Alafu you expect that we as Baringans, because we are Kalenjins, we are Tugans, ati tupigie nani kura? Ruto. My friend, wacha nikwambie leo mambo ni tofauti. For me, mimi sijaipigia Raila kura, lakini for the first time ministry nitapigia Raila kura na mke wangu atapigia Raila kura kwa sababu ya uongo ya Ruto. We don't like false, yani kudanganywa, kubeba ufala ovyo ovyo kwa sababu ya mtu mwenye anajitakia mwenyewe. Unajua mimi na shanganga watu wa Central wanaimba Ruto sana, as if kama wanajua we are Kalenjin. I know Ruto in and out. Uweze nafunza Ruto ni mtu self-centered. Asipopata kwanza yake kwanza, hawezi angalia wewe ya. Akifika ground juu, I think akili ya binadamu ama akili ya ni plastic. Yani akili yetu inakwanga tunasahau haraka sana maneno. We have that behavior ya kusahau maneno. This guy is taking us for a ride kwa sababu anatuambia tunatoka chini tunaenda juu. In 2013, let me use an example. He came to somewhere in Marigat, Baringo County, Baringo South constituency. Akasema, we have challenge of insecurity here, banditry and whatever. Akasema tukishika serikali kama serikali ya Jubilee tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8, that was in 2013. Wale bandit wote watakuwa wanajipanga wachome makaa ama wafanye biashara ingine, lakini si mambo ya cattle rustling. But wakati jamaa alishika serikali, hakuna kitu atalifanya, hakuna kitu alisongesha. I can tell you for free, William Ruto ni tapeli. Na mimi nawaonya Wakenya sana, ikiwa utaenda ambao tutajidanganya, Wakenya wengi wasema tupigie William Ruto kura, hiyo ni kujidanganya my friend. Hiyo ni kujidanganya kwa sababu napochukua kitu namna hii, ujue huyo mtu ni mwanafunzi wa Museveni, rais wa Uganda. Atabadilisha katiba sababu pia tuko na upungufu tuko na shida ya wabunge wetu. watanuliwa kama wajinga, watabadilisha katiba. There will be no term limit ya president, and watanuliwa, ataongoza nchi kama Museveni. So if Kenyans hawatakuwa very careful, kama atabeba na euphoria ya chama, atabeba na euphoria hii hewa ya Ruto kudanganya watu, Mombasa watu tunawatoa chini tunawapeleka juu, my friend, baada ya 1 year kijana yake atakuwa Major General wa jeshi, na hapo ndio tutaanza kuchota maji na gunia kama Wakenya. Bernard, waje nakuambie, sisi watu wa Rift Valley tumekosa vitu mingi. Around Kimwarer, mahali Murkomen anatoka anaongea maneno milioni 1 kwa mwezi mmoja ama kwa wiki mbili, ameongea maneno mingi na hakuna kitu anaongeza, lakini yeye mwenyewe ameshindwa kushawishi mambo ya hii Aurora na Kimwarer. Pesa imeenda na sisi tunakaa tu kama Rift Valley, tunakaa tunavumilia. So this guy is a blackmailer, whereby because of he's taking advantage of illiteracy in the region, that most of the people haven't gone to school. So akikuja hapo na kutu blackmail, ameiba sisi mali yetu. Hakuna kitu imekuja Rift Valley since 2013. Tuache kudanganyana. Wakenya, mimi na wasi wote nawaomba, mimi am a Kalenjin and I will speak my mind. Bernard, wacha nikatishie hapo, wengine waendelee, lakini mambo ya Ruto hapana. Heri Raila. Let me comment something kidogo please. Tukiangalia mambo ya vijana na wazee, when Kibaki alishika kiti, sisi watu wa Rift Valley kwanza tulikuwa tunakataa maneno ya Kibaki kabisa, lakini wakati alishika kiti tukaona ni mzee, tukaona ni kiongozi mwenye anaweza kutuongoza, alituletea mabadiliko mengi sana, lakini kwa sababu yani kwa sababu ya huyu kijana wetu amekuja na speed mingi, anataka kufika, yani anataka kukua, I think Ruto na greedy, anataka kuwa tajiri kuliko kila mtu Kenya mzima, anataka kuwa king kuliko wale kings walikuweko. Hiyo speed yake yote itatukost sisi kama Wakenya, so lazima tukue careful, kwa sababu hii kiti, mimi I'm voting for Raila for the first time because of example ya Moi na Kibaki. Hawa walishika nchi na waendesha kwa njia mzuri, hawana speed ya kukula pesa, hawana speed ya corruption, hawana speed. Kazi yao ni maendeleo. Walitufanyia kazi, lakini huyu mwingine kazi yake ni lugha, maendeleo hamna. Ndomo mingi, maendeleo hamna. Unaona mtu anakuja kulaumu Uhuru kwa sababu ya mambo ya uchumi imeharibika. Let me speak my mind. We have this war between Russia and Ukraine. Tumesahau Ukraine wanatusupply na nini kama Kenyans. Tumesahau Russia wanatusupply na nini kama Kenyans. Alafu tunakuja kulia, tunalaumu Uhuru. Uhuru ataenda. Do you think, let me say for a fact, do you think Ruto for heaven's sake, because manager hawezi shika kitu, akishika kitu leo, wewe unafikiri atapunguza kila kitu mpaka 0, au atapunguza kila kitu iko normal kama vile Kibaki alikuwa? He will not, because unajua nao uchumi nyiko imekuwa affected na ile countries wanapigana huko. We know like Russia for instance, wana supply na kuna hii mambo ya gas na mambo ya oil, hii petroleum. Alafu hii Ukraine mambo ya ungangano. Tunalia kama Wakenya, tunalaumu Uhuru for absolutely nothing. So Kenyans, please wake up. Let's wake up tuangalie mahali tunaelekea na tusilaumiane, lakini kwanza ukiangalia hata leo ile report imetoka kwamba from 2013 to 2017 ile corruption imekuwa yote Marer ya NYS1, NYS2 yote iko na Ruto, lakini huyu mwingine hapa 2018 na kuelekea hakuna scandal ilitokezea. Ile ilitokezea tu ni ya KEMSA peke yake. Kutoka hapo mpaka chini hakuna, mpaka wa leo hakuna corruption imetokezea, na unaona uchumi wa Kenya inaanza kurudi pole. Tusidanganyane kama Wakenya, especially those wenye wako na akili. Tusiwadanganye wale wenye wako at least wako huko Ocha tusiwatumie kama vile Ruto anawatumia. So my opinion is, let's continue preaching peace. Let's continue educating our people that this man is worth, and we should not entertain. We should not entertain. I always tell my people, hakuna vile tuta entertain Ruto kwa hii kitu, kwa sababu hii inatuaffect maisha yetu na vile inatuaffect maisha yetu, ikini affect mimi ita affect mpaka watoto wajukuu wenye wanakuja hapo baadaye. Uchumi usiangalie kama ina affect tu wewe peke yako saizi, inaweza kuwa imeni affect mimi, lakini see tomorrow. Please Bernard, that's my submission, and I will not vote for Ruto kwa sababu ya corruption.
Thank you, Kiprop. We appreciate that, and very good, insightful submission there, giving us inside information. Alex, iko nini?
Shukrani tena, nimefurahi sana. Nimeingia kuambia Mama Selina alituattack akasema Ruto ndio Mkisii. Nataka nimwambie Kiprop ndio Mkisii. Kiprop ndio Mkisii. Sasa mama Ruto, wewe baki na Ruto yenu, sisi Kiprop ni yetu. Hata mama Selina bado hajasikia, lakini yeye ambia yeye Kiprop ndio Kisii, ndio yetu.
Asante Alex, hiyo kesi mtafanya baadaye. Nafikiria ni kwa ile night class, so tungoje hiyo time ya
kabisa, hiyo nimekubali. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Mama Selina usikubali kubebewa akili na Ruto.
Subiri, Chinedu, just hold on. Mama Selina is on a phone call. When she's done, you can address her. But keep your mic mute, please. You keep keeping your mic on. It is a problem to the viewers. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tuende moja kwa moja. Ngoja kabla tuende moja kwa moja, tutaenda through another route to Chakindube. Let's listen to the voice that most people don't want to listen to, but it's good.
Wapi kura ya huyu kijana anaitwa Sakaja? Wapi kura ya Sakaja jameni, nione kura ya Sakaja. Huyu kijana amezaliwa hapa Ngara, anatosha ama atoshi? Huyu jamaa anaelewa Nairobi ama haelewi? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, muliona interview? Kwa ile interview muliona nani ana degree na nani yako na degree? Si walikuwa wanasema sijui nini, lakini si ilionekane pale kwa interview nani ana degree? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Si ilionekana nani anaelewa Nairobi na nani haelewi Nairobi? Nyinyi nauliza nyinyi, mtachagua project ya deep state ama mtachagua project ya wananchi? Huyu Sakaja, mtachagua huyu project wenu? Huyu project ya Kanairo, ule mwingine ni Kikaragosi, si ndio? Ama mnasemaje? Na huyu Mbogwa, wewe Saimo, simama hapo.
Jakindube.
Asante sana Bernard. Nyumba habari. Amujambo wote, nimewasalimia wote. Kiprop, Mkenya, Spain, siku nyingi sijakuona. Habari yako?
Sasa last night I was there, lakini nitoka wakati uliingia cause it was a bit late, yeah, but I'm here.
Karibu. Nimefurahi kukuona.
Asante Jack Dube.
Nimefurahi kukuona.
Mimi pia nimefurahi.
Asante. Mimi katika mchango wa leo nataka kuzungumzia juu ya yale mambo ambayo mlikuwa mnazungumzia juu ya kusema mambo kwamba mtu analalamika. Unajua, nimewaambia kila siku kwamba kitu inaitwa uongo ina expire. Uongo unasema uongo, alafu iko siku hiyo uongo inaisha. Yani ina expire, iko na date. Kama zile mnaonaga dawa inaandikwa, vitu zinaandikwa ina expire. Uongo wa Ruto sasa ime expire. Kila mahali akijaribu kusema, manake hata wale walikuwa naamini sasa wameanza kuona ni uongo, kwa sababu wanamuona kila siku anasema. Kwa sababu ukisema kama wewe ni muongo, ukumbuki jana ulisema nini. Ni ngumu sana kuweka record ya kwamba jana ulisemaje na leo unataka kusema nini. Ndio maana uongo ina expire. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kuwasihi wa Kenya kwamba tukubali kwamba hatutaki mtu yeyote kusema uongo. Na jambo lingine ambalo mimi nataka kuambia wa Kenya, ndio maana nasema kitu inaitwa siasa, tunatakiwa tutumie siasa, tuseme uongozi badala ya kusema siasa, tuseme uongozi, kwa sababu hawa watu ndio wanaongoza Kenya, ndio wanatuongoza. Ulimwengu mzima inaongozwa na hawa watu ambao tunasema siasa. Na unajua, mtu ukisema siasa ni kwamba mtu ukisema siasa kuna nafasi ya mtu kudanganya, kusema uongo, na hiyo ni makosa, kwa sababu siasa, uongozi ndio inatuhakikishia shule za watoto, barabara, hospitali, mahitaji yetu yote inaenda na uongozi wa nchi. Na kwa hiyo hatuhitaji mtu ambaye ni mwongo, tunahitaji mtu mwaminifu, mtu mwadilifu, an honest person, mtu ambaye hasemi uongo. Kwa hiyo ni vibaya sana kuchagua mtu ambaye eti kwa sababu yuko popular. Hiyo na huyu mtu popular anasema uongo wakati wote. Kwa mfano, ukichukua mtu kama Sakaja, unasikia ametaja Sakaja kwamba kwa maoni yao Sakaja ndio kiongozi alionekana kwa interview. Hatuhitaji Sakaja, alifeli kwa hiyo interview. Kwa maoni yangu alifeli. Unawezaje kualikwa kwenda kwa interview? Unaalikwa kwenda kwa interview, unakuja kwa interview ya wana Nairobi, na wanasema kuja saa 3, wewe unakuja saa 6, alafu ukiulizwa unasema hapana, mimi sikutaka kuja saa hizo, nilikuwa nataka kumpatia huyu nafasi. Sasa ni huyo mwenzako ambaye amekuja kwa interview on time, wewe huji on time. Sasa hiyo inaonyesha tabia gani? Kama ushapewa hiyo kazi, kweli utaheshimu saa? Hata heshimu saa. Sasa huyo ni mtu ambaye tabia yake ni mbaya. Lakini ni ajabu kusikia huyo ndio watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanaona ni mtu mashuhuri kwao. That is totally. Mimi nafikiri Mkenya Spain utakubaliana na mimi, kule Spain upotezi hata dakika moja. Ukiambiwa utakuja saa 3, unafika hapo saa 3. Hauwezi kufika saa 6 alafu unapata hiyo kazi. Utapata hiyo kazi. Hiyo kazi imeenda. Yule mtu, kwa sababu time is money. Hivyo ndivyo watu wanasema. Lazima uhakikishe kwamba umeheshimu time. Na ukiheshimu time unaheshimu watu. Sasa wewe uheshimu watu, eti unasema unajua Nairobi. Unajua Nairobi na uheshimu watu. Hao watu uheshimu, utawafanyaje kazi? Kama saa ya interview hufiki on time, saa ya kufanya kazi utafika on time, na saa hiyo wewe ni mkubwa. Hiyo tuwacheni, tuwe ruthless. Tusijali mtu anajua kuzungumza. Tunataka yule mtu anaweza kufanya kazi, mtu ambaye anaheshimu time, mtu ambaye anaheshimu time, anaheshimu sheria. Hiyo ni makosa ambayo tunayo sisi kama Kenya. Hatuheshimu sheria. Sheria vile hatuheshimu sheria, ndio maana tuna corruption. Kwa sababu kama unaheshimu sheria huwezi kuwa na corruption. Lakini sisi hatutaki kuheshimu sheria. Lazima tuheshimu sheria. Hiyo tukifanya, watu wote, hata uongo huwezi kusema kama wewe unaheshimu sheria. So ukiendesha Nairobi, taa ni red, lakini watu wanapita tu. Sasa maana ya hizo taa ni nini basi? Unajiuliza, hizi taa zimewekwa za nini? Ndio hiyo sheria zimewekwa, lakini sisi tunavunja tu sheria, alafu tunalalamika ati kuna corruption. Ni sisi. Lazima tuchange sisi wenyewe, tuchange. Hiyo nitawaambia kila siku. Tuanze na sisi. Ndio maana nasemaga kuwa masikini jeuri. Unaweza kwenda mahali mtu ni masikini na uache hata pesa yako. Haibi kwa sababu ni masikini, haibi. Lakini unaweza kwenda mahali ukute mtu ni tajiri, ukiweka pesa anaiba, au chochote anaiba. Hiyo ni tabia ya mtu. Tuacheni hii mambo ya kudanganya watu eti mtu anaiba kwa sababu ni masikini. Hapana, mtu anaiba kwa sababu ya tabia. Watu wengi tu wako ambao ni masikini, lakini ukiweka pesa zako hata iba. Kuna kijana moja aliokota pesa, yeye ni makanga Kenya, mnakumbuka. Aliokota pesa ambayo mzee alikuwa anaenda kulipa school fees. Alichukua hiyo pesa akapeleka ofisini. Hakuwa tajiri, ni masikini, lakini hana uwizi ndani yake. Hana. So hii mambo ya kusema lazima uchukue pesa ati kwa sababu eti usikubali kuchukua hiyo pesa. Mimi husema usikubali. Na mimi naomba serikali ya Raila na Martha Karua wapige marufuku mambo ya harambee kabisa. Hiyo harambee ni njia moja mbovu ambayo inaletaga hii mambo ya kununua watu na kuweza kupeana pesa za uongo. Hiyo harambee ipigwe marufuku, vile wakati wa Kibaki na Raila harambee ilipigwa marufuku. Corruption ilikuwa hakuna mtu angekimbia sijui anaenda Mount Kenya. Sasa Mount Kenya wao ndio wanajengewa makanisa. Hizi sehemu zingine hakuna kanisa. Hiyo ni uongo, na hiyo inaonyesha tabia mbaya ya watu fulani, au labda au watu ambao wanaongoza hizo makanisa. Wanatakiwa wasikubali kujiuliza, mbona Rift Valley hakuna kanisa? Coast hakuna kanisa? Huko Nyanza hakuna kanisa? Au huko West Pokot hakuna kanisa? Hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba huyo mtu anatumia hiyo mambo ya harambee kwa njia ya ulaghai, ya kusema akiwapatia hizo pesa watampigia kura. Kwa hiyo hapo kuna kura nyingi, kwa hiyo lazima anataka kuhifadhi hizo kura za hapo. Lazima tukubali kusema uongo, hatutaki. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jakindube, we appreciate that. Uongo una expire, a truth that we must all accept. Njia ya muongo ni fupi, wahenga washasema. Let every Kenyan be on the alert that you will not entrust your future to lies. entrust your future to faithful people. The Bible says it is required for stewards that a man be found faithful. Leadership is not given to everybody. It's given to faithful people. The Apostle Paul talking to Timothy said, the same things you have seen and learned of me, commit them to faithful people who shall be able to teach others. So where faithfulness is absent, leadership cannot exist. Don't play cards with the future of this country. Naomba tumlete Mkenya Spain, tukisonga hivyo kwa mkururo.
Samahani tena dakika moja. Samahani.
Yes, Jackie Dube.
Nimesahau kwamba juzi kila mahali Ruto alienda akisema bei ya vitu imepanda. Serikali inajaribu kuteremsha bei tu leo. Analalamika, anasema kwa nini wanabadilika. Sasa hiyo ni uongo. Kila mtu anaweza kuona uongo wa Ruto, kwa sababu angesema hiyo kitu inatakiwa labda iwe ya muda mrefu, ndiye angesema hivyo, iwe muda mrefu au ipunguzwe zaidi. Lakini kusema, kulalamika kwa nini wanarudisha nyuma, hiyo ni uongo mtupu. Pole, asante sana.
So, asante Jackie Dube. Alex ametuambia hapa hiyo ni kuteta, kwa sababu inaonekana kuna mahindi walikuwa wameweka, wanangoja korokoro ifike 300 ndio wafungulie. Sasa vile imerudi 100, biashara imeharibika. Na alafu tunajua tuko August, September tumeanza kuvuna mahindi. So kuna ile waliweka, kuna hii subsidies serikali imeleta, na kuna ile inatoka kwa shamba. So hata korokoro itanguka kwa 25. So watauza kwa loss. Hiyo ndio wanateta nayo. Si eti ni wa Kenya wanatetea, ni ubinafsi wao ambao umewatupa chini ya basi. Tunashukuru Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na uongozi wake kutusaidia kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya atakuwa na chakula, na tutaenda kuvote kama tumekula kitu. Hatuta vote on empty stomachs. And go and vote understanding that you are giving power to somebody to determine your life for 5 years. If that person cannot be trusted, don't give them your heart, don't give them your life, don't give them your children. Huwezi kuacha watoto wako walindwe na mtu ambaye umwamini. Ukienda kupigia kura mkora, muongo, mtu asiyeaminika, ni kama kuchukua watoto wako kupeana kwa mtu ambaye umwamini, umwambie akulindie. So be careful, Kenyans. It is about time that everybody looked and in the eyes of everyone vying for any political seat and told them the truth. Siku za uongo zimeisha. Tuambiane ukweli. Mkenya Spain, karibu tafadhali.
Asante sana. Sijui niseme good night, good evening, because we are all in different places with different hour time. But yeah, it's one at night, so it's past midnight. So I can say good night, everyone who is listening. Those who are in Kenya, I know now it's 2 p.m. at night, 2 past midnight. Those who are in USA, sijui kwa masaa ni saa ngapi, because I think we are behind with 6 hours. You are behind with 6 hours. But anyway, we first say, let me support what my brother Jackie Dube has said about the Sakaja man getting on a meeting very late, and when he was asked, he was very arrogant. By the way, I don't know, we Kenyans, what we think when we go and vote for those arrogant people, calling them our leaders. A leader, there are qualities which we have to look when we are choosing who should lead us for those 5 years. When I listen Sakaja, is very arrogant. Even when he was being asked some question, being interviewed, the man was like, he knows everything, he has everything, is the person, is like, is above the law. And that's the problem we have with our leaders. Some leaders, they think when they are elected, when they are being voted in, they are everything. And that's we who give them that that power. Because if I'm behind, every now and then, I want a politician to be like, is my second God. No, we should not convert our politicians, leaders, to be like our second gods or our fasting God. Because when we see now, when we look things now, there are people who know the truth, but the truth has not set them free. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Us who knows how the lies, which lies behind our leaders, we are free and we know who we have to vote. I know if I vote Raila and Martha Karua, I will be in good hands. I will not be on hands of liars who are going around. It's like those who have been teachers, you can agree with me. We have a different type of students, and if you look, I can analyze and say some of our leaders, they are those type of students who want who are looking for to be the center of attraction. Those students who are always talking, disturbing everything. They are always quarreling, they are always asking, they are always questioning everything. Why? Because they want to become center of attraction. And that's how our deputy president is. He wants to be the center of attraction to all Kenyans. And that's why he always invents. It's like always he's looking, and that's why he speaks lies. Because if I don't have anything to say today, I have to invent something. Why? Because I want to be a center of attraction to people. And that's what he's doing. He's become center of attraction, and because he doesn't know what to say, so he has to cook lies, he has to cook stories, he has to cook what to say, he has to insult others so that he can attract people, he can attract the crowd. So it's not his problem. That's how people look, who go searching for to be center of attraction. That's how they are. And that's why this man is always talking lies to us. And we have listened, we have heard, and it is a surprise to me if someone who is calling himself deputy president of our country can complain when they have lowered the price of the maize flour. And he knows very well main houses in Kenya, without that 1 kg of maize flour, people will go angry. People will hambriendados. They will start the one is not coming. Watu watakufa njaa. Why? Because maize is the basic need back home. And why is he complaining? Why is he saying that they have done this because of this? But if we remember very well, 2017, they brought us a maize unga, which was from, I don't know, Mexico or where. Yeah, it was Mexico, which was, even it was poisonous to health of people. So when they did this, for them, that was not bad. But when others when others do what they are they want to do, for them it's bad. And it's like every now and then they should answer to him. Why have you done this? Why have you done that? That is a character of a dictator, a person who will never agree what others do. Is the person who will always want to question everything that you do should be questioned by him. And if you don't accept what he authorizes, or if you go against what this person authorizes to be done, you might end losing your life. Why? Because this person has a character of dictatorship. He wants everything to be under his knees. He wants to become God of Kenya. It's like those who have done history, who have learned about the Roman Empire, how the empires were doing with the Romans. if you don't do what the empire was telling you, or if you don't worship the empire, you are done away. And this man can be like that. He can be the king of Kenya, and when you elect someone to be a president, he can convert himself to be everything he wants. I think my Kenyans, my people who are back home, you are not thinking, you are not going outside the circle. We should go outside our minds. We should think far, and we should look the history. And the history is our best teacher. We have seen empires. We have seen how people are servant. We have seen how many people have even lost life because of some leaders who have become egocentricals. So we should think about this, and we should think about our country, our future of our youth. I think these youth who go behind those political leaders shouting, you elect someone because you see this person knows how to speak, or knows how to do this, knows how to do this. You should consider many things before you vote for someone. There are many things we should first listen to someone and also see the doers of this person, because many people have come wamevalia ngozi ya kondoo na kumbe wao wenyewe ni mbuzi. Hata jana yeye mwenyewe alikataa kusema kondoo juu alisema mbuzi. Why? Because he knows if he says the kondoo. We have to know the statistic of these people. We have to learn how logical these people, logical, how do these people think, how they translate the message, and how they put it when they are talking to the voters. Because the way they do it is where they know, if I do it this way, I will gain more voters, or I will change mind of these people. And we should know that UNDA people, mi sinjapatana na mtu ana support the UNDA party mwenye sio arrogant. Hata huyo mtu mkiongea kidogo, huyo mtu anaanza kukuletea makasiriko. And this is the character of our deputy. Akiongea kidogo ni makasiriko. Hata mtu akijibu hii, we have had watu wa Azimio wamekuwa kwa campaigns, people have been shouting there na wakanyamaza, but this man nenda ukaongea kwa mkutano yake, you are done away. Why? Because this person has character of a dictator. And if you have never read the history of the world, ingia usome uone how political leaders have converted themselves to being gods of their countries. Yani mtu lazima mumwendee kwa mangoti. Mtu ukiingia kwa mlango yake lazima uiname uende ukitembea kwa magoti. We don't want that type of country. We want a Kenya where we will have our freedom. We will live free and we will have the same liberty which we have been enjoying. Hatutaki mtu anakuja akisikia ati mahindi inateremshwa anaanza kukasirika. Why? We Kenyans, we need mahindi. We need unga ya mahindi. Mi siwezi nikakaa bila ungali. Hata hapa Spain na natafutanga unga ya mahindi mahali nitaipata na nunua. Why? Because that's our meal and we can't go without it. Hata watu wache kusema ati Waluya ndio wanataka ungali peke yao. Hapana, we Kenyans, we have grown up tunajua ungali ni chakula ya sisi wa Kenya. So acha kuteta ungali ikiteremshwa chini, unga ikiteremshwa chini, achane na sisi, we enjoy the life. Si hatuna millions in the banks, si hatunjaimba pesa ya serikali, pesa ya Kimwerere, dam, pesa sindi ya wapi, aturudishie. We enjoy the life as Kenyans. We are tired of living in diaspora. We want to go back to our country and enjoy the life. Okay, thank you, Bernard, for that time.
Asante sana Mkenya Spain, we appreciate that. A very passionate call, and I'm happy that you're proud Kenyan and you take Kenya with you wherever you are. It's a good a good experience and a good way of going about. Hiyo ndio uzalendo kamili. Baba Moyo angesema hiyo ndio mzalendo kamili. So tunashukuru sana. Wote ambao mnajiunga nasi katika matangazo ya leo, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu. tumemaliza lisaa la tuko karibu kumaliza our fifth hour. The remaining 3 hours to go. So don't relent. And if you are, whatever you're hearing here is helping you understand some things, is helping you appreciate Kenya, please invite the rest of the Kenyans around the world to tune into Mtembei TV. Anybody who has connection to the internet can get our broadcast from anywhere you are around the world. So don't watch alone. Please make sure that you invite somebody to watch with you. Number 2, if you're following us on Facebook, we need you to subscribe on YouTube. Some of our programs will be running only on YouTube because YouTube gives us unlimited time to stream, other than Facebook that gives us 8 hours. After that, they cut. But YouTube will give us unlimited time to stream. And so we'll be able to stream the election result before, during, and after the voting process. And so we can be live for 5 days consecutively on YouTube. That's why I want everybody to subscribe on YouTube and hit that notification bell so that you don't miss out on any of the happenings that we are drawing out to see to it that comes to you raw and ready for you. I'm glad for everybody that is joining us. Let's keep it clean on the comment section. Appreciate it. Kunanan, we are an advocate to age me out. I'll be willing to. You just give these people enough reasons and we take a vote. If you lose the elections, accept results. And I'm sure you can lose that elections. Mundu wa nyumba. Hali vipi? Karibu.
Asante Bwana Bernard. Nawasalimia wote. Mkenya Spain salimika. Mr. K, najua wewe ni Kamau, salimika. Selina, Jasumba, kuna wengine wapya, Maginga Uma, Joshua Mark, salimikeni wote. Mkenya Spain, mimi niko Kenya na hiyo salamu yako ilikuwa mzuri sana, because when you talk of time, good morning, good afternoon, good night, it is 2:34 a.m. saa 8:34 Kenya, Nakuru. So you know, technology has made the world to be just a village. The globe is a village now. And I was here yesterday, Mkenya Spain. Let me congratulate you for your uliperform. Mimi niliingia nikakwama nikaachana kidogo. Lakini I encourage him to go back and make the virtual. Sasa nafikiri hakuna kuongea mengi, na nimefurahia kuona wengi hapa tunajuana. Pengine Jasumba, Ouma na Joshua Mark ndio hatujuani. Mama Selina tumetoka pahali moja. Mama Selina bado vijukuu nitawapitia, naacha hiyo. Now, let me go to the topics. Congratulations, Bernard, for using the services one called Keep the Wizard of Technology. I can see your background now is improved. Thanks to Keep. I know you are not the one who have done it. So Keep amefanya kazi mzuri. Ya tatu, ameenda wapi huyu? Chakendubi. Amehepa. I had a question for him. Sawa tu. Wacha hepe. He knew he will be a victim. Now, going to the topics at hand today, Azimio sustains campaigns across the country. Azimio, as I said, is popular. The leaders are popular. It doesn't matter if it's the meeting or rally is actually led by one honorable, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, or even Mother Karua. If it's this one, Chege, Sabina Chege, they'll be following. If it is, there are many, it's Commander, they'll be following. So it has got strong people. And that's why now the Kenya Kwisha, UDA is unable to cope up with the style. Because their style has been this, and you can see it latest. Once Raila appears in Nairobi, the following day they are there. Once he appears in Kiambu, the following day they are there to spoil what he has made. But now they are unable, because Azimio has spread out so much and is being listened to them, to the UDA people. Some of the meetings, if they go, maybe let's give an example. There's one led by one called Ashagwa. The population or the attendance will be very low. So they are defeated, these people. But the worst part of it, like Mkenya has said, Mkenya Spain, they're abusive all the time. They are not constructive. They have no other thing to say. Now, DP goes complaining about the lowering of ugali, unga. Mkenya Spain, I ate ugali for my supper yesterday evening. Yeah, so with sukuma wiki, and I enjoyed it. It's the staple food of Kenyans. Me, I'm a Kikuyu. Somebody said Mkenya Spain is a kisi. No, I can tell you are from Cumberland. Straight away, we know these things. Now, prove me if I'm wrong. So, ugali is the staple food of Kenyans. It doesn't matter if you come from. Some people say it is for Luyas, like Bernard. No, it's for Kenyans. Ugali is the staple food for everybody, actually, from Mombasa to Western to Turkana, everywhere. So the lowering of that staple food, the price of unga, is beneficial to many millions of Kenyans who are going through very difficult economic times. I can assure you, people in diaspora, it's only me and Bernard who knows what is happening in the country. I usually don't. Recently, my wife was out. It's me and her in the house. So I decided to go and buy bread, okay? The big ones, 2 of them. I gave 200 shillings. You know, I shocked. I'm not used to buying these things. When my madam is around, she does. Out of 200 shillings, I was given a change of 20 shillings. One bread was costing 90 shillings. And as we speak now, one bread is 100 shillings. The big one, 100 shillings. Earning that money is not easy, but it flies. Nowadays, the 1,000 shillings note is almost equivalent to 100 shillings of years gone by, okay? In that the purchasing power is low. But earning that 1,000 is so difficult. You guys campaign so hard. Otherwise, you stay in diaspora, you not come to Kenya. It's very difficult. Feeding ourselves. Me, I'm a professional of many years. And sometimes we find even feeding myself is because, okay, we're only 2 now, it's much easier. The kids are done, they've done their education. But for the common Kenyan, life is difficult here. Very difficult. So let's have the Mother Karua and then Raila government that may change some things. So what humanity is in DP Ruto when he criticizes the lowering of unga? You see now, had the government increased the price of unga, he would have complained bitterly. Now that they have lowered the unga price, he complains bitterly. This is a man who has no stand, actually. It's double speak. You can never satisfy this man. Even if he, okay, God forbid, even if he were to achieve his agenda of becoming the president of Kenya, he will not be satisfied, like Mkenya said. I think we want to conquer Tanzania and Uganda and Ethiopia, become a great, like the Roman Empire, you know. It is beyond. His ambitions are beyond. I don't know. I wonder even if he's human. Sometimes I may look a human and then I'm not a human being. I'm beyond a being. I'm something else. Okay? So that's very bad. But I want to correct you, Mkenya Spain. Since we are Kenya, I know you may have said it with a light touch. Not only that, the language you use, this is we learn this language. It's not our mother tongue. So sometimes you may say a word that it doesn't click very well. Ulisema wa Kenya sisi either hatujui ama nini, na tunajua, lakini ni shida ya pesa, atakupata umaskini umetuumiza. I can assure you now there's a lot of circulation of 50 shillings note. Ni nyingi zimezeeka, kwa sababu wanakimbia bank wanatafuta change, watoe hiyo 50 notes za kupeana huko, za kuhonga watu vijana. 50 shillings ni nyingi sana, and sometimes you don't even want to touch them, the way they look. If you do, you have to use sanitizer to clean your hands, because hizo ndio sasa zinazunguka Kenya. 50 shillings no, ni nyingi na 100, and they are old because they're circulating so much. Every time the politician sends somebody to the bank to get the change. Okay, wacha nimalize sasa. hii maneno ya Ruto complain, it has hurt me so much. It's really inhuman and totally the price. But you see now, as you said, Kenya Spain, he may want to have hata Maize siku wako ndio I import ile ya huko Mexico, ati inatoka Mexico na 1 week imefika Kenya. He had done it even when he was in the Minister of Agriculture. You remember he was sacked by Raila, the Prime Minister. He was for scandals. You are Maize. Lakini Kibaki mzee ndiye alimhurumia. So rest in peace. Alimhurumia akamrudisha. So the only good thing I can assure this panel and whoever is looking at hearing, even the people on the ground, the background and wherever, there is no way Ruto is becoming the president of Kenya. We can bet on that. And that's why I said that Ruto, I wonder, yesterday I was here and I was wondering if he's human like me or you and Bernard. We should not allow this. And it's not physical. We are by voting. We do it democratically. We make sure that I used to allocate him 40% of the votes. No, I've lowered it to 30. And actually it's almost coming to 20%, 20 something. Because we have the other man of the smoking, the Wajakawe man. He has actually chipped into Ruto's domain in his field and taken a few. So let me finish there for tonight. But I'm happy for Educative Forum. Jasuba, I'm happy to meet you for the first time. Maginga Uma, I'm happy to meet you also. Kamau, I've missed you for quite some time. Of course, Mkenya Spain, it's a long time you disappeared, but I understand you went kusoma. Na Bernard, mwambia huyu Mairika huyu alikuwa anaitwa Bantu Warrior. I'm missing, he should come back also. And also, Mr. Kamau, I ran away from the other panel. You know why. But with the time, I may go back when the house is a bit soft and contained, composed, that is. Thanks, everybody, for hearing me out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mundua Nyumba. We appreciate it. Mkenya Spain has objection to some of your claims, so I'll give her right of reply in half a minute.
Come, I'm ready, Kenyan Spain. Come, baby, come. Like Nani says, come, baby, come.
Hapana, I just support what you have said about. I was reading some of the messages being put here on the chat. Pa kuna Black anasema ati hakuna mtu amecomplain about ati unga kuuzushwa kuteremshwa bei. It's like
Where was he?
That's what we should
continue. Mkenya.
So I was reading what he was saying that ati watu wa hii sijui Kenya Kwanza, yeah, they are the ones who are pushed so that the prices can be lowered. The price ya means can be lowered. So it's like what has gone on our radio station, everything on the newspapers about what Ruto said is like it's a lie. It's like Ruto never said what he has said when he had that the prices of maize flour has gone down. So it's like he's trying to tell us that whatever we are debating here is a lie, is wrong. So I was reading that message. So ambao nimesikia kusema mi Mkamba.
Okay, just forgive me, because I know I'm not tribalistic myself, and I don't go that way. Like
why not Meru? Why not Meru and Marian? Yeah.
No, I've worked with them. I've worked in Kenya. I worked for 20 years in the government. I was moving in different stations. I worked one time. Like now, I have to go to Embu the next 2 days. There's a friend, Embu engineer friend of mine. I want to go and see him. So then you can only cancel what I've said by telling us the truth. Just come out, baby come, like Miguna says. Just come clear. We clear that one out straight away.
Another day. Mi
Thank you.
Mkisii, usikia hata Alex akiingia hapa utasikia akinitetea.
Nimekataa, walisema ni wewe Mkisii way back, but I refused. It's just like I refused Themba. Themba is not Mkamba. Is nini tone and whatever. I refused. Lakini amekaa America. So and I know I'm correct. Wacha tuachie hiyo hapo.
Tutakuwa tunatetea Wavinya Ndeti. Tuone kama ataingia ungavana.
Ni sasa ataingia. Watu sisi tunaingia. Hata Naikuru hapa Lee anaingia Naikuru. MC wangu anaingia anaitwa Njoroge kwa nini hapa kunaitwa Menengai West na anaingia na chama. Me I've been a member of Jubilee since 2012. That's a decade ago. I joined TNA. So niko huku ndani na nimekaa huko. And tunashinda. Hata huyu Susan Keka out. Uda out. Mutaona, that's why I say we bet here. We are not going to bet, but that's the truth I'm telling you. I'm a man on the ground, actually. Yeah? And even, Bernard.
Yes.
Isipokuwa mimi na wewe, kuna mwingine hapo Kenya, ako Kenya, ama wengine naona wote hapa.
Tuko tu wengi hapa, ni vile wewe sentence zako.
Mr. Kamau, I think yuko Kenya.
Wewe?
Mr. Kamau, I think yuko Kenya pia.
Kamau travels, huyu usimcheze. This is a man who moves places, Can tell you he's in Kenya and then he's in United Arab Emirates. Okay, let me finish there.
And Kenya, Spain, she will tell you the her route later. For now, settle wherever you are. Just
but Bernard, women don't have roots. Mkenya, Spain, mali ataolewa ndiye atakuwa hiyo kabila. So for now, yeye ana hiyo, yeye anangojea.
Mama Selina umemaliza.
Mama
Selina umemaliza ni hivyo. That's the truth of the matter.
No objection. Thank you. Now, I wanted to say that Black is trying to play smart by being opportunistic. Deputy President is one person that you cannot depend on at all. And Kenyans, please beware. Now, he says, why has the cost of living gone low? When he was crying, the cost of living has gone up. And now Black wants to sanctify that, sanitize that, by saying that they are the ones that pushed for the price of unga to go low. How did they push? They have been in the cabinet for 10 years. How did they push? They were in parliament for 10 years. Why didn't they cause that to happen? Is it now on top of cars that they are pushing? Mwalimu Nyerere alisema hawezi kusukuma gari wakati uko ndani. Gari linasukumwa tu na wale wako nje. William Ruto hawezi kusukuma serikali akiwa ndani. Mwache kutudanganya. Tunajua ukweli. Naomba tumsikilize Mr. Kamau. Baada ya Mr. Kamau tuende kwa Jasuba. Baada ya hapo tuende kwa Maginga. Namna hivyo nikimsubiri either Julia ama Njiru waje, alafu mimi ngatuke. Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate each and every person for burning the midnight oil and preaching the gospel of Azimio la Umoja. I'm in Azimio because it speaks to my what I need to see in Kenya, what I aspire to see for my kids, and that is why I am in Azimio. So I'm happy to see all of you. I've listened to Mama Selina even when he was talking about the church and why that there is a lot of infatuation of one Samuel Ruto to just bless the churches in Mount Kenya. We are happy. We received the money, but we are going to show him what it means to receive the money, and our heart is somewhere else. But as you said, Mama Selina, I think it is important that he also builds the church in Kiambaa, because it was meant to be a church. And I'm told that he has never gone near Kiambaa, even for hata ile inaitangwa umepita barabara ya Kiambaa ukapatwa na haja ndogo, akisikia ni Kiambaa anasema twende tu mbele. So there is a guilt that he has about Kiambaa, and it is unfortunate. I've also listened to Kenya Daima. I'm happy that he has actually recognized Bernard as a lover of ugali and the majority of the Luya nation. You know, in Luya there was a time Indomin waliweka billboard ya kuna billboard huko Kakamega, na watu wakakusanyika hapo kwa chini ya billboard, wakauliza hii ni nini iko hapa juu. Wengine wanasema si wangeweka hata kisiagi ama waweke unga ya nini ya pembe. So ilibidi Indomin watoe. So there is no billboard of Indomin huko kwa sababu that is not food to them. Ugali ndio chakula bana. And
that's not even a snack.
majority of us Kenyans, we have emulated the Luya community. We love ugali. Huwezi kaa siku mbili bila ugali. It's like life.
Usisahau sisi wa Kalenjin ni ugali.
Ugali.
Hata hii kiteri ugali bwana na maziwa.
So we are happy to Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta and the group for lowering the price, because now at least when I'm going home I can take 3 packets of 300 bob to my mom. She will be very happy. It will take her about a week, about a month, and it will, because she is alone, and it's interesting. You know, I appreciate Uhuru Kenyatta. Let me tell you, there are people who don't know what we have gone through the last 10 years with Uhuru Kenyatta. One of the things Uhuru Kenyatta has experienced is that he's a person who brought into force and implemented the constitution, a constitution with 48 governments. You can imagine allocating over 400 billion every year for the county government. And again, you should know that we have had an excess of about 5 years of drought in Kenya. We have not had consistent rains in this country. And then we have had 2 years of a pandemic, that is the corona COVID-19 disaster. And of course, we also know that the pensioners have started receiving their pension after Uhuru Kenyatta became the president, because when it was Kibaki's time, they were extended by 5 years. So people retired in the days of Uhuru Kenyatta. That means the retirement age went to 60. So combining all these issues, it has not been easy for that man. Plus, having a person who is not supporting you for the last 10 years. His main aim was to plunder the country. His main aim was to put cartels that were sabotaging the programs of the government. It is not easy, because I think the worst thing that has happened to Kenya and the disaster has been one Samoei Ruto, because his desire is not to see this country grow. His desire is to see how tenders can be rewarding to him and his cronies, how you can I was told at one point in a place called Koru, where the pipeline passes, they had actually interfered with the pipeline. And you know that pipeline has sensors, but at a particular point, they deactivated the sensors and now wakatoboa shimo so that they can siphon crude oil. You know, that is the hate of impunity and hate of thefty that we cannot tolerate. And that's why I'm saying, as people say, you cannot steal 1 million and give me 10 million and give me 10,000, 100,000 and think that you're a good person. If things were done the right way, this country could be better. We are living in a country whereby if it had the right people, if it has the right people in governance, then even the issue of buying, even the issue of not be able to buy unga at 300 or 200 will not be possible, because everybody will have what we call the power to purchase. The issue is not even reducing the items. The issue it is to make sure that everybody is empowered and makes more money than the price of unga. But the current position is that we need that subsidy so that so many people don't go hungry, because I can tell you, me, it's my behavior. I only eat once per day and then snacks a lot of time, but there are people who do not choose that. They get to a point whereby they cannot have food on the table because they have no other means of survival. And therefore, we appreciate the government for lowering the price of unga. It has punctured the campaign of Kenya Kwanza. I don't even know whether it's Kenya Kwanza, it is UDA, because there's no Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza has no candidate. The president of UDA will be seeking to be elected on UDA ticket. Kenya Kwanza is a disguise, is a story. It is something that you cannot understand why they are saying Kenya Kwanza, because even Kenya is not in their priority. And therefore, I appreciate. I think it has punctured their campaign because they were starting with ukitaka kupunguza unga, pigia Kenya Kwanza. Bei ya unga tutapunguza in the first 20 days. Sasa imepunguzwa, wamekuwa disorganized because they don't know what to say. But I can tell you, don't joke with the government. The plan is being executed each and every day, and we are going to place Ruto and his lieutenants where they belong. I'm urging the many people from Mount Kenya and the Rift Valley, please don't go in a hole of opposition with this man, because it will be very unfortunate for the whole tribe of and I am happy that Selina is here to give them the right, because Selina analyzes these issues very rightly, very, very nicely. He shows them that it is not about our man, it is about the right person. In fact, the people from Rift Valley have very good leaders, people who are very, like there's this daughter of Biwot, it's called Koimet, I think. She, the secretary of investment, very brilliant woman, very articulate.
Esther
Akiongea tu
Koimet. Yes, Esther.
anaita
Her name is Esther
Esther.
Koimet. Yes.
Yes, that lady is too smart. Nimesikiza, hata nimeshaienda kwa forum yake. She is very brilliant. So you can imagine there are people who can do better. Yeah, but there is a person here who is using the charge. And the most unfortunate thing, Bernard, is that this country, in fact, each and every square meter, 100 square meter, you will find a church. This in Africa, I think we are leading in churches and pastors. I'm sorry to kuingilia mapastors. I think at the moment we have over 1 million churches and over 1 million pastors. But on the other hand, ukifungua page hiyo ingine, we are the third most corrupt country in the world. So mi sijui kama hii injili inaingilia hapa, inatokea hapa. Sababu Biblia inasema tusiibe, usitamani mali ya mwenzako, usitamani bibi ya mwenzako, usifanye usherati. Alafu tunaona mtu hapo yeye mwenyewe mashamba amejaza ya wizi, kuna room 350. Sasa unashindwa hii ni injili gani ambayo tunahubiri, bwana Bernard? And therefore it is hard.
Room 350 bana wewe. Hiyo ni room yetu.
Nimeachana nayo. And therefore hiyo tumeachana hiyo maneno, unajua wanaume wana mambo mingi. So
we Kamau uoni Bernard ni pastor, we unaongea vibaya habari, yani chunga sana.
No, Bernard ni mchungaji ambaye ako na upako na ni
order you guys. Order you guys. Can you lay hold on your mics and let Mr. Kamau make his submission?
Yes.
Just confirm what Mr. Kamau says. The impeached president of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, said when they were growing up, there were few churches. there were few pastors and there were also few sinners. He said, but today we have many churches, we have many pastors, and many sinners. So he doesn't understand what is happening. Thank you.
And that is the irony of life, because sasa unashangaa sisi na kila kilomita 10 kilomita 2-3 kuna kanisa, and therefore we have a problem, and our problem is being propelled by the leaders of the churches, because some of them have gone to bed with people with unquestionable character, and one of a person who has brought a lot of money in the church that is corruptible, that is of stealing, that has denied people hospitals, that are denied people land, that are denied people water, that are denied people school, is one William Ruto. But there are pastors with big crosses, big tummies, that are preaching the gospel of Ruto. We need integrity. And even Bernard said here, this election, we are not going to vote for a bishop. Qualification of this presidential, it is not the bishop. It is a person of integrity. So wale wanakuja kutu confuse na kanisa hapa, they should be very careful, because sisi tunataka mtu ambaye ataleta fairness na atapigana na ufisadi ili tukaweza kufika pahali nchi yetu inatakiwa kuwa. And as I finish, I want to say this, that the 21 days are about to happen. We are going to install one Raila Amolo Odinga with Mother Karua to the pinnacle of leadership in this country. And this is a very unique ticket, because these are two people who have preached of democracy, who have preached of human rights, who have preached of devolution, who have preached on liberty and freedom of the people of Kenya. For the first time, even in the days of Kibaki, there was nothing like this. This is very unique, because these are people who have fought tooth and nail. Even some of them, kama Raila Odinga, even has an eye he has been affected on. He cries every now and then, but not because anataka, because he has gone through torture. He has been in prison for 9 years. Mother Karua hana shamba ingine isipokuwa ile iko I think ako na moja Nairobi na ingine Kirinyaga. He has been denied. He has no dam in his house. Ukiangalia nyumba yake haina hata swimming pool. Why? Because he has sacrificed his life, her life, for the people of Kenya. On the other hand, we have a person who has diverted resources from Kimwarel to from Arol and built a dam in Sugoi, a huge dam for himself, a 1 billion house. That is not a leader. That is a thug. And therefore, I'm urging the people of Kenya in 21 days, let us wake up early in the morning and let's go and install Mother Karua and one Raila Amolo Odinga to the president, to be the president and the running mate of Kenya. Kesho, this is the last point. I know the deputy president or the running mate of Kenya, Kokwisha, is really sweating a lot, because the points he has been giving us out here is about rice, chapati, mchere, ugali. Sijui atatuambia nini kwa debate, and I'm sure he is really sweating kwa sababu is no match with one Mother Karua. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. I appreciate that, and Kenyans are happy as they wait for that encounter. I would let me quickly put this across for every Kenyan, especially those of us who subscribe to Christian faith. I know one of the reasons why especially the deputy president targets the churches for his political gain is that aspect of making you feel guilty that you voted for somebody who is purported not to be Christian or not to be godly. Now, I put it across to you that God does not need a born-again president to do work in Kenya. He doesn't need a Christian president to do work in Kenya. If you're a good student of the Bible, you know that the greatest achievements that God ever did, it was through people who did not know God. Nebuchadnezzar did a very good job for God, including punishing the godly people of God. He was serving God. He wasn't born again. Cyrus, the king of Persia, there was the other one. All of them, they did not know God, but God still used them. So God doesn't need a born-again, tongue-speaking, spirit-filled somebody in State House. He needs somebody who can deal justly, fairness, integrity, and faithfulness. If that person will not be located in the church, God will go out there to bring them. And so there is nothing Christian about going to vote. There is everything responsible to go and vote for responsible leaders. And you do that because you are a Kenyan, a responsible one, not because you are a Christian and you speak in tongues. I would say, like the Apostle Paul, if you claim to speak in tongues, I do better. But the truth is, we don't need a bishop in State House. We need a national leader, a nationalist, somebody who can carry all of us on the shoulder. He goes to bed with all of us. He wakes up with all of us, devising means of taking care of 50 million Kenyans, plus the other 1 million or so that is on the way coming. So don't let anybody deceive you that if you vote for somebody you purport not to be a Christian, you have committed sin. They are committing more sin by trying to buy the church to do politics. I rest my case as I bring in Jasuba. Thank you for your patience. Keep, you just came now.
I have to insist. I'm sorry. Najua ni hapa. Mzee, it's I have to insist. Kwa sababu nimeambiwa kitu hapa nikasikia when I was about to sleep. Na imeniuma kichwa kwa sababu I think they are really in the discussions are really messing up what the faith is. Kuna kwamba unaitwa kuja kwa reverend na kuwa bishop. You have to be called. It's a calling. So when I see Ruto and Rigathi coming in, it's not a calling. They've paid for it. So when I see people castigating people like Bernard here, it hurts me. Whether you're a Catholic, whether you're a Methodist, whether you're SDA, kuna mambo, there's a way that the church calls you to do those things. So you anoint me, anointing ya Ruto na Rigathi is a big embarrassment in the church. And I really did not appreciate that. Sasa nasema kwamba we have to appreciate the fact that these guys were paid to do that. So the church, whether it's any of these faiths I've described, did not call for this anointment. And when we saw Raila's event, it was very different. The bishop there already gave him the anointing. And when Raila came to the Muslim, the same regalia was dressed onto him. He did not ask for it. Mama Selina knows this, even with the talai. A blessing is called upon to you. You do not go seek it. That's why there's confusion in the Kalenjin community, whereby Gideon Moi went to the Nandis and Ruto went to the Kipsigis, and it brought a lot of confusion. So what I'm trying to say is, tafadhali, mkiona mtu kama Reverend Ngozi hapa, he's not one of them. He knows what he's saying. Anointment is a calling. Na unajua wanakuanga na mkutano yao, au wanakuanga kivyao, hata kama ni different sets of the Christianity or different sets of Islam, wanakutana kivyao kuongea what they're going to do next. Even when it was 2013, 2017, these religious leaders, Muslims, Hindus, kulikuwa na Sikhs, wote walikuwa nakutana pamoja to discuss about peace, to discuss about how the elections are going to be done. They came together to talk about this. But when you have one sect of regard these wives bishop entity coming to bless these people, anointing them, and trying to do all this stuff, there are only about 2 Wakorinos there. For me, I understood that. I did not see the Legio Maria. I did not see the Catholics. It would have been the whole of Kenya coming with the anointment, because Christianity believes in the same testament, which is the Old Testament. Hata Bernard angekuwa hapo, by the ladies and gentlemen, ameenda masomo a few months ago tulimwona Bernard amekuwa graduated, so hii ni kitu Bernard angetuambia hapa. So anointment is when religious leaders in Kenya would have met, even if it's just with the Christianity faith. Tungekutana tuongee. Catholics, SDAs, Protestants, Seventh Day, Wakorino, Legio la Maria wangekuja wakutane tuongee, tuambie sasa tuta anoint. Na hata sisi tutalai tungekuwa hapo. So tafadhali hii mambo ya bibi ya Rigathi anakuja kufanya hii mambo, that was a big shame. That's not how a calling is done. We don't do that. Raila goes to individual sects, individual religious beliefs, and he speaks on their behalf. Na ile nguo anampatianga ni hao wamempatia. He doesn't ask for it, by the way. Raila never asks for that. Akipewa na nguo na I apologize. I would like you to add a bit on top of that, because your anointment imeniguza kichwa vibaya sana.
Thank you, Kip, for bringing that up. I'll just point it out. Mundua Nyumba, what do you want to say before I close that?
Thank you. I'm requesting, I want to exit, but before I exit, mzee ndagi bila kusema kwaheri. Sasa bana, tumeongea vizuri sana, na tukumbuke Kenya si ya Wakristo peke yao. There are so many other denominations, Muslims, blah blah. Yeah, and as a president, you take all of them. Ni watoto wako wote. Hata there are those guys who don't believe in God. Anaitwa namna gani hawa? Wako Kenya. Na recognize hata mkubwa wao ni jina mamasa kitu kama hiyo. So it's all wrong. Now, finally, I want to very brief. Kip, thank you for assisting Bana to have such a good background. Next time, do it to me also. I qualify. Unige background kama hiyo. Ya mwisho, Bwana Kamau is a Kikuyu like me, and we have a problem of words that have L and R. We usually, with a few exceptions like me, I'm too smart for that. L and R. And today, Kamau ameteleza kidogo, akasema Luto. Alisema Luto ya L. And it came to my mind, it can also be converted Luto the looter, from looting, loot. Luto the looter. Thank you. I quit.
Mundua Nyumba. I will call that university to give you a master's. You should not sit in class. You're too smart for that. Just write the paper from where you are. We will clear you. Thank you very much, Mundua Nyumba. I appreciate that. Just quickly, because Jasuba has waited for a very long time, I just want to go straight, cut it where where blood flows. Whatever transpired in that ceremony, it was not the church's responsibility, okay? And it was not the representation of the church. That is a cartel of bishops in this city who knows how to organize money from politicians for their personal gain. It's a cartel. And I'm saying that on national television, and I know they will come for me because I said that, and there is no two ways to it. Ni cartel ambayo unapigia simu, unakusanya pamoja, unaambia utaweka mezani pesa ngapi, milioni 10, alafu wanaitana hao mabishop 10, wanashare vile iziko, alafu wanapena wale. Uliona wale washirika wamekuja wengi, hao wanakuja kusindikisha tu, but the really deal took place in the vestry. Those of you who know that, that's where the money was transpired. I mean, the deal was cut, and then they just come to do appearance. There is nothing scriptural about what they did. There is nothing spiritual about what they did. Hizo nyororo walipeana ni nyororo tu. There is nothing it. Wanasema ziko na power ya kuendure. The power to endure is a product of the fruit of the Holy Spirit. That's what the endurance is. The fruit of the Holy Spirit. The fruit of the Holy Spirit is not in the cross, is not in the chains. It is in the inner person of the person. So the conversion, the baptism in the Holy Spirit is what brings about the fruit of the Holy Spirit that results into endurance. It has nothing to do with cross. It has nothing with laying on hands. It has nothing with kneeling down. It has nothing with the size of the Bible. It has everything with your faith in Christ Jesus and your willingness to follow in his footsteps. Mwache hizo vituko zote. There is nothing godly about it. Forget it. And those people don't speak for the church. They are not our representative. The church is headed by Christ. We are all followers of Christ. And by us following Christ, Christ speaks for us, not those bishops. And if there is any message from anywhere for the church doesn't have a candidate. The church is not on the ballot. The people on the ballot for presidents, they are all in political parties. It is a political process. It is not spiritual. It is not church program. It is national program for a political process to give us political leaders. Hiyo story ingine ya mabishop, you can tell them anytime, I'm willing to answer them anywhere. I'm willing to be hosted on any TV station with all of them. And they prove to me from the scripture what they did is their responsibility from the Bible. It is not. So, tuende kufanya siasa kwa sababu sisi ni Wakenya na tuna wajibu wa kulinda nchi hii, kwa sababu hii nchi inaongozwa kisiasa. Tunashughulika na siasa, sio story ya spiritual power. No. It has everything to do with our political responsibility. Naomba nimalizie hapo. Jasumba, tafadhali karibu.
Hey, asante baba yao. Hi to everybody wenye wako Kenya na mali zingine. Thank you for this opportunity, Bernard. I have some kind of it's quite a long list of submission, but I'll just try to concentrate on the first few important ones. First of all, congratulations to Mkenya Spain. I commented on that the other day for your graduation. I'm really happy when I see a lady graduating. And again, on Clifford Maginga, I think you're the Maginga Ouma, welcome. I was almost sending you a message to come to Mtembea and subscribe. I'm happy to see you here. I'm someone you know. And then again, now on my submission, looking back into Sakaja and Rigath's debate, there was one thing that I really like seeing Jakindu Bey mentioning about being late, about the Uingereza kind of mentality with Kenyan. It is something that we don't have within our societal setting, but if we come like the society to actually make that change, we will change that attitude, the mindset, and not even coming late to the interviews or maybe being arrogant whenever you are actually in a public camera. So my understanding for the two, and I even watched this guy from this advocate, is from Kisii. He was actually saying how the two were different in understanding of Nairobi County. Sakaja had a political view actually for Nairobi, but the managerial view, he really lacked that big time. He is somebody who would be asked things to do, like what would you do within first 100 days, and what he could mention was just coming up with things that I could relate to the within 6 months, the Kimwarere, all the stadiums. Things are just not the things that I would say are not possible. But with the Sakaja, Igade, he would actually come up and say how it was going to set the administration. When you're going there as a team and make things, you're going to find the loopholes and then try to set administration to cater for all these, the challenges the country might had by then. The second point is on price of unga. Price of unga is something, it was a narrative that was being carried by, the opponent, that is Kenya Kwanza. But I'm really glad that they've been shortchanged. And in fact, that idea of the bei ya unga was something that I said some few days ago. It was a political, like it was similar to the hatred, the kifua kupiga kifua for Trump and Adolf Hitler. If you look closely how they used to, spread the political views, that's what they used to do, like show someone the hate. And, people in Kenya, like somebody now, if somebody slaps you on TV, majority will celebrate, but the few who are like, will actually see that as unethical. So for me, that price ya unga, within our society, we should actually celebrate it because, it's something that has been decreased. Another thing is how people can say that Uhuru has worked, Uhuru has not worked. For me, I wouldn't say he has worked as expected. But why? Why am I saying that? Because the guy vehemently received vehement opposition from his team. You see, he was trying to organize the team, but the team were actually, opposing him all the time. Most of the time, they were, not sharing information with him, and they started like, mimi naenda, si tunaenda, you can work by yourself. And I was very one point that for me, I gave him 3.5 stars. But the moment I gave him 5 stars, he was when he looked for his opposition. He looked for his opposition leader, and came and then started consulting for the administrative, kind of know-how, technical know-how, things to do with how can we run this government, mwenzangu ameniwacha. So that is the quality of a leader. We don't just promote or just entertain violence all the time, ama matusi, ama kupiga kifua. We have to consult. That's why sometimes I usually listen. In as much as I don't watch, in as much as I'm not going to vote Kenya Kwanza, I'm going to vote Azimio. But that doesn't make me not to listen to their political kind of ideologies, because there's one narrative that I really bought, which is kazi ni kazi. But is it kazi ni kazi for everybody? That's another thing. Now, on the promises to do with both coalitions, you find in the manifesto that Azimio has mentioned 6,000, but it's not for everybody. There is kind of eligibility in there. Now, you can't just go online within, like those, let's say, premises giving out, those approving all those accounts that will receive the 6,000. But on the Kenya Kwanza, kazi tutawapea 5 billion. How are we going to know that I'm qualified for this 5 billion, for me to be part of this 5 billion that is released by the Ruto's government? Now, it is unclear within that area, because in as much as you tell me kila mtu atakuja achukue hii pesa afanye biashara, hata yule mtu mwingine mwenye ana idea ya kuanzisha biashara, is he eligible? Is he qualified? So there is something that is not being spoken there completely, because we really need, information is power. We really need to know each and every qualifications that someone has to get to, receive all those kind of promises. Again, on eligibility of Sakaja, Me, in as much as I have been watching Sakaja since he got into politics, he's somebody that I would consider my role model. But the moment he messed up with integrity, that's where Mkora ni Mkora. Will you see Wakora wengi there in Nairobi? They will be around the Jivanjio, this area. They're smartly dressed. They're good in their English. They really know how to place their words. They're really watching their tongues. But akikusanya, akikupiga, like, you know, when he steals from you, that's when you will start hating this person. When he tells you uongo, you see, not even you can even see those people who are having the pseudo accounts, those people who are even coming up with the offices within town that they're agents taking people abroad. Akisha kugonga 150K, which is really hard to find in Kenya, utampata. And then that's when you will see somebody kama Sakaja telling us lies that akona degree. Na ahana, mimi kusema kweli, I'm very sure that's according to my feelings, that the guy doesn't have that degree. But why would I hate him more? Where I am, integrity is number one. Even if you speak the Queen's English, you are the dictionary, but you're not eligible. You don't lack one thing, you won't get to some positions, because that is what we treat people equally. You see, there are so many people within the streets of Nairobi, more than Sakaja in speaking, better than him with qualifications, but can be, you know, can be the governor, can be into those leaderships, you see. But for him, for these people, you know, to get to escalate to those kind of leadership, to get those connections, that is the biggest problem. Now, we as Kenyans, we should avoid this kind of attitude, because in Kenya, people like Sakaja, they just, you know, take advantage of the poor. Or, you know, they say, my money can work for me. The attitude, mtu wetu, things like that. Those are the things we should actually try, because in as much as you want to bring, even if wewe tuseme Kenya, Spain, you want to do some kind of, you know, investment in your area, you really think so hard, how will you invite, or I mean employ some few people within your area? Because hata wakikula 1,000, they yule ni msichana wetu, hata they don't know how you got that 1,000, you see. So that kind of mentality, we should say like no to them. You see, these are the people who come to buy our kura for 50 shillings, and then you go buy chumvi. You hear people ati mimi sijakula pesa yake, sasa yeye asiwezi mpigia kura. At the end, utasikia bei ya unga imepanda ati serikali. And you're the part of the political process that took that person to that position. Lastly, I would say when today I was watching Aman Manyora in KTN, they were actually debating, and I really liked how he tackled the glorious kind of, response. Because the lady was just every time they talked about, the topic was about if IEBC is actually ready for this election. Have they answered all the questions? But Gloria, for the good part of her contribution, the lady was just saying, we have only one person who has never accepted the elections results. And then the Senate, the speaker he was part of the team, the speaker for Nandi, interjected and told her, no, in 2007, 2002, he accepted. What do you mean? And then she's laughing. At the same time, she continues until Manyora came, he was mad and even told the guy, Mujungu, that this is not kind of the debate you should be bringing me, you should be inviting me to, they just come here to heckle. On that note, I have just realized that no UDA supporter has content as a reason as to why they are voting for UDA or Kenya Kwanza. The only thing they will say, Raila ni mzee, Raila accept elections. The other person they was telling me the other day, I've never seen Raila eating mahindi kwa barabara. He doesn't promote he doesn't promote the hustler. What is that? Is that a reason you want to take to somebody who has gone to school and spent his 8 hours, 2 hours lessons? No. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Chasuba. Interesting way to look at it, and interesting times we are in this country, but we pray for the very best. Makiadi, karibu sana. Naona majina umeongeza, sijui ndio ile degree uliendea pia.
Hii sasa Bernard ndio ile unasikiaga sasa Sakaja anatafuta.
Bas.
Inaitwa mfumo makiadi mwana mboka.
Tafadhali msaidieko Sakaja na katikri tafadhali. Anahitaji katikri.
Nasikia Mkenya Spain alisoma 2 akasema moja ni ya Sakaja
na amesema zake ni zake. Sakaja haizi kuzifikia. Bado tunatafutia Sakaja. Tukipata tutamjulisha. But we want to send him to Miguna for special assessment. If Miguna clears him, then we can give him a degree.
Sakaja mtamsia za Kenya. Huku hakuna corruption, so there is no way I can transfer them to him. Spain is a no corruption zone. Yeah, it's like a taboo.
Unajua hata Waititu na ujamaa mwingine na Kabogo walisoma kwa darasa moja India na hawakuwa wanajuana. Walikutania kwa IEBC na degrees inafanana, ndio wakajua they went to the same school.
I tell you, this country is something else altogether. You all traveled from Kenya, went to India, studied in the same university, same time, but
the
you discovered class. You were in the same school
and same class. Alafu wanakutania kwa IEBC na degrees inafanana, lakini sasa majina ndio tofauti. Huyu anaitangwa Waititu, aliongeza jina ingine sijui inaitwa nini. Sasa huyu jina aliongeza hapo. Iko jina ingine ya kizungu alijipatia.
Was it Johnston or what? No.
Hakuna jina ingine, hakuna jina ya kimataifa sana.
Yes. In the neighborhood of Johnston, I think we'll find out. Naomba niondoke. Maginga ndio next alafu hao wengine wote ukawapange vile unaona.
Na Maginga amekosana na KPLC ama namna gani?
Inaonekana second mile, last mile hajawafikia.
Okay.
Yeah. But Maginga, are you there? Hey, Maginga, are you there? Okay, it seems not to be there. Please.
Unaweza kuwa unaadresiwa na ghost worker na ujui, so saa ingine tunahakisha kwa Maginga ameweka set hapa. Nilikuwa naongea jana, nasema ile tabia watu walikuwa naweka set kwa matatu. Unaingia kwa matatu unapata imejaa, lakini hakuna mtu anaenda. So Maginga anaweza kuwa ameweka kiti kwa studio na hayuko.
Ameacha koti kwa ofisi.
Ndio asipate studio imejaa next time.
Yes.
Naona jamaa anatuambia Waititu anaitwa Clifford.
Yes, thank you. That is the name.
Ndio hiyo jina ya kimataifa bana, alijibadilisha akaitwa Waititu Clifford Ferdinand.
Yes.
Na akajipatia degree na kurudi kusimama governor.
Ferdinand Clifford Waititu.
Ndio hiyo. Haya, sawa Bernard, weenda ulale tuonane na hata na asubuhi tayari. Sasa ni saa 8.
See you later. It is some minutes to 4 a.m.
Okay, sawa. The next person ni Joshua,
Yeah, patia Joshua and then mjiendeleze.
Joshua naona anabadilisha studio siku hizi kama Manyora. Nimemuona kwa ile station nyingine. Wakangangana na Njiru mpaka TV kajaa, wakafunga wakiwa wawili. Joshua, karibu.
Yes, asante sana. Yes, I just want to talk on issue of Sakaja. People complain about Sakaja degree, the integrity of Sakaja degree, and the only way people can stop Sakaja is only to vote him out. That is the only thing. I don't see anything that Sakaja has done here in Kenya. He was a chairman on TNL. Alisaidiwa na Uhuru, akapewa chairman on TNA, and then later he was nominated. And then Bahati Mzuri, people just sympathize with him 2017. You know, he pretend that somebody's a diplomat. Hiyo 2017 alikuwa katikati ana support Raila na ana support Jubilee, was just between there. So the supporters wa Raila, some of them voted for Sakaja. Na unapata alishinda Sifuna, which to me I don't think that ilikuwa na wapi. So right now he has come, you want to be a governor. I'm very smart. He pretend to be a diplomat, anaongea vizuri. Ukimwona Sakaja anaongea vizuri sana. You may think somebody is wise. But indeed, he's just one of the hooligans, because as long as you can fake a degree paper, however much you can pretend that you're a good leader, you are just a con man, because it's now conning. It's now you want to con Kenya citizen by getting salary ambaye deserve to take that salary. So the only thing that I wish, like me, I'm coming from Nairobi, and I'm one of those people who advocate that we need to stop Sakaja. Sakaja must be stopping always, but the only way you can stop him, because right now naona kama anaenda kwa amefika kwa debe. We thought maybe the court will stop him, but unfortunately the court allowed him to move on. So let's come out in a large number, and I always say that I know Raila has a large support in Nairobi County. And if we can convert, I always say this each and every time, that if you can convert the vote for Raila to Igade, then we stop Sakaja. But if we compromise, 2017 we compromise. I remember people voted for Raila, and then they compromised and vote wakampigia Sonko kura. That's why in Kenya, Sonko was the candidate who got large number of voters, almost 800,000. Alishinda even Raila, who was leading Nairobi. People compromised, and that's how Nairobi up to now it was affected. So we did a mistake like 2017. We should not do a mistake with getting Sakaja in as a governor. We need to come out, we need to vote, and let's translate the vote for Raila to Sakaja, not to Igabe. And then secondly, the issue of unga. Ruto has been complaining about the price of unga iko juu, but we were surprised yesterday he changed the tune. Now he was saying that the reason why the bei ya unga imepunguzwa is just because we are nearing election. Now Raila wants Uhuru want to kumsaidia Raila ashinda hii election. But that's not the fact. The fact remains that bei ya unga ilipunguzwa. I remember some day Ruto claimed that yeye ashalala njaa. Now wengine hawajai kulala njaa. He categorically say that yeye ashalala njaa. Now wengine hawajai kulala njaa. And I was asking myself, Ruto hata sell hajai enda, sell yenyewe sell. I've not from the history of Kenya, I've never heard Ruto amefungwa any cell here in Kenya. Raila has been detained 6 years. So I was asking, between Ruto na Raila, nani tunaweza trust kwa amelala njaa, because he was saying that yeye amelala njaa. And I remember 1992 when Ruto came out of university. He was just picked direct, and he was a young tax Moi. So I don't know where from 1992, Ruto has been running all along up to now, and I wonder where alilala njaa. So Ruto sometimes he pretend to be good, he pretend to be smart, but we can also stop Ruto because he has tried to convince people that is anatetea maslahi ya watu, pesa mfukoni. He tried with Asla, but I find that the Asla was not working well. That's why they had to change the slogan, pesa mfukoni. So we need also to stop Ruto, but the only thing that you can do is only to stop him for ballot. So I know some people are following him, and I don't know why some people are following Ruto, because statement za Ruto, all of them are contradicting. I've never had any statement that Ruto ambaye is consistent. And I'm very happy that immediately after his launching of his manifesto, instead of him now articulating issues on his manifesto, Ruto now starting Dr. Ndawili. And I'm very happy that unajua sometime ukitaka kuchinja kuku unamrushia mahindi. Alirushiwa some propaganda like the issue ya ile clip ilitoka. I'm sure that was just politics. Alirushiwa na yeye instead ya kulenga hiyo mahindi alianza kumeza. And I'm sure this issue ya unga hii, they are going to work with it the whole week. But ukiangalia Raila very well, Raila has been articulating issues. This issue of baba care. I was very happy kama my kid could say kwa Raila huwa anasema baba care. However much she may not understand what Raila mean by baba care, but he could say baba care. That shows that even a kid knows very well that baba huwa anasema baba care. People know very well that Raila as agenda of empowering those families that are weak in terms of finance by giving 6,000. People know very well Raila has an issue with single mothers. He has always been consistent saying the issue of single mother each and every time he's going to any rally. And he do it well. He come out and say that kuna mwingine alipewa mimba, kuna mwingine walisema waje ufanye mchezo akawachwa, kuna mwingine. So people understand it very well. But since Ruto launched his manifesto on 30th, I've never heard Ruto even a single day mentioning his manifesto in any of single rallies. The only thing they're doing, running up and down, Jamaa Kitendawili, propaganda. But I'm very happy that issue ya unga was shot down yesterday. It was they decided to shoot it down, and I'm just wondering that as from tomorrow, their slogan and the agenda itakuwa nini? Because now I'm sure kuwa hawataambia watu mambo ya unga. They have to find another tune and then move with it. So I'm happy that right now Azimio is sustained his campaign, and I saw Raila last time. He was in Nairobi. Igade was there, so I'm seeing Igade is now coming up, and kuna kijana anaitwa Bahati. I think Bahati either is in discipline or he pretends that is good in politics. Like the other time, amekuwa gari ya baba. They are campaigning. So immediately when Raila said that ndapatia kijana wangu kazi, he decided to jump out of the top of the car and he went. And unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, some of the crowd, some of them decided to beat him. I'm sorry to do for that, but Bahati is not humble. But in politics, if you come in politics and you're not humble, we'll find ourselves on a wrong side and we'll suffer. So I just want to request Bahati, he's a very young boy, he's a musician, very young boy. However much he's saying that he can even employ Sifuna, that hiyo ni kupiga kifua ya Ruto. So he should just calm down, time yake bado, he relax. We know that he can be good. So let him relax and take up the position ambaye baba atampatia. And then lastly, on the issue of IEBC, actually I don't trust IEBC until the day they're going to answer questions that they were asked by Azimio, because there are so many questions that even us as voters here in Kenya, we are still asking. They were asked so many questions during the interview, not even a single one they couldn't answer. All of them, they were dodging. So up to now, I don't trust IEBC, and I want them again to come out and clear the air about, because right now people don't trust IEBC. They did well by rejecting the nomination of 79 parties, which was good. I really love that, because somebody like Moses Kuria, you cannot nominate yourself umesimama, and then umesimama, you want to be a governor, at the same time you're nominating yourself. Either if you're not sure that you're going to win this election, it's better step down. So there are things that I love about IEBC. By rejecting the nomination list, somebody like chairman Mbadi, why should they reward Mbadi? Kama aliamua kuwa it doesn't want to vie for any seat, then I don't see why he should be nominated. Let him just stay in call. They should get people who deserve, if it's youth, vulnerable, people with disability, they should be nominated into those positions. So I love what IEBC did, but I am not happy with them because personally, they are not doing things right to give Kenya confidence that they are going to deliver a free and fair election. So I want Chebukati, the way I saw the wife was very categorically and asked that he need a prayer. You know, when your wife has come out and asked for prayer, he knows very well the way anajua, most of women wanajua ukora ya wanaume, and they know very well. So maybe the wife has already known, well, my husband is like this, it's not straightforward, and I'm requesting a prayer. So can Chebukati, I always say this each and every time, can Chebukati come out and give us confidence that they are going to give us free and fair election? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I actually have followed your submission before, and one thing that I really noted about your submission is your concern for voters who vote for Raila Odinga not voting for Igathe. I don't know why you feel that that is an issue that should concern Azimio. Perhaps you could at least explain it better.
I said this thing because I'm a resident in Nairobi, and I have friends in Nairobi. I have some who I'm working with. They are saying that they're going to vote for Baba, but when it comes to governorship, they're going to vote for Sakaja. So that's my worry. That's why you see I'm still pleading. I'm pleading with them here at work that kindly, after voting for Raila, kindly vote for Igathe, because I'm arrested in Nairobi. I'm going to vote here in Nairobi, and I understand the ground the way inaongea. That's why hata hii Polopino, unaona hii Polopino ambaye anasema Sakaja yuko juu, it's true. Sakaja, that notion, people wanasema kuwa Sakaja is a diplomat, which I don't trust that Sakaja ni mkora. That's why I fake degree. So I always tell them that kindly, after voting for Raila, vote for Sakaja. I mean, vote for Igathe.
Okay, that's a concern that most of us might not understand because perhaps we are not on the ground vile wanasema. So as days goes by, maybe most of people on the ground, in wale watu wanajita wako kwa ground watatueleza, because I always expected that people who vote for Azimio, probably for the presidential candidate, will do that down the line, but that's also something that we can argue another day.
Makedi,
yeah.
You see, 2017, what happened? We lost to Sonko because people compromised, and that's how we lost. So that's my concern. We don't want to lose this. We don't want to lose this governorship to any other person.
But Joshua, if you go to 2017, we'll have a long argument with that, because all of us know what happened in 2017. And I opined here some time back that
where was Joshua? Surely.
I saw ballot papers in trash cans, in dump sites, ballot paper, governorship and senator ballot papers. So, I mean, that's something we can argue for a very, very long time. But let me play a video here before we move on to Mr. K.
Tukiendelea na taarifa zetu, naibu Rais Ruto amepuzilia mbali madai kwamba karibu ambe kofi Rais Uhuru Kenyatta mwaka 2017 na badala yake anasema alimshinikiza kushiriki uchaguzi wa marudio.
Kaunti ya Meru, siku ya pili na ya mwisho ya kikosi cha Kenya Kwanza kupiga kampeni katika kaunti ya Meru,
wakizuru maeneo ya Rubiri, Kithirune, Kaguma, Chuguu, Kibiricha na Meru mjini kuuza sera zao kwa wakazi. Hapa nahodha wao naibu rais William Ruto akafungua roho kufuatia madai ya muungano wa Azimio kuwa nusura amzabe kofi Rais Uhuru Kenyatta mwaka 2017 alipoonyesha dalili za kususia uchaguzi wa marudio, na kuwa kamwe hajutii hatua hiyo, kwani upinzani wakati huo ulikuwa pembeni kuwapokonya mnofu.
Hati wanazunguka wakitangaza ya kwamba sijui William Ruto sijui alisukuma Uhuru Kenyatta. Siku ile Maraga alisema ya kwamba uchaguzi wetu ubatilishwe, ati turudi kwa uchaguzi. Nyinyi mlikuwa mnataka ati Uhuru Kenyatta awache kurudi kuchaguliwa tena? Hata kama mimi nilimlazimisha, nilifanya makosa.
Katika sauti iliyochezwa katika mkutano wa hadhara wa Azimio, sauti inayoaminika kuwa ya Ruto inasikika ikisema kuwa kama si heshima angemzaba kofi rais.
Lakini nyinyi mnajua.
Ruto hata hivyo pamoja na washirika wake wanashikilia ni wao walikuwa muhimili wa serikali ya Jubilee, na hivyo hawangempa nafasi kujiondoa hata kidogo. Aidha, wamewasuta wanaazimio wakiwataja kama wanafiki, kwani sasa wanatumia hilo kujitafutia umaarufu ilhali hawajawahi kumpigia kura Rais Kenyatta.
Nilikuwa naamka mapema, nafanya mkutano 3 kabla rais hajafika, na ni kwa sababu ni rafiki yangu nilimsaidia, na hakuna vile ningewacha ati kitendawili amunyang'anye hiyo kiti. No way.
Saa ile Maraga ameleta kisirani, tukapata habari ya kwamba anataka kuondokea. Kama viongozi ya Jubilee tukaungana, tukaenda kwa huyu William Ruto, tukamwambia uende ukalie Uhuru Kenyatta, usukume yeye asiwache kiti yetu.
Kenya Kwanza aidha wameendeleza shutuma dhidi ya usuhuba wa rais na kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga, wakiulaumu kwa kupanda kwa gharama ya maisha, huku wakiwarai wa Kenya kuwapa nafasi kuliongoza taifa, wakiahidi kupunguza bei ya bidhaa muhimu. Swala la uhuru wa taasisi za kikatiba nalo likisisitizwa, kwani lipo katika manifesto yao, huku wakidai ripoti ya mkaguzi wa mahesabu ya serikali kuwa fedha zilizonuiwa kununua dawa za chanjo zilifujwa ni ishara ya faida za uhuru wa taasisi hizo.
Auditor General amesema ya kwamba serikali ya handshake ya Uhuru Kenyatta na ule mzee wa kitendawili wametumia ile pesa ambayo ilikuwa ya vaccine 10 billion shillings.
Kenya Kwanza wameahidi kuhakikisha sekta ya uzalishaji inaimarika ili kuunda nafasi za ajira kwa vijana. Naibu Rais William Ruto amekana madai kuwa nusura amzabe kofi bosi wake Rais Uhuru Kenyatta mwaka 2017 na kuwa alimshurutisha tu kuweza kushiriki katika marudio ya uchaguzi wa mwaka huo. Aidha, ameukanya muungano wa Azimio kukoma kuvuna wasikopanda. Kenya Kwanza wanaelekea katika kaunti ya Isiolo siku ya Jumanne. Alan Ochanda, KTN News.
Na kikosi
Mr. K, sijui kama uko hapo. Nasikia jamaa wakiwa Meru walikuwa na complain juu ya bei ya chakula, lakini leo the government has moved in swiftly, although late, to lower the prices, and so people are complaining again that the government is doing this for political gains. I don't know what your opinion is as you give your submission. Karibu.
You know, it's a political season, and a political season, everything is political. And I can tell you, the narrative has been punctured. Wamewekwa break because, you know, every place they went for a rally, walikuwa nasema wanaanza na hiyo mambo ya high cost of unga. Unga was the main item. Anauliza, unasikia Bodabari anauliza bei ya unga ni pesa ngapi? Watu wanajibu 200. So they were having an easy time, and they were using the predicaments of many Kenyans of high cost of living to sway many people so that they say that they are the people who are going to bring solutions. So what has happened today has actually changed their way of thinking and their way of doing politics. So they have to re-strategize and find another thing that will be able to touch many people's heart. And it is, and you see, these things is, as you say, it's political. There's nothing, whether the government has done it politically, it is okay, because they were running away with it. and it is wrong. But I also want to say I think it's Joshua who was talking about Igathe will win this thing in the morning. You're talking about opinion poll where the difference is about 6%, and the undecided is about 20. When Raila went around with Igathe will win this thing without even a blink of an eye. There is nothing like at the ground. I'm in ground. I'm in Nairobi. I'm voting actually. I vote from Kongoni Primary School, that is South C, in Langata constituency, and the majority of the people there will vote for Igathe. So there is no contention. Igathe is the future, and people realize that he is a manager. And that is what we need. We don't need people who. Sakaja is good. I have a soft spot for him. But the problem is in the wrong party. He has so many things that he has not cleared, and many people feel like he is an imposter. He is actually lying each and every day. He opens his mouth. He's talking of things. He has been a graduate of actuarial science. Mara, he didn't finish school because of school fees. At the same time, he had a Mercedes Benz. All these things put together, it is confusion, and therefore we are not really worried as the people of Nairobi whether Uganda will win. Uganda will win. In any case, I will tell you, Azimio is sweeping all the seats in Nairobi, MPs, except maybe Kenya Kwanza will get some MCA seats, but MPs, senator, women rep, governor is Azimio. Nairobi, Azimio has an upper hand, and therefore there's nothing to worry about. Majority of the people, and many people vote in Nairobi. And in fact, even when there was even when Jubilee was popular in Nairobi, or let me put it this way, even when Uhuru Kenyatta became a president, Raila won in the majority of Nairobi. That tells you he has a greater influence in Nairobi. So there's nothing like Sakaja. Sakaja is going nowhere, according to what I'm thinking, because on the ground it's Igathe. The other thing I wanted to talk about is that I think it is important to understand now that the 21 days things now are going to be for Kenya Kwanza. Ni kama napotea ama niko sawa bana Makedi?
Ya, uko sawa, tunakusikia.
Oh, ni vile naona sana napotea. But what we are saying now, home stretch politics are going to be revealed now. That is why you see Unga has reduced. Many other things will come up that will make sure that the group of Kenya Kwanza is placed where they belong. I had spoken earlier and even said about the issue of using the church, being anointed, given crosses and stuff. Those are gymnastics. It might be politics, but they will not swear anybody. We are not going to fall into that theatrics again. Even people when they hata wapigwe na Bible wakanyagwe na Biblia, it doesn't matter. This time we are not going to elect a bishop. Hatutafuti bishop kuwa president. Tunatafuta mtu ambaye anaweza simamia rasilimali za Wakenya, mtu anaweza leta fairness, mtu anaweza pigana na ufisadi. Sisi ni Wakristo, yes, lakini hatutafuti bishop. Bishop akitaka tumuelect akuje kwa diocese, tutapiga yeye kura huko na tutafanyia yeye probing. Lakini sasa hapa tunataka kiongozi ambaye ataongoza Waislamu, aongoze Wahindi, aongoze atheist, aongoze Wakristo. Kwa hivyo hii jina kila saa mtu anatumia jina la Mungu ni kama Mungu ni wa chama ya UDA, is like a member of UDA. That one should come to an end. That one is not going to help Kenya. Wazungu hawajaokoka, watawezi iba choo na mabarabara. They don't steal loads. Yeah? They don't steal toilets. Most of them are not even going. They don't even believe in God themselves, but they have integrity and ethics. Yeah. Sasa kuna mtu hapa anataka kuwa rais, ameiba barabara, possession away. Alikuwa ameiba, anapata title deed. Hiyo ni Ukristo gani tunaongea juu yake? Kwa hivyo maisha in the next 21 days the ticket of Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua is unique in Africa, because these are two people who have a track record of liberation, fighting for liberation, two people who have fought for devolution, two people who have done for fairness and justice. And for the first time, we are going to see a very big change in Kenya. I think in the first five years, we're going to see tremendous change in terms of governance that has never been seen in Africa. And therefore, we do not want our people to be swayed by propaganda and sweet words that are coming from Kenya Kwanza on how you can be taken from the bottom to up, as if government is in the business of building banks. That one is not going to happen. However, we are happy. I am so excited that for the first time, a non-Karenjin, a non-Kikuyu person will be president of Kenya. And I'm so excited that a woman deputy president will be the first time woman deputy president is going to be to represent Kenya in the highest levels of governance. So I'm excited I'm actually waiting to see how that combination will be, because that is going to be very, very interesting ticket. The first deputy president in Kenya who is a woman, and the first president who is non-Kalenjin and non-Kikuyu. That is very exciting, and we should be celebrating as Kenyans that Kenya now is becoming it has been opened to each and every person to compete and to become something for Kenya. So bwana Makiadi, siku hizi naona unaitwa mfumu is very interesting. Nilikuwa nimeongea juu ya hiyo ugali. Ugali hatuwezi enda bila siku mbili bila ugali bana. Kwa hivyo hiyo kitu imeguza wa Kenya, na tunashukuru sana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Unajua yeye ndiye amenileta Azimio. Mimi hata sikuwa mtu wa Azimio, lakini mimi nimejiunga na Azimio kwa sababu I'm a follower of Jubilee, and I believe in Jubilee, and I believe in our leader Uhuru Kenyatta. In the 10 years, isipokuwa ni kuwa na mtu ambaye anamsabotage, mtu ambaye anamvuruta nyuma, mtu ambaye kazi yake kila siku akiamka ni kuiba hapa, nini itachukuliwa pale. Isipokuwa ni mtu kama huyo, we could be very far as a country. Lakini he has really managed well the time of COVID 2 years, the prolonged drought that we have had for more than 5 years. He has actually managed well even the implementation of a constitution, because the 10 years he has been there, that is when the constitution was being enforced and implemented. So, Makiadi, we are happy, and the other thing he has done so well is to support Raila Odinga, because he knows in whose hands Kenya is safe, and Kenya is safe in the hands of one Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you, Bwana Mr. Kiere.
Kamau, before you conclude, I think you've concluded, but before we give the next person an opportunity, I just want to give you 1 minute and I want you to tell me what is happening in Kiambu governorship race. There's a lot of confusion. I would love at least somebody to enlighten us what is happening.
Kiambu, I'm from Kiambu myself, but I vote in Nairobi. But I will tell you, Kiambu is a very confused county as we speak. Because if you go to constituencies like Limuru, Githongori, Kiambaa, the person who is famous there is Wamatangi and Kabogo. But that is where the votes are. In Ruiru, there is Jango and Kabogo. So the way I look at it, there's no an outright winner. But because of that division of Gatondo, Kuria, Limuru, Wamatangi, and Kabogo, Ruiru, Wamatangi, Ruiru, Jango, and Kabogo, I'm thinking the Jubilee candidate will win it. He will win it. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Nyoro.
Who is strongest in Juja? I think
Juja is
might.
Jango.
Oh,
It's
that might
Jango.
determine where.
And
Jango.
Thika constituency, Thika what? Sijui inaitwa Thika what? Ile inashika town, Thika town.
Thika inashikana na Juja.
Juja na Thika ni kind the same so
Yeah.
huko ni Jango na Kabogo. Jango na Kabogo wako at 50-50.
Na hii Thika hii ya nani ya ule mama anaitwa nani, the lady mwenye anarudi ana make a comeback constituency yenye na, is it Thika town or what, I don't know what it's called.
Thika town kwa Ali anaitwa Alice Ng'ang'a I think
Alice Ng'ang'a, yeah.
Hiyo ni Thika town. Hiyo iko na hiyo ni Jango, na unajua Jango ndio alikuwa MP hapo na Kabogo hapo wako very famous. So hapo tutagojea tu matokeo. It is no, hakuna mtu ako na wave, that one I can tell you.
Okay, sawa, thank you. Ose daktari, karibu.
Wacha Wangira aende mbele yangu kidogo kwanza.
Okay, karibu Wangira.
Oh, thank you, Makiade. Good morning. It's a good morning here in Nairobi, Kenya. Oh, how is everybody?
Mzuri.
Okay, let me just make my quick contribution. Yesterday, you know, William Samoei Ruto is in what I call a thinking ship, and I said it yesterday. And that's why he's trying to cling on anything. Kenyans have been complaining about the high cost of unga. And yesterday, when the government of Kenya did something about it, and we were told that unga was going to retail at 100 shillings. In fact, last week I bought unga at around 200. I do bulk shopping for my house, and I was shocked. I bought unga at around 210 shillings per packet at the Naivas supermarket. And I was also getting disappointed. I said, I wish I knew I could have made my shopping this week other than last week. And now see the way Kenyans are happy that the price of unga has gone down from over 200 shillings to now 100 shillings. And he's still blaming the government, saying that the government is cheating the people of Kenya. They are only just going to lower the price of unga for 4 weeks, and after 4 weeks, the prices will go up. Then you wonder, what is he up to? And yesterday I also listened to him when he was in Gikomba. First thing, he was blaming the opinion poll, the opinion polling companies, The second thing, he was trying to castigate Uhuru Kenyatta, telling him that even if he does not want to support him, then he should leave, he should not support Raila Odinga, so that he allows him to defeat Raila Odinga come the 9th of August. So you see, William Samoei Ruto is seemingly a very disparate person, and that's why, just like I said yesterday, he's paranoid. He's disparate. Things are not adding up according to what he wished. A year ago, Samoei Ruto was sure that he was going to get this thing on almost a silver platter. But the way things are looking, signs are that he could lose this election. I'll go back to this subject that many people don't like me discussing, and is a subject that we always discuss here when we are with Kusem, because we are now counting it's election countdown, 21 days to go. And it's very, very important that perhaps I spend a minute or two to discuss this subject. This is the subject of transparency in preparation of the 9th August general elections, because issues are still coming up in regard to the preparedness of the IEBC in regard to this particular election. And there are complaints that the data polling and information regarding to this election is not available to the stakeholders and the media up to today as I speak on Mutembei TV. That's the talk. For example, we are being told that there will be, you remember in 2017, we had around 40,883 polling stations. Those were the number of polling stations that we had. And we have been told that the number of polling stations in this election will shoot to around 46,233. That will be the number, which will be nearly 6,000 new polling stations. But the issue is, up to today, nobody knows where these polling stations will be. per county, per constituency, and per the ward. Imagine we are 21 days to the general election and you don't know where the new polling stations will be. In which county will they be? In which constituency will they be? In what ward will they be? That is something that, should make people not worried but concerned, because we are getting nearer to the general election, and this should be information that should be available on a click. And if it's not available up to today, then something is not adding up. Now, that's why people are saying that, IBC is being opaque in the manner that it is handling the preparation for this election. And perhaps to say, thank you for allowing me to come before you. I'll want you to help me understand this issue, because I understand that IBC this time round they are going to use what they call photographs of result declaration forms. They are calling it photograph of result declaration forms against what used to be the alphanumeric data of results as their
Yeah,
primary.
they'll be sending pictures.
Let me just come finish interrogating the issue, then perhaps you respond back. So they are saying that they are going to use what they are calling photographs of the result declaration forms rather than what was the alphanumeric data of results as their primary source of data. So there's an argument that if this is the process that they are going to use, then we are likely to be at Bomas of Kenya for a very, very long time because of the manner the pictures must come. Then you must tally every picture a picture per picture, picture per picture. And like the alphanumerics, where perhaps it was easier to handle it. Then there is another argument on the company that has been contracted to run this particular election process. They call it Smartmatic. There's controversy around that company, and there's argument that perhaps due diligence was not undertaken before perhaps this company was given this particular contract. Although when this matter went to what we call when this matter went to the public procurement review board, the board the board had thrown away, the board had nullified this particular contract. But the matter later went on to the High Court, where the High Court allowed the company to undertake the contract. But there are issues that are coming up in regard to this company called Smartmatics, because given its previous experiences in a country like Venezuela, in a country like Zambia, in a country like Uganda, and in a country like Philippines, and given the answer that was given last week by the CEO of the IEBC, people are still asking questions whether really IEBC took due diligence before they decided to award this contract to this company. We are in agreement that perhaps the High Court decided that the company be given the contract, but given issue, for example, in Venezuela in 2017, they are saying that the company acknowledged that the turnout figures were manipulated by at least 1 million votes. You see, in Uganda, there were also issues around the biometrics that failed. In Philippines, the cyber investigation and coordinating center concluded that it's called smart what? Smartmatics. Smartmatics compromised the 2016 elections. So in Philippines, there are talks that it compromised the elections in 2016. And looking at this company, it has been given a lot of work to do. It will be in charge of the 10,000 KIMS kits, which means they will be providing the 10,000 KIMS kits. They will be building and implementing what they call the electronic voter system. Then they will also be providing what they say software for the KIMS kit. So looking at the controversy around this company, then we wonder, does it really give confidence as we move towards the 9th of August 2022, and that is the opaqueness where people are saying that, IEBC is not coming out very, very clear in this particular matter. And you remember in 2017, one of the reasons why the election was nullified was on the issue of the transmission. You remember there was an argument even in the Supreme Court that, physical forms would arrive earlier at the Bomas of Kenya than the electronically transmitted form. So, there are still issues around the preparedness of this election that perhaps could need some answers, and that those answers are not forthcoming as per now. Perhaps let me just leave it at that. Perhaps then I'll allow Kusei to come in. Asante.
Thank you so much. Kuseo, I think you're ready now, right?
Yeah, thank you. Makiadi, why have you put a name which is not so easy? We should take you to the school of changing names so that you change your name. Your name should be user friendly,
Kuseo, you are the one who was changing names a few weeks ago from Oze to Kuze to Awoz. So I'm just following.
But that is because of the attack. You remember we were suffering in silence. But now you have gone overboard. Now
So is suffering a monopoly of Kuse or what?
Well, Alex, maybe yours is just two letters. So
Alex
can't make
Alex
anything.
moved from Alex to Alex Media to I don't know what group, and he's finally back to where he started.
Anyway, I'll give you a nickname. If you don't change it to a shorter one, I'll give you a nickname. How are you, Angera? How are you, Joshua? Thank you. I would start with our deputy president. The deputy president tells us that he's not happy that the hunger has come down, and then he dares to say that in 4 weeks' time the prices will go up again. Now, I think that is admitting indirect that he's going to lose the elections. Who is going to take He's promising Kenyans that the prices are going to go up. What do you read between the lines? Who is going to take them up? Anyway, for me, I think what he means, he knows he's losing elections. We are reducing, okay. Azimio has requested for prices to be reduced so that they win the elections, and then after that, after winning, they re-increase the prices. That is my interpretation. But to me, I interpret it further to say it means he's losing the elections. Now, just a few comments on IEBC. Angela, you do remember that at one point, the DP had said that even if Oburu is the chairman, they have no problem. That should tell you about why he was banking so much on IEBC. The reason for this is because, as I did indicate yesterday, the elections were interfered with from two fronts. From the manual registers, especially on those polling stations where there are no connectivity, and of course, in the electronic system. The electronic system, the collusion involved IEBC itself. And that's why you have the chirchirs if you check the error log, the logging details or into the IEBC system, you'll find those non-identified users, the chirchirs and the like. And remember, that was with, I would say here without hesitating, that was with cooperation from the same IEBC. And then if you pick it from there, then it tells you, you see this 46, 54 for certain candidates, certain areas. Again, those were system interferences, infiltrations. Now, if that is the case, then it would let you know that as far as most people are concerned about the manual system, that manual system is very difficult to interfere with for the reason that the agents, if you have agents who are macho, interference will be so much limited. So long as you have that manual register, there will be so many people looking at it. You are going in the booth to vote and over 40 eyes are on you. So you just play the game the way it should be played. Our biggest challenge is in this electronic side. But you see, in countries where this system are having issues, like it did in 2017 in Kenya and even in 2013, I said that there were no system failures at all. There were system interferences. System interferences by the managers, the people managing the system. You can recall back to how the Musandos died and what have you. Then you understand what we are talking about. In other words, yesterday I tried to say here that the suppliers of these systems, those who have gone through the procurements and what have you, when they are marketing, they will tell you what can go wrong and what they know will not go wrong with their systems. And yesterday, when I tried to indicate that here, Temba told me that was not in the public information. So I admitted, yes, it is not. But if you bother to check the details of some of these systems, then you will find out what can go wrong and what cannot. Now, what went wrong, from which as now the experience we have, is what was by design. In other words, the managers designed it to act like that. They deliberately failed to charge the batteries so that the system can't function. So what do? You have no choice but to go to the manual system. They had planned what they want to do with those manual systems. Now, back to the Chebukati side. Now, you see, the Supreme Court outlined what the places where these problems took place. And the Chebukatis were told to correct them. All the irregularities and the illegalities that took place. Now, thereafter, what was clear after the Supreme Court hearing was that IEBC played a big role in bungling those elections. And my biggest concern ever since I came to this platform is that what punishment was given to IEBC? None. The people, you remember this time around, Martha was saying that any election officials who interferes or mismanages elections will be them as a person. It will be no longer this so-called body, IEBC, which enjoys some independence and protection, which none of us can understand. But nevertheless, this time around, it looks like the Chebukatis have received enough scare. So they are hoping that if the system is used and there is no malfunctionings which are by design, the IEBC should have done their work and clean and get off with it. Unfortunately, remember I told you that the DP told us that even if Uhuru is the chairman, they don't mind. The reason for that being that their interferences, for which they played a role, are in the secretariat. And you do remember even when the auditors did their checking of the register, you realize that some people already, when the DP was saying that 800 to 1 million of his supporters have been interfered with. Now, who was doing these supporters where and where? And earlier on, when I first learned that and tried to find out what was going on, I found out that majority of the transfers were actually to Nairobi. They remember IEBC have been very cautious on the exact number of the voters which were affected. They were to Nairobi, a good number were to Nairobi, Langata. Anyway, so here now we have, when this Jubilee government came to power, you remember the 50-50 idea. That 50-50, for most people, the ordinary people, they think 50-50 was just cabinet. No, it was all over the place. It was all over the place. And yesterday I didn't indicate here that, for example, you go to Jacaranda and you see the DP thanking the police. He has his own pro Kenya Kwanza police force supporters there. When he says that he wants to change the police service to police force, what exactly is he saying? He wants people who are going to implement, to enforce the executive orders that he's going to be giving. Well, you have something.
Makiade, just a minute. I don't want you there's a question I asked you, and I don't want you to perhaps forget it.
Yeah.
There is this issue of a movement from what was the alphanumerical data that was used in 2017 to what they are now calling photograph of result declaration forms. And the argument against this particular new system is that it will mean that they will be doing what they call manual keying in of results from thousands of photographs of forms that will be shared by the returning officers. And they are saying that unlike the alphanumerical one, whereby the data could just come immediately, and it could add itself and reflect on the big screen at the Bomas of Kenya.
Yeah.
Then there's an argument that we could end up staying at the Bomas of Kenya forever if we go with this system that they are calling photograph of the result declaration form. And the other issue would be on the integrity of the system Smartmatic company, given the issues that have raised to you, given the issues that have been raised in concern to their performance in Venezuela in 2017, in Uganda in 2020, in Philippines in 2016, and even in the United States in 2020, where there were questions around its technology and software. So as you contribute, I want you to also perhaps help me understand more on those two areas.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with the integrity issue. The Venezuela, Uganda, and the Philippines, the so-called challenges that have come with that system, none of them were system problems. They were management issues. You see, for example, you remember what happened in Uganda. First of all, they blacked out everything in Uganda during the elections. I think they had no media. The media stations were all blanked out for I don't know, for almost 48 hours. Now, you see this thing which people normally say garbage in, garbage out. You see, when you put in garbage, you should expect garbage. But you see, the people who are expecting otherwise, their results to be otherwise, the perfect out, are ignoring the fact that I hacked your system and did X, Y, Z. But the hacking which has been on this system, for example, in Kenya, have been by the same users. So we cannot actually say that the systems were hacked. Now, when the systems don't work because you have failed to charge your batteries, you realize surely you can't blame, if the elections something goes wrong with the elections processing, you can't blame the system because the users of the system have made it to work like that. Hence the word garbage in, garbage out. Now, to do with the transmission of the results, this time around, in 2017, IEBC was sending exactly what you have said. They were sending texts, which then somebody uploads at the screen at Bomas. And it was taking a very short time, you are right. But this time around, they are not going to be doing that. They are going to be sending you what you will refer to just images. In other words, the advantage of this is that if we have let's say a table of results, call it from 34A, from polling station K, we are like sending a photograph. It is difficult, very, very difficult to, even if somebody wanted to hack the system, let's assuming some people have corrupted IEBC officials and they want to divert these things before they get to where they are going, it will be very difficult because you will be just be having images. How to change the images is a problem. Then secondly, IEBC has allowed the other media stations to be receiving the same pictures. So in other words, the same media stations are also going to be doing tallying from the pictures, which you have talked about. Fortunately, I've been trying to find out exactly what happens when these things get to Bomas. But I learned that at Bomas, they are going to use programs and system to unpack the photographed table into results which they can project within a very short time. The person I pity are the media stations, because then they'll be receiving a photograph of a table. So they have somebody has to start keying them in. In Bomas, they are not going. They are going to use the computers to unpack the picture into text, which they can then project, which I think will require a very high level of technology also to do. So our media stations may not be able to accomplish that. I don't know how prepared they are. Maybe they are. They are prepared to do so. But that is what is going to happen when the results are transmitted. So they'll only be transmitting pictures. Remember, in 2017, these people who are infiltrating the system, they were changing the figures. If a figure has come for Mr. Wangira at reading 2,000, somebody who has logged into the same system, before it is projected, changes to 20,000. Or I insert a formula there. So any figure which comes, dealing with the text is very easy. Any formula is any numbering that comes, I convert it through a formula, the algorithm we are talking about, to project a higher one for the person I prefer and a lower one for the person I don't prefer. Now, the biggest problem here is that all this is technology. Currently, this technology is with IEBC. No other person, they are independent and they don't allow outsiders into that system. So in other words, if the figures are interfered with, it is the same IEBC or the people they have allowed to collude and to log into our system. Now that is why we are putting Chebukati on the lookout. And remember, Azimio, I remember, and even Kenya Kwanza are saying they are going to recommend their technology expert agents to be checking their things at IEBC. So they allow the technology-enabled people as agents at IEBC headquarters, where these things are going to be done. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, let me give Alex 1 minute to make a comment, then we go to the next person. I think Daudi.
I think it will be, misinforming our people of what we are overthinking about IEBC. The truth, and everybody knows it, and we should know that there was no election in 2017. Whatever we are preempting here is just, I think, hogwash for me. 2017, the servers were never open, and the servers will never be opened for now until when Chebukati will be forced, maybe when they will be jailed, and we never know if those will be the true servers. But there was no election in 2017. Whatever numbers that were coming out, even remember when they were coming to KBC, KTN, we were asking, where are they coming from? Nobody was able to tell us where those numbers were coming from. They were not even coming from IEBC. So for us to say this and this and this, we cannot compare. The system that Musando put in 2017 was encrypted and it was impossible. And I think that was the same system that was used in the Gambia, and that is why Yaya Jammeh was joking. And Yaya Jammeh was even saying that we have used the most effective system the world has ever used. And he was joking and playing along, thinking that since he's a dictator, there is nothing he could do. And what happened? The Electoral Commission akatangaza that Yaya Jammeh has lost, because those were the results. Fortunately, they opened the servers in the Gambia. So whatever we are saying about 2017, we are preempting, and probably thinking what is in our mind. But there was no election in 2017. Whatever that we were told with the numbers and the figures, those were not the numbers, those were not the figures, not even for the MCA, not even for the MP, not even for the senator and women rep, and even presidential. Whatever algorithm that was used to come out, it could even tell you that somebody like Mutua in Machakos was winning by 54%. All these people are winning by 54% who are suspicious. So how could you even say that that was an election? So I think, Kusel, let us not go too deep to think about that. I believe in our system, and if our system is used, and that is why I say managerial now. I agree with you with managerial and giving us the correct. If we were to use the servers correctly and we manage them rightly. I'm one person who believes that our election is going to be right. And that is what we need. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Alex, for your remarks. Let me just move straight to Daudi.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Makiadi, and good evening, Kuseo, Mr. Wangira, Alex, Papa, and Mr. Respect. Listening to the discussion going on about elections, the system is as good as the people running it. So if they feed in whatever garbage, we will get the garbage out. So I'm encouraged that at least this time around, we'll be uploading photos. The issue with that, I hope the handwriting recognition software they have is good enough because we have so many people with, chicken handwriting. I'm one of them, so I hope that will be able to be deciphered by the software. But that's encouraging. That means that the media houses will also be able to verify whatever information is being coughed out by the IEBC. So I think there's a positive on that. I think it would counter some of the things we saw in 2017, where we didn't know where the data was coming from. At least with this, we could verify. The openness this time is refreshing because we can all see that information and verify and be the watchman. So that is really refreshing. Point number 2 on the agenda items we have today, Azimio keeps rocking it. We are all happy about it. Number 2, DP, Ruto criticizing Uhuru for lowering food prices. I think at this point, it is the kitchen sink strategy for DP. He's trying to grasp at anything that he can and hoping that it could, cause some traction. But I think DP is a desperate man. He knows things are going away, and so he's just throwing whatever he can. And lastly, 21 days to the elections. It is 21 days, 3 weeks. I hope IEBC is ready. I hope they're doing their homework. I hope they're, doing everything they need to do to be ready on that day. So I'm just hoping and praying that things go smoothly. I'm hoping that there is no conflict. There's, systems are all good, and we're able to get an election that is free and fair, and we declare Baba our president on that day of the elections. Thank you.
Okay, Daudi, asante. I think Alex ananikumbusha hapa alikuwa na rebut Hosea's submission. So I'll have to go back to him, give him a couple of minutes before I go to Respect.
That's the question that, and I think the panel should help me. When the DP is, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Uko sawa?
Can you guys hear me?
You're okay, Alex. Endelea.
Yeah, you can proceed. Yeah, we can hear.
Oh, okay, good. When the DP says, and I think the panel should help me, that that's temporal and those prices will go up in 4 weeks. Did it mean that if he wins, he's going to hype the prices up, or did he mean that I'm sure I'm not going to win and Raila is going to get the prices back? I mean, that was so confusing for me, because as a presidential candidate, there are statements that are careless you don't need to say. So I really got confused that the president, the Ruto presidential ticket was losing it by trying to endorse that. Of course, when Raila wins, he's going to put the prices back. I don't know. I kind of need help on that.
Yeah, I'll bring respect first of all to react to that, and then you can give his submission. Also, I'll give you a few minutes later on. Just hang on. Respect.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I want to say hi to everybody. I see there's a few people here that have been contributing. I came a few times, and then I've been trying to come on. Every time I try to come on, it's like something comes up and I have to step away. But I'm glad that I've gotten a few minutes here that I can listen, but also make a couple of contributions. I want to say hi to everybody again, wherever you are. And it's good to have something that where people can go and just share ideas and talk about our country and how we can make it better. I believe we are all here, whether we are from UDA, we are from Azimio, wherever we are. The one thing that runs through is that we are Kenyans trying to fight for our country to make it better. Maybe I'll say a little bit about Alex's question there. All I can say is DP looks like he has no idea what to do. is someone when you look at the campaign, like formidable campaigns at this stage, they will be prepared with answers for anything. Like they will be going through like the what if they drop the prices of unga, what if this happens, what if that happens, what will be the response, how are you going to respond to this and that, not off the cuff kind of responses. And that's what I think has been getting him into trouble, where he feels like he needs to respond to each and everything that comes his way, without understanding that some of these are just traps for him. Whether the price goes up or the price drops, he needs to understand that he needs to have a better response. And the fact that he's just saying things that are coming from his mouth without thinking what it is, the repercussion, how is the common mwananchi going to receive whatever response is giving out there, is troublesome. And it just speaks to how unprepared he is to be president of the country called Kenya. So that I think that will be my response to that, is that he just has no clue. And I don't think he even thought about that if I say the price is gonna drop in another 3-4 weeks, how is that gonna sound to the people? He didn't think through that. And that's the problem. He doesn't think through things before he speaks. About the issue of rallies, what is happening, I think it's just good to see that things are coming together. There are a few hitches here and there, but I think that comes with the territory. There's nothing that I'll begrudge so much about even what happened in Nairobi with Bwana Bahati. The only thing I can say is that maybe what he did was also good for the campaign. Him to just bolt off, and when Baba said, just leave it for the other guy. I think Baba had also had enough, and he decided, if kama unaleta kichwa ngumu, I'll just go in the public na nikuanike, and then we see how you're going to react. We see how you do it, because he's coming and is demanding that he has to be on the ticket. I see that as a problem for someone who is young and he wants to enter into an arena where he has no experience. And Baba actually says, I want to take you under my wings so that you can be better, so that I can build you up. And he says, nope, I want to stand on my own. I want to form my own path. I want to do my own thing. And I can see almost the same script, which was we can see in DP Ruto, where the president says, I think this is the better way. We need to channel the country this way. And he says no to everything that, his boss proposes. So for Bahati, I think that's unfortunate because he's missed out on a big, big opportunity there where Baba is saying, let me take you under my wings and groom you up. And he is refusing completely. He wants to go and just destroy himself. But otherwise, I think it's good to see that the campaigns are going on well. And whatever else is happening, or the hitches that are happening, I think that's part of the game. And we just need to accept it and continue rallying for Azimio, those who support Azimio. DP Ruto, again, I've talked about that, the food prices. He could have taken that opportunity actually and say, that is a good thing. It's good to see that the president is listening. It's good to see that those who are in power are listening, because we've been calling for this. This is what we've been saying, that something needs to be done for the common person. But he takes the other route. He takes it completely out of context, and because he does not know how to respond, he just says whatever comes out of his mind, and that causes problems for him. So we're looking forward to August 9, and I think I know that Baba is going to win it, and I'm looking forward to that. Otherwise, I think that's all I would have to say for now, and just leave it for the others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sana. Respect for your remarks. I see we are full house. Bom Papa, nakuona umeingia leo. Umepotea muda mrefu sana. Good to see you finally back home. I think you can make your remarks before I give it to Ndemba.
Papa ground iko vipi?
Anasikia kweli.
Jambo, habari zenu, wana Makiadi, Ndemba.
Ground iko vipi?
Respect. Ground iko safi. There is no big deal, man, my friend. We are on course, cruising at a very high speed. All manner of defections, even at these lower levels. People are turning on this guy seriously. There's Alex there, and there's Wangira. Yeah, I've not gotten much information about the IEBC, but I just want to comment on the DP's behavior. I want to echo what Respect is saying, that the DP is being let down, one, by strategists. He doesn't know when to answer. He's got knee-jerk reactions. And then another thing that I thought too is that
he would have scored a lot of points by acknowledging that, in fact, not only acknowledging, but even pretending that he is the one who has pushed for those prices to come down, and it's a good thing. But instead he went all out criticizing and even becoming a messiah, telling us that, or a prophet, telling us that in 4 weeks it's going to be something else, of which, as Alex says, is some kind of acknowledgement that he might not be in power. And all he's doing is kind of trying to hang on and staying brave where the battle is already lost. But other than that, I also see him as somebody who is sadistic, because he derives a lot of pleasure from people's misery. And this is reinforced by the fact that he keeps on referring to his supporters as Mutu wa chini. It's like he wants them to remain huko chini so that he can have that opportunity of claiming success, any success that might come out of the people's hard work, and not necessarily his. So other than having, other than just being a comical leader, he has a problem. He definitely has some kind of disorder, and he's unable to contain the kind of pressure that is facing. And give it to him that this is his first presidential stab at the presidential office. So let's give him some concession, though he's not it's not fit absolutely to ascend to that office, because he has a lot of shortcomings that cannot augur well with the Kenyan people. Let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Haya, sawa sawa. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria utatuambia kama masapota wa Sonko wameamua wataenda kwa Sarai, lakini inaonekana hawaja make decision bado. Mnangojea nini East Africa Court ifanye uamuzi kwanza ndio muone mahali mtahamia?
In fact, there's nothing to even suggest that Sonko has supporters. When you move around Mombasa, it's like they have given up on him, and they know they're already psychologically prepared that he's not going to be on the ballot, and just going to the East African court is just a pipe dream. Probably it's a tall order. And do you realize that the Attorney General has been given how many days to respond? Is it 45 days?
Yeah, they said 45
matter by the East African court.
Yeah, 45.
Yeah, so I mean, any right-thinking Kenyan would never keep hopes on Sonko. So, but on the ground, there is nothing to suggest that Sonko has got any supporters. In fact, it's like it's gone. So I'm pretty sure that ODM is in the driving seat.
So we are safe in Mombasa. I hope so.
We are very safe. 100% safe. There is now what we can do. In fact, the best thing we can do. You look like you want to defect to UDA. Why don't you?
Papa.
Yes. Yeah, I'm listening.
What is your personal evaluation of Abdul Somad's popularity in the cause? Because yesterday we said we are looking also very specifically on county 001 and 002. So we would have wanted to rely on people like you on the ground to give us a true picture. In specifically and generally, those two counties.
Yeah, let me say this. Abdul Samad has been MP for Mvita, and Mvita votes are it's like the nerve center of Mombasa County. However, majority of the votes come from Kisauni and Likoni area. Now, from the Kisauni area, there is a very strong candidate who was edged out by Alimbogo, and is back, and is 100%. The fellow is going back. He's very influential in Mombasa politics. Is one even when he was out of parliament, this current parliament, he still has been, doing his work as normal politicking, and doing a few things here and there to boost his career. And he's one of the people who will deliver this seat to Abdul Somad. And in addition to that, Abdul Somad also has his track record on the ground in Vita is very good. In terms of the use of his CDF, there is their community projects that he has initiated. There is that Abdul Somad Foundation, which primarily deals with the disadvantaged in terms of the women and children, and a few other programs that he conducts. So he's following, and he's got a real foothold on Vita. And towards the Likoni side, there is this lady, Mishimboko, who is doing a very good job. And Likoni has got two major. When you decide to go tribal, the diaspora people there that created the numbers are from the Luo community. There is the Kamba people are also there, and I think the Kamba people who are in Changamwe, who are the majority there, are likely to, maybe they may not vote because of that disappointment of Sonko, but they have no choice, because I don't think they can stand Hassan Omar, because Hassan Omar has been a candidate for Wiper, and yet they never voted for him. So I think Mombasa, there is no way ODM can lose that seat, and Azimio in general. It is next to impossible. And the ODM networks are so deep in Mombasa that I don't think it is possible.
Okay, now before you go, maybe the reason I'm trying to ask you more, because you are in Mombasa, and you understand the geopolitics of Mombasa. Black, I think, also comes from Mombasa. He's suggesting that Swamad evaded the debate, and he's also agreeing that that Sarai will not take it. Now, there's this area line of argument that has been fronted by especially those who are supporting Sonko, that the divide between the upper, the watu wa bara na watu wa pwani. So it was that kind of feeling that was leading to the realignment of the watu wa bara around Mr. Sonko. So in view of the things that have happened, do you, in your own view, see as that is that going to have some kind of change in the political? And as you comment on that, maybe you can comment on what's the popularity of Abdul Swamad, if there's any poll that has been conducted. What's the popularity of Abdul Swamad vis-a-vis the other candidates? So maybe you can do that, then we move on.
I've not really looked at the polls, but the last time the polls were giving Abdul Swamad at 55%. The last time I checked on some polls, but I can see Black is saying that I'm just a psycho fan. Black, I've lived in Mombasa for 22 years. So I know Mombasa in and out. I don't think you even know Mombasa. By that time I was getting to Mombasa, I think you were still a toddler. Now, the popularity of Abdul Swamad is not in dispute. Absolutely. And there is, in general, I don't know, but I feel that there is nothing. What is this Black is writing that is a weak candidate? No. There is that baggage that Abdul Swamad is trying to avoid. That he is Arab, and Watu wa Bara kind of are fed up with the Arab leadership. But there is one thing that here that is very clear. You know, I've evaluated most of the different areas where I think Joho did not do well, and it is basically on the environment. Because if you look at health, if you look at infrastructure, if you look at there are a few things here and there. Maybe people have been complaining on the trade and commercial sector, but the main thing that has kept Joho very popular is the health sector. There is no county, and I bet there is no county that has the kind of facilities that Joho has put in place. Not only by getting the funding from the government, but Joho himself has even sourced equipment from from Saudi, from Dubai. The Coast General Hospital is something that you would be proud of going there. It is as good as going to any private hospital in Mombasa. And in fact, recently, a doctor friend of mine by name Dr. Sore was Mombasa did its first heart surgery 2 years ago. And that is something that had never been done. So there are things that he has done in the health sector that are outstanding. But apart from that, the environment is what is letting him down. And Abdul Swamad is kind of trying to run away from that. And that is the reason he picked another fellow that I know very well who used to work with the Nation media. He was the correspondent here in Mombasa, a fellow called Thoya. And that has tried to gel together the locals from the Mijikenda community. But the Bara people who are here, I don't think they would mind Abdul Swamad, because he's not the kind of forceful fellow that Joe is. He's more diplomatic and sharp, call it sharp. So I don't think it will be a problem for the Bara people are going to embrace him, because he doesn't play the same kind of politics that Joe plays, despite the fact that he comes from the Arab world. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We are trying, and I would urge all of us, we are now trying to start being more practical and consolidative in our approach. If we can also expand our analysis to include the different Azimio candidates in different counties. So we are going through Mombasa, Kwale today. Then tomorrow we look at Kilifi, Tana River. You can check out in your own research, in your own people, in your own resources, so that when you come, you can give us information. We can share ideas. You never know who's listening. If there are areas to be worked on, there are people who are listening. We are at that time where we can't afford to keep, to just, they call it, do the fishing expedition and hope things stick, or throw and hope something sticks. So we can start analyzing Azimio candidates so that we have more realistic view of what is facing us. Do we have weak candidates in certain places? What is there that can be done? who is there, what is the chance, what's going on, is it coordinated? I think we can lend our views to such. I don't know if Bob, before you go, do you know, have you heard of Kwale County? Who is the Azimio candidate in Kwale County?
Governorship is Professor Boga.
It's a neighboring county to Mombasa. What's his strength? I haven't heard about Professor Boga a lot. I don't know if anyone has heard about Professor Boga. Maybe those.
No, that one I'll need to do more research. But what I know is that I have a neighbor. Zani's brother. That lady, she's called who? Zani, the senator.
Agnes.
The brother.
Agnes Zani.
Agnes Zani, yeah. Yeah, Agnes Zani. I have his brother is my neighbor here in Mombasa, and I'll need to talk to him nicely. I can gather what is going on there. But what I know is that Professor Boga is what do you call it? Is a guy of grassroots. He's not a loud guy, and he's working hand in hand with the old famous political family of Boy Juma Boy. So I need to gather more on that Kwale front. Though I know Mvuri has an upper hand, has been having an upper hand, and Fatima might have an edge. But I need to gather more information, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you, Bob Papa, for your insights. Very important.
Okay, thank you.
Was I giving my views?
Yeah. Allow me to just play a video here, then you can take over from there. It's
stories making your headlines. Let's begin with this story that has been trending for the better part of the day, where the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that's the IEBC, has today revoked former Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko's clearance to run for Mombasa Governor, citing the Supreme Court's ruling that upheld his impeachment while governor of the county of Nairobi. Now, Mombasa County returning officer Ibrahim Yusuf said the law did not allow Sonko to hold any public office on account of being impeached. Now, this came as Sonko moved to the East Africa Court of Justice to launch another fight back. And as KTN's Emmanuel Toh now reports, the High Court also gave presidential hopeful Ruben Kigame a lease of political life after it ordered that the IEBC considers his candidature in this election. The drama surrounding the former Nairobi County Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko's quest to vie for Mombasa governor position took an interesting twist Monday as the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, revoked his nomination to run for office. According to a letter signed by the Mombasa IEBC returning officer, Swalha Ibrahim, the commission said it was adhering to the Supreme Court ruling that, according to IEBC, disqualified Sonko from holding any public office and thus disqualified him from contesting and being elected as the governor of Mombasa or any other county.
Mwenyezi Mungu ametufuta yale machozi tulikuwa tunalia pamoja, machozi ya dhulma, machozi ya kuonewa. Huu ni mwamko mwingine kwa Mombasa.
This ruling now coming barely 3 days after the IEBC handed Sonko a clearance certificate to fly Wiper Party's flag in Mombasa gubernatorial race. IEBC had issued Sonko with the certificate after the High Court in Mombasa ruled that he was unfairly locked out. However, the Supreme Court on Friday upheld the 2020 impeachment of Mike Sonko as Nairobi governor as fair and procedural.
Nimedhulumiwa, why should I give up? Wangenipatia time ya fair hearing, fair trial, nipate fair justice.
Sonko has promised to fight back by moving to the East African Court of Justice. Sonko maintains his impeachment was flawed and lacked merit.
Governor Sonko has gone to the East African Court of Justice to demand that a court without jurisdiction cannot issue orders at all. After the flawed process that removed Governor Mike Sonko, the same process at the Senate was completely flawed.
According to constitutional lawyer Charles Kanjama, the East African Court of Justice does not have any jurisdiction to overturn the ruling by the Supreme Court of Kenya.
The East African Court of Justice cannot issue an order overturning a decision of the Supreme Court, but it can find that the Kenyan judiciary violated the rights of someone, which is what happened in the case of Martha Karua when she went to the East African Court of Justice after her election petition against Anne Waiguru was not successful at the Supreme Court.
And the electoral court dramas are not only synonymous with Sonko. Singer Reuben Kigame is also becoming a true friend of the court. On Monday, Kigame got a reprieve from the courts after High Court Judge Anthony Mrima found that IEBC violated Kigame's rights during the clearance process of presidential candidates and should thus consider his papers and signatures. However, the IEBC, through its lawyer Moses Kipkugei, told the court it would be impossible for the commission to consider Kigame's papers since the commission had already printed.
It looks like it's a half video, but anyway, the information is home. And then, you can give your remarks and then continue with the moderation. Just to give you the line, we were done with Bob, so the next person should be Ken, Stone PK, and then I think it'll be free for all.
Yeah, thank you. Sonko, I want to start from the video by commenting on Sonko's case. Sonko, lawyers will want to eat as much as they can from what he has. If I was a lawyer, that is what I would tell him. Sonko has money and is willing to use it. So, and lawyers have to make money. So even if it fails at East African Court, they will tell him you can go to ICC and pursue your rights. So let him use his money, and let lawyers make money. You see, Supreme Court of any country, you can't overturn. There's no East African Court, like Kanjama said, can overturn the Supreme Court. It's the apex court of the land. So if that were possible, upon the presidential going through and it is overturned, maybe some people would have sought to go to the East African Court. But it cannot overturn that. So I think these are just good lawyers who want to eat his money. I mean, that's just like the IEBC lawyers were eating the IEBC money. I hear they were being paid a lot of money in the 2017 petition. But you could see what they were doing there. One lawyer was being asked, these are spoilt ballots and stray ballots, and he could not explain. And they were paid in millions. Another lawyer, right now, I want you to notice a trend. Many lawyers are either issuing, newspaper opinions. They are trying to suggest that they are trying to prepare themselves for they call it for harvest. And that harvest is coming soon. You know, this is the time that lawyers make money. So if you are a bright lawyer, they should be lining themselves, waiting for the rains to fall. And the rains will be falling on 9th of August. And immediately they will start reaping, because these people have money. And even if your petition is useless, they'll tell you you have a chances of success. You can see the way Danstan Omari is talking there.
He says never give up.
Exactly. And you see, for a lawyer, when you're going, this is the good thing about lawyers. If you go to a lawyer, you are paying him to argue a case. He doesn't make the decision. The judge makes the decision. So you've already paid him to argue your case. And you see the way Danstan is even telling him that we have to take this thing, we have to go to the next level, being paid. So, I mean, it's a good thing. Sonko should continue. If he wants to go to the East African Court, he wants to go to The Hague, he wants to go to the International Court of Human Rights, that's up to him. And up to the lawyers who want to eat as much as they can. So that is what I would say about Sonko, because for me right now, I find it becoming getting us all focused. And we need right now to focus on getting the votes and consolidating it. The other issue is what that I want to comment on is, of course, people have talked about it, the deputy president's assertion and criticism of the president on, one thing that happens when you don't like, you want to win a vote and you don't like someone, for some reason, you only see the negativity of what is happening. It is not so long ago that the deputy president was saying that tukichukua serikali in the first 100 days, bei ya unga itakuwa imerudi chini. Sasa bei ya unga imerudi chini kabla wanachukua serikali. So what are they going to tell mwananchi right now? That bei ya unga imeshuka. You see, if he had good advisors, which I think maybe he does, he doesn't listen to them, he would have jumped on that, and a good strategy would have been, you see, we have, because he has been saying si tumejenga reli, si tumeweka stima, si tumetengeneza barabara. His next line would have been si tumerudisha bei ya unga chini. That would have worked for his strategy, because if he picked that line and moved on with what he has been saying, because he has picked every positive thing that the president has, Jubilee has done, he has picked it. He has only refused to pick the negative sides. But now when your advisors are bloggers like Dennis Itumbi, they tell you that the more you show, anger and all, the better for you. You don't gain much by hitting, especially when you are hitting mwananchi, especially in things that are important to them. The mwananchi is suffering. You are promising him that life will be better tomorrow. But someone is doing that today, and you are going to criticize that. You are shooting yourself in the foot. How are you, therefore, promising that my life will get better? If it is getting better now, you are not standing with me. Two things the deputy president would have done in his campaign would have been either just shut up about it and not speak about it, or even say that they have brought it to 100. We are going to take it to 50. You kind of work smart and let that energy go with you. But the fact that he's standing up and saying that the president is doing this because of the campaigns, he is giving promises of bringing down unga because of campaigns. So how can we be sure that he's going to do it if he's not okay with it being done now? So that is my divergent point of diversion with what he's saying. I wish he had better advisors, but I think it's a good thing for Azimio. Now, for 24 years, Moi ruled Kenya. One of the things that he used to do, I'm not suggesting that that's a tactic that's being used right now. Moi would always bring unga, mahindi, towards a certain election period. And people would always praise him. So as much as people were suffering, but they found Moi a darling. Wherever you find children singing, you'll get into his pocket and get out some money and give to them. And that would make them feel good. And probably that would explain why they kind of elected him, year in, year out, rather electing him, But right now, when you are suggesting that what is important to the people, you are saying is a bad thing, definitely. And then, of course, we have video evidence where the deputy president, said that the unga prices will come down. And then he's going back on his own word. I really got surprised when I heard that, because I was going to imagine that now that unga has come down, the next campaign slogan will be tumeleta unga bei, si tumerudisha unga chini, si tumejenga reli, si tumeunganisha stima. Haya, hii ingine tutafanya, tuko na 15 billion. Unajua inakuanga in billions, because now you start thinking billion. Tuko na 15 billion tumetenga, itatoa hiyo unga kutoka 100 hadi 50. So I was thinking he's going to say that, but no. The campaigns for Azimio, finally, I think they're doing a good job. I only hoped that the Raila was not going to get himself involved in that Mathare thing. You know, I was hoping that he was not going to be involved. You know, not even going to talk about it. He was going to let it. I mean, if Oluoch thinks he's good, let them go. I mean, let the young, because what is happening? It could be that you know, politics is different. The fact that that Bahati is waking up and saying that, oh, watu wa Mathare wananitaka, that is not a surety that he could be elected. But they could let him go, and you see, it's already a baggage done. And then when he's defeated on the ballot, I mean, because the more the loyal watch is trying to use that, they are probably even making the guy feel like he's really needed a lot. And today he released an interesting video. I think I shared it with Makiadi, where he was trying to suggest that he was aliraruliwa nguo. What he did, akasema hata kama nguo nararuliwa, those people were very, very articulate in kurarua shati yako. They didn't beat you up. Lakini walirarua nguo hapa, wakairarua hapa, wakararua hapa nyumba. You know, that was the comical, you know, like we've been in a political platform. If these guys are going to rarua your nguo, it's not going to be methodical. Like, you'll have this place imeraruliwa. Kama imeraruliwa hapa, you'll have scratches. Kama umechapwa, hautaamka hata kuja kushoot video ati yo unaona nimechapwa. That was just trying to embarrass. So I'm also thinking he's upping his game for whatever money that he's going to receive out of it, in view of trying to feel like him being told to step down is such a big thing, that he's such a you know, a threat, which I don't think is true. They should have just let him. I mean, the voting patterns in Mathare, he's thinking, you know, largely in Mathare there are many Luo voters, and the guy that is vying in on a UDA ticket is a Luo. So they are hoping that he's going to bring in the Luo vote to vote for him, and Bahati is going to use the wife, who happened to be coming from, I think, Migori, to consolidate the Luo vote towards himself. Now, Oluoch has been using that a lot, and that is why they didn't want to divide that vote, so that he can consolidate that for himself and you know, get up there. So I'm thinking they should just let it. I mean, Baba has done what he has to do, and since he cannot listen to the captain, and Baba is the captain, he should be let to have his view, and let him go to the ballot, and wacha waende wamenyane kwa ballot. I think for me, that is what I would say. As we move towards let Baba concentrate on the places where everything has been done. Wakienda mahali wamesha sort, that is where he goes and he says so and so. But wherever waje sort, let them go to the ballot, let them sort themselves, so that we don't have someone feeling like someone is hanging. Or what should stop making it look like these people needs to do something for Bahati. He is just propping up Bahati unknowingly. I think I want to stop there, and then we proceed on with the discussions. I'm sure we are going to explore some more. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Lemba, you can take over from there. I think the next person will be Ken, but let me just give respect 1 minute to make a remark, and then we can move on from there. You can take over from there.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Themba, don't you think that's exactly what Baba was doing yesterday? Because I think he's probably talked to him already, and they had been trying to get him to step down, and the guy has just been adamant. So I think he brought him out in the public, and just to show the supporters that this man, I've talked to him, and I've given him an offer of giving him something else. Amekataa. Now I'm making it public, so that if he bolts, then you just know that he's just being defiant. He's not willing to listen. He's not wanting to play ball with everyone else. So I think Baba wanted to put it out there in the open that this guy is just a rebel. He's not doing this for the team. He just wants it to do it for himself. I thought that's what he was doing, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's also a way of looking at it. It's a way of looking at it. I hope it is that way. My feeling is Baba should, in my view, I think Baba should stay away from getting involved in places where people have not. There are people who are supposed to sort that out, and if these people have refused from the word go, just come push for his presidency, and then say give Azimio people, so that like I found that rather embarrassing to the team leader. Baba's respect right now is up there. Now, when this guy comes and then Baba talks, and then you want to throw yourself and you want to go and say that some gimmicks that are not really necessary. This is a person who commands respect across the country, and is the Azimio captain. So when your captain comes and says this, it's up to you, that just like Wetangula did. There's nobody who wanted to be governor in Nairobi like Wetangula, But when Baba went and talked to them, he went back and he cooled down his supporters. So if you do not have political experience, you
mean Tim Wanyonyi?
Yeah, his team is Wetangula's brother. Yeah, that's what I meant. So you see, he went and he talked to his supporters, and Westlands was even worse because there was already Gumo's son who had already gotten the certificate. So there were a lot of things to go and quell down there. So when you come and you think that you can, and you see when Baba is talking to you, that means that Uhuru has already ceded that to them to organize. So when you can't listen to your party, you can't listen to even the captain of Azimio, the only thing you should be let is you get your punishment at the ballot. And I can assure you that he's gonna get his punishment at the ballot. He'll realize that this shouting and disrespect to the team leader, it comes with a cost. It comes at a cost, and that cost is going to be revealed at the ballot. So I think it should have been tampered. Even if you're going to go against the party, there's one thing that even those people who are watching you from afar, they are seeing how you can deal with the leadership. And if they see disrespect that you're showing on leadership, nobody will want to touch you. And I think there are many lessons that he should be learning from. There are many people who have gone through that path, and they have failed. So if you don't learn from other people, I think time is the next thing that will allow. But I hope that is what Baba was trying to do. But I would want right now Baba not to get involved in those small things. If people have refused and they cannot, let him not even come and start saying, I want so and so to do this and this. Just come, campaign for Azimio candidates, and let's move. For me, that is what I would suggest, and I'm hoping that will be seen in the next few days, because we don't want to see such embarrassments happening to Baba again as he goes to rallies, and then This guy brought hecklers. Now these hecklers could not even listen to Baba. When Baba is trying to tell them to calm down, they are heckling him, you know. They are just singing, oh, Bahati, Bahati. And he's the one who brought them there to make sure that he doesn't speak. So that was uncalled for, disrespectful. And we hope that moving forward, I mean, Baba is not going to, if there's any place that the candidates have not settled, especially Azimio candidates have not settled, let them go, waende wang'ang'anie kwa debe. Wacha ule wananchi watataka wapeane, but the punishment will come. That's what I can say. Yes, Wangira. Wangira, you wanted to say something before I bring Kusel.
You know, I just wanted to say that I cannot agree with you more. That the ball was in the Jubilee's court to decide whether Bahati was going to run on their political party, and if they allowed him to run on their political party, then let it be. Just like it is the case in Makadara, where now I know Aladwa is also facing a Jubilee candidate there. So it was upon Jubilee to prevail upon their candidates not to run in what was supposed to have been ODM zones. But if they didn't prevail upon their candidates, what do we do? You know, I think Raila Odinga is getting into a quarrel that he is not supposed to get into. Let it be so that it can be determined as a ballot. That's all that I just wanted to say.
Yes, Kusel.
You see, personally, I just want to add up on what you have just said and what Wangira said. You see, our friend Bahati, and I think I can see PK is there. He should be able to tell us more. This issue basically at the Nairobi level was actually a Jubilee affair. And reliable sources had even indicated, especially for Bahati. Bahati was one leg here, one leg the other side. Such people, you need to deal with them cautiously. And personally, I do not understand where Baba came from to even talk about the matter. And I'm sure he's more informed than me. If from the little I know that Bahati was being financed from other directions to cause disharmony on the other side. I'm sure Baba knew as much. So I think it was entirely unnecessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm of that view. Probably there are people who will hold a different view. But we want Baba to focus. Hizi vitu ndogo ndogo sasa Baba achane nazo. Kama kuna watu ambao bado hawajasikizana, aache. Let him not even let him go there. Pigia Azimio candidate. Ukifika hapa pigia Azimio candidate. You know what he said. I think he said that in there's a rally that he attended, and he said, President Azimio, Governor Azimio, MP Azimio, let him just focus on that. Watu wengine ambao bado hawajasikizana na nini, and if he goes to a place where people have already agreed, hapo ndiye anasema Azimio ni nani, Azimio ni nani, hivyo. So he shouldn't start getting such kind of embarrassment. We don't want our party leader, Azimio leader, to be embarrassed and having negative energy and people starting to like huyo kijana ambaye anaembarrass president wangu, that is not good. Baba is talking to him, then he jumps out of the car. Why do you play such gimmicks to the presidential candidate? He should have had better advisors to tell him, hey, there are better ways to respond to this thing, even if you don't agree with these people. You already have you're on Jubilee Party, and these people have this huge. They can make you lose. And you see right now, if you go to the ballot and you lose, even the promise that you are given,
imagine he did that and he was paid for it. What do you read? He was paid to do exactly what he did.
Yeah, that's fine. If he's on people's payroll, let them continue paying him. But he will know that Baba is a force to reckon with. Baba right now is an institution, So when an institution is talking to you, you should be more respectful than than you are. Let me allow Ken to give his views, and then I bring in this other guy. Ken, karibu.
Yeah, hamjambo. I don't know whether it's my gadget. The volume seems to be a bit low today. However, I can still hear you.
Can you hear me?
Tunasikizana sawa, tutaendelea.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I think from a distance. Maybe after this, I'll try restart it and see if something will work out.
Okay.
Well, however, good things now, less than 3 weeks before we get to the big day. Mine as a start is, I hope the country will hold itself irrespective of the outcomes. We judging from what we did in the past, we cannot say we are very good people, but well, I'm hoping against hopes that we will be there on the 10th and beyond. But having said that, I'm trying to follow a bit on the campaigns, and I must say I agree with you, Themba, when you said it's now time to focus on the specifics. This general thing is not, its time now is done. I think it's time now to look at the real numbers, the real outcomes. What should we expect? When Baba, for example, speaks to the candidates in selected places, and I'm sure he will do it in very many places, I'm trying to look at the list IEBC published. There are places where you are finding, much as he will say, yes, vote Azimio, you have 3 candidates. If you take, for example, the 2 counties you said we look at, places like Kwale, you're finding, yes, UDA has their candidate, but on the other side, there is an ODM guy, a Wiper guy, a NAK Kenya guy, a KANU guy. So who is Azimio in that? I think Baba could be informed on the basis that, yes, this thing could be so competitive and the margin can be small. We do not know the outcomes. So if you have, say, votes collated together for these 3 against 1, what if the 1 sneaks through with a small margin? I don't know. It's my observation. Places like Kwale, that became the entry point for Ruto to Mombasa politics or to coast. When they did the Msambweni by-election, ODM made their mistakes with nominations. Then the guy moved to UDA and he got elected. Then you look at people close to DP, Mvurya, there's the MP for Kinango. They somehow became the entry point for Ruto. And when Papa says that Mvurya has some influence in Kwale, 4 constituencies in a county, what are the outcomes? Those could be gone. Whereas probably if you look at the opposing side, they have either 2 or 3 in each of the constituencies. I don't know, maybe Baba should, I think it is right for him to put his word to the candidates the way you are saying he did with Bahati. I saw he did it in Kibra. He told Imran to pull out of the race and let the ODM guy proceed. Because the situation would be, Imran has his view, has a number of votes, and the other guy has votes, and Mariga gets his few, he may just sneak through, but it's unlikely, but it could be possible. The other thing is on the IEBC. For me, what I understand the setup to be is that the presidential election happens at the constituency. I think it was Wangira who was having issues with that. The thing will be this. IEBC, if I understood them better when they said we will not even do a live stream of the results, is that they will wait for the results from the constituency level, which will be, yes, the numbers, supported by the image of the return form. I don't know, it's a 43A or B, whichever number. Then from that is what they will use. That will be the final result. If my understanding is correct, I think it's even supported by a decision which we all seem to perhaps not even understand, the Maina Kiai decision, where they were saying whatever is reported at the polling station, the station, then the center, then goes to the constituency, that becomes a final result. So the battle is at the constituency. Whatever will be aired to the people before it becomes the final total will be what has been transmitted with the images and the numbers at the same time. So the media, yes, and anybody else, they said it's okay, you collect your results. By the end of the day, we will give the final thing based on what our gazetted officers have given us. And that would bring me to another comment. Njiro gave us some numbers yesterday. I was a bit busy, I didn't follow to the very end. When you say like UDA has 267 candidates, I don't know his sources, but I think I got that number. Then he gave the number that are supported by ODM. Would there be an understanding that the other side knew that the constituency will be very important, and hence why they are fielding candidates all over? Not that maybe they know they will win or they will not win, but they are looking at a strategic move. I do not know how Azimio is interpreting that, but my understanding of the IEBC is that whatever will be happening at the constituency level will be a final number, and that will be an area of focus. If people listen out there, I am not advising anyone, but well, the business that will be happening at the constituency level, it needs to be taken care of. Well, unga and food prices. I don't want to give a simple answer to that. And my reasoning is this. Kenya is a country that, well, we have had our issues with environment, we have messed it up, we have messed up our lands. But the question to me becomes a question of where do we want to be in the future? Because the prices of unga are high because we don't have enough. The demand is there, but the supply side has to be supplemented by importing. And the question to me is, until when shall we do politics with serious matters like food? And that would be a question beyond any candidate, because scandals have happened in maize, in dams, in, I don't know, water. It's a shame to me that those who come from Kitengela and those sides, every day trucks will come from Tanzania and bring food to Nairobi. Farmers in Rift Valley have their maize, which is a political issue now, fertilizers, name it. I've tried to be very fair and look at the two manifestos to be very honest, Azimio, they didn't like seriously look at our grain production. There is mention of production, but it's not as specific. Kenya Kwanza, on the other hand, they tried to make it, but I think somebody needs to be fired on their side. If you read through that manifesto seriously, you will note so many errors, so many typos. I don't know who was doing it, who was doing the final draft. Like on production, they say it has been increasing from, they put those XXX% to this XXX%. That's an incomplete thing to me. Well, they identify the problem, but where is the solution? They also don't give. But at the end of the day, it's painful that we can make politics out of food production. It should be a serious, well, political question, yes, but it needs seriousness. So the response by Ruto, it's stupid and poorly thought out, in my opinion, and sorry for using that word, and I'm calling it stupid this way. Kenya every month will spend, I think, 8 to 10 billion to subsidize fuel. If we can afford that money to subsidize fuel, the census told us, I think 6 or 6.2% of Kenyans own vehicles. So if you move 8 billion every month for a whole year, we are talking of close to 100 billion. Yet the 2000 thing for Baba, you know, it's a different thing. So if we can subsidize fuel, we can also subsidize the food. So for Ruto to say it will go up to 4 weeks, I'm looking at it as a shallow answer, poorly thought out, because there is somebody who will earn 200 shillings, and that will be bus fare plus food plus. So if that person, and I'm hoping it is addressed properly, that people will get unga at 100. Whether we are in a political season, it doesn't matter to me. There will be somebody who will get food because the price has come down. And the question, perhaps for discussion, to whoever even will get to power, would be for how long are we going to hustle with food? Jubilee, the last time, and I'm unable to separate Jubilee and Uhuru and Ruto. Forgive me for this. I know Uhuru is in Azimio, but in the history of Kenya, Uhuru has been president for close to 10 years now. 2013, they told us of Galana Kulalu, told us of 1 million acres, launched their manifesto in all flamboyance. 10 years later, if you do a quick check on what they have published on National Irrigation Board or on many other websites, we have not even done 10,000 acres. And if you look again at the money that has been spent, you don't have to dig so deeper. There is corruption there. Nobody is talking about it now that the project has failed. I don't know, even when Raila says they will fight corruption, well, give us a roadmap. It is which corruption? The corruption that you will stop corruption happening in your government, or will you go for those other things that have happened before? It may not be wise, but some of them are begging answers now. If we have put in monies there, well, where are the results? The last thing is, maybe as what I had mentioned earlier, because I can see even Papa has come back. The coastal region politics, I don't understand it. Me, I can only look at the numbers, the number of constituencies, maybe see names and political parties. Papa, you said you understand Mombasa politics. Maybe extend your research and help us to understand even Kwale, Kilifi, Tana River. We don't know, but my bigger concern would be on the friendly fire and the results it may give us. Baba may end up becoming president, but then he loses out on the foot soldiers. I don't know. But well, you are here, we are here for the whole period. We will continue focusing on these things. And I'm happy Kenyans are awoke. Kenyans are asking questions. Nitafikisha hapo kwa sasa.
Yes, Bo Papa. So.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Ken mentioned something that I found interesting, that he finds it hard to separate Jubilee, Uhuru, and Ruto. Ken, let me say this. I don't think personally I would have the same problem that you're having, because there is an unwritten rule. It's not like the Ruto government was similar to the Grand Coalition, but there is an unwritten rule that that government was a 50-50 government. And personally, I just draw distinction between, look at the ministries that were being managed by the Ruto camp and the ones that were being managed by the Uhuru camp. And that's where you'll get agriculture, where the problem is. If you look at infrastructure, everything is going on very well. All Jubilee projects, by the way, were all inflated. But on the Uhuru side, the Uhuru side, delivered what they were assigned to do. Most of them delivered. But if you look at the Ruto side, that is where all the scandals are. There is no deliverance of anything, and that is where I draw the distinction between the Uhuru and the Ruto side. And there is something very interesting, is that the DP has always, even when he's not in charge of the agriculture docket per se, he has always kept that docket close to him. And it is not rocket science why he likes or he has a high affinity for that docket. It is because of business and nothing else. It is not that he loves this country so much that he'd want to produce and ensure that our food reserves are up to standard. But he is somebody who is interested in that docket and for personal gain. Look at the energy Ministry of Energy. It was on his side, and that is where all manner of problems come in, because you can see the kind of, if you go to the reports, Ministry of Energy reports, and you look at the kind of funding that we got from the French government with regard to this electrification, rural electrification, the last mile, all those projects. And basically all those companies belonged to his cronies, the contractors. So it is, you can see the kind of distinction between the Uhuru side and the Ruto side. Just to mention lastly, look at infrastructure. Macharia, in as much as people have complained that the projects were done at an exorbitant price, they have been delivered. They have come to conclusion. But for Ruto, even the fertilizer that he opened in September 2015, a small fertilizer, it is not even benefiting his own people. But when you look and talk about the dam, the road Kimwarer, and look at the dam that was the Thimba Dam. The people of Mount Kenya are enjoying. In November they will be enjoying full benefits of that dam. But in Rift Valley, nothing. So there are two different. I mean, there's a very clear distinction. Ken, that was just my view. Anyway, thank you.
Before Ken comes in, I think Bob, yes, you're right in your assertion, and that has been progressed in this debate, especially because of Ruto complicating the matters. But I think moving forward, and that is a conversation we need to have. I think Ken is making a point that we need to really engage as a Kenya. When we are going to the election to elect the Azimio government, and Baba is going to form the government, we are electing one Azimio government. We do not want to be bogged down with the people of Central were given Ministry of Agriculture. The people of this place were given Ministry of this. The people of this place, we don't want that. We want a situation where it is the government that is in power, and the government has been formed. The buck stops with the president. And so for us as Mwananchi, all we are interested in is delivery. The politics of it in terms of who was given which ministry, how was it, how did you use it, what happened, where there has to be some level of, because when they come together, they sign what you call collective responsibility. And in collective responsibility, they are supposed to take responsibility for any decision that the government makes. So I know we are where we are, Bob, you're right, in terms of our discussion right now, but I don't think we want Kenya to go that direction, so that come 2027, in the event of failure, everybody now is throwing the back to everybody else. You see, so and so, I gave them this. They never did anything. When they're having that conversation, the Mwananchi was supposed to be served, has not been served. And so I think that's where Ken is coming from, that when we are electing a government, we are electing, and I get it from that perspective. And personally, I've been agonizing about that 50-50 share of government. We don't elect 50-50 share of government. We elect one government. And the people who come in, it was a Jubilee government, right? So from us as Wananchi, we look forward to service by the Jubilee government, not one side of Ruto and one side of Uhuru. It happened like that. We got to know it. It was the most unfortunate thing that should have happened. But I think this is a conversation when we get to post 9th after the election, we will start demanding the government of Azimio to deliver to us, no matter who was given which docket and which side. We don't want to hear that Jubilee was given this docket, ODM was given this. Now that there are 26 parties, if each party is given a docket, so are we going to have 26 people to ask that it is this one who was given this and they did nothing about it? So let's hear Ken, and then maybe I go to Stone Picket.
Well, Papa, a quick one. When Uhuru took the oath that I, Uhuru Kenyatta, whatever, then I am the president, I have listened to him, and he's my president, whether I like him or not, he's the president. He is in charge. Let me take you a bit back. When the BBI ruling was happening, the High Court gave us a wide interpretation. So, the Court of Appeal agreed with them. The Supreme Court said, now look here, you don't have to look at theories elsewhere. the constitution has inbuilt mechanisms where participation can happen, and this is the path to follow if you want to amend the constitution. Now, that same constitution put Uhuru in office. When you say there is a 50-50 government, to me, that does not sell. And it's for this reason. Uhuru, in the recent, was it Madaraka Day, 2 months ago, he was saying his government has done more than all the administrations from 1963 and the colonialist. And he would say, we have done 11,000 kilometers of roads. It could be true, it could not be true. I would think it's true. When I was in Kenya, I saw the road to our place has tarmac and many others. So let's give him credit. So if he wants to take the glory of all the changes that have happened, then he should take responsibility also for the failures. And the responsibility will start this way. If Waiguru was sent home because of NYS 1, which was, I think, 3 or 4 billion, when Arora and Kimwarer happened, Ruto is on record saying, we have not lost money. We even have a bank guarantee for some 7 billion. He said it is only 7 billion and we have a bank guarantee. The fate of that guarantee, we don't know. What we know is that we don't have a dam and we don't have money. So the money ended up in somebody's pocket. When we look at the values we aspire for, we want accountability everywhere. And my question would be this: where does the buck stop? Because to me, Ruto is a deputy. Martha Karua has a famous thing. I saw it on TV today. Akisema ukiitwa deputy, unaitika. So the center of power, executive power, is the president. So if Galanakulalu didn't happen, or if agriculture went bad, and you say it could be Ruto, no, to me it's not Ruto. Uhuru has not addressed parliament and told them, guys, look here. I wanted to go this route, but my deputy stole the money. He has not told Kenyans. We are the ones fishing up this information from all over. So he may not escape from the responsibility, and I would think that's the position I take. I'm looking at, let's say, Raila being elected. Raila commands fans and followers and people who believe in him. I want Raila, the real Baba, as president. When he says, I want this to happen, it happens. When he says, I want us to go this direction, we follow him, because he's a president for all of us. So the aspect of Ruto got this and brought this, Kenya Power has gone down. When Auditor General tells us about all the costs we are incurring buying independent power from generators all over, who are those companies? They are associated with people who are in government, who are even in Azimio today. Some in Kenya Kwanza. The minister was a Ruto guy. So it's a whole mess. We really can't separate Uhuru from, some of this happening. Minus Demba says, I'm looking at a president who will say, I take responsibility. I appointed you as a minister. This is my deputy to assist me. Raila, even when he gave us Martha Karua, he said most of the work will be at the deputy president's office. There is nobody in Kenya who doubts that Martha is hardworking. Martha understands issues. Nobody has cast doubt as to her ability in occupying the office. So to me, when I made that point, I'm looking at functionality. Are we looking at a situation where there will be so many interests, or there is a president in charge, Baba? I want the real Baba, the real Baba's voice, the 77-year-old man who will say, yes, sitaki wizi, na sitaki wizi, because it concerns all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Let me bring on Stone PK. Stone PK, for that.
Thank you, Ndugu Themba, and greetings to all. Naona Bob, Giselle, Lord Adams, Joshua, na Ken. Thank you so much, and good to see you guys. I'll begin from where Ken has left it. Ken and I share a lot in this, and that's my feeling. And I'm one of those guys that have been very, 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 I don't want to say a fanatic, but very close supporters of Baba for quite a number of years. And one of those Kenyans that are so passionate and would also give Wajakoya some votes because of one or two things that he says and plans to do if he gets presidency, you know, which people may call unorthodox, but that's what Kenya needs. Kenya needs some drastic move. Kenya needs some rolling of Ghana for a moment. Kenya needs some bit of Kagame. Kenya needs some bit of Museveni. Kenya needs some bit of many people that I don't want to name, because this country has gone to the dog. This country is so badly rotten that I even doubt whether Baba will be able to make some impact. This is my personal feeling and what my own analysis, and being a Kenyan, knowing what rot it is, because we are sugarcoating things. This country is broke. This country is broke, and it's broke with a few people who have taken the money. And that's the reality, that's the truth. Baba from the Nile is inheriting a wreck. Ukweli usemwe. And this wreck can only be resuscitated through ruthlessness. It's not about, and I like what Ken said, it's not about a matter, you are fighting corruption. Utapiga corruption pande gani? Ukiua nyoka unaanzanga na wapi? When a snake is in your house, what do? Do you start playing with the tail? Do you start saying iliingilia wapi? Does it matter mahali iliingilia? You go for the head. And you go for the head with all the might that there is. You don't pick at your you go with all, because you want to hit it once, na ikufe. Because if you miss it once, my friend, in my language, which is Mbere and Kikuyu and everyone, they say when you are going to hunt a chui, I don't know what you call it in other languages. When you are going to hunt that, Africans used to, show bravado by hunting some of these very wild animals. They say when you are going to hunt a ngari, kuhita gari, you go with your in-law. Not your brother, you go with your brother-in-law. Because one, to some extent, your brother-in-law becomes so much close to you than your real brother. Your brother-in-law will die for you most of the time. I know modern days, people don't respect these relations. But those of you who are a little bit, maybe you're married and married the right way, not come with say, you know how valuable your brother-in-law is. The brother of your wife. Imagine you are going to die with him. Because when you are hunting this tiger, not tiger, chui, the first arrow that you throw or the spear that you throw, if it misses, you are gone. because the chui will be on you. And it's only your brother-in-law who can say, my brother-in-law is not going to die. He will come. He will either save you, and more often than not, he will. Why do they use that phrase? They say it is the toughest hunt. Now, Raila is going, in fact, I sympathize with Baba. I wish he never went for this seat to some, whatever. Because the time I wanted Baba to be the president, when he would have fixed this thing properly, is when Baba was ruthless. And Baba can be ruthless. And I hope he still has that, some bit of that. Because Baba, of course, he doesn't shout at you, but he says no, it's no. He says ondoka, it's ondoka. He says he doesn't want your maneno. You know, he's allergic to corruption. I wish he has that, and some bit of it can be, you know, kind of empowered by matter. Why am I dwelling on this? I'm dwelling on this because Kenya is designed for corruption. Ruto is deep-rooted. Deep-rooted, he has ameozesha hii nchi to an extent that kila mtu anashangaa. Only that they pretend to carry bread, whatever. Ruto is a security threat in this country. Ameshika watu, let me use that term, makende. Yeah, Ruto, if I were Raila, if I were Uhuru, I would arrest Ruto. I would arrest Ruto. That is, I'm saying the truth. Ruto would not go for this election. Ruto is associated with the insecurity of this country. He's the one financing all those nonsense you're hearing. But the government is playing it low because I think they have no capacity, because Ruto is ahead of them. They have no capacity because if they go deep, then italipuka tu. So they are just praying, God, wanasema tuombe Mungu. Ruto can do anything in this country, anything that he wants to do. This is sad news, I know. And I'm not spelling do. What I mean is, anybody who plays around with what is a national food, Kenya is ugali eating nation. Ruto started sabotaging Kenyans from day one for his selfishness. So Ruto does not care for this country. That's why Ruto does not mind this country going to haywire, because for him, he knows his life is short. Okay? So, ajali, hii nchi hata ikisambaratika, he doesn't care. Because he knows he has messed this country. He has done mistakes that they cannot be retracted. He has gone to, yani Ruto hata akisema sorry, hawezi sameheka. That's why he goes further and further and further. So for him, ni kama wale watu mtaani ilikuwa mkicheza draft. Akiona umemtega unaenda kushinda, anaipiga, inaharibika, anasema hakuna mtu ameshinda, but of course alikuwa ana lose. That is Ruto. Ruto needs to be dealt with ruthlessly. That is what I'm trying to imply. So basically, ugali, which has been sabotaged by Ruto, and I thank Uhuru for lowering those prices and emptying him, because that was going to be the song, just as what Themba had said. That was going to be the song up to the 9th. Oh, nitateremsha, all right? So Ruto sabotages ugali because he wants to sell his own, whatever, maize in Congo and wherever. Ruto ensures this country is food deficiency through his cartels, his cronies, and all that, because Ruto has a serious network that nobody can do. Look at Amaco. Does it mean Uhuru government didn't know of what Amaco was doing? All these deals he's been doing. You've talked of Kimwale. Does it mean really this guy was so indispensable that he did all this in this country, Kenya? Only for us to come now crying, oh, blah, 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 blah. Ruto was the king. And for you to uproot the king, you have to be ruthless. Ruto has to be ruthlessly dealt with. Lastly, campaign, Azimio campaign, we are doing the usual mess that we do, you know, having said that people kwa ground wapigane vile wakanyangane wenyewe, then tujue ule mshindi. Of course the result is we lose, and we are losing. Take that to the bank. You can't have 5 or 4 Azimio candidates going for one UDA candidate. However weak that UDA candidate will be, he's gonna win. He's gonna win. All right. And what Bahati did, of course, you know, this is a kid. This is what kids do. You know, hao ni watoto. And these kids, utashangaa, sikia ameshinda, because we have a lot of kids also in the voting in the voting block. Yeah. So these are kids who don't care. Kwao ni mchezo. Bahati is an artist. That's why he's able, with shame and with no shame, he's able to do what he did in front of mtu kama hata si baba yake, huyo ni grandfather yake, and the president to be. That's why he has the guts to do that gymnastics he did. So these are kids, and when you let kids take control, here I'm blaming Baba, this Jubilee partnership and all that. When you let kids go messing because you are talking of democracy, and Kenya has not reached where democracy can happen. Hakuna. Kenya bado tuko nyuma sana upande wa democracy. We are not even food efficient. Corruption is too much. So Kenya needs dictatorship towards the right, whatever, benevolent dictatorship. Tushike laini, tupate chakula, tulime mahindi, gulalu ile iko pale tufufue. Then lastly, but not the least, Baba has a big task to deal with the major industries that are meant for corruption. There are some industries ambazo ndio zinakuza corruption in this country. The energy industry, agriculture industry, oil, which is energy, cattle rustling, all right? All these are business, fish industry. Hizo ni biashara ambazo ni za corruption. That's why I can't envy Baba. It is too much, and I'm afraid that in 3, 4, 5 years, Kenyans will not have really, you know, felt the impact of Baba, because I know he's going to come. He will come diplomatically. Oh, the law. Initially, the law cannot work in Kenya. 80+% of judges are corrupt. So how will the law be? How utashtaki watu corruption aje? Yeah. You can't prosecute anybody. So I don't know where Baba will begin from. Poleni sana, but that is the state of the art today, according to Stone PK. I wish we could get, you know, I don't know where Baba will get that very, very tough ruthlessness approach to be able to deal with. You can imagine Ruto there with more MPs than Baba, because that is what is going to happen. Baba ataangaishwa mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Poleni sana. Thank you so much. Back to you, Temba.
But I just want to ask a question to Stone PK. I'm looking at the IEBC register. I mean, for those who have been, I've just picked a sample. Those who have registered for MCA, Nairobi City County, Mathare, I picked Mathare. And I picked a ward, Kiamaiko ward, I think. I'm picking Kiamaiko ward. In Kiamaiko ward.
Temba, Kiamaiko is in Mathare ama Dagoretti?
It's in Mathare. According to this I'm getting from IEBC, okay? The gazetted. So Kiamaiko ward, I'm seeing Mathare, there's one independent. There's one Jibebe. Jibebe is in Kenya Kwanza. According to the agreement.
Mukabogo withdrew.
There's another independent. There's United Party of Independent Alliance, UPIA. and there is another independent. And there is another independent, the Labour Party of Kenya. There is KANU. There's another independent. There's UDA. There's ANC. ANC is in Kenya Kwanza. There's Jubilee. Then there's Chama cha Kazi. So the fact that, I mean, that's just a sample. The fact that, and that's an MCA. The fact that the same drama or the same challenge that Azimio is facing is the same challenge that Kenya Kwanza is facing. So it wouldn't be just obvious that because Azimio has probably had some places where it hasn't agreed, it wouldn't be obvious that it's gonna go to UDA. That is just my hypothetical view. And another view is, someone said here that the same challenge that faced Azimio on matters of nomination is the same challenges that faced UDA on matters of nomination. So a large number of candidates went, like you see, that is Kiama. I'm picking because I think it's the last word in that list. If I'm looking at the last list, you're picking many independents. So chances are that you could be having many independents coming in this election than any other election that we have faced. That is just my hypothesis. Not disagreeing with you, but just saying it is not obvious. It is not obvious that if Azimio is having issues, it is peace in UDA. It is a crossboard. Political party management in Kenya is a challenge. Allow me, Kuseo, to bring these guys who haven't said anything, and then I'll bring you on. Joshua, please, you talk, and then we give Adams, and you have an open session. I'll start with you.
It's okay. I just want to correct Stone PK. Kenya, we don't need the like of Museveni. We don't need like of Museveni in Kenya because Museveni does not follow rule of law. So when you say that we need somebody like Museveni, those areas gone, we don't need somebody like Museveni. What we need in Kenya are institutions that can bite. If he is EACC, that EACC can bite. If he DCIA can bite. But now you realize that our institution, they're toothless. They don't bite, even if you go to judges, judiciary, they can't bite. Our laws can't bite. So we need to see the institution that can bite, because we realize that these people, they're just doing their things, corruption, they go court-free. I wonder, like somebody like Waluke. Waluke was taken to court, and then was sentenced to I don't know how many years in jail. And then all of a sudden, I could see Waluke walking around, and he's even fine right now. So sometimes I wonder with our institution, if you can find, like China, if you find corrupt, there's a policy. Whether it's another president will come, there's a policy that is there. They're going to be hung. So in Kenya, we need to have an institution and rules of law and policy that can bite. And we want to see anybody is corrupt. We want to see that person in jail. If our leaders, we can see them in jail, like 5 or 10 are in jail, people who are prominent, then I think that people start opening up. But realize that here in Kenya, institutions are weak, and things are just happening like that. Our courts, judiciary, they can't bite. We are trying to, we pretend that we want to follow rule of law, that we somebody as we found corrupt, he can take a bond. I don't know what we can appeal. So sometimes we need to find a policies and rule that can bite, and we want to see those people in jail. And then secondly, on issue of I want to concur with Themba. We don't want to see a cabinet where we see that this session of cabinet are from one side of Raila, Uhuru, and I really differed with Raila appointment of Joe. appointing this governor of Kakamega. You know, he did it out of political, but sometimes it's very dangerous because I wonder why he was appointing Joe. Maybe he was doing it politically, but it's very dangerous because I know after he assumed it into power, the cabinet secretary are supposed to be vetted. So assume that Joe goes to vetting, and then he failed to be vetted, because you know, sometimes each and every ministry, we should have qualification for each ministry. So when he was appointing Joe as a minister for land, I don't know which merit he used. And then you know, right now already Raila has been put hostage. He was compelled, when he was going to Nyamira, he was compelled to announce publicly that Matiang'i, he will return Matiang'i in the ministry. So already Raila is under hostage, and if he's not careful, when he assumed power, the way Stone said, Raila will find it very, very rough, because already right now he messed it up. I don't know who advised him to appoint someone like Joe, because I don't know which qualification looked for appointing Joe. Because you know, even if this ministry, we should have merit, qualification for each and every person to be in each ministry. But if we just appoint ministry because we want to reward our loyalists, the way what he did, he rewarded Joe because Joe has in his support. I wonder why he decided to pick Joe. We have so many people qualified more than Joe. We have so many people qualified more than Oparanya. We have so many people qualified more than Kikimunya. So sometimes already messed it up, and I want him to redeem himself after his own power. We don't want to see a situation like what happened this time, that Ruto has his appointment, Uhuru has his appointment. We want to see a united cabinet where our ministers are working together. We don't want to hear that this minister he was appointed from Ruto side, I mean from Raila side, this minister appointed from Uhuru side, because right now we have 26 parties. So Raila, when he resumed to power, can he follow rules of law? Because if he doesn't follow rules of law, he will have a big problem than what Uhuru has. Because right now already he started messing up. So I think that the best thing that can happen in this country, let us follow rules of law and have institutions that can bite. And want to see anybody who has violated any act or has trespassed any act, can he be taken to jail? We want to see those people in jail, and they should stay in jail, and we want to see them in jail practically. And then on the issue of the sisters party in Azimio and in Kenya Kwanza, I think Azimio has many candidates, like ODM has 181, Jubilee has 178. We have KANU 178. We have Wiper 69. We have DAP. So we realize that if you combine all these candidates, they're around 500 and something. But when you go to Kenya Kwanza, we have Jubilee. I mean, we have UDA with 261, and then those I'm just talking MPs. And then we go to the ANC has 72, and then we have for Kenya 34, and the other parties around 360 something. So Azimio has so many candidates. We don't have to worry. Me, what I know that Azimio will have so many MPs than Kenya Kwanza. That's what I know. And then on the issue of Bahati, I don't know how Bahati managed to climb the top of vehicle for Raila, because I saw him on top of the vehicle, but the way he behaved, Bahati is just a kid. The way Stoner said, that guy is just a kid. It's just like my kid here in the house, because Raila was addressing him, and he said that he wanted to give him appointment. You know, like somebody who's mature, you cannot just jump like that. You know, I was very worried, and I thought maybe someone has pulled him out of the car, but it is him who did it. So Bahati is kid, and I just blame Jubilee, because Jubilee knew very well that Madare was allocated for DM, but they still went ahead and gave Bati certificate. So I think, to me, I'm not worried. I know that Azimio will carry the day, and Azimio will have so many MPs. But Raila should, after he assume power, he should follow rules of law and allow each and every institution to take it control and we curb this corruption forever and ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me have Adams speak, and then we can have an open session. Adams.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and good evening to all of you. Son PK, good to see you. Yeah, yeah, it's been a very interesting show here. Mr. PK, I was smiling when you were giving your submission because you used very, very nice terms like benevolent dictator. I understand where you're coming from, bro, and you feel that the country is in such a bad mess that we need a Mobutu Sese Seko, an Idi Amin, a Museveni to come and rescue us. Don't you think you're bringing more dangerous solutions to ready a pan which is on fire? I think you understand what I'm saying. So I don't think we need such kind of caliber of people to help us because those are just criminals. Those are criminals. We don't need them. And I believe and I agree with you that according to our level of democracy cannot be compared to the first world. You know, we are in the third world. But where we are, the third world, Kenya is thriving in democracy, in democratic space, and freedom of speech and rights and human rights. We are doing way, way better than a lot of countries, especially in Africa and even Middle East. I know we are not there yet. We are not there yet because of the corruption, which is really eating us so much. But we are hopeful that we will soon get there. And I also want to react a little bit about what my brother Joshua just said about appointments. You know, I was trying to understand your frustration about Joho, but I don't know what you mean when you talk about qualifications. I think Joho is qualified by experience, academically, and it has all it takes to be that. Whatever Raila wanted him to be, I don't know, maybe you have your reasons reserved, but he's qualified. He's qualified to be a government minister. And yes, that is why he was a governor. He was governor by merit. So he's qualified to be that. Secondly,
he has been before.
And he has been before. Yes, he was once a minister, by the way. An MP.
Let me just clarify.
Yes.
You know, you cannot be appointment a minister for health and don't know anything about health. So that's what I was saying. Qualification. I'm not saying that it's not learned, but along the line.
No, you are wrong again. You don't have to be a doctor to be a minister.
Adams, you know, you can't give people an opportunity to speak.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah,
you are just supposed to give your submission, and then now we Ruto.
they unmuted themselves. I don't have the.
Please don't unmute. Let Adams finish. Eh?
Okay, so like I was saying, you don't have to be a doctor to be the Minister of Health. You don't have to be an agriculturalist to be the Minister of Agriculture. Ruto calls himself elevates himself for having thrived in the Ministry of Agriculture. He did not study anything agricultural. So Matiang'i is being ranked as one of the best performing cabinet secretaries. He has never been a policeman. He has never been a soldier. He has got no military background. So this docket, I think, is just academic qualifications and then leadership qualities in you. And then when you're in that docket of ministry, you don't work alone. Actually, you're just the boss. You're delegating the people, a whole ministry. They work for you. You just like oversee. All right. According to me, I have seen what is going on in Kenya. And I want to say this, and I know my brother Kuzeo may disagree, but that's okay. I know he will. Deputy President Ruto, from where I sit, Mr. PK, I think he will make a very, very good opposition leader. With the government that Raila is going to form, we need good checks and balances. We need people. He needs a strong opposition to keep yelling behind the scenes to make him work on toes, to keep him working on toes. So I think Ruto may make a good opposition leader, and I think he'll do it. Him and his crew, they will make good opposition benches to work well. The prices of maize or whatever it is went down with some few cents or some few shillings. He criticized, that's normal. That is how it's supposed. That they had to, because it's part of the sabotage. He has the scandal of maize with him, but they have to make it what they're selling to the public is propaganda. The government is playing with you. Why can't they do this at this time? It's just propaganda. But I think this guy is going to make a good opposition leader to keep checks and balances. And I also saw Mike Sonko, the IEBC deleted Mike Sonko's name from the register. And the letter cited that he cannot hold any public office and any elective position. And the lawyer, Dunston Omari, that is my friend. I don't know why he was shouting. Omari was shouting in my television. I don't know why. He was just shouting. I'm like, why are you shouting on my TV this way? It was so much emotional because of Sonko is that this is the only business that Sonko can do is politics. So Omari is so mad. But I know he was just mad because he lost the case. That was his client. It was normal in the legal fraternity. When you lose a case, you have to be mad. If you win, you marry and you enjoy. So I think by and large, I don't want to talk much today. A lot have been said. So best line, Ruto will make a very good opposition leader. You may disagree with that, but he will make a good opposition leader because he will not keep quiet. He will talk. So when opposition is making noise and talking, the government works. So I think Ruto can keep the government on toes. And I think that will be good for service delivery. That's all I can say for now. I know you can ask questions for me, and then Mr. Stone PK, I just disagree with you respectfully, with all the due respect. We don't need a dictator. We don't need a Museveni. We don't need a Potni. We don't need such kind of stuff for us to function. And you also gave a very good example, but I was laughing, that in your village, when you go to kill an hyena, you trust your brother-in-law than your own brother. But from the village I come from, when you go hunting for a leopard, you go with your real brother, not even step-brother, blood brother. That is when that thing jumps, when the wild animal jumps on you, everybody can run away, but your own brother, the blood, you will feel the blood. He will pull a spear, not your brother-in-law. So I think it's different there. And I understand. And also, when the snake gets into your house, Mr. PK, you don't need a bomb. I know you have to look for the head, but you don't need a bomb. Thank you so much.
Okay. Before I bring you guys, I'm looking at also just right now. I'm trying to be realistic so that our arguments can also be informed by some realistic. I'm looking at IEBC constituency. I'm taking a sample constituency, the first one on their list, and so that we are more realistic about what we are saying. Will if Azimio is disorganized, is it automatic that UDA will take the constituencies? So I'm picking the first one, the first constituency that I'm seeing here, and this is Changamwe. Now Changamwe is in Mombasa County, County 001. So I just picked that as a sample. Changamwe constituency, number one is Ali Goshi Juma, independent. The second one is Daib Abdi Mohammed, Jubilee Party. The third one is Fondo Florence Wawuda, Federal Party of Kenya. The fourth is Kali Paul Munyao, Amani National Congress. Kimanzi Ezekiel Matuku, independent. Chalo Kevin Munyoki, Wiper. Malila Mutuku Isaac. Those are all Kambas. UDA. So you've already seen ANC and UDA are there. Seen independent. You've seen there's also Nganga Josephine Dinda, Maendeleo Chapchap. I think that's a Kamba area. Basically, it could be a Kamba area, so that you have many Kambas who are vying. So there's Maendeleo Chapchap, there's UDA, there's Amani National Congress. All those are in Kenya Kwanza. There's Fred Okola Ojuang, People's Democratic Party, PDP. There's Muhyiddin Sheikh, Grand Dream Development Party. I don't know which coalition. There's Yasa Ali Sheikh, Forum for Restoration of Democracy, Ford Kenya. So Ford Kenya is also having someone. And all those are KKA. There's Omar Mwiji Shimbwa, ODM. There's Charles Owuor Rapul. That's still Changamwe, yeah? That's Kenya Social Congress. Yeah. So that's just a sample constituency. So I don't think it's true to say that even if ODM is disorganized or it's not having that kind of, it will automatically go to UDA, because even Kenya Kwanza is not equally as organized. I want to probably look at what we are calling Mathare constituency. Let me see if I can get it. As Kuseo has been having his hands up. As he's talking, let me look for Mathare constituency. Kindly, Kuseo.
What if I wanted to talk on what you are going to get on Mathare? But let me just go on. My point is that
I'll still give you a chance.
It's okay.
Yeah.
My point is that you see this list you are reading. There is Azimio and the others. And you may find that all the others may have nothing to lose. But you see, Azimio itself is about unity. Hii umoja manake ni nini? Si wanasemanga umoja ni nguvu. What does that tell you? It tells you that how can we go to the extent of having all 26 plus going 30 parties, and you fail to take advantage of that unity which comes in a silver platter? See, something is seriously wrong. Now, if you remember, if the creators or inventors of Azimio, I think, had the issues of NAC 2002 in mind. What happened that time? Once the parties that came together were to front one candidate, and that candidate would have been Azimio candidate. Not ODM, not anything. It was NAC candidate. And that is why they got the success that they got. This time round, Bob, hata ukinua mkono. This time round, these people have done a pre-election whatever. Now, what was bringing the problems for NASA was to do with what do you call it? Was sharing the political party funds. Now, if we all know what happened and we realize why ODM had to do what they did, this time round, these people, or the call it Azimio, are the best opportunity to do things differently. Now, they are going the same route, and the experiences of 2017 are not far away from our minds. You see, in Madari, which we are looking for, that seat, believe me, is for Azimio to lose.
Okay, I found it. Let me read for you so that you continue talking when you already have it. Huh?
Okay, thanks.
So, Madare constituency. Madare constituency. Yes, here they are. So there's Yashira Moses Muturi. That is a guy from Usawa kwa Wote party. That is Mwangi wa Iria's party. There's Karanja Jacob Wanyoike. That is an independent candidate. There's Kioko Kevin Bahati. That is Jubilee candidate, Jubilee party. There's Liala Ruben EOM, the Labour Party of Kenya. There is Madafu James Ongero, Amani National Congress. That's Kenya Kwanza. There's Makworo Benson Makori, Safina Party. There's Milai Ngunga Benson, Wiper. There's Mukuri Michael Mungai, Independent. Anne Wanjiru, Independent. Mwangi Emilio Kibui, Independent. Odera Daniel Tresvans, hey. DAPK, that is Azimio. There's Billion Okoth, UDA. And there's Anthony Tom, ODM. So UDA has Kenya Kwanza has Amani National Congress. I think Labour Party is also in Kenya Kwanza. Then of course Azimio has 1, 2, and 3 and 4. Azimio has 4. So it's not just Bahati. There are several others.
Wait, the gentleman you have named is the Bahati. Is it for Jubilee?
Kioko, yeah. Kioko Benson. Kioko Kevin Bahati.
Number 3.
Yes, Kioko Kevin Bahati. Yes. So that's the hali ilivyo pale Madare. So you see there are several people. I mean, the names include other people that have been that are there. So
Azimio has got about three candidates
4
there.
There's
Bahati, Wiper.
There's ODM. There's DAPK. There's Wiper, and then there's Jubilee.
See, there is even DAP.
Yes, DAPK, yeah.
And I get what you're saying, but my point was that this seat in Madare, it is for Azimio to lose. Now, the other fellows have nothing to lose. So in other words, when all is done, it is chances are that Azimio will be celebrating or they will be mourning. The other people have nothing to mourn or to celebrate, unless they want Peter Kadikati.
You see what I'm trying to tell you? Okay, I don't know. What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to disabuse us from is this. It is not obvious that if Azimio is looking disorganized, it will automatically go to UDA. Remember, in UDA, in Kenya Kwanza, the competition is stiffer
kwa hiyo ground, kwa sababu it is how many people you bring on the table that will determine if the president and his deputy are going to, I mean, if UDA is going to give you an ear. And that is why you see all their parties are fielded in every place. So it is going to be stiff, and that's why you see they have like, there's no longer the case of I have this vote, let me look for the others. I have the Luos, let me try and add up some Kikuyus in the political arithmetic, because even the Kikuyus have their own candidate in that place. So like you see in Mathare, one thing that the reason why Kevin Bahati is likely to not go anywhere is because the higher voter people who vote there are largely the Luos. And with these two people, with Anthony Tom Oluoch and Billian Okoth, Ojiwa, and Odera being there, Bahati can't get any of the Luo vote. Neither can he get any of the Kikuyu vote, because there's Emilio Kibui, there's Anne Wanjiru, there's Michael Mungai. So he can't get any of that vote. And there's Ngunga Benson. There are no many Kamba voters in Mathare. You see, those are the calculations that
hairs over nothing.
Those are the calculations that is not making. There's no voter in the political voting of Kenya. There's no voter called ati huyu ni mtoto wa Mathare, wacha tumvotie. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Political voting even in the city is that's why in Westlands, Aluya will always make it. You know, in Mathare, you remember the son of Bishop Margaret Wanjiru. When he came and he went and won that, Baba had to take in personally, because it was in the conscious realization that the voting in Mathare is largely a Luo vote, right? So with all those people, if Bahati is not making his calculation right, all he's doing is just hot hair. Now,
the only advantage Oluoch has is incumbency.
Incumbency, yeah, that is one. Now, if he works it out pretty well, and now these are the guys, because these are the guys, basically, there's no many Kambas in Mathare. There's the Kikuyu vote already, wanaenda split. So it's and you see, if this guy Ojiwa, Koth Billion, by the wife is called Nerima Wako. Nerima Wako is related to the Wakos, right? And there's basically not a vote that not many Luyas are in Mathare. So it's a tricky thing, and I don't know. Let me hear what Papa and Ken have to say before I come down to Stone PK. Yes, Papa.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the constituency that you touched on. The first constituency, that was Changamwe. You know, Changamwe, majority of the residents are Kambas. But you realize that the history of Changamwe, previously there's been Ramadan Saif Kajembe, the gentleman who passed away. And even when Ramadan Kajembe decided to bolt from ODM, Raila picked Omar Minyi. And Omar Minyi has been there for the last 10 years. Omar Minyi is one of the pillars of Ali Hassan Joe in Mombasa. He is a very, very good mobilizer. He gels well with all the communities there, from the Mijikenda to the Kambas. And you can take that to the bank. I know Black would not want to hear this, but that one is automatically going to ODM again. And the other fellow I was mentioning that is also very influential in Mombasa is the fellow that the Wiper candidate dislodged. And it was a very close margin. The fellow called Bedzimba. He is also a very, very influential fellow. He's not there yet, but he's the kind of fellow that he works the way Karisa Maitha used to work. He has all corners of Kisauni at his fingertips, and he's also a very, very good mobilizer. So there's still that issue of communities the bara thinking that they can take over Mombasa. Is even some of us are from bara, but we still believe in these local leaders. So that matrix of that Sonko wanted to use might not have worked. Anyway, thank you very much. But before I go away, Stone PK, you went away for some time, and you have come back a different Stone PK. You had a lot of confidence in Baba, but since you came back, I don't know, ulikula ugali pahali ama namna gani? We need to know this. You know, when people disappear like this, they come back. There is a possibility that ulikula ugali.
No, alikula viazi.
Thank you. I want to give us also another picture, Alicia. I want to give us the Senate so that you also appreciate as you're speaking. Mombasa. I'm focusing on Mombasa. All right. So the Mathare one, I brought it up because of the occurrences today. So Mombasa, this is what we are saying, because I just want us to get out of the idea that if Azimio is not agreeing on one person, they are going to lose to UDA. All right. UDA is not as better organized. So this is Senate, Mombasa County. There's Bwire Charles Okumu, Amani National Congress. ANC is in Kenya Kwanza. There's Elisha Kilale Lawrence, Tujibebe wa Kenya Party. That is Kenya Kwanza. There's Kasim Abdusalam Ali, Wiper Democratic Party. Hazel Nyamoki Katana, Jubilee Party. That is Azimio. There's Peterson Mitao, Maendeleo Chapchap. That is Kenya Kwanza. There's Mohamed Amir Mohamed, Independent. There's Cornelius Muke Mutune, United Democratic Party, U Alliance. There's Cornelius Muke Mutune is United Party of Independence Alliance. That is UPIA. UPIA ni ile ya Matiang'i. Kuna UPIA na UPA, si ndio? Hamisi Mashobo Mwaguya ndio wa UDA. Then Hisham Abdullah Mwidao, Independent. There's Mohammed, that is the incumbent. Mohammed Feki Mwenyehaji, ODM. Then there is Alamin Siwa Somo, Independent. There's Priska Oyuga Akelo. No, sorry. Nimemalizia hiyo, nilikuwa nimeenda kwa Kwale County. Kwale County. Yeah, we are looking at Kwale County. Let me look at the Senate at Kwale County too. There is Akelo Priska Oyuga Nopeu. Nopeu ni ile anani ya ule jamaa ule East African Legislature. Isa Juma Boy, ODM, that is I think the incumbent. There is Nuru Lula Hassan, Usawa kwa Wote Party. Mwanaisha Suleiman Kizuka, Wiper Democratic Movement. There's Mwadumbo Salim Ali, ANC. There's Ndeti William, Democratic Party. There's Muzo Kuhenderwa Nzili, Muzo Zili, PA, that is Kenya Kwanza. There's Anthony Nyawa Yama, UDA. Caroline Anzazi Chilango, ANC. There's Stewart Mwachiru Mazayo, who is the incumbent, ODM. There's Alex Shukran Mwabonje, UDA.
ANC you had already given.
Yeah, ANC I've given.
Now you have that means there are two.
Hold on. Kwani kitu ya nini ya
Temba, ni kama umeingia Kilifi.
Yeah, nimeingia Kilifi. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Kwale imeisha kwa UDA. Sorry. So UDA, kuna ANC. Yeah. Na kuna independent. No. Yeah, ANC na PA. So UDA kuna PA, kuna ANC na UDA. Hao wako Kenya kwanza. So what you're saying that it is not just automatic that if you say that ODM ama wamekataa kuagree, UDA will take it. The competition is equally stiff on the other side. They wish they could do something that we haven't done this side. So at times in such a situation, even if tuseme Mathare watoe bahati, bado Wiper wako na mtu wa Wiper mtamwambia pia wewe kuja tukupatie kitu. Mtu wa DAPK pia mtamwambia kuja tukupatie kitu. Eventually you will be promising everyone something in government. Wacha waende kiumane. I think Stone PK anasema wacha waende watu watoboane huko kwa ground kwa sababu there are just many. And even if you removed Bahati, hata ana Bahati aliambiwa ya kwamba wewe kuja nitakupatia kazi kama jina lake. Wako wengi
atakosa hata hiyo.
Atakosa hata hiyo. So it's yes, Ken, before I bring that guy.
Okay. So I appreciate what you are saying, Themba. I'm making an assumption that Coastal Region has voted with Baba, has sided with Baba for the recent elections. So if you may consider that as your stronghold. Now, I've not had a chance to look at the numbers, but the margins are normally not very high. So if you split them among three candidates, that may present a challenge that maybe the UDA guy might have a chance with a very small margin. He could perhaps even get maybe even 30% of the votes, but on the other side, you are facing a bigger number.
But what do you mean UDA at 30%? These are so many people on the ballot.
No, I agree.
Listen, Ken. This you're not saying that UDA in Kenya Kwanza is not only UDA that has a candidate.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. The impact of the other parties is too small. Essentially, Kenya Kwanza is UDA.
You can't tell because everybody there is going for a vote, isn't it?
No, okay. The other fellows have nothing to lose.
Let me give an example that may illustrate my point better. Earlier in the debate, there was a mention of Kiambu, and the person who responded said that Kiambu is confused at the moment because the governor race has 5 candidates, 4 in Kenya Kwanza and 1 in Azimio. The Azimio guy is riding on the strength of incumbency and on the split that will happen between the other 4. So Kuria will take Gatundu, Kabogo comes from Juja, but now Juja is Thika, Juja, and Ruiru. It was one constituency. So there will be a split there between Kabogo and Jango. Then Wamatangi comes from Kikuyu, same as Nyoro. So they will split that. The other areas, they will compete. But who has a higher chance? It's the incumbent because the numbers will split. Now, applying the same to the other side. Well, I could have used UDA, but UDA is the influential party on the other side. So, well, forgive me for that. We can replace that with Kenya Kwanza. I'm looking at, say, the Kiambu case. Nyoro gets his 35%, a third of the county. Then the other guys get, 10, 15% each. He will become governor on the strength of what can be called a minority vote. And that may play out in some regions, and not all. It's a case-to-case basis because Coast has essentially been a Baba zone. So if Baba has many candidates, it works well for him because they will mobilize the presidential vote. But when it comes to the individual seat, it's a game of chance. Let's not say it will go to UDA or Ford Kenya. It will be a game of chance. They might spoil the party. You get the bigger seat, but you lose on the foot soldiers.
You see, you're right, but yeah, for me, I'm saying no one is losing, no one is gaining. So because if it is Kenya Kwanza have so the only people who are now have a head start are the incumbents. Those, like in constituency level, if you're already an MP, you have a head start, right? But you cannot, other than that, you cannot rely on the other things that probably you are trying to say if Azimio don't unite. Because let me ask you, for example, if you have in what we are talking about, like Kwale County, you have Wiper, you have the other parties, ODM and Jubilee. Whom will you tell to step down and whom will you reward what? Are you just going to be rewarding these people things in government? I mean, we can't have such a scenario. Let's have these people go to the ballot, face the ballot, because even as it is already, it is hard for all of them. You see, the only part that you can say, because the first person to cross that whatever is the person who will win. So even in Kenya Kwanza, even UDA, the first person to cross is the person who wins. So even if you get 35% and the others spread the other 70% or 65%, it's up to them. You have already won. So it's a tricky bit. I think especially for the parties, and everybody feels like they have the numbers to win. I think they should be allowed to go right ahead. They're not making it hard for whichever party. They're only making it better because now nobody will negotiate with them and tell them, now because you lost, come, I give you this position. You see, because some of them, that is what they were looking forward to. Let me go, and then someone will come negotiate with me. But at this point, as the IEBC has released this list, when you look at it, clearly speaking, I don't think Azimio need to negotiate with anyone who is already on the ballot going. Let them just go. The calculations, like you see Kambas, in a situation where you have many Kambas, you have many Luos. Now Luos have like 3 candidates, Kambas have like 4 candidates and all that. So let me hear Papa, then Lord, before I bring on this.
Thank you, Demba. I'll be very brief. I want to give you a clear picture of what happens in coasts, and precisely Mombasa and Mombasa County and Kilifi County. The reason why you found that ODM is Kilifi and Kilifi was more ODM than even Nyanza itself, where Baba comes from, is because of the party structures. The ODM has got offices even in villages. Like in Mombasa, you go to Kisauni, in the village in Kisauni, small villages, you'll find an ODM office. And Joe has done a serious job in popularizing ODM in Changamwe, name it. Anywhere in Mombasa, you'll find an ODM office in very tiny, small villages. In Kiembeni, name them, Ziwalangombe. There is even an ODM office, I think less than 50 meters away from me for that ward. Every ward has got an ODM office. And that has made ODM very, very, very strong. And you'll realize that despite the fact that there are so many other parties within Azimio, even during the NASA formation, Wiper had offices within almost every other ward and constituency, but ODM still came up top because of the organization ability of Ali Hassan Joe. One thing he has done is he has ensured that ODM has an edge, and other than that, funding. ODM has an edge in terms of funding when it comes to the party politics on the ground. So that is where I strongly believe that it will be very hard to dislodge ODM in Coast Region by the DP. The DP is just trying his luck, but even if you look at the activities that are going on within Mombasa, you will hardly see UDA candidates campaigning. The only UDA candidate that is seen around is Sarai and Jichopevu. The rest, even the ward fellows, they are not even advertising. You would hardly even see them, the MCS for UDA. So I want to assure people that Azimio will carry the day big time in the Mombasa County. Thank you, Them.
Thank you. Now, as we keep on looking, I'm looking at Homa Bay. Homa Bay Senate. Jack Onyango, NAC, Moses Otieno Kajwang, ODM, Thomas Ochieng, KANU, Evelyn Atieno, DAPK, Kenneth Kambona, Independent, Beatrice Achieng, Wiper Democratic Movement, Sophia Roslyn Christopher. Oh, that's Migori. So there's no UDA in Homa Bay. Yes, Lord Adams. Before I bring your nemesis called Mise to start oozing legal.
Forget about the man on my right. Mr. Ken, I understand you have a point, but insofar as Mombasa is concerned, but the fact that Azimio has got those candidates, so many candidates, does not necessarily mean that the vote will be spread to them. It doesn't mean that they're going to be treated like they're going to be treated like your own children, where you come up with the food. Now you have to give them food according to a given ratio because they're all your children. No, it's not going to be like that. There is no given ratio that is going to work for them. ODM candidate has got higher chances, just like Mr. Bob just said. The structures are going to help them, and I think the structure favor them so much. And like Tempa puts it, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance too have candidates. So it is not only Azimio that has more than one candidate. The Kenya Kwanza too has more than one candidate. So the risk is almost 50-50, not 50, but maybe 60-40. But what I repeat for you, it does not mean that the vote is going to be spread equally or evenly. The ODM candidate is still having a higher chances, upper hand in Mombasa and the regions down there. I think the party is really, there are people who are going to vote, number one, for individual, and number two, there are people who are just voting for party. They don't care. There are people who go to the ballot and vote successfully and leave. If you ask them, they tell you that mimi nilipigia chungwa. They don't want to know who was there. And then Temba, Mathare constituency in Nairobi, Ruaraka, Mathare, Ruaraka, Kibra, and Langata, those 4 constituencies. And, we have to agree and we have to accept that our politics are ethnicized, they're tribal based. Those 4 constituencies, Langata, Kibra, Mathare, and Ruaraka, for you to beat ODM, especially if that ODM candidate is a Luo, is not a walk in the park. It's not easy. It has been like that. Time immemorial. An ODM candidate who is a Luo in those 4 constituencies is already having 40% before elections are called. So you have to consider that. Bahati is just making theatrics. You remember, there was a day this Bahati boy even sat on President Kenyatta's chair. So I think he's just coming up with theatrics which will not even help him.
Adams.
Thank
and
you.
Akiti in Dagoretti North and Aluya in Westlands.
Those also acts like that. Westland, ever since time immemorial, those are just like that.
And Aluo in Embakasi East, where Babu Owino is.
Yeah, but Embakasi East, the reason why I didn't mention Embakasi East constituency is still a young constituency. It is just like less than 10 years old. So I didn't confirm it.
Embakasi East, you remember there was Omondi. Omondi was a former MP before Babu Owino came. Yeah.
Yeah. So Babu is the second, but it's working all the same. So traditionally, we have to go with there's certain things which are just working like that because those populations are still there. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's now the other thing. Maybe as we continue analyzing them and looking at them, Nairobi City County. Who is the Azimio?
Hold on. I know somebody may ask me a question, may rebut that Langata Korir came in. Korir coming into Langata was a very simple mistake made by the ODM themselves. That is what gave Korir the being a member of parliament. But I think they sort it out. Watch and see next month.
Who is the Azimio candidate for Senate Nairobi?
Sifuna.
Okay. Now I'm looking at Nairobi County, and these are the people who are in the IEBC register. Nairobi City County Senate. I'm starting from up. There is Angira Anthony Owiti, Party of Democratic Unity. I don't know if that one is in Azimio. I don't know. Gishuru David Mwangi, Safina. Jaman Abdikadir Ahmed, Usawa kwa Wote Party. Kaberia William Wahome, DP, that is in Kenya Kwanza. Kabogo Julie Wanjiru, Chama cha Kazi, that is Moses Kuria's party. There is Jacinta Wamboi Kamau, Communist Party of Kenya. Sijui hao wako side gani. Eskinywa Victoria Wanjiru, the Service Party TSP, that is in Kenya Kwanza. Macau Bernard, Independent. Misoka Justin Nyang'wono, National Ordinary People's Empowerment Party, NOPEU, that one is in Azimio. There is Pamela Ateka Mukolwe, Democratic Action Party of Kenya, DAPK, that is in Azimio. There's John Onsomu Ochoti, Kenya African National Union, that is Azimio. Daniel Ogwoka Onchweri, National Rainbow Coalition Party, na Kenya, that is Azimio. There's Sifuna Watenya, Sifuna Edwin, ODM, that is Azimio. And then there's Margaret Wanjiru, UDA. So you have, and let's say those are the ones that are there for Nairobi. So you have a few TSP, KANU, APK, and Chama cha Kazi. you know. But you see now, Baba has been saying that our Azimio candidate is Sifuna. So it doesn't matter what Mathare guy decides. If he decides to continue campaigning, but Baba might decide that they'll just be saying our candidate for Mathare is so and so. You know, Mise, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Themba, Stone PK, good to see you. And Ken, I haven't met you before, but good to have you this evening as well. And Lord Adams, the second, great to see you. Nao wengine wenye wamebaki ambao ni kama akina Bob ambao tumewasahau siku hizi.
Salimia Adam.
Nimemsalimia is maybe I addressed him as Lord Adams the second. Maybe you didn't recognize that. I was warned that I should address him properly.
Thank you.
Most guided. Now, I think Themba, you before I say anything, I just want to know what is the population, what population or what is the majority, what tribe is more on Embakasi East?
Embakasi East is largely Luos and Kambas.
Yeah, it is it is largely Luos in Embakasi East, and then those Kambas vote in South, Embakasi South. But Miango area and Soweto and further area up to Nyayo Estate, Embakasi is like 65% Luos.
Okay. I just wanted to know that before I misguide myself. But that being said, Mfumu Makiadi, karibu. Sijui jina ya mfumu inamaanisha nini, lakini najua mvumo inamaanisha nini. Lakini mimi nilikuwa nataka kutofautiana na wewe Bwana Themba kidogo. Mahali pale umesema kwamba the tribal affiliations largely form or make the basis of who to be elected. And somehow I agree with you, 75%, sorry, 95%, 5% I disagree with you. I think sometimes tribal affiliations don't work. We've seen people who have been elected in areas where they are less likely to be elected and they don't even have the majority there. They are elected because of what they stand for and what they have done in the community and what they are known for. I think that sometimes resonates with the people, with the Kenyan Mwananchi, and people embrace such people. I've seen Kikuyus being elected in Kisii in certain positions where there is a very minimal number of Kikuyus to vote him, to vote for them. But most of the time, 95%, you are right. I just wanted to maybe say that.
Give me one example where Kikuyu has been voted in Luo Nyanza.
That's why I gave it 95, 5% and 95.
No, you made a statement that Kikuyus, wait. I don't want us to come here and we don't back our statements, especially if they say that
I backed my statement by
people
saying
who cannot give each other assurances are those who are not lawyers. Lawyers have to give each other assurances because they now tell me that statement that you have said. Where in Nyanza have you seen a Kikuyu elected an MCA?
And when you say Nyanza, you ought to realize that Kisii, Nyamira, and other areas also are a form of that.
That is not the argument. Yeah, okay. Give me according to understanding. Where have you seen one even in Kisii nominated MCA?
Kikuyus have been are actually very active leaders, especially within Kisii. And that has been proven.
No,
and
give
that's
me
why
one name of an MCA.
largely said that 95% tribal affiliations do make people get elected, but 5% sometimes people elect people because they don't necessarily come from their tribe.
Where in Nyanza did you see a Kikuyu elected as an MCA? Give me.
If you go to Nyamira, if you go to Wumuagamo area, the MCA is Kikuyu.
What's the name?
Because he has lived there. You will.
No, wait. Give me the
I'll give you the
constituency.
name. I'll give you the name. You're
Nyamira.
making me
I'm on
lose
Nyamira. What's
time.
the name of that constituency?
Wumuagamo. So
Hold on right there.
Hang on. Let me keep making my
No,
point.
I want to look it up. I want to look it up.
As you verify that. So my point is that sometimes people go above and beyond tribes and elect people because of their merits and what they are able
It's only in Kiambu. It's only in Kiambu. Let me give you what I know. It's only in Kiambu. The MCA died. I think he was killed by a tag or something. In Kiambu, they elected. There's this MCA for. Is it Kasarani? No. Kawendani ward. The MCA in Kiambu was elected. He was a Luo, somebody called Omosh, and he was murdered. But that's where I've seen someone who is not from there.
And that validates my argument.
But
and remember, I think Mr. Mise, hold on, it is a point. I know you may end up giving examples of Migori, the case of Junet and Kisumu, Shakil Shabil, but the case of Junet, that guy is a local guy. He was born and bred there. He speaks Luo. He's like them. Shakir Shabil,
those are third generation people. It's just like you go to
those are locals.
To Meru, you get this. There's an Asian who has been elected, I think, as an MC or an MP. He speaks pure. They have been assimilated. They are third generation.
Yeah.
So watch Azako.
Still, that validates my point that being assimilated, we were assimilated as.
Hold on. I make correction to my. I don't know. He died. I may not have the facts of how he died. So DA, usipige mimi sana. She's saying he died in India. I don't know. He died in India, but what I know is he died. So I don't know whether he was murdered or he died in India.
Baba Yao was accused, but unconfirmed.
Remember the fellow you talked about in Meru.
Yeah?
The fellow you talked about in Meru, the Asian guy.
The
Asian guy.
Where's Bob coming from?
He's linked to actually that family runs Roy Transport, which is very famous, and he has been there since time immemorial. In fact, Meru is their home.
Bob, you will be muted because you just came from the bathroom and you unceremoniously. but what I was saying, this is what we should do, and this is what we should impress. We should go above and beyond tribalism and elect people of substance, people who can deliver the services and on their manifestos. That's my point. And it's good that you mentioned people like those that have proven above and beyond. But I want to say something about Bahati.
That is why you will never be an MP. You see, the thought that you have is what this guy called Professor Lumumba had when he went to Kamkunji. Was thinking like you. He failed miserably. He refused to acknowledge that politics is local. You might think global, but you need to act local. Hiyo wachia academia. Hiyo nasema
that is true, but
politics is very local. It has to be organized locally. You move from tribe, you go to clan. You move from clan, you go to family. You move from family, you go to the name. Who is your father? Who is your mother? So, I mean, you think global, give all those things you're saying we should, but at the end of the day, politics is organized, local. Yes, go on, Vito.
Yeah, and can I ask for your immunity so that I don't get interruptions because
Yeah, you won't get another interruption.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I really
moving
appreciate
forward.
that. Thank you. And for me, that is, I rather fail. That's actually my belief. I rather fail doing the right thing than failing to do the wrong thing. I always tell my kids like that: do the right thing, even if you are by yourself. Do the right thing. And you're right. And even when I went to the ballot, I had that challenge because the thinking is different. But sometimes when you act like them, it is difficult for you to turn around and turn against them because that is what you sold to them. But the sad reality is it is local, but the right thing that we should do is that we do the right thing all the time, regardless of what is going there. But my argument is Bahati's greed was exhibited today. And we saw that Bahati's intention or to come to politics is not to serve the people of Madare. Bahati is just, he came from his reaction today. I think he came to politics to get an endorsement, to grow career-wise and become someone of his own for self-gain. And this is exhibited as soon as Baba says that I'll appoint you in the government. You see Bahati celebrating. To me, that is not what Bahati was promising people, that just front me to go and be appointed. That was a disappointment of Bahati to the people of Madari, and the people of Madari should think twice and put Bahati, on parking. And the Bahati, the Njagwa, Charles Nchagwa, the Chipkizi, who have been appointed, have been nothing but disappointments to the youth. The rationale behind this appointment was to elevate the youths into the positions of power, and actually were given key positions that relate directly to the youths. Think about Chipkizi, who is the director of NACADA. NACADA has a lot of money. NACADA has a lot of money. A lot of money, I can tell you, because...
Correction, he's just a board member. He's not director.
That's okay still, but he's still also appointed into positions where they make decisions in terms of policies that govern NACADA and key policies that approve or disapprove budgets and other serious issues that are met at the board level. Now, if you see Chipkizi, you've not seen him doing anything that is sensible. Let me focus on Njagwa or Jaguar, the musician. He was appointed into the docket of NCAA, National Campaign for Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse. Still, he did nothing. And this paved way for him to get to parliament as a member of Stare constituency. And you can realize that he has sponsored zero motion or zero bills in the House. And this is a classic example of youths who have been given opportunities but have not done anything. And also you could talk about Muhammad Ali as well, besides just being a mouthpiece of his master. He is also not influenced or did what exactly. He has not given us the jijopefu of the inside of parliament, the wrongs and all that we expected him to give us. He has failed, and that is very unfortunate. So now, to conclude that, I want to say that the campaigns that Mathare today was a bad reflection of Baba. And how was it a bad reflection of Baba? I think it's about time Baba gives the people their democratic rights to choose their leaders at the ballot, as opposed to endorsing and appointing leaders on the positions that are elective. By saying that this one tosha, ama we should give this one, or we should let this one and we should appoint this other one in government positions, it brings in some biasness in electing. And I think Baba's Kalba should go above and beyond that. He should do that through proxy methods that can endorse, and Baba should not come out rightly and endorse people like that while he's shelving the interest of others. And I think that Baba is known for, as someone who champions the rights of others. And one of the rights in the Constitution is for anyone to rise and seek for any position as long as he meets the basic or minimum, all the requirement as required. So the other thing is Igade and Bahati failed miserably in calming down the crowd for Baba. And Baba was struggling, telling vijana nyamaza, vijana nyamaza. That is, I think Igade and Bahati and those leaders of Nairobi should learn or bora leave from Babu Wino, from Junet Mohammed, who have mastered the heart of, or rather who have become the forerunner for Baba. They prepare the way, they prepare the crowd for Baba. When Baba comes to the podium is ready and willing to listen to what Baba says. These leaders, you could see Igade there, seated, motioning and giving fake smiles. And sometimes he could come out of, you could see that through his body language, coming out of himself and being himself and trying to see like, hey, he's not resonating with the crowd despite the endorsement. And I think that is something that Igade needs to work on. They are the soldiers of Baba. When Baba should command authority, and that authority should be exhibited by Igade and those on the ground by preparing the ground. And lastly, Raila has good intentions for the country, and you can see that. And you can see that he knows the road is not easy, and you can see that he's putting his house in order. But it would be better that other things are done by foot soldiers. I think that will be my take this evening. But and also I want to agree with William Ruto, who said that the food prices that the government is trying to lower now is like a bait to the common mwananchi. It's and truly the war in Ukraine and the Russia. The
How can you agree with that, Shued?
The situations have not changed. The situations have changed.
No. How can you agree with that?
You promised that you will have zero interruption. I'm actually finishing. This is my last point, and then you can,
no, I mean that point is
what? Look at the timing. Look at the timing. The timing.
No, when you are dying, does it matter what time you're eating?
The people have been dying. How many people have died?
No, Miss,
the timing is wrong.
Listen.
Actually, I've finished. If you allow me 1 minute, 50 seconds, I've done. The timing is wrong. The government, there's
never wrong time to eat.
The timing is wrong. 23 days to election.
There's never wrong time. It doesn't matter what reason you need unga. Even if someone is bringing it, chakula imeletwa kama imeibiwa, we kula.
Let's look at the COVID time. The COVID time, the government did nothing to really help.
It doesn't matter. Does it mean therefore people should continue paying higher whatever for ungas?
That was
who gained?
That was a global crisis. crisis.
Who
Was a
gains?
global crisis. What did the government do? Zero involvement.
Who gains from lowered prices? Who gains?
But that is that's like dangling
no,
a carrot.
You forget
that's
about
like
everything else. Who gains?
Wrong timing.
No, whether timing is
rationale?
wrong or right. Who gains?
What is the motive? We have to look at
it
the
doesn't
motive.
matter motive. This is not a court of law. This is
no. It's not even the court of law. But
it is motive. Motive is when you go to a criminal case is when you judge the motive of someone who had gone to kill someone. But here is a case where prices have come down. Does it matter whether it is today? Ruto is telling people he'll lower it next year. It is lowered right now. Whether it is for politics or not, you are at least buying unga at 100. Who is gaining?
Ruto is part of the government, if I may say. Is part of the government. My argument is right that him and others are wrong. Their timing is not right. You interrupted me. I was actually finishing. I'm done. But what I'm saying, Ruto, Uhuru, and the rest lowering the price now does not vindicate them. The timing is wrong. The common mwananchi, the common mwananchi 1-0 has suffered long. Now lowering the price now does not change the suffering. It's just that it's a bait for them to elect the people they want to elect.
No, you see, nobody. Listen, Mr. You are wrong again. Nobody has taken the vote from your pocket. Nobody. You still have the vote in your pocket. You are still the one who is going to walk to the ballot. Wait, Mr. You are the one who is going to walk at the ballot box and you're going to vote for the person that you want. For me, anything that is helping Mwananchi right now, it doesn't matter the reason. You see that that person that I think you are the one who in the Bible, when they gave the story of the Good Samaritan, when the person had been injured. Now there's one person who was going to church. Wrong timing for someone to be injured because that person is going to church. The pastor had other issues, meetings in church that he had to attend to. So if the pastor would have stopped, you'd have asked the pastor, what are you going to helping people, someone who has been injured, instead of going to church so that you can go and chair a meeting? There was another priest, I don't know who was going to do what. A person has been injured. They had more urgent issues to attend to. The people ask about timing. Sometimes the bigger thing comes first. Prices have been lowered, whether it is for political reason, whether you're going to vote tomorrow, whether you're not going to vote, at right now. People have been suffering, they're being pinched, they're paying 230. That has come down, whether it is for political reason or not. The price has come down. Let Ruto and others argue about timing.
You don't wait for someone to go to emergency and then you show up that you are helping.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, my friend. 230 was high. The fact is, Mwananchi has lowered price. Yes, Adams, then Bob Papa.
Yeah, Mr. Mise, have you ever gone without food, even for a few hours, like for a day? Have you ever taken ile chai ile bila maziwa turungi strong?
Yeah, ameshiba ndio hata anaangalia time. Unajua unaangalia time when you have food in your stomach is when you can look at time.
Mr. Mise, just once again, me and you live in an economy whereby if you drive your car, if I drive my car tomorrow and I go to the gas station and I find that the gas prices has dropped with cents, less than $1, I will go there and fill up my tank right there. And I will say, thank you. So you rubbishing the food prices, which has gone down, makes me doubt you if you've ever gone without food. Thank you.
Yes, Papa.
Yeah, means lowering food prices, especially the maize meal, is not like handling your own kitchen there. There are procedures. You have to bring in the millers together, work out modalities, agree on what the government can subsidize. This is a process. So it is not like wewe ukikasirika unasema leo sikuli ugali na kula mchele. No. This is something that has been in the pipeline for I think more than 3 weeks or a month, and the government had indicated that they are going to look for alternatives. Sasa mise hiyo tabia uko nayo inafanya tunakuwa na wasiwasi hiyo masomo uko nayo. Haya, ya pili, Black awache kutuambia kwenye comment section ya kwamba baba alikuwa anapiga watu makofi. Baba was trying to protect vijana from being harassed by the security detail. So don't try to bring anger issues kwetu bwana Black. Black, sisi ni watu ambaye tuko na decorum, na hiyo tabia ya UDA peleka huko nje kabisa. So we are now going to have a commission of inquiry looking into your academic qualifications, and I think Adams will be the chairman.
Narudisha hiyo debate tena. Now
I think they have mentioned. They have mentioned my name. I have a right of reply.
Yes, you will reply. But wait. Right. You should be the last person to talk about timing. In fact, UDA people should stop politicizing the hunger that Kenyans have been facing and the suffering they have gone through by paying 230 for unga. It doesn't matter what is going on. If it is actually lowered up to 50 bob, kesho, those people who are wale wenye shibe, the people ambao wanasikia vizuri, ndio wanaanza kuuliza what timing. How can you, the same person who is telling the Kenyans that unga tutailower within 100 days, and then when it is lowered right now, you start saying what timing? It is not about the timing, it's about who lowered it, and they wanted to use it for political reasons. Now that political reason has been removed. You need to tell your people to find another thing to go and tell Kenyans. Because they wanted to use that. They were going to tell them that, you see, bei ya unga imepanda. Imeenda mpaka 230. Na alishaambia watu in 200, sijui 2000 and what it was, sijui 100 and this. Saizi iko 230. Sisi tutaishukisha mpaka ifike sijui ngapi. Now they have nothing to go telling people. You cannot politicize pesa, I mean, the cost of living, ile watu wananini. And that is the problem with the people that you subscribe to. How can you agree with a politician who is saying, mtu kama ananja? It doesn't matter. Look at Nja. Nja ilifanya Eso akauza his birthright. Nja aliambia Jacob, whatever thing that you want, when nipatie nini nikule. So when someone is suffering, then you want to say we are considering the timing. That's educated talk to someone who is angry. You can't give an educated lecture to someone who is hungry. And the timing was timing. Timing can only be talked na ule mtu ameshiba. Ati sasa ndio naanza kusema timing ilikuwa mbaya kushukisha unga, surely. Some debates we should elevate our debate. I mean, we don't say you don't support the deputy president, but at least highlight where the need, the person who is going to gain, whatever the reason politicians have, the person who is going to gain is the person who is going to wake up tomorrow. And from 230, they have been paying for 2 ungas. They'll be buying, for 1 unga, they'll buy 2 ungas. Will take them for more days. You cannot try and cheapen that this is timing. Whether it is timing, whether it is not timing, whether this person is paying low. Period. You should celebrate it. You should tell your guy that, okay, fine, whatever reason, at least we are paying low. Not you guys, because you guys can afford it. In fact, the deputy president was telling some people that we need to diversify. It was Murkomen who was saying that now we need to stop planting maize, we start planting avocados. I mean, Ken, and then I give. Wait, Makiadi, had you given your submission? You disappeared here and I didn't know. Okay.
Can I respond before we water down the argument?
You may respond after Ken.
Now, I don't want to get angry over anything said by a politician, but me say sometimes I put myself in the foot of a family person who has no formal employment and has to go look for work and get paid 300 or 400 shillings, has to go home with some bus fare, has to take food home. If that person probably has 1,000 shillings and he has to feed a family of 3, 1,000 would have gotten him 4 packets. With a new price, it will get him 10 packets. We cannot even, don't even justify any comment by a politician. I called it stupid here. I will call it stupid again. Chakula na mtu amekosa chakula, those are areas you don't go. Please. And I will stop it there. Remember, I've tried to look at this IEBC listing further. I think we are headed for interesting times. A quick look at Nairobi, I'm finding there are even constituencies where ODM did not get a candidate. Kamukunji, there's Embakasi West. Where else did I see that? Well, like those are 2 notable constituencies in the capital city.
They did zoning, sir. They did zoning.
Oh, it's whatever the outcome, it makes it tricky now to even know what to expect. I think on 9th we'll have a long night trying to follow up those numbers.
They did zoning like 8 constituencies given to Jubilee, 8 constituencies got given to ODM, and then 1 constituency, that is Embakasi South, given to Wiper, a total of 17 constituencies in Nairobi. So that is why. So if you go to a place like Langata, Mathare, Waraka, Westlands, Kibra, you will not find Jubilee. You will only find ODM. So it was zoning. Nairobi was totally zoned. Even the governor is Jubilee, senator is ODM, women rep ODM. So they zoned Nairobi like 100% zoned. That's why.
And what about the friendly fire? Like, where is it? If you take Makadara, that's where, what's his name? Makadara has Wiper, has ODM, has NAK Kenya, has Jubilee.
Yeah, well, they couldn't hack Makadara because Jubilee guys refused to get out, and Wiper refused to get out, and Mathare, where they're having issues. The rest they have succeeded in getting the guys to what they have done. If you choose to withdraw your person is up to you, but this is how we are going to be campaigning. When we say Langata, we have ODM, the ODM candidate will be highlighted. So if you choose to withdraw your guy or not, this is how it goes, right? Like in Langata, I don't know if you are seeing anybody from Jubilee there. There's no Jubilee there.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, there's no Jubilee in Langata. There's no Jubilee in Westlands. Yeah.
Oh, Westlands. Westlands, I think there's a Jubilee guy. And then Jalango, why did he not put his name Jalango on the ballot?
I don't know.
I think it is there. He patented it. He said he's going to put it.
It doesn't appear on this list.
Maybe the process is not over yet.
No, the process is over.
The process is over. This is a list.
This is a list. This is what the printer has.
No, I'm talking about the process of putting his name, adding the word.
But Felix is well known. Felix Jalango Felix is well known.
Yeah.
No, there are those street names that help people better. You know, when you asked who is the MP for Kieni, you know it's Kanini Kega, but his real name is Nderitu. So sometimes, you know, Waititu, my county had elected him Babayao. But anyway, I hope he's campaigning properly.
Wamatangi is not his name.
Yeah?
Like Kimani Wamatangi is not his name.
Yeah, Wamatangi is not his name, but he has put it on the ballot for easy identification.
He used to do the tank business.
Yeah, and even Wajango, it is not his name.
Yeah, Wajango is the business name, but he carried it over to politics. Anyway, I think
it's like
this thing of looking at the realities, it will present us with a very dicey position on the night.
Wait, good people, wait, Ken Malize. Alafu niwalete mwanze vita zenyu.
Kuna vita tena nimeanza.
Hawa jamaa ndio wako na vita zao.
Wako na vita. Sawa tutapigana. The thing is, it's looking like it will be difficult in some places. You can't even predict. You know, Dagoretti South, KJ and Dennis Waweru, former MP. I know the two of them, they come from the same area. It's near my home area. Interesting times. Well, let's wait and see.
Okay. Mr. Tafadhali, do not annoy us. Hiyo kitu ya unga wachana naye. Just talk on something else.
Yeah. You know, I said something and I was attacked, and you know, it's a right of reply, and the right to reply must be within the subject matter. But Bob, you have anyway. But I just want to say something. Let us not, you know, sometimes we trivialize things.
Speak up like somebody who has eaten.
Sometimes we trivialize things. I just wanted to send you back to the bathroom, but I spared you to stay. But that being said, sometimes we trivialize things, but food security is an issue that has faced our country. And we are defending the government that is providing a solution very late. My argument is that this should have been done.
No. How late? That is my problem. How late is it to eat?
Hang on. You responded. This is something that should have been done.
I'm not going to allow you to. No, if you keep. No, Mister. I'm not going. No, I'd rather be a bad person, but I agree. I'm bad, but I'm not going to entertain that. How late is it for someone to eat?
So let us look at food security.
No. It's not about food security. You are talking about. You see, let me tell you. Mtu ambaye anasafa has no time for all those theories you are trying to speak about food security.
That's no theory.
The Kenyan, no, Mister. This thing that I think Stone PK is the one who tells you guys. Easy mambos about remission of food security.
No.
The Kenyan mwananchi does not. Stone PK, can you tell him as you always say? Because maybe when Stone PK sema mimi huyu jamaa haezi nisikia.
No, but you are gagging me. You give me time to speak and then you gag me before I even say anything.
The mwananchi saizi hataki lecture ya food security. Mwananchi ile lugha anasikia nimeenda kununua unga na imeshuka. What you need to be asking mwananchi si kumwambia ati food security, ni kumwambia tunataka iende sasa
Badala ya kusema unga eti ni saa ngapi, unasema unga imepungua, sawa. Haya, pia kitu kingine ipungue. Si kuja kusema ati what time. We Mr. Bwana, mimi hata we nyamaza sasa, hata sitakupatia nafasi nyingine kuongea. No. Wacha. Yes, thank you. Mr. Nyamaza, you are not going to speak on that. I'm bad. Don't even emphasize. I'm bad.
Even a baby, an infant who is born now, akizaliwa tu hivi, immediately after they cry, what they look for is food. Period. They don't want to know whether the milk is expensive or cheap. What they want to know, there is no timing for food. What they want to see is food. Mr. Mise, wachana na mambo ya chakula, please. Let's move on.
I just want, maybe you listen to Stone PK. Kindly come in on this one.
But how can he come even doesn't know my why are you interrupting? You give me time and then you all of a sudden all of you are on me.
There's no timing to listen to watu wanaanza kusema ati timing ati food security. Yes, Stone PK.
Thank you Themba. Ndugu yangu Maize leo ametupa mbao kabisa. And Lord Adams asked him.
I'll watch from the comment section.
Yeah, he asked a very simple question. Umewahi lala njaa bro? Yani, my friend, do you know when we are up here, honestly, really the reality is bad. Unapatia mtu 50 bob, anaanza kusema prayer. Anaanza kusema prayers, yani kushukuru Mungu. At least atanunua sukuma ya 10 bob or something. Sasa unga ilikuwa imefika 200 plus, my friend. Yeah, indeed, this is the best thing that has ever happened during this period. And we are praying. The rumor has it that Baba wata reduce hii, even by the 9th, they will lower it further. So, Maize, thank you, Themba, because this now is really embarrassing the patients when people hear us trying to trivialize. He used the term trivialize. Then they are trivialize mambo ya food. Because of, I know, tumesoma, we have these theories. All these theories we've learned. Timing, food security, blah, blah, blah. Hizo ni za watu wameshiba, bro. Hiyo ni luxury. Here is life saving, my friend. There are people starving. In fact, Maize ukatokea mtaani useme hivyo, you be burnt, my bro. Utachomwa bana. Yeah, so please, hiyo maneno ya food, Themba, I agree. Let's not bring theories zile tumesoma. We have our degrees, my masters, the food na nini. Yeah, most of the revolutions on earth were caused by food. And I posted something there for Maize. In the US, watu waliraya tujua unga. Kenya is ugali eating nation. I said in my submission, you touch unga. Ruto wanted a revolution to come in. That is what he wanted to use on the 6th. That has leaked out. On the 6th, his final meeting. That is where he wanted to mobilize people. Waanze kuimba unga all over Nairobi. Thank you, Themba.
Can I put this thing to rest? Na Maize ameenda wapi tena? I wanted to put this thing to rest, ndio Maize akija next time.
Anafuata huko kwa comment section.
Anasema ana listen from the comment section.
Okay.
The deputy president chose a church service in Webuye to defend the government's decision to import maize from Mexico as part of efforts to address the maize shortage and the resultant high prices.
Hii shida ya mahindi na sukari is a temporary problem. Within weeks, this will be sorted out. Let us focus on the transformation of our country.
DP says the government's importation of the maize was a necessary, albeit temporary, solution to the food situation and faulted the opposition for playing politics with a matter that was close to the livelihood of millions of Kenyans.
Wameanza kusema mbona chakula hii imefika haraka. Hii chakula ilikuwa mbona imeagizwa siku chache imefika. Sasa unashangaa kwani walikuwa wanataka chakula ichelewe, Wakenya ndio waumie, ndio wapate ya kusema katika mikutano yao ya siasa.
Opposition leader Raila Odinga has criticized the government over the importation.
Kila mwezi wa Kenya wanatumia gunia milioni 3. 300 itafanya nini? Itafanya nini? Hakuna, ni kama toni ya maji kwa bahari. Haisaidii. Kila chochote ambayo wameshika imeoza.
However, the deputy president says the government, in taking the importation route, was traveling down a well-beaten path, one that previous governments had taken in 2008, 2009, and 2011 when the country faced similar drought.
Hakuna kitu kipya ambayo tuko nayo sasa ambayo hatujawahi kuwa nayo. Wale ambao wanatuambia saa hii wanatusomea mambo marefu walikuwa uongozini wakati huo, and they did what we are doing now.
In further defense of the government, the DP stated that the Jubilee government has remained committed to ensuring that farmers have the necessary support that has resulted in some of the highest yields in recent times.
Katika historia ya kupanda mahindi Kenya, the highest yield in the history of maize growing in Kenya was in 2015, when we harvested 42.5 million bags of maize in Kenya. That is history.
Prior to the church service and address, the DP headed toward Bungoma town, ramming up support for the Jubilee Party and the president's re-election bid. But before he started his Meet the Tour people, a group of youth opposed to the Jubilee
Just to clarify the date, that was May 17, 2017. I think 1.5 months or roughly 2 months before the election. Thank you.
Those who are asking for me, sir, ametoka mwenyewe, Miss Jamtoa. The only thing I didn't want is, I don't want us to intellectualize people's plight. If you're living in the ivory tower, you may not realize the pinch people face when they have to go. And I think Ken has put it better, that you are going and you are paid 500 kwa mjengo, then half of that goes to one packet of unga. You know, when you are people like Mise, you can start saying timing. I mean, I know we can try and intellectualize things, but there comes a time we need to stop it. Go and read the French Revolution and see what caused it. You know, you need to start thinking, those people who, and even Sri Lanka the other day, you know, let's not go fast. Sri Lanka the other day, we can't intellectualize. You can't start intellectualizing, you know, the timing. I mean, we are here to debate, but also we need to have a conscience. We cannot be so detached from what is going through people. If you have a brother, whether njaa haijui Azimio na haijui Kenya Kwanza, yule mtu yuko huko chini, mwananchi wa kawaida, the fact that he can pay half the amount he was paying to buy unga, that is all the language he needs. And I don't think we need to come here and start saying, you know, the timing, food security. Those food security people, like I think Stone PK puts it better. They go and they discuss in places where there's people. You are discussing food security in a place where is food secure. You are going to Germany on a conference to discuss food security in Africa. You know, I mean, those are the things we are trying to say. So when we say, personally, I think I will not agree with anyone who will come and start saying the timing. Stop politicizing the plight of the people. And even the deputy president, by then, he was a bit more relevant. Don't politicize the plight of mwananchi, especially when it comes to hunger. And Adams could not have put it better, that huyu jamani kama umeshiba. Kama umeshiba, you can start philosophizing. Unaanza kuphilosophize tabu ya watu. Unaanza kusema, you know the people, you know, those just make sense when someone ameshiba. Ini kama una njaa, there's only one language you hear, nipatie chakula. And if it happens to you, then I think we are give Kenyans food, wapatie chakula, lower the food prices, then call them for a lecture. But for as long as they're still hungry, timing is time for food. Mtu akiwa na njaa ako na njaa. Nimeona Wekesa amekuja hapa.
Sijui ameamshwa na nani. Nitaomba aweze kuongea, alafu Makiadi, then we start taking our closing rounds.
Good morning, team. It's not like I'm only coming today. Actually, I normally listen to you in the morning, but sometimes you guys anger me. What Misa has said is just annoying. So I normally listen to you before I leave for a job. I just wanted to comment one thing on timing. I think he asked the right question, but he didn't have the right attitude. Because in life, they say timing is everything. And you strike the nail while it's hot. I like using the biblical laws that one day Jesus, you will be asked in heaven, I was in hospital, but you did not come to see me. I was hungry, but you did not give me food. I was naked, but you did not give me clothes. When you meet an old man at 80 years or 80 years, and you give him cloth, someone should not go from the street and say, why give an old man clothes when he has walked all his years naked? No, when you meet a situation, you handle it at that time. We gave Moody Awori vice presidency. You cannot say that, why did you give this guy vice presidency at the age of 80? Why didn't you give him when he's young? And we can still even apply it to Raila Odinga. Why did the team in Mount Kenya and the rest of the guys fight him all the years, only this time to allow him, they want him to be president? Is it a wrong timing? Was it a wrong timing when God or maybe the forces of the world allowed the KFC man to be successful at his age, right, 90 years? Why didn't he succeed mapema? When Abraham got a baby at 90, was it 90 or Sarah? Was it the wrong timing? Those are the stories that move the world. So there's nothing like late. And I think it's an English saying says that better late than never. So the mantra of KAA is, when it's late, it shouldn't be never. And so it begs the question, was the motive right when they were crying every day on rallies? Because even yesterday they could have cried about lower the food cost. And then we also ask ourselves, if Azimio have done it 3 weeks before election, for them they were planning to do it after they are elected. So which one is the wrong timing? Which one is more late? Because they were saying in 100 days we will lower the food costs. So was theirs in the past or in the future? So when you are asking questions, also put yourself in the shoe. What were you saying even before? And what did you do even before? I think, thank you, Makiadi, for bringing that video. So that means our DP is only playing, and I talked this yesterday, our DP is playing with the lives of the vulnerable. He does not care what happens to the poor man, as long as he uses the plight of a poor man to ascend to power. That is all he cares, as long as he uses your situation to get votes. He's shedding what we call crocodile tears. Your misery is to his advantage. In that time, in that video, Makiadi, these guys imported maize and made a lot of money. They used the situation to make money. It's not like they used the situation. Okay, it was a solution to the problem, but for them, their even focus was never to solve the problem. And for the question that the Prime Minister then asked is even a better question than what Ruto has asked. He asked why only 300? And the right question that DP team would have asked, why only 4 months? We should make it longer. In other words, you are committed to the plight of a common man. So ask the right question in the problem so that even someone knows that, yes, you are with us in this. So if you would have challenged them that don't just do 4 months, 4 weeks, let's extend the problem until we solve the situation, until we get the other season of maize coming in, then we know that you are contributing to the solution. But asking about timing, for me, why did hunger strike Kenyans closer to election? Why didn't hunger wait for the election to end before it strikes? I normally use this example. I schooled in the northern Kenya, Turkana, Lodwar district, where one meal can save a life. It doesn't matter when you have brought it. And for them, they don't have 3-course meal as we normally say, breakfast, lunch, and supper. For them, where food will get them, they will eat. Ikipatikana saa 10, atakula. Ikipatikana asubuhi, atakula. Ikipatikana saa 7, atakula. So for them, it's as long as they have eaten. So when you tell me, mbona hukuletea breakfast, mbona hukuletea lunch, mbona hukuletea... No. It's for them, it's a miracle to get that food at whatever time they have got. So any life saved in these 3 weeks, any budget rescued, because if someone has a budget to do 4 weeks, then the lowering of prices has multiplied. You can go 2 months. That's a rescue plan, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi.
Yeah,
So
let me
that you
just
start taking a closing remarks here.
and this is going to be my closing remark, Ndemba, because I think time is far much gone. I think, sometimes we disagree with you here, and your argument here is that the president and Azimio are baiting the vulnerable Mwananchi by creating a crisis and then posing to provide a solution so that they can gain political money. That's what I'm reading here in the chat. I think, first of all, you should be able to define for us what a free market economy is. I think from the video that I played, it was the same crisis and it was an electioneering year. I would want you also to blame the Jubilee government, including William Ruto, who is part of the Jubilee government, at that particular juncture, so that we are at par with your argument. But if you want to drag this to be an Azimio Uhuru Kenyatta issue, then I'll disagree with you here. William Ruto is part of the government right now. Policy issues are discussed at the cabinet. There's no way you can tell me that William Ruto did not know that the price of unga will be lowered today, unless he is not part of the Jubilee government. It's like you are holding a glass with your left hand and it slips and falls down and breaks, and then your right hand starts blaming your left hand. I mean, that is not possible. The issues of unga have been with us for a long time, even before the Jubilee government. So this is something that has been persistent. And as much as we might try to, coin a phrase and make it look like it's a political issue, I think, like Wekesa said here, the common Mwananchi does not care when the government lowers the price, as long as they are able to afford to buy the packet of unga. If they can be able to, if the government can reduce the price to 230 to 100 a packet, and Mwananchi can afford that packet, then I don't think Mwananchi cares so much about what the process was or who was doing what. as long as they can walk into a store and get their unga because wako na njaa, na njaa ndio kitu inawasumbua. So let's stop trivializing this issue to make it look like Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta sat in a room somewhere and decided to raise the price of unga from whatever it was to 230. So I'll leave that there. And then I think I've looked at today's topics. I think Azimio sustains campaign, hiyo ni mzuri. I'll continue saying that DP criticizes Uhuru for lowering price, hiyo ni mzuri, hiyo ndio kazi yake, opposition leader. 21 days to go, hiyo ni mzuri, we're on the right track, and I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, me say closing remarks. Then Adams, then Stone PK, Ken, Papa Azimio.
I just want to say that first of all, today I'm upset with guys here, and I left to cool down a little bit. But you cannot bring a topic here to discuss, and then you expect all of us to come and go one way, and then you cannot give us time to speak, and you are interrupting when it comes to other people's submitting or putting their case forward. I think that's very wrong. Regardless, like Themba, you always emphasize we tetea wako na mimi ni tetea wangu. So do not gag my time because mimi ni natetea wangu. And because of selective listening, that's why, Makiadi, you are not able to understand that I said Ruto and Ruto being part of the government is equally wrong. You are having selective listening and selective application, which is wrong. And Wekesa, your analogies were wrong too. Your analogies were not life-threatening. Life-threatening. Abraham waiting for the many years to get a baby is not a life-threatening. So Moody waiting to be a vice president, he was enjoying, he has held different government positions. So those were wrong analogies in this, in relation to this. Now, in terms of food, you guys are talking about, oh, those are boardroom. For me, my argument was very simple. This government is wrong. From the time we started having this problem, the government, that's why in the government, there's something called emergency preparation and mitigation. That should have kicked in because food is an essential part of the healthy of the nation. So once we started having those problems, the government shouldn't have taken long. Yes, they have provided the solution. Should we be waiting every other time that people should die for us to wait to a particular period for us to give the people the food? That was my argument. As soon as we started having issues to deal with health, issues to deal with food, the government should be swift in addressing those issues. And you can see during COVID, they failed. And during this time, we have food crisis, they have also failed. And they are dangling a carrot for the Mwananchi. And lastly, Bob, you know, I really respect you. And some comments, let's leave for Adams. Adams, you know, you are allowed because wewe unatingishanga miti ya Wajakoya. And sometimes we, there is a called, not criminally responsible because you were under the influence of something. You are excused by law, and so for you it's okay. But for Bob, Bob, I think you cannot excuse yourself. Themba, you're right, but we should hold. I don't support William Ruto, but it's also to allow William Ruto to criticize those who are responsible. And if he's criticizing himself, let us spotlight him and tell him, you are criticizing yourself. For us, we are not interested of the criticism. We are interested of how the common Mwananchi will get food. And to me, that was the argument. And you cannot, Stone PK, you cannot dispel the boardroom, whatever you call boardroom, in food market and whatever whatever Makiadi was saying, there is accessibility, and one of the accessibility thing is affordability. So if mwananchi cannot afford food, then becomes a crisis. It's the same thing that happened to United States in housing in 2008. The housing crisis came in, and the government had to do something quickly, and that's why what happens in the initial period of Obama up to 2012 to address that crisis. And even up to now, that issue has not been addressed. So sometimes I like Makiadi, but some Makiadi sometimes, when you want to become a bad person, please consider that it is in the best interest of all of us to have diversity of opinion. At the end of the day, Adams, I have lived in Kibera, I've gone without food, not because in my village there was no food, but because I wanted to divine myself. I went to campus educating myself, and I did it when I was living in Kibera. So your assumption that I've gone without food is actually wrong. Even now, sometimes I walk and forget that there was food, not because I don't have access to it, but because I choose that. But I know some Kenyans might not have that luxury of choosing not to have food. And that is why we are pointing to the government. They should do something at the earliest. That was my argument, not the way you put it forward. Thank you.
Adams.
Thank you. My last parting shot, very simple. Yeah, just maybe to about Mr. Mise. You know, you claim down there in the private section of comments that you cannot create crisis and then later on come back to sort it out, which is true. But you know, there is a mixture here you're doing. The body or the people who lowered food prices is the government. Okay, it's the government who lowered food prices for the citizens, not Raila Odinga. You need to differentiate those things, because you're trying to put it that it is Azimio who did it. It is the government where Ruto sits and serves. And by the way, number two, when it comes to issues of food, sometimes you need to make a break. I like the way you're putting it. I asked you earlier whether you've ever gone without food, but you just came out and I've just realized that you've never gone without food, because you just said that yes, you've gone without food, not because there was no food, but because you were busy. You even normally go without food at your workplace, not that you don't have food, but because you're committed. My friend, there are people who go without food because there is no food. They really want it. They need it. That population is very big, but they can't access it. That is the population that when the hunger prices go down, they celebrate. It doesn't matter how many, whether it is 1 shilling or 2 shillings. That is the population which is being focused on. The focus is on that population. And it is very sad when they get that reprieve and you come up with a lot of English and intellectual on it. That one do not help them at all. So by and large, let us just appreciate whatever we get. However, and by the way, the Minister for Agriculture, Mr. Munya, right? Mr. Agriculture, he had indicated a month ago that within 1 month, the food prices will go down. Today is the 3rd week, and they've lowered it down. I don't know what Ruto and his crew are talking about. It is just politics. I understand everything is being politicized, but when it comes to food, food is a basic need. It's very, very important than clothes. The other day we were talking about the Mutumba issue when Raila launched his manifesto. It is okay to politicize Mutumba, the clothing industry, but when it comes to food, man, there are people who go without food because they don't have food. Finally, Mr. I just want to put it clearly and public to you today that I don't smoke anything, but I drink certain things, including the blood of Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, and I bless all of you.
Start again.
Thank you, Themba, and thank you everyone else, and Bana Mise for changamuskaring us and annoying us a little bit. Actually, not a little bit, so much. I'm going to mention 2 or 3 things. One, let me correct one notion. I think it's Adam who said that I had said Kenya needs people like Mobutu and the rest. No. I didn't. I'm very careful. I'm very careful with the leaderships I admire in Africa. I admire Kagame. I admire Rawlings. Rawlings is my best. The way he sorted out Ghana. Okay. I always quote his word. He says, "I feel bad about the ministers he authorized shot dead, but he doesn't regret. He feels bad, but he never regretted." Those were heavy words. You know, you can kill your own brother. Okay, you feel bad, you don't regret, because probably the mistake. Kagame almost repeated the same for jailing his brother. He says he feels bad about it, but he doesn't regret. Why? Because what he did was sabotaging his regime. You are my brother. I do the work, what people would call nepotism. I give you the best position. Then you are the first one to do the opposite. I would kill you, even if you are my blood brother. Okay? Yeah, so basically, there are those I admire. Look at somebody called Seretse Khama of Botswana. He took over Botswana on its deathbed, and he became tough, very tough indeed, what we call tough love for Botswana. And it is the one who set the framework of development that Botswana enjoys today. So as much as also people talk of Museveni being a dictator and all that, if you go and live in Uganda, then you will see how fragile that country is. Very fragile. That country has not stabilized itself. If Museveni dies today, my friend, that country will take another 20 years to regroup themselves, because they don't have structures that, it is fluid. As much as we got independence almost the same time with them, they are still very, very, they are not liberal, they are very close, tribal, but they pretend they are not tribal. Those are just examples I'm giving. I'm not supporting that you should be there for life. So Kenya, where it is right now, the things we are talking about, the biggest cancer we have, or the biggest gangrene we have, is Ruto. Ruto is the one eating that country in all corners. You cannot afford to handle Ruto seated down. You cannot afford to handle Ruto laughing. This is one man who is sabotaging that country in all aspects. Look at the money. He steals and ships money out without caring. Food. He enters that industry, he kills, dams, anything that can let that country stand, Ruto kills it, including security. So the most dangerous one human being for that country is Ruto. So Ruto needs an iron hand, an iron fist. You need to remove him like the jigger in your finger, or gangari. Gangari, what happens if it's eating your hand? You chop that bit of it, kisha unatoa unatupa if you want to leave. So he's the gangarene of our country. Lastly, Brother Bob, it's not that I went away and nikakula asari ama whatever it is. It is, I've been, reviewing the reality. The reality is that this man who has been able to treat everybody in that country called Kenya, for him to be where he is and he doesn't care, it is like people have, yani watu hawajui watafanya nini. You know, like the way your kidonda grows, umechelewa kwenda hospitali, then it starts eating you. That is what Ruto is doing. Uhuru, Raila, everybody is desperate. They don't know what to do. Okay? So it's the reality. And because that's the reality, that's why we are saying there should be no diplomacy dealing with this man. Huyu mtu adiliwe na yeye zilivyo. This was how watu unapata na hizi army clothes and all that. The guns that are infiltrating. That is Ruto. This goes without saying. He's the one who is, you know, because they are planning on the election day, we shall have people running around in police uniform and all that. That will cause confusion. These are true. These are things that we know. He wants to use very unorthodox method to go, you know, scaring people and this kind of a thing. But thank God, I'm told the government is alert. But of course, you know, the government has always been telling us they are alert and all this. But he's organizing anything, crude ways of doing it. In fact, if I was Uhuru, that meeting of the 6th, Ruto, UDA, would not take place. I would ban all meetings, effective maybe next week, and close all the campaigns and tell Kenyans to go and vote. Sometimes you need to really get, you know, watu wapige kelele, but you protect them. Thank you so much.
Ken?
No, my closing remarks. I think we are here because we love our country. We are here because we appreciate each other. We should take, you know, some satisfaction because we are unique in a sense. Many tribes, different languages, but we can still speak despite whatever has happened to us in the past. Misa, if you were here earlier, I gave an example. Every month, the government has been spending money to subsidize fuel. The last population census told us 6% of Kenyans own vehicles. So if 6% of Kenyans can have a budget vote to have monies spent to subsidize fuel, why then can we not spend money to subsidize food? It should be affordable to all of us. It doesn't matter how much you earn, there is that satisfaction of buying a packet of unga at 100 bob. It's not the best price, but if it is within reach that everybody can get it, that is what matters. Even if you go to whichever economics school and you give them a task of how do we attain food security, whatever solutions they'll give you cannot be attained in 2 months. So hata hiyo ya Ruto ya sijui in 100 days tutaileta chini, take those things with a pinch of salt. Hata ukipanda mahindi leo in 3 months, haitakuwa imekauka umepeleka kusiaga. So let us be sensitive on some of these remarks. To me, what matters is there will be a Kenyan tomorrow, and I hope the supply chain is worked. Mtu asiende kwa duka na ambua, oh, hatujapata hiyo ya 100. The question of food, yes, it's a political economics question, and it needs a serious discussion. It's not a campaign item at all. I will repeat what I said a moment earlier. It was stupid of the DP to even try say that. It's a bait. It's not. I'll stop it there. I understand tomorrow, well, today, there's a debate for deputy presidential candidate. I don't want to make expectations out of it. sometimes when you listen to these politicians over a long period of time, it's hard to know what they stand for. It will be good to hear them. I hope they can address issues. It's not the Sakaja, Igathe thing. We are looking for solutions. It's not, we are in a difficult situation already. So anything that is going to create drama, it should not be entertained at all. And I hope we get something out of it. Finally, IEBC in 21 days, in 20 days actually, they have to somehow get 21 million people to go and vote. It's a critical time for them. I expect them to be coming out and telling us how far they have gone, how far they have trained their people, other than keeping quiet and just appearing once and not giving us probably a way forward. They should answer all our questions. We much as the people have a duty to go and vote, we need to be confident that yes, preparations are in order. So I'll end it there. It's quite good to listen to diverse views. For me, I would say let's remain objective. If people are listening out there, it's a case of objectivity. Irrespective of the outcomes, we are looking for a proper change. And proper change will not come easily. We have to keep pushing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Papa?
Yeah, I'll be very brief because much has been said. With regard to the food crisis, it is, I mean, don't take the DP very seriously. He's somebody who has told us about mechanized farming and what have you in the past. So he's part of the problem. He shouldn't be complaining. So it would be good to ignore him. And as for the lowered food prices, that was welcome for the needy Kenyans who have actually suffered a lot. And lastly, I want to mention something. Previously, I've mentioned that peace is very important. And last night there was an attempt on the ODM candidate for Nyali, and a few weeks back I had mentioned that Jichopevu actually won that seat controversially in 2017 because in a polling station by the name Freetown, that is the polling station that tilted the scale towards him. And he came in with 3 vehicles and shot in the air, and votes were disrupted, and he emerged the winner. So the government should be on the lookout for such thugs, because we cannot have some of our candidates being threatened. That is not a good thing. Finally, let's come out and vote. This thuggish behavior of UDA and the company should be sent packing completely after 9th. Thank you very much.
Because
Yeah, thank you, Themba, and the team. As I conclude, I had my friend Mr. say that I gave a wrong analogy. He asked a timing question, and I gave analogies that has something to do with timing. I don't know how they compartmentalize information because what I used is relevant to each and every person. What is life-threatening to Misa may not be life-threatening to Themba. What may be life-threatening to Ken may not be life-threatening for Bob. Maybe I could ask myself a question. How comes that a son of a minister by then, Moses Kimunya, took his life? So what was threatening his life that time? He comes from a well-off family. So each life matters to me. It doesn't matter your status. In fact, the reason why I used Abraham, because at some point, Sarah has talked about taking her life. Give me a child or I die. So is that not a life-threatening situation? Or what is life-threatening? Not everybody die of hunger, my friend. There are people who have lived with hunger but lived up to old age. And there are people who have committed suicide just because they never got a job. I tarmacked for 4 years. There are people who have committed suicide just because, and we are in a situation where we've been telling someone to cut a meeting. Maybe someone may lose presidency and commit suicide. For him, even presidency is life-threatening. He had to come out of his office and campaign for 4 years. So whatever you tell us that life-threatening depends on individuals and how you interpret it. Now, I normally use scriptures because that is, I said I came on this platform of politics to square out with my competitors who chose to use the church in a wrong way and to look like they understand what the Bible says and how it applies to this situation. John 11 verse 4 says, Jesus was telling Lazarus, your disease was not meant for death, but for the glory of God. The same John 11, now verse 40, we are moving from verse 4, we go to 40. Mother asked him, you told us that the situation was not to lead to death, but why are you coming late and my brother is already dead and buried? And Jesus said that even now, if you believe, you'll see the glory of God. Was that wrong timing? He came when someone was already dead and buried. And Jesus said, even now you'll see the glory of God. And he did solve the situation even when it appeared that it was overdue. So for me, if you tell me about wrong analogies, I think you guys are the one who are asking wrong questions. And as far as you ask wrong questions, there is no right answer. So you may not take our right answers because you are asking wrong questions. The last thing I want to say is in the opening remarks in Genesis, where, in fact, one of the comedians from Uganda said that Adam was asked a geography question, a question of GPS, where are you? But he answered with a situational answer, I am naked. Okay, so most people conclude it's a wrong answer. But most of the time, now for him, what was life-threatening that time was not even where he was. The fact that he was naked. The fact that that is what he was going through. He needed a solution to his immediate problems more than the geographical question, where are you? So what matters right now is that people are hungry and they want to be fed. It doesn't matter how intellectual, logical you are. People, when they are in deep shit, they want immediate solutions. So thank you so much. Themba, thank you for giving me this time. I normally don't come at this hour, but sometimes I like the last part of the debate. We have it's more objective than some parts of, and I'm just being honest.
Because you want us to be named. You know, in Parliament you say we want to be named. Yeah, Makiadi. Today we don't have our ladies who normally take us through the closing. What is happening with Bob and Christine? They keep exchanging. Bob comes, Christine is not here. Christine comes, Bob is not here. Can we, Makiadi, are we starting our constitution next week? Or you went on a break?
No, we can do that next week. I think we are hitting what, 11th hour right now. We are way past the time. So
acha tuseme wimbo wa taifa basi alafu.
Na Makiadi focus on the chapters of the elections. We want to know that law at this hour.
Okay, we'll start next week. So let's do our national anthem, and then we can finish today there. We allow Akesa to go. Bob, Papa, give us the first answer. Ken will give us the second, and Mise will give us the third.
E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukue na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Okay, stanza 2. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Let all with one accord, in common bond united, build this our nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving.
Okay. I think because time is fast spent, leo tutakuwa na wakati wa umbea. Tutajaribu kesho tuwe na wakati wetu wa umbea. Leo Mise alituharibia wakati wetu wa umbea.
Lakini Thembo, huwezi muacha Bob hivyo. Bob unafaa umwelezee ni nini Christina alisema. Bob aliambiwa ni sausage ambayo haina nguvu. So fikisha ujumbe.
Mise, mimi sitaki vita. Mimi na Makiadi tumeamua tutaki vita. Kwa hivyo wacha tuache hapa, mtaambiana hivyo kesho nyinyi wenyewe.
Nishamwambia Christina alisema
Christina atakuwa hapa kesho. Wewe utakuwa hapa kesho. Papa atakuwa hapa kesho. Mimi damu ikimwagika
hawezi kuja huyu.
Sipo mimi.
Huyu amemalizika.
Mise, toka nje tukutane huko nje. Wewe toka nje tukutane. Wacha mdomo.
Wacha vitisho Bob.
Asante.
Wamesema wamemaliza.
Wacheni vita vyenyu. Hata nyinyi wote mlishaachwa, sasa wenye mbaki hapo.
Watu gani? Themba na wewe ni kama uko biased. Ambia Bob jana mambo vindu vichenchanga.
Hata wewe uliachwa jana.
Saa ngapi na tulitoka hapa na Christine?
Haya, sawa, wewe baki hapo peke yako ukisema tulitoka na Christine.
Bob alikuwa anaendesha ambulance nilisikia.
Hiyo ni juzi. Geoffrey Ruto, Joy Njoki, Dani Darius, mchungaji asante. Awinora Pemo, Robert, kwani wewe uko kwate? Black, asante. Tafadhali subscribe Mtembei. Tuonane tena kesho. Kesho tutajaribu tumalize mapema ndio tuwe na wakati wa umbea. Mungu awabariki na tupate pia muziki kutoka kwa Makiadi. God bless you. See you tomorrow.
Good night.